one day before my. I'm happy to hear that the app is back in the App Store. I saw Dex's comment in the Discord probably about an hour ago.
Oh,
So
TikTok's back in the App Store?
yeah, and like it makes me wonder, like, does this mean that Apple and Google feels comfortable enough that there is a deal in place, or they've gotten reassurance that they won't be charged the fees? I don't know what it means.
Well, I guess everybody should have waited who paid 20,000 for.
Like, did people actually buy those phones though?
Yes.
That is in fucking sane.
Yeah. That's why I said I should have sold mine.
That is insane.
It's crazy. All for the app. But that shows how powerful the app is.
Yeah. And from what I read, ByteDance is willing to make a deal. But China said that they're leveraging the deal on the tariffs, with the tariffs. So they're like, well, um, the tariff war will most likely hold up the deal in China unless Trump does something about that. So I think they have a deal. What's up, Uncle Bev? I think they have a deal, and that's why Google and Apple feels comfortable going on ahead and releasing the app back in the App Store. But China is threatening to hold it up due to the tariffs.
Yeah, Trump announced that he said he's going to charge everybody who is trying to charge the United States tariff, then he's going to charge them as well. I'm like, motherfucker, ain't that what you originally did? I mean, where else do other stuff come from? China, Canada? I mean, come on.
I
That
don't
pretty
know.
much sums it up.
Yeah, I don't know if he's recognizing his fuck up, or if they're recognizing that whatever fucking plan they had to scare other countries into submission didn't fucking work, and they might be trying something different. But before we get started, y'all, okay, TikTok has changed. It is up to y'all, right? Like, no longer will they just push us out to the algorithm. It's up to y'all in the chat. Like, you gotta be commenting, you gotta be sharing the team hearts. If you're a part of the team, you gotta be sending the team hearts, the team bracelets. Anytime we set a gift goal, we have to be making progress towards the gift goal. Like, the gift goal can't just sit there. And so I try to set them really low, because I know some people will message me and say, hey, I don't have it. I want a gift. So I try my best to set it low, because TikTok only cares about what they're going to get out of it. Right. And so there has to be activity going in the chat from y'all in order for them to push us out. That way we get people in here that want to have conversations. The purpose of the live is for us to have constructive conversations with people with opposite thought, so that maybe you can get answers to your questions. I know I still have a lot of questions, things that I'm trying to figure out. Like, sometimes I just want to know, why do a motherfucker think what they think? Why do they act the way they act? And so if we're just sitting here waiting on people to come, that's not fun for me, and I know it's not fun for y'all. And if y'all know me by now, I will shut a live down in a minute if we have to sit and wait on people to come up and talk. So it's up to y'all. So don't forget, crush the gift goals. I try my best to keep them low. Comment and make sure you participate with the team gifts. It was something else that I was going to say. Oh yeah. So today, this is how crazy my mind is. So today I'm on my way home from the doctor's office, and you know how lanes merge, right? Like, there's two lanes and then it's getting ready to merge into one.
Right.
The car in front of me gets over into the left lane just to merge, when he or she was already in the right lane getting ready to merge. And it fucked my brain up, thinking, like, why the fuck would somebody do that? Like, what purpose and what influenced them to, like, get over in the left lane just to merge when we're already getting ready to merge? Does that make sense?
I've seen worse. I mean, I'm on the road all the time.
But I'm saying like it, like when people do stuff like that, because like there's no rhyme or reason to that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
It just it makes me wonder. Okay, what made them make that decision? That's how crazy my mind is. Like, and I will sit there uh and fucking just wonder that shit.
Yeah, it's some weirdos out there. I mean, I have got people just they play with this semi like it's a toy. I mean, it's ridiculous how they play with this semi, and they think that we can stop on a dime like cars. We can't. I mean, we cannot do it. At 65 miles an hour, it takes 3 football fields to stop that truck.
That shit is dangerous as hell.
Yeah. And they'll get in, they'll cut you off, they'll just do all kind of stupid stuff. And, you know,
But it just makes me wonder why a person, like, why would a person, make a decision like that and take a risk with a semi? Like, I don't know. I just want to, the human and the way the human thinks is really interesting to me, because sometimes we do really cool shit. Sometimes we do really funny shit. And sometimes we just do dumb shit.
mm-hmm.
Or we say dumb shit. And I just be wanting to know, like, what the fuck made you think that?
Yeah. I, your guess is good as mine. I don't know. I don't
I don't
know.
know. I think, like, maybe I should have gone into psychology. I don't know. I don't know.
It's very,
What's up to the YouTube fam? Woken One, Cindy Prim, what's up? Just Cam, what's up, friend? Skeptics and Sounds, appreciate y'all being here. Y'all, tomorrow night is the Atheist Experience, Truth Wanted. What do I call it? Series or section or whatever. It starts at 7 p.m. Central, and it's streamed live on YouTube if you want to tune in. 7 p.m. Central on YouTube. And the topic for tomorrow night, which I don't know if I even care about, like, the great beyond, but the topic for tomorrow night is, what do you want to know about the great beyond? What do you want to know about the great beyond, Nelly?
nothing. Nothing.
You know what? Like it, but are there other people, like other planets, out there, with life? Like, could there be life on other planets?
You know, the thing is that we really, we really don't know. One, because we only have access or able to see or able to, I mean, a small fraction of the universe. Who knows what's out there? It's just too large. It's too big. I
Right.
mean,
Like,
I don't know.
yeah, like there could be other civilizations out there, wondering if we exist. Like, it just, I mean, that I think that's something that we will never know.
Right. We'll never know it, but I would say that it's very highly that there is, because I mean we're here, and we kind of know how we got here. We kind of know how the Earth formed and how the moon got. We know these things. So who's to say that that couldn't have happened somewhere else? Who's to say that there is not another sun? Who's to say that?
That's true.
You know,
You
Please
know
are
what
talking my language.
you know what I was thinking about today? This virus has really fucked me up. And so like I'm like researching, trying to figure out why the fuck I'm not getting better. And I saw a video where this lady was explaining how viruses work, and the way she described it, right, was that the virus starts out in animals and it continues to recreate itself over and over and over again, jumping from animal to animal until it gets the right calculation that allows it to infiltrate a human body. And I'm like, that's devious as fuck. And then like when it finally gets the right calculation that allows it to infiltrate a human body, it recreates itself into billions and billions of organisms over and over and over again with different calculations. And that's why we can't create a medicine that kills the virus, because it continues to recreate itself. And I was like, is this motherfucking organism trying to kill the human race or some shit? Like, is it like, what the fuck is the purpose of this organism existing?
This is my first hearing it, so I'm listening.
That's some wild shit, ain't it?
Yeah, that's too wild for me. That's some that's some Star Trek shit. No, I don't know about that one. Man, a virus that recreates itself once it gets the right host. No.
But the fact that it recreates itself over and over and over again in animals first until it gets the right calculation that allows it to jump into a human host.
It's like they're playing the minor leagues and then they step up.
Yeah.
And you know what? And the thing about it is, is that when I hear you say that, that is something that had to be created. It's just certain things out there.
That's something that'll make you think that there is a creator, Nelly.
Well, no, not a creator. Well, yeah, a creator, but I'm talking about a human creator. This sounds like some deep science type shit. Out there.
Like, what's the doctor that be in the science lab? Dr. Kevorkian.
Dr. Kevorkian.
No, Kevorkian was the one who did like self-assisted unalivement.
Oh, what's the devious scientist?
Dr. Evil, maybe? Is that the one from
Evil?
Austin Powers? I don't know who you're talking about. Like,
that wants to take over the world.
No. Oh, yeah, that is him. He does want to take over the world.
Yeah. AD said Dr. Fauci.
No. You're talking about the lab rats who want to take over the world. God, what are their name?
Is it Stinky in the Brain?
Is his name Stinky?
Is it Stinky? What is it?
It might be.
Is it Inky?
Oh, Pinky in the Brain.
Pinky.
Yeah.
We're Pinky in the Brain.
Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
Yeah. But
so,
I
hold on. I just had to write an Animaniacs song. And I'm doing, how they do that's from Animaniacs. And they do the nations of the world. United States, Canada, Mexico. Hey, did you make it through? They do through that. I did the same thing. I'm working on like finishing it up with like lesser known worlds of the solar system. I have a weird job. But so since Corinthians, fuck these names. I'll send you a link if it ever comes out. It will at some point. Okay.
Please. Did you see he updated it and added more countries?
No, really?
Yes, he did it live on stage.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it was so good. I was like, oh my gosh.
That's sweet.
I turned it up a little bit.
Wow.
So I wanted to
always believe that though. It's just certain things out there, these diseases. I just know these are done by somebody doing something they shouldn't be doing. It has to be. It's just stuff out there that just is almost unreal, and it seems to happen at the right time. It could be, I don't know, overpopulation. It could be this, it could be that. And then all of a sudden we have, you remember when the bird flu came? They call it the bird flu.
Well, I mean, it's still
Yeah.
around. I think there's a bird flu going around right now.
Well, yeah. It damn sure ain't come from no damn bird. But they call it the bird flu.
This must be like the last thing that it was in before it got to us.
Yeah, well, that's why they call them test subjects.
Well, that in the video that I was watching, the lady was using the bird flu as an example and was saying that like it starts in animals and farm animals, and then it hops from like animal to animal till it gets the right. Like I think she said the bird flu is something right now that has not got the right calculation yet to get into humans.
This is evolution happening. Like this is what natural selection is, right? So they are, because animals don't wash their hands, that they're going to get it a little more, and it's going to spread a little more. And the more that they reproduce and spread, they get better and better and better at reproducing and spreading. And so by the time they, because they're around us probably, but just not quite able to, engage with us. And then once they get good enough, they are.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out where was this, throughout the years, when I was a kid, this stuff wasn't there, but now it's there.
I had read a book, Zachariah Stitchin. Did y'all read Zachariah Stitchin's book about the Sumerian tablets? In the book, like he translates the tablets, but he also adds some science fiction in with it. It's really interesting. But in the book, he had Enlil working with one of the other alien gods to create a virus to kill off the humans, because the tsunami didn't work because one of the people from planet Nibiru came and told Inky to save Zen Zooster, which is the Noah character, and tell him to build an ark. And so Enlil found out that Inky saved the human race, and he got mad. So he started working behind Inky's back with this scientist from planet Nibiru to create a virus that would kill the humans. But what they decided to do, they infected them with a virus first. And when the humans got sick, Inky started healing them. So Enlil worked with that same scientist to create a cure. So he's talking to Inky. He's like, "Don't worry. We know you love the humans. We're gonna, create a cure, a vaccine." And so they put the virus in the vaccine, and the vaccine was killing the humans. And what it was doing was, not only were the humans dying that was getting the vaccine, their family members were catching the virus just through being around them. So like that was, and Enlil is the Yahweh character to me. So like he wanted to kill the humans. He was mad that Inky had created them. He wanted to kill them because they were too noisy and they were too needy. So he found out a tsunami was coming.
Noisy is amazing.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
But in several of the ancient Near Eastern mythologies, this Enlil character is always talking about the humans as noisy beings, like they're too loud, and he
so funny.
Yeah, he always wants to kill them. And
so
you think about
that's
Yahweh.
Such a better reason than the apple. Like honestly, I'm into this. This is great.
But when you think about Yahweh wanting to kill him because his sons fucked some human women and made baby gods. So Yahweh wanted to kill the humans out of jealousy because he didn't want other gods on earth. He didn't want the humans to reach God level. And so he saw that as wicked. And so he decided to kill the humans because of that and then start all back over. In the Sumerian tradition, he wanted to kill them because they were noisy and loud and very needy. And so they found out that an iceberg was getting ready to break, and it was going to cause a tsunami. And so Enlil had commanded Inky and everybody from planet Nibiru not to tell the humans. Like they were going to leave Earth and go back to Nibiru with all the gold. But listen, the gold, they would grind the gold down to dust and they sniffed it. because like the gold dust was what allowed them to not age fast when they were on Earth. So just imagine what the gold dust was for them. And so they like, that's why in the book, that's why the Anunnaki was here, was to mine gold and take it back to their planet. But while they were here, they got hooked on gold dust.
We were like humans were doing nasal inhalations that of dust things. I'm trying to make sure we don't get in trouble.
They were literally drinking and falling over in their shit. Like they wrote a story about El Elyon had a dinner party, and he got so drunk at the dinner party, he was walking home from the dinner party that he fell over, pissed and shit himself, and like his servants had to come and clean him up, and that's where the first hangover cure came from. Wait, a story about El Elyon. Like I read it on here. It's called the hold on, El's dinner party. I read it on here before, and somebody said, "Is this where holy shit comes from?"
Oh wow!
But that, man, they were doing all kind of shit back then. Like I don't know why we want to act like we were the first to be into narcotics and stuff. Like they literally were using ganja in the temple. Right, like when they would, light the incense and do their rituals in the temple, they use ganja.
And that's what I'm saying. So, like with like alcohol stuff, I get it; it goes in the mouth. That's easy to figure out. With the ganja stuff or anything that you're like smoking, I feel like some of it burned sometimes, and it smelled good. And in smelling it, they got fucking rocked, and then figured it out that way. How do you figure out to snort? Like what? Who's the first one who's like, I'm going to crush this so small, and then I'm like, that's a weird concept.
Well, could it be something that they were trying to get a smell for, and they sniffed it too hard, and then it was like, wait a minute, what if?
Wait a minute, I love this.
I mean, because somebody somewhere was like, I want to put this up my nose. Somebody, like, whether it came from Common Era or BC era, somebody somewhere was like, what if I put this up there?
Well, they say the first high was by accident. They said that now I don't know how true it is, but I thought it was funny when I heard it. It said the first high was by accident. It accidentally started a fire and it was burning, and I guess it burned some plants. It was smelling the smoke and got hot.
I mean, there's no way to know if that's what it is, but that totally makes sense, right? Like that's probably how it went down.
I would think. I mean, it does sound logical, but I mean, I just thought it was funny when he said it. I said, wow. He said, oh yeah. He said, shit. That's how it started. Accidental fire, burned, and they got high, smelling the smoke. And they said, put the fire out, start looking for those plants.
That is insane. I'm trying to find where El shit itself. I'm trying to find the story. It's in my bookmark somewhere, but I don't know what I named it. I should have named it Holy Shit.
Now, when you say El, you talking about like the El, like
the El Canaanite. It's the Canaanite god. The Canaanite god El, which is still Yahweh,
right?
Because he
it was before he was Yahweh. Is that
it was
right?
before,
Like he used to be El, and then
Mm-hmm.
And there was other L's that were like L's homeboys. Is that right?
What do you mean? Like the
no,
he had 70 sons. El Elyon is the supreme god. That's El Elyon is the big god. He was the Canaanite god. Yeah, that's who the Most High would be.
Okay.
And then he's also known as El.
What about like El Shaddai?
That's Yahweh.
So when they talk of the Council of El, that's who they're talking about.
All the L's. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
But he had 70 sons.
I thought I can't even say it, El Elyon. I thought that was just that means the whole pantheon.
El Elyon is the name of the Canaanite god. And that's Yahweh ended up Psalms 82 is the mythology, like the origin story of where Yahweh takes on the El persona. So he's at the council of El Elyon, and he stands up at the council, and he's getting on to his brothers, like to the other gods of the heathen nations, and he's like, y'all aren't judging righteously. You're not taking care of the poor, and all of this. So he demotes them and tells them that they're going to die like mortals. And then at the end of Psalms 82, it says, rise up, O Yahweh, and take your seat, and become, you are now God of all of the nations. So he gets promoted to El Elyon in Psalms 82.
I don't know why. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's what I was going to say. That's why, like, it's interesting that Jesus quotes it as if, if he's God, and he quotes it and he says, didn't I say that ye are gods? Like, he wasn't talking to humans. He was talking to the 70 sons of El in Psalms 82. So even like Jesus misquotes that.
I don't know why that story, every time I read that story, sounds familiar. It's almost comparable. And I don't know if you even read the story of Zeus, how he went up against his father and how he took his place.
Yeah. There's a lot of them like that. Yeah.
That's always been weird to me.
Well, they used they used a lot of the same themes, right? Mm-hmm. When they were writing their stories for their gods, like each nation. And the Hebrews used a lot of Mesopotamian traditions when they were writing theirs. They took some from Egypt. They took some from the Persians, and just rewrote their stories using the same theme.
So that goes all the way back to Osiris, Horus, Isis, all that stuff. Them stories.
Well, they came later, but they had their own type of theme. For example, a lot of the deities in the Greek and Roman stories have this fear of being afraid that a baby being born is going to take the place of the current ruler, and so they kill the firstborn to stop the new baby that's coming from taking their place. That's a Greek Roman theme. The healing the sick, raising from the dead, like resurrecting, walking on water, stuff like that. That's Roman. That's Greco-Roman as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just used each other's things, and they basically competed. That's how nations competed, like whose stories are bigger and grander about their gods. If you remember in the story with Rahab, when she's like, we heard the stories about how your God split the Red Sea and blah blah blah. That's that influence of or that historical context of how they used to use the stories of their gods before they go to war, or to make another nation bow down to them because that nation was afraid of that nation's god. That's how they used these gods back then and these stories back then.
It's my dad can beat your dad up.
Yeah. I feel good. Y'all gonna hear me go on mute a lot while I'm talking because my stomach is still kind of crazy. And I'm just burping a lot. So I'm just gonna have to like go on mute in the middle of me talking. Just to let y'all know.
This is a stomach virus that you had?
Yeah, I had the stomach flu. I had norovirus.
Is that bird flu?
No.
Okay.
I went to the doctor today, and she said, like, I'm at the end of it. My daughter and I, and we have virus fatigue. So, like, last night I had brain fog so bad while I was on live. It was almost like you could feel a fog, like over your mind. Like I couldn't think, and I was trying my best to concentrate, but I couldn't. And I was like, man, something ain't right. I've never in my life felt a stomach flu like this before. Mm-hmm. This motherfucker, I don't know, it's different.
That sound like Christians. They can't think.
What?
Well, you said they couldn't think. I mean, it makes you not think. I mean, Christians.
Oh, I thought you meant that it sounds like one of the Christians' curses finally got her.
I thought,
Sounds like
right.
Christians got you.
I bet you. I bet you they think they did. I bet you they think they did.
For sure. For sure.
It's been a crazy ass week, and they're like, oh, she ain't online. Like, it's been a crazy week. But I'm back, bitches.
So I wanted to say, like when I originally came up, if I can, I know you don't get deep into science stuff, but you were talking about like what is in the great beyond and what kind of other worlds and life and stuff might be out there. And I was just doing some math here, and I'll like with people I work with, I'll do the very fast version, but basically from what we've been looking out just into our own galaxy is about like 400 billion stars in the Milky Way, and 1 in 4 of them or so is kind of like our sun, and 1 in 5 of those seem to have like rocky worlds in their habitable zone. We haven't checked all of them, but just off of the math from the ones we've checked, this is like how often that seems to show up, which means sun-like stars with Earth, maybe Earth-like planets in the Milky Way is in the billions.
Yeah.
Billions of potentially livable planets, right? And they don't have the same atmosphere as ours, but you don't need that to live, right? Like, there's other atmospheres that we could breathe on. Like, that's a possible thing, which is weird to think about. And then there's a lot that we couldn't, but it's like not so uncommon. Every time when we just went to an asteroid not too long ago, this one was Bennu, so it was NASA went to an asteroid, and they got a little sample of it, brought it back, and the news from the labs is that there's about 20 different types of amino acids that make up the building blocks of life on Earth, and from this sample, there was 14 of them. That's a lot of them on one rock floating through space, right? So there's tons of places for life to live, and there's all the ingredients cruising around in the galaxy, making their way, moving stuff around. So is there something else out there? There's fucking gotta be. Like, there just has to be.
Yeah, there has to be.
And when we do find it, if we ever find it, it's going to change the conversations we have in these lives a lot. It's going to come up a lot. Like if we meet the, let's call them the, Kablorgians, and whether they're just like plants or they're thinking beings, like, or somewhere in between, the life forms of Kablorgian will come up in these conversations, because it's going to change a lot about what happens when we talk about God and things like that, and like what it means to be living things in the universe. For sure, it's gonna be interesting.
It's like,
You think we'll be around? I don't think we'll be around.
no.
Well, not us. I mean, look, we might find it tomorrow. We're looking right now, right? Like the JWST is in space, and it can look at far away, distant planets. Atmospheres, not planets in our solar system, exoplanets around other stars, and it can look at their atmospheres. And looking in their atmosphere, I said I wasn't going to get scientific, but it can do spectroscopy. It can find out what their atmosphere is made of. And if it finds things like methane, that's a really cool clue. And then we know where to look more and do stuff. So within our lifetime, fucking maybe, like really maybe that would be
that would be really cool.
Yeah. But everyone at NASA is getting laid off right now, because of the government's a wreck. so maybe in our kids' lifetime.
Because of the orange man.
Why is he trying to destroy NASA? Oh, never mind. Christians don't like NASA.
Some of them do. That's it's a very like space exploration is one of the things. Like space explorations and national parks are some of the things that are pretty like across both sides of the aisle for the most part. So, but that's not, I mean, it's just because everything is getting cuts and everything is changing. And so they cut the funds to like science in general, because Republicans hate science. And so that gets affected by that.
And as the chat is saying, which makes a lot of sense, because SpaceX competes with NASA.
That's not true.
It's
SpaceX
not.
and NASA work very closely together, and I can't stand the man at all, but SpaceX does like some good space work, and they help like take stuff to the ISS on missions and stuff. That they are codependent. Like SpaceX can't do it all on their own, and NASA can't do it all on their own. They kind of are working
And before
together.
SpaceX, NASA had to like pay the Russians to send stuff to the ISS.
Oh, okay. So then
We still do sometimes, yeah.
That's all interesting. I hope that I can give a good answer to this question tomorrow, because I just don't really think about it. Other than that's the one thing. Is there life out there outside of us? And could God be an 8-year-old kid playing a fucking video game? Like, it would be hilarious to me that, their God is an 8-year-old kid, and they're down here like bound down to a kid who has to like get grounded from playing the game, and the reason why he's not answering their prayers is because he's on punishment. He can't play the game.
There's a full Star Trek episode about this. I think I've talked about it in here before, maybe even like that, where there is like this God that is in control of them, and it's making them all fight each other on this planet. And I think, now I'm trying to remember if it actually happens in the episode or if it was like a parody in Futurama I saw or something, but that's what happens is like the God deity being gets in trouble. And it's like, you hear its parents come up and they're like, Glorp, what are you doing? And it's like, oh, I was just playing with my toys. It's
Wait,
like,
where is this at?
I'll look it up. I'll look it up and I'll find it. I'll let you know.
Yes, I have to watch that. That would be hilarious. Or he is a narcissistic ass husband who also plays video games, and whenever him and his wife gets into it, he goes into his man cave and he plays the game, and then when things are good, he just doesn't play the game. But when he plays the game, he takes it out on the characters in the game.
Well, like I said, I don't think, honestly, I mean, realistically, I don't think we'll ever know what's out there. I mean, I don't think we'll ever have the means to travel this entire universe. It's just too big. It's just too damn big,
Yeah, that's why it's taking Jesus so long to come back. Did y'all see the somebody made a video of Jesus on his way back, and he's like flying through space, and he's like going really slow, and yeah, he got lost in space, like, because it's so vast.
Did he have a spacesuit on?
He was still in his white robe, like white robe, blonde hair, and he's just like flying as a human in a white robe through space, going like really slow. And he's like, I'm on my way back, guys. I'm on my way back.
That is crazy. That is crazy. It amazes me how I think of myself when I say this, because I was a Christian. But it amazes me that if this Jesus character truly existed and he was coming back, I mean, this motherfucker still got sandals on and wearing a freaking bathrobe and shit, or whatever you want to call that dress attire back then. I mean,
But like, what obsession does this God have with the late Bronze Age?
crazy. I mean, if Jesus was to come back, he gonna set us back 10,000 years.
Look how Nelly. I was getting ready to call you Moses. Look how Nelly said that.
It's the truth. I mean, they still talking horse and buggy and carriages and all this. I mean, Christians don't think about that.
Like, it's one big ass Halloween party. Like, it's like they like dressing up in these late Bronze Age costumes, like Roman centurion costumes, late Bronze Age beards and staffs, like sheep herders, and like they like that. It's one big ass play to them.
And who wants to fucking live in the land of milk and honey? What the fuck?
Like what? Like they have Netflix today. They got Chinese food. Like we fucking got ribs, right? Video games,
Yeah.
ice hockey, football, and they still talk about the land of milk and honey. They literally are trying to convince us that they can't wait to go to heaven so that they can just have milk and honey.
Ain't that bitch?
And I keep asking them, what the fuck are you going to do for eternity? What?
Suck on tits.
Suck on a honeysuckle. That's gonna be your nourishment.
I just
they're
came
like,
back
"I
from
can't
finding
wait."
that episode. What are we sucking on? What's happening?
Milk and honey.
I just really just tuned back in, and all I heard was suck on tits. Like this is I love this.
Because in Isaiah 65 it says that the Israelites, the Gentiles will be sucking on the tits of the Israelites, or the Israelites will be sucking on the tits of the Gentiles. Well, I can't remember who's sucking whose tits. But they're sucking tits in New Jerusalem. But a lot of Christians don't know that they're going to be sucking on tits. And so like when we ask, like, what are you going to be doing for eternity? Like I always ask this question, like, what the fuck do you want to do for life? And they don't know. They have absolutely no. They always say praise God. Like, you're a fucking lie. You don't even like praising your God now. You only like praising God to irritate non-believers. You like, they'll come in here and they'll say, you talk about God more than a Christian. You read the Bible more than a Christian. So here in your life, right, the life that you do know about, the life where you have impact, right, where you have the most conscience, you don't praise your God that damn much. And you trying to tell me that you want to go to eternity so you can do it for fucking ever? You're a goddamn lie.
I'll tell you what kills
Shouldn't that make
me.
them feel bad?
Huh?
Shouldn't that make them feel bad that there's people out here who's studying more than they are and don't even follow?
No, that pisses them off, because they're like, how do you know it, right? How do you study it and you don't believe it? That scares them.
I'm gonna tell you what fucks my head up every single time when I hear this. Okay, you know, in the Bible where it says a rich man cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven, you know, but yet when you go to heaven, the first thing it's talking about is giving you a mansion and streets of gold.
And streets of gold and a pearly gate.
What the?
I think there's a local in the house. I'm not gonna say anything, but I see you. I don't know who you are. I don't know if you know who I am, but what's up? What's up, fam? On the YouTube. Yeah, that's crazy.
That is crazy. A rich man can't enter the kingdom of heaven, but as soon as you get there, God got a street of gold for you, a mansion, some pearly gates, everything that the human characteristic, if I'm saying that right, human characteristics would want. Gold, a mansion.
If we don't have to buy stuff, why would we need riches?
Thank you. My point exactly. What's the point?
You just want Scrooge McDuck into a big pile of gold. Like, that actually sounds kind of fun.
But think about it. They're still going to be bringing gold in New Jerusalem. These motherfuckers still want to get high. They still plan on grinding that shit down. They still plan on grinding that shit down.
The way heaven is supposed to be. I mean, the truth is, I mean, if heaven is so perfect and it's all of this, that, and I should be able to go to heaven and sleep butt naked with no blanket.
Do you know what your mode of transportation in Islamic heaven is?
What?
Say that again.
It's a flying horse made out of rubies.
A flying horse made out of rubies?
Hell yeah. I like that.
You get a Pegasus with root made out of rubies. Wow. Boy, I tell you.
I think
I love the
Muhammad
imagination.
hated. Yeah, I think Muhammad had like a very vivid imagination, but it was coupled with some fucking psychotic hatred for women. Somebody hurt Muhammad's feelings in life, and I think it was a Christian. I think a Christian hurt Muhammad's feelings, and then he decided to create his own religion. I think he might have been in love with a Christian woman or something,
I
and
mean, he had a Christian woman as a sex slave.
he did.
Yeah, she was Egyptian.
I
She was a
didn't know
gift to
that.
him.
She was what?
given as a gift to him.
But was he already? Had he already created the religion?
Yes, it was given to him as a gift because he was very, the ruler of Egypt just wanted to improve relations, so he gave him a sex slave.
Wow.
And
Well,
he also unalived the entire tribe of Jews, and then unalived the chief of the tribe, and then he took his daughter as a wife after unaliving her husband.
So
that sounds like David.
That's what I was going to ask. The belief of Muslims when it comes to Muhammad, I mean, I'll make sure I got this right. He went into a cave and came out with the knowledge.
You got it, John Doe or Doe John or Don Joe. What? Don't fuck with me with the names. But I got you. Go ahead, Nelly.
No, Ems would be able to answer that. Am I correct on that? He went into a cave.
Went into a cave, and then a scary figure came to him and started choking him and telling him to read. And he kept yelling that he's not a reader. And then he kept telling him read. And then he said he's not a reader. And he kept choking him and saying read. Until he said, I'm not a reader for the third time. And then it said, read in the name of your Lord the Most High, who created humans, blah, 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 blah. And that's how Islam started.
Oh, okay. But yet Muhammad couldn't read or write, correct?
Yes. And the angel was choking him so that he would suddenly know how to read.
Yeah.
Wait, the angel choked him, and then that's how he started reading?
No, it was he kept saying, I'm not a reader. And the angel kept choking him and saying, read. And then it gave him the first revelation from God. Read in the name of the Most High, who created humans, blah, blah, blah.
Why is it that this Abrahamic God always choose people who aren't, like, who can't read or talk or...
illiterate?
Yeah. Like, it seems like that's who he goes after.
Easy. I mean, it's the same thing with like politicians, right? Like you go get the easy target because you can convert them by the masses, and then once you have the masses, then it's easier to convince the people who aren't easy targets because you have the masses behind you, and so the numbers end up winning out. Like,
Well, when I found out what I found out, I felt like an idiot when I was believing it. Now, I look back on myself and I be like, what the hell was I thinking?
I still feel like an idiot.
The only thing that makes me feel like an idiot is the fact that I was speaking in tongues. Right? The fact that I would fall to my knees and go, like, yeah.
Did you practice that?
No, I didn't practice it.
You just heard it enough to be able to spit it?
Copy it, right?
Yeah. No, I didn't copy that.
No, but I mean, like, you just see other people doing it, and like they're doing whatever, and so you can like kind of copy the idea. Right?
Yeah, just copy. Yeah, that, like, literally, they made us tarry on the altar, like, as kids, right? Like, we had to tarry on the altar, and we would be on the altar going, Jesus, 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 and they'd be in our ear saying, call him, call him, call him, and then it's like spit coming out of our mouth, and they would be like punching us in our stomach, and then we'd be like, and then it would just come out.
Fuck that. Somebody would have got fucked up.
But never did I think that shit was crazy. And then I saw a video on TikTok where there were a bunch of kids that were going through the same thing. Right? They were on the altar. The adults were telling them to, say Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. They were tearing for the Holy Ghost, and these kids were crying out, tears, crying, like asking for the Holy Ghost. And I'm looking at it, and I am mortified. And I had flashbacks, and I'm like, that shit is abusive as fuck.
That's crazy.
And they do it to the point of you cannot get off of the altar until you get it. So
Yeah.
it's like ba 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 na 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 ba 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 da 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 ba 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 she get it ba ba she get it ba ba ba.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
It's insane. It's insane. But that's the only thing that makes me be like, what the fuck was I thinking?
You ever think about too? Because like I think about a lot. I didn't do the tongue things, but like I converted some people, and I, feel really bad about that. And I know you did like mission work, but do you think that there was maybe some kids who watched you do tongue speak, and then like figured out how to do it and learned from like watching you and kind of like maybe still do it?
I don't know. I didn't really. So like I was also over the youth department, and I didn't really speak in tongues when I was around the kids. But they may have watched me in church, like whenever I preached, they may have seen it. I'm
not trying to make you feel bad. Like I just like. It's
I don't feel bad. Like I know my kids saw me. Yeah. My kids saw me, and they never did. They thought I was fucking crazy. Yeah, my kids, they thought I was crazy. They said I scared them at first.
It scared me. I told you that story. It scared the shit out of me. I come from a 7-day Adventist church where everything was more like Catholic, sing old tunes and all that kind of stuff. And first time I went into a Baptist church, oh, it scared me. A Black Baptist church? Oh no, you get fucked up in there.
But I was embarrassed. I wasn't like I wouldn't even tell anybody outside of church that I spoke in tongues. And it never registered, right, that I was embarrassed that I did this thing. Like I wouldn't tell anybody that I speak in tongues. Mm-hmm. And so like I deep down inside, I think I knew that it was fucking crazy, but I believed it.
I knew it was crazy.
No, it never happened in public. I would have never done that shit in public. Ever. Yeah.
But it did have me thinking something was wrong with me because I never got the Holy Spirit. I never ran around the church like I'm a fucking track star. I never did none of that.
I did that too. When I closed on my house, I ran 3 laps around that motherfucker. 3 laps around the whole church.
Yo, got my steps in that day.
Yeah. That's why when Christians be like, you never had an experience, I don't even give a fuck. Like nobody can tell me what I went through, right, in trying to have a relationship with this God or believe this doctrine that we were being taught. So like they can say whatever the fuck they want to say. I know what the fuck I've been through.
Oh yeah, everyone has a different experience when it comes to this religion. And like I said, it depends on what denominational church you grew up in, and that's what it is. Because like I said, 7-day Adventist church are totally different. They don't do none of that.
Chavez, shut the fuck up. You can't tell anybody in this room what they've been through, just like no one can tell you what you've been through. Y'all just run your mouth to be running your mouth, which is the purpose of this life. Because I want to know, why the fuck do y'all do what y'all do? One thing that I want to know is, so your God tells you that your righteousness is just filthy rags to him. And I just want to know if y'all have ever asked yourself, what do filthy rags do in a kingdom? Right? Like filthy rags don't get mentions. They clean them.
They wipe ass.
They wipe ass. They clean boots. They lick boots. They clean up vomit. So
all
I
the
want to
shit
know.
out of El Elion's pants when he's hungover.
Exactly. The vomit from El Elion's dinner party and his shit and piss. Filthy rags clean that up. Have you ever asked yourself, like, this is how your God describes you, and all of the loyalty, all of this so-called praise and worship, all of your so-called objective morality, he describes it as a filthy rag.
What denomination has the? Because I've been looking at it. They say they have the foreskin of Jesus.
That's Catholics. I'm not scared to bring your ass up. I will bring you up when I fucking feel like it. Don't you be scared now and hop out of the box. I'm sorry, Nelly. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. Burn it to me.
You going in and out, Nelly?
Yeah, I can't hear him
either.
Yeah, your connection is bad.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reset. Let me drop down and come back up.
While we wait on Nelly to do that, if you lost your nerd badge, you can get it back easily now. You don't have to go and do it on the desktop. The $2.99 subscription is back. Sorry, y'all, I had to mute for a second. The $2.99 subscription is back. You can get your nerd badges back because the app is back in the App Store. D'Amico got her blue butterfly back. You can also re-up on gifts straight from your iPhone or your Android. You don't have to go to the desktop anymore, but you do save money if you buy from the desktop. It's, I think, 30% cheaper. You don't have to give Apple your money. I think if you buy from the desktop, it cuts out Apple's share. I still don't like what Apple did because a lot of people lost money. When you think about the amount of subscriptions that we lost in here, like we lost 400 subscribers. While this is not my main source of income, there are a lot of people who do this as their main source of income or to help them pay their bills. That a lot of these creators took a fucking hit when Apple and Google decided not to restore the app and to stop in-app purchases. Also with the TikTok shop. So they still think about that because they didn't think about your pockets when they thought about theirs. So if you can buy from the desktop, don't give them their money back immediately. I hope that makes sense. Also, y'all, I watched the documentary of The Family. Have you seen that?
I haven't.
Oh my God, y'all better watch this damn documentary. It's been out since 2019. When I tell you this documentary gave the meaning of there's power in the name of Jesus a whole new meaning. This is white Christian nationalists on 10. They've been building this network of white Christian evangelical men. No, so the network starts at the top is white Christian evangelical men, but they've brought in all different kinds of nations, right? From Africa to Asia to Latin America, leaders all over the world. And the code word is Jesus. So like, it doesn't matter if they are Christian. If you say Jesus, you can get a meeting with any leader in the world. And what they've done is said that these are the chosen. These are Jesus is chosen. If you're a leader and like politician or, a leader in the world or a part of the family, then it doesn't matter what you do. They use stories like David, when David committed adultery and killed Uriah to hide the fact that he got Uriah's wife pregnant. It didn't matter that David did that because David was chosen. And so the politicians get that are in this family get that same privilege if you're chosen by Jesus. And it made me think about what the same things that we talk about in here when I bring up the Abraham and Abimelech story. And a lot of the Christians in here will be okay with the fact that this God overlooked Abraham's immorality and how he put the Abimelech into danger. And the God protected Abraham, but was willing to kill the person who was acting out of integrity and who was innocent. And a Christian would be like, that's okay because he's God's prophet, right? He's chosen. God, it's okay for God to show favoritism. They don't realize that this attitude of them saying that it's okay, while these people at the top, this family at the top who call themselves the chosen, and I'm talking about wealthy billionaires, have created this large ass network of leaders all around the world who call themselves chosen. And you got these people at the bottom, the totems, who call themselves Christians, saying that is okay. But they don't realize that they're saying that it's okay all the way down at the bottom. They're powering that for those at the top. Does that make sense? And in the documentary, it talked about a governor in Florida who cheated on his wife, right? He disappeared. He just like disappeared for months. Nobody knew where he was. He was with the family. They were helping him, work through his adultery. They told him the story of David. He comes back and he's like, the documentary is called The Family on Netflix. He comes back and he tells them, he tells the media where he's been, that he just like flat out said, I cheated on my wife. Then he tells the story of David and he's like, it's like David and how, God didn't, David did bad and God was okay with that because David had a plan. David was chosen. And then you see politician after politician just coming out saying, yep, I cheated on my wife. Like not willing to step down. Like they don't feel like they have to. They like when one got caught with like lobbying, 5 charges of lobbying. Like they don't have to step down because they're chosen. Like, and we wonder why are they able to get away with so much shit? Like, how are they able to blur the lines of church and state? It's because of this organization called The Family. And this documentary has been out since 2019. In the documentary, they show all kind of documents where for 70 years they've been building this organization with the goal of creating a nation ran by God, a theocracy, right? And the crazy thing is we were warned 5 years ago. Oh, you running now, Chavez? I told you, don't get scared and hop out the box. Be patient. We were warned about this in 2019 when a journalist went in undercover, became a part of The Family. He wrote 2 books about it. Netflix did a documentary about it. And everything that they warned us about in 2019, we're fucking seeing today. We're fucking living today in 2025. So they've been trying to sound the fucking alarm for 5 years. Shit is crazy. But y'all need to check the documentary out.
I'm gonna check that out.
What's the name of it again?
It's called The Family on Netflix.
Okay.
Like literally this organization has a church in Washington, right? The church is an 8,000 square foot house with 12 bedrooms, 6 living rooms, a chapel. It's a fucking city damn near, right? And they have 501c3 status. They have the church status. But this is where these politicians go to live. They live like fraternity brothers. Yeah, it's called C Street. They live like fraternity brothers. They have to pledge their allegiance to the family, and they have to be willing to kill their mama, kill their sister, kill their brother if it comes down to it. And there's the leader of the family, like they show him giving like a speech at one of their meetings, and he talks about Mussolini and how Mussolini would line up the people that pledged allegiance to him and lay their mom on a butcher's table and make them chop their mom's head off. And he's like, you have to be willing to put the family first. He's like, your brothers come first. The chosen come first. Y'all, when I watching this documentary, I literally was like, we are fucked. Because it's so fucking large. It's large. It's fucking international. We are fucked.
That's why we do this. I know that this isn't going to like stop that particular huge thing, but we can, help as many people as we can.
Hopefully, because as I'm watching it, I'm like, it pisses me off because we'll have conversations with Christians and they'll say, that's not God. Those people they're not chosen by God. We're the real chosen by God. God is this, God is that. Like literally these people created they use the Old Testament as this is how, the chosen, God favors the chosen, right? This is their privilege. And then the New Testament is Jesus and how he set up his organization. And so they have two different books. And the second book with the New Testaments in it is only the 4 Gospels and the book of Acts, and it's just titled Jesus. And that's how the organization is set up. So when they bring young men in, right, they initiate them, but the young men live together like as a fraternity, and they clean the toilets, they cook, they do all the grunt work for the politicians. And that's how they get in. They're like the disciples. Like, it's fucking wild. But this organization has been growing for 70 fucking years up under our noses. And the leader of this organization is the creator of the National Prayer Breakfast that the president hosts every year. They're behind that. And that's where they do their dealings. It's insane.
So creepy.
Yeah. But you'll tell the reason why I brought up the 2 books is because they said that, like, they know that God is an abstract idea. Like, they don't believe that God is like an actual person, right? That those at the top, those at the bottom, the young boys, they teach them that Jesus is a person, right? That Jesus is not an abstract idea. But at the top, the politicians, he's an abstract idea. He's like an organization, and the leader of the organization was like, Jesus set his organization up just like the mafia. What's invisible is only for the chosen. And he was like, that's what lasts forever. And he gave the most stupid analogy. He said like the brain and your liver is invisible. And he said our maker put a coat of skin over that. And he's like, the coat of skin is like the outer. He's like, those on the outer, right, who the poor and the needy are the skin. And then the brain and the liver is the invisible part of the organization. And he's like that. Then he said, and that lasts forever. First off, the brain and the liver does not fucking last forever.
Good point.
The brain and the liver can go bad and be fucked up too. But he was trying to say that, like, he said those on the outside don't really get Jesus's true message. It's only available for the chosen in the invisible organization.
Sometime I got to tell you about the ninja cult that I was in high school and college, and it ran on some like similar principles, though it was much smaller. I should just do like a whole live sometime where I do a Q&A about it, because it was really weird, but also kind of cool. And so
you were in a ninja cult?
Yeah, and that's the right response that you just gave. Is like, what? But it's like, I don't want to get in. It's a whole thing to get into. And so I think I just need to like run a whole live one time where I make a background that says I was in a ninja cult, ask me about it, and like let people kind of come up, because it's really weird. But it sounds like a lot of it sounds like this on a much smaller scale and with much better intent. Like, we weren't trying to take over the government or anything. But the way that the levels worked was very similar.
Wow. Yeah, I definitely want to hear about that, Mezzo. I'm not going to let you forget about that live.
I want to make a documentary about it, but the guy who was the leader, I don't think I could ever get him to like say his story on camera.
Man, I have so many questions. Like, how did you get involved with it? Like, who told you about it? And what was the initiation process? How long were you in it? What did y'all do? Like, I have so many questions.
It's like I'm exaggerating a bit by calling it a ninja cult, but like at the time we wouldn't have thought we would have called ourselves ninjas, but we wouldn't have said that we're in a cult. Other people would say that we were. But then now looking back, I was like, oh, I think we're in a cult.
So it took a minute for you to realize that you were in a cult?
Yeah, I mean, we had to sort of like a much smaller version of a deconstruction out of like what we had learned was true of the world. So, and it's kind of weird and it's very silly, but also like fun because it's small and it was like not as nearly as like toxic as like Christianity is. Although some of it was like there was some stuff that was a little bit. So you know I'll talk about that too. But yeah. Anyways, I don't want to like it'll take your whole life. We don't have to do it right now.
Oh my God, I so want to hear more about this.
Yeah, I want to hear about that too, but I'm more curious about what's up with you and that damn chalkboard.
You mean the whiteboard?
The whiteboard. Every time I go on Mezzo's Live, I never, go up and I just be in there and I listen. And every time Mezzo brings out that chalkboard, he's finna make an ass out of whoever's on that goddamn stage. He draws out shit and it's usually perverted.
Wait, what are you talking about? I just do diagrams and stuff. I've never noticed that they're like a lot of people. If you see something and read into it, that's on you, Nelly. I can't be
I
responsible.
saw nut sacks and everything. You was doing. What are you talking about? I saw you do it. You be clowning people with that chalkboard. And that's what I be getting on your live for. I be waiting for you to break out the damn chalkboard.
I'm getting called out on it now. Now that I'm like people have seen it before and they've heard about it. Like there was one time I tried to bring it out and the guy was like, "I know what you do with these," and we're like, "Oh, never mind." It doesn't make this fun.
Shout out to Lowen for gifting subs. Thank you so much, Lowen.
Yeah, you killed me with that, man. I love it though. I love it because it's just hilarious. It makes it fun. It makes it funny.
Well, also the whiteboard has also been really helpful sometimes in explaining actual things. Like those are for fun. Like we obviously do those for when we're done with a guest and we want to like just kind of have some entertainment, and we can tell that they're like not too fragile that they are going to break. Like they'll be able to take it. I kind of try and play that or think that through when I can. But I've also like the drawing description of free will, for example, has been really helpful. And when we do the ones where we draw babies, and this, even though this is a little silly, but like draw actual babies, like Pharaoh's firstborn and the female slave at the handmill's firstborn, and I have this like Halloween sword up to the baby's necks, and then like it becomes a little bit more like, you really want to answer this hypothetical? You really want to get into it? So it does help, yeah. Anyways, I don't know. Is there? I think you're saying someone ran. Is there a guest?
Yeah, I went to the guest box to bring Chavez up, but he's not in there. Chavez, if you're still in here, I'm ready for you.
He ran. He's a track star.
Like I warned you. I said, be patient. Don't run. Right? Like you're not gonna rush me to bring you up. Like y'all be trying all of that fucking reverse psychology bullshit. Like I don't give a fuck what you think about me. So it's not gonna work. Like you're not gonna try to like mind fuck me into doing what you want me to do. If you're still here, you can come up now. I'm ready to start bringing up guests.
Thinker will see you now.
I guess he's not here. I guess not. I don't know.
I thought about taking.
Oh, that is so pretty. Thank you.
I thought about taking some clips of Thinkers Live, and you know how things start out smooth and everything. And I want to play a little bit of the clip. And then I'm gonna stop it and say a few moments later, and then that's when
I did that, Nelly. I have one of those on mine because the same thing happened where they and I bet Thinker would have some even better ones than me because you cause way better crash outs than I do. But it's like when they first come up and it's like, hey, I just want to have a conversation. I respect your beliefs, And they start like that, and then I used the SpongeBob like a few moments later, that little thing, cut to him just going like, "You're gonna burn in hell," and this kind of stuff. It was really funny. And that would be, God, we could do some really good one with
That would be
thinkers.
hilarious to just do a bunch of clips like that and just post them. Thinking you should do that just for the hell of it. That is hilarious.
We have some really good clips. I just fucking hate editing, y'all.
You
I
hate
hate
it?
it. Editing.
Oh,
Yeah. And then Rhea gave me 2 websites to use, but even with those, like, I have to decide. I have to still listen to the whole live and decide, where to cut, and it's still a lot. I've tried to bring up 2 people and they crashed out. I mean, timed out. So I don't know who's in the guest box on purpose.
Spend like 90% of my day editing, just so you know. That is like
too
what I
much for me.
mostly do. Well, I mean, I do it from work, and then now we're doing a podcast, and I do it for this. Like, it's just what I do.
I have to I have to pay somebody. We did hire somebody, but they got busy at their real job and couldn't do it. So I have to find somebody else because I just don't. It's not for me. I know what my weaknesses are, and editing is one of them. Okay, even Brandon Edwards timed out. All right, there's nobody else in the guest box, so I guess we'll keep talking until y'all submit a request. But like, people don't have patience. I think people want to, like, as soon as they hit request, they expect to be brought up because they see empty boxes, I guess. I don't know.
yeah. They think it's like the other lives where like you open Friday. I mean, Freeform Friday used to be. They think it's like that every night.
Donovan, how are you?
Tinker, what's up, man?
How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm just saying hi, man. I'm not staying, man. I'm just shouting you guys out, okay?
You said you're just saying hi?
Yeah, I'm just saying hi to you guys, man. I'm not staying.
All right. Well, thank you for stopping by and saying hello.
All right, man. We cool, all right?
Okay.
All right, man. Good night to the panel and everybody.
Have a good night.
All right, man.
It's weird. He used to be one that would come into my live and talk cash shit about me, and now it's Thinker, baby. Thinker, hi, how are you? And now he would come into the comments and talk straight shit.
He's not a friendly?
No, he's a believer.
Oh, that was so weird. I just assumed that he was like a friendly. Was like, hey, what's up? Have a good live. He came up to not do anything. That's
Hello.
weird.
Yeah, he's a believer. Hi, Trees. How are you?
Fine. Hi, everyone. I've been hanging with y'all all week. I'm kind of new to this kind of TikTok live thing. I wanted to kind of, I was going to choose a topic. Topic
Okay.
number 1.
Okay, I've seen you in the guest box a couple of times, but you don't ever connect. So I'm not sure. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing. I spoke with you once before. It was in regards to one of your questions. Can deception sometimes be beneficial?
Oh, that's right.
I think it was something along the lines.
Yeah.
And I was the one that brought up the purpose about the Holocaust, and also how it was a lot of misleading information, a lot of contradicting and misleading in the Bible when it talks about God's power and how Abram went into Egypt and used deception when God should have been there as a protector. But technically speaking, he wasn't a bad guy. He technically did not lie. It was his half sister. Nonetheless, that's what we were talking about. That was me.
I remember you now.
I don't mean to ramble on too long. Okay. Yeah, just get heads up. I'm at work. I'm waiting to go on my lunch break, but I kind of want to hit the topic number 1. This right here is what kind of helped me get deconverted when I had to really reflect on the things I was being told in Christianity about God. And I had to really size them up with relationships and people's personalities and behavior traits in real life. And I definitely recognized the traits of a toxic relationship being with God. Anybody that's trying to be demanding and wanting you to be submissive is a thin line. It's a thin line between being submissive and being abusive. And oftentimes, a lot of people get their head stuck on the dynamics of a relationship between male and female as being authoritative and submissive. And that usually it can come from very a variant of places. It's the human mind that made the Bible in the first place. So before I say that, oh, religion put that on you, no, humans did that for their own selfish reasons. And then the Bible construct made people feel as if it was enforced and necessary. Well, my thing is this: why tell me that this is free will love, but gives me no choice but eternal torment just because I couldn't figure out a way to truly worship you based on you yourself, that is the God of the Bible, saying that you create both good and evil. You letting all these things. So it's a type. So just because you give me certain privileges and you provide for me, which is what the pastors and church leaders will oftentimes emphasize in their sermons to get some type of praise out of you, does not mean that is a real purpose to continue on with you. And so I had to really ask myself these questions when I was deconverting, and I hold by these principles, is that I no longer trust the validity of the Bible, nor do I trust the ethics of the Bible. And with that being said, it caused me to realize that this God, this biblical God, does not deserve worship, irregardless of what you all say he provides for me. And I understand the different spins on Christianity that's went throughout time. And so there was the prosperity messaging that was going around when I was in the church, as well as spiritual warfare talk and spiritual gifts. And so that right there, hey, is what caused a lot of people to cling. I'm going on break. I'm going to hit myself on mute and listen to you all respond. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, yeah, I agree that he definitely has the traits of an abusive husband. That's why I wanted to talk about this, because we don't talk enough about the passages where. So I was listening to another atheist by the name of Dan Barber. I just found out about him a couple of days ago, and I think he's an older guy. But he brought up the fact he was talking about where God shames Israel and always punishes them. He talks about them as his wife, right? Like when he's mad at them, and he's always saying that he's going to kill them if they don't obey him, or he's going to punish them if they don't obey him. He's going to shame them and uncover their nakedness. And like he talks to them, like an abusive husband would pounce on the insecurity of their spouse. Like if their spouse felt that they were, too overweight or too thin, that abusive husband would take that insecurity and use it as a mechanism to control. And this God does this with the Israelites all the time. And the language that he uses in Ezekiel and in Hosea sounds like a narcissistic, abusive ass husband. And it made me wonder, like, if the reason this type of personality in society when it comes to abusive spouses exist is because of the language in this book, like because of what's being preached or what's being taught. Is this a consequence of that?
Yes. And that's something that I kind of bring people's attention, is that the dynamics in people's relationships and how certain people try to make you feel as if you have to abide by their discretion is usually derived from biblical teaching. And it paints a picture like, if that's who you choose to worship, a God that works like that, then you're in an abusive relationship. Do you know how to identify? A lot of people don't want to identify things in the Bible as abusive. So then I question, do you know how to identify things as abusive in your everyday life?
I don't think they do, because they
Whether it's
call love
work-related,
sacrifice.
financial. Exactly. And I'm like, some of y'all don't understand financial abuse, emotional abuse, and that's what's going on with religion with you all.
Absolutely. We held a live one time, and the question was it was just one simple question: what is love? When I tell you that even myself, nobody in that live could define love, it was really eye opening. But the Christians kept going back to sacrificing themselves or expecting somebody to sacrifice for them in order for them to feel loved, and or them sacrificing themselves in order for them to love somebody. And they would compare that to Jesus' sacrifice, and Jesus saying that no greater love than this has anybody have that would lay their life down for a friend. And so they think that love is supposed to hurt, which is why, like, when we're telling Christians, don't cross my boundaries, don't push your God on me, and their response is, I'm not offending you, I'm not crossing your boundary, this is love. It makes me wonder, like, they really cannot see that that's not love. Today on Ria's live, a guy came up and he had chose the question about morality, and he's like, I get my morals from other humans and just living in society. He said, I don't want to cause harm to nobody because we all have the same father. And Ria asked him, she was like, oh, who, the Israelites? And he kept saying, no, we all have the same father. And she said, yeah, the Israelites. And he was like, why do you keep saying the Israelites? And she said, because you keep saying we all have the same father. This is not my father. And he was like, it is your father. And she said, no, it's not. She's like, this isn't my God, this is your God. And he was like, it is your God. Like, he just kept pushing it on her to the point to where she was getting irritated. And then I said to him, you said that you don't want to cause harm on another human, but you don't realize that you are causing emotional harm on Ria right now by forcing her to fucking cuss you out because she's told you once that this isn't her God, and you keep trying to push your God or your belief on her, causing her emotional harm. And he didn't see that emotional harm is included in harm. So, like, I don't think they even know how to define what harm is, let alone what love is, let alone what abuse is. When I was married, like, it took a minute for me to even recognize that even verbal abuse is abuse. Like, I wasn't just being physically abused, I was being verbally abused as well.
And I had to go through my own experiences to realize this isn't healthy. And I've been through my own mental gymnastics, dealing with relationships and realizing that, okay, maybe it's not me, because I went so long being convinced that it's me, and I'm realizing, no, this person just wants me to try to fall in line with every erratic demand that they have. And I cannot perform that. I still have to be me, emotionally me. And then when I try to bring it to certain people, they would say, oh, what did you expect? He's a man. Or eventually you have to fall in line, or this is what it takes type of attitude. And I'm glad even then I was outspoken. I said, no, this don't feel right. And that doesn't, I knew what wording to say, but because the feeling and desire was still there, is what caused me to play around with that relationship a little bit longer. So I said, nah, I'm dropping the ball on this one. Too many red flags. But that was just one of other circumstances that I recognized with just myself personally. And I had to, then I started realizing, the women around me oftentimes are getting into struggle relationships, even though they know better, but they still cling on to this religion. And it's like they're being told that there's a healthy version of sacrifice. There's a healthy version of being submissive. And that's what the problem is. So when they get in these circumstances with people, particularly their spouses, they oftentimes look at themselves and reflect that, okay, it's necessary for me to go through this, or it's purposeful. And once you start taking out the bull crap that this stuff is not purposeful, and you start learning to be encouraged on your own, you can be able to withdraw and get out of those mental gymnastics that you go through to try to figure out, maybe making up excuses for why you need to stay and trying to figure out, okay, where am I wrong at? No, none of that is true. And I definitely I can't grasp the whole sacrifice thing. Love is this, love is that. The Corinthians, they love reciting the love thing, but at the end of the day, it's hard. I love the Lauryn Hill skit where, what is love, on the Miseducation, and the kids and everything are breaking. It remind me of the days I was going to school. What is love? It was always asked. Everybody has your own unique definition. So one thing I learned is that when I'm getting introduced to people, or if might be intimate, I just simply ask, what is your definition of love? And then I watch their behavior. I tell them my definition of love, and then I watch my own behavior, and I pretty much look for empathy. And at the end of the day, just because I love you don't mean I can be with you, because I can't love you unconditionally and deal with anything that you got going on.
Yeah, and like they teach unconditional love. They teach that, their God has unconditional love when actually he doesn't. But unconditional love isn't necessarily a good thing, because it teaches not to have boundaries, right? It teaches that anything goes.
Yes.
And I think that contributes to not being able to really identify or define love in a specific person. You think that everybody is supposed to be loved or expects to be loved the same way. Right. And so we don't know how to love. We don't engage with humans on a one-to-one level, and learn them. Like when you say, I ask, like, what is your definition of love? And then I watch you, right? Like, I think spending time with a person and watching a person is the best way to know how that person wants or needs to be loved. And then accepting, right, that's what they need, and whether or not you can give it, be honest with yourself and be like, yep, I can love this person this way, or no, I can't. And to not cause the least amount of harm, right, the best thing to do is walk away, right, so that you are not trying to force yourself to do something and that makes you feel bad, right? Because you're saying, oh, because I love them, I stay. You're making yourself miserable. You're making that person miserable by you trying to fit a square into a circle, and you had said something earlier when you first started talking. You said there's a thin line between submissive and abuse, and my heart skipped, because I was like, I feel like submissiveness, the idea of submissiveness leads to abuse, but then later you said that you kind of alluded to what I was thinking anyway, that submissiveness, they teach that there is a good kind of submissiveness, when there really isn't, because I feel like it just leads to abuse. If anybody goes into any type of relationship, whether that's a parent-child relationship, spousal relationship, pastor member relationship, boss employee relationship, there's always potential for abuse. And so I don't like that, the concept of being submissive.
Yes, you got it. You got it on point. That has been my messaging for the longest. I was saying about for the past 4 years has been my message, recognizing that this whole dynamics on social media, where we got this fight between the sexes of male and female, and you got the red pill, and you got all these different things. At the beginning and end of the day, I know my homegirls those between cousin homegirls who was in the church but also living their own life on the side will be honest, but at the same time they're confused, they're straddling the fence. Oh, I know this ain't right, this and that, and who he think he talking to, and I hope he don't think the type of, but at the same time, because I want to be a wife, I'm going to church. They ain't on that Christian rock stuff. You know what's going on with her. Let me go to church and be a good, but the one you're dealing with is dirty. But that's only because I'm not allowing the blessings to come in. I'm blocking them. They're being told that they're blocking their own blessings if they don't behave in these submissive manner. So it keeps you in a paradox of, okay, God's given me the tool to love anybody, and that's where the red flag is. So now you're bringing anybody. This is how them ex-convicts with records end up in a household with women and they small kids.
No expectation. There's no expectation of goodness, right? Like I feel like in this God, for the women that choose to serve this God and the men who choose to serve this God, there really isn't an expectation of that level, right? There was a young lady on Christina's live, and I can't stop thinking about this because I wish I was feeling good, because I would have hopped up and asked her this question. Some people said that I was being messy, but I don't give a fuck, because I want to know. Like, she's on the live and she's like, God healed my knee. I had surgery on my knee and the doctors said that they can't even tell where the surgery happened, and it looks like I never had surgery. They told me that I wouldn't walk again. In 5 years I won't be able to walk, and blah blah blah, right? So I go to her page. She's like, I did a video on my page about it. I go to her page, I watch the video. The video starts out with her talking about how her best friend slept with her fiance, right? And she got drunk. She went out, jumped off of an iron llama, and tore the cartilage in her knee, and that's why she had to have surgery, right? So she's on Christina's live giving this God praise for her knee being healed after she's had 2 surgeries by 2 different doctors, right? So one,
rehab ain't got nothing to do with it.
Exactly. So, but that's what she chose to focus on. Like, God is good. He shows up for me every time. But in my mind, I'm like, wait, your friend, your God friend didn't tell you not to say yes to that fucking man who was going to sleep with your best friend. Your God friend didn't tell you that your best friend shouldn't be your best friend because she has tendencies to sleep with the person that you love. There was no expectation of guidance there, right? And she still does not see, right? Like, she still doesn't think that there should be any expectation to be protected from being connected with people, with humans who mean to do you harm. For her, love from her God is healing her knee after having surgery. Right. So I don't think they really have an expectation for this God to lead them towards actual healing or love or, worthiness or, respect of self.
And you're right. And the way I used to take that on and thinking that was how it was preached to me. And that's through this. This is the psychology and the teaching of Christianity. That is, everything boils down to a test, trial, or tribulation. But why? For the purpose of praising God. But why? So he can be able to, so he can get worship. But why? Why? And baby, as somebody who felt as if they were wanting to be an evangelist, I kind of went into wanting to learn a little bit more about apologetics, and that's where it drew the line. I was like, oh, this something ain't right about this, because everything boils down to pleasing the discretion of a deity. So, but it's painted as it's purposeful for your life, and you were created so that you can be experienced for his joy. Everything that is messed up in this world is purposeful for your free will so that you can have the most greatest, most wonderfulest, strongest zeal and passion for him, so that when his kingdom come of eternity, you will have the ability to be able to worship him forever and ever and ever. I don't know if most Christians recognize that there's an overallness, there's an overall message that you're going to get spoon-fed to, depending on where you're at, and there's more to it. But the only way you can get there is if you use your imagination, aka faith. Anywhere the word faith is, plug in imagination.
Absolutely. And that's why they could sit here and listen to the things that we're saying, like, right? Like, we're not even talking about the Bible. Like, we're not going into the whole mythology or fairy tale of it all. We're talking about real shit, right? Real life shit. But yet there are Christians in the comments saying, don't fall for the okie doke. And the thing is that what we want to know is, can you show us otherwise, right? Like, can you prove otherwise that your God is, does give a damn about you outside of your loyalty, outside of your obedience, outside of your allegiance to it and its organizations? Because honestly, in this book, it just doesn't represent that. And the God tells them in the book to completely sacrifice self, to give up self, to hate self, and those that are close to you. Be willing to kill your mom. Be willing to kill your brother, your sister, or whoever. Even if you're not talking about a physical killing, be willing to tear them down, right? Be willing to sever your relationships. Be willing to talk down to them to the point to where they feel like they can't go anywhere and they have to run to me. Like if they're high, bring them low so that they will run to me.
See, a lot of Christians feel the reason why a lot of Christians feel comfortable with taking on that message and having it as an ideal is because they feel as if, oh, I'm not practicing it. And at least I'm not in these three environments where I would have to practice. And that is history's past where Christians really were being persecuted, let's say by the Romans. I'm not in some third world country or some country outside of the Western hemisphere, Western world where it's not accepted. And I don't even know if I'm going to live to see the days of tribulation by Revelation. So in their mindset, everything you said usually is in those three environments. And so they feel like they're in a safe zone. And that is why they're comfortable with taking on those ideals, because it's not really relevant to them. But because it's in their mind, they feel as if, oh, I'm still wholeheartedly obedient and pleasing to God.
Yep, absolutely. Mezzo and Lala and Selena, y'all can chime in if y'all want to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I a couple thoughts that I just have about like submission and how weird that is. I do get that in some of the verses they say like wives submit to your husbands and husbands submit to your wives, and that they were maybe trying to show like you're supposed to do it both ways. But I get what you're saying, Thinker. This was from like an hour ago, but it really caught my attention because I don't know if I've shared this with you before. I think I've talked about it on my live, but when I was about to marry my wife, we were like, I guess engaged at that point. We went and we were just like visiting my parents in their hometown and just kind of hanging out up there. And my parents do like early or like pre-marriage counseling, pre-marriage Christian counseling or something like that. So they like take young couples from the church who are about to get married and they give them some like lessons because they've been married for 600 years now. So they must have all the answers, right? And so I don't really know what it is. I assumed it was all Bible verses, but we went somewhere and my mom like pulled my now wife kind of off to the side and was like giving her a little like mother to soon to be daughter-in-law talk. And it could have been very sweet. It was very sweet. But then like later my wife told me that it was like, why did your mom talk to me about submission? Like what is happening? Like she was so confused and I was like, I have no idea. What are you talking about? Like she didn't tell me she was going to do that. What? And we were both just icked out. And my mom is so well-intended and so smart and she's so sweet and she means so well. And sometimes my dad does too, but he's also it's weird. He's like Republican and she's a Democrat. It's strange. So they got stuff, but they do have a really good relationship. But it was just a really weird thing to say, and no one came to me and said, "And by the way, submit to your wife too." Right? I didn't get the talk. So even if it was originally in the Bible that way, which I don't know what the word submit means in Greek or whatever, like I'm sure you've looked into it, but like even if you could, like the apologetic for that of like, well, look, it says right here to go both ways. It's like cool. I didn't get the talk though, so that hasn't been handed down in the like Christianity worldview,
You're right. And that's my pet peeve is that they teach it in a way where it's just the emphasizing of the woman submit. And they say husbands usually submit to Christ or submit to God. And they says wives submit. And somebody please pull up that scripture they can. I believe they say wives submit to your husband and husbands love your wife. Because I always try to listen out for the husband submit to your wives. Because I always bring up the question. Okay, are you saying both can submit or are you only saying the wife? Like what's going on here? And the rhetoric I will receive back is you see the husband is the authority figure, and so he's already showing submission when he submits to God. They never want to put it toward, because they know what that would mean. It would stir up other conversations about, okay, well, can women teach and preach in the church? Okay, well, do women have a say so about certain decision making ideals in the relationship? And they don't want to hit that.
Yeah, it's Ephesians. So it's Ephesians 5, and this is what it says. Like the crazy thing, like it's talking about. Let's see where it is.
Rice a bunch.
Yeah, it's like, let's see. Be careful then how you live, not as unwise people, but as wise, making the most of time, because the days are evil. So do not be foolish, but understand what the will of the Lord is. Do not get drunk with wine, for that is debauchery, but be filled with the Spirit, as you sing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs to one another, singing and making melody to the Lord in your hearts, giving thanks to God the Father at all times, and for everything in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, being subject to one another out of reverence for Christ. Is this talking to, therefore don't be associated? But in sexual immorality.
Sorry, did it say
like,
don't get drunk with your wife?
It said don't get drunk with wine.
Yeah. You said
but
with your wife. Okay.
But okay, so they use this, right, to say that he's saying to be subject or to submit to one another. But this says, wives, be subject to your husbands as to the Lord, for the husband is the head of the wife, just as Christ is the head of the church, his body, in him, and is himself its savior, just as the church is subject to Christ. So also wives ought to be in everything to their husbands. And it says, husband, loves your wives just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her in order to make her holy by cleansing her with the washing of water by the word, so as to present the church to himself in splendor, without a spot or wrinkle or anything of the kind, so that she may be holy and without blemish. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. And so they use this right here to say that is the husband submitting to the wife. But no, the Bible doesn't say that the husband should submit to the wife. But I think it says that they should submit their bodies to each other.
I saw it somewhere once in a different spot, but maybe it was a different translation too, and someone had messed with it in that way, or maybe I was misinterpreting it. But yeah, this one that says like that the husband is the head of the wife as Christ is head of the church is crazy. Trace, you have some background noise. If you know, you're not me to something.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, you're the conversation, but you sound like you're making French, like what, maybe cooking or something, maybe dishes. I don't know. Yeah, I hadn't seen this one because also, what do they always say about Christ? He's like the sovereign, all-knowing leader and commander of the universe. So like, like that's like full-blown domination over the church, just as it is. You know, they're saying it should be husband over the wife. That sucks. I hate that.
I think it leads to like self-sacrificing too, like with the husband. Like it just speaks of like the wife having to sacrifice herself for everything that her husband needs. And then also I think vice versa, because it's like love your wife the way that Christ loved you. So like Christ sacrificed for you, sacrifice for your wife, baby. And maybe this is where they get the idea that love is sacrifice. I don't know. But I don't think there is an explicit husband submit to your wife scripture.
Okay, I'm going to look a little more because I felt like I read it one time and it was in, Romans or something around there, but or Galatians or something too. So I do want to look for it, and if I find anything, I'll report back. But I assume you're right. Yeah, generally in these regards. I also just want to say with the sacrifice thing, I do make sacrifices for my family. I do that because I love them. Like that is a true thing. Like sometimes I don't want to, walk my kids to school necessarily. Like that's I have a lot to do and that's like extra work for me. But I do that for them because I love them. Right. So like I get that sometimes small sacrifices are part of like how we like our love manifests, maybe, right? Like or I don't know like the right word for it, but something along those lines. But to say that they're equal is so obviously false, because you can imagine a situation where someone loves someone and doesn't sacrifice, or obviously if I did the ultimate sacrifice, my kids would miss me. That would be a terrible thing to do. They would want me to not do that. And if I did, you can imagine like someone who is like a soldier who doesn't love me, but is making a sacrifice for all, like multiple people that they don't love in order to whatever, you know what I mean? So like you can find situations where they're both not happening at the same time, which means that they're not always synonymous.
Yeah. Yeah. I just
I do
like
not think about. I'm sorry.
remember. I just remember. Maybe a few weeks after I got married, with my first husband, my grandmother that was a pastor, like right before she died. Now she had never been married, but she told me while she was in a hospital, to submit to my husband, and if he beat me, to just take it. And I think that all kind of intertwines, because it's like with the God being demanding and requiring blind loyalty and allowing suffering, and is full of jealousy. It maybe in some weird
Mm-hmm.
way, he saw that like this is what you have to do. This is what we do with that God. So this is what you're supposed to do when it comes to your husband, because he's the head of the household, just like God is the head of your family. I don't know. Maybe I'm just
No,
tripping,
you're
but
right.
that just,
Mm-mm. No, I think you're right. I think you're spot on.
yeah, that just popped in my mind.
Because think about it. Like you said, this is your grandmother.
Yes.
Back then, like grandmothers and great grandmothers, you know, like the unspoken stories, right? They had a lot of kids, but a lot of times it's because they were having sex because they felt obligated, and a lot of times they were being, I hate to say this, forced even by their husbands,
Hmm.
because they were taught that their bodies, that they didn't own their bodies, that their body didn't belong to them anymore once they got married. And so they were taking that abuse in the name of their God, and what they were being taught in the church.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Just like your body is the body of Christ, right? Your temple is the body of Christ. Everything that you do with your body, you do for God, right?
Hmm.
The same thing. If it says, be submissive to your husband the same way that you're submissive to Christ, like it would make sense, because if they feel like they have to sacrifice themselves, sacrifice, their body, or dress their body up for Christ, or they feel like they have to do the same for their husband, because that's literally what the book tells them to do. I think you're spot on.
I'm sorry, Lala. That hurts to hear that that's getting passed down.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't listen, but yeah, it was kind of weird. She was laying on a bed in a hospital, and that was her advice.
This is what you want. This is like the thing you want to pass on at
the
the end.
last words.
Right.
If
Take
your
a
husband
beating.
beat you, let him. Like what?
Right.
Religion is so toxic.
Yeah, it's the
He didn't know like
He's a
what,
good man,
I don't really blame
Savannah.
her for that. Right.
He's a good man, Savannah. I really feel like that's the messaging that we get as black women. Like, you
mm-hmm.
got to deal with that man. Look, he's still showing up and coming around.
And then the whole you should have chose better bullshit. Like that shit to me is just so
Oh my
fucking,
God.
yeah. Especially like when we're being taught that. Hold on, please. I'm gonna put you on mute. I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. We're like,
Sorry.
that's okay. I know you're on your lunch break. We're being taught that we have to suffer these things, right, or accept these things and live through these things, because it's our duty as a wife, it's our duty as a Christian, right? And then it's our duty to make our husbands better men. Like, they're not better men because you're not a better wife, right? And I said something stupid today that I need to take back, because I said there was a young man that and probably because I see myself as that. So like my ex-husband, when we were younger, he got put on probation, like a real hard probation, community correction, 6 fucking years. And I remember thinking to myself, like, how the fuck am I going to keep him out of trouble for 6 years? And I did, right? Like, made sure that he changed up his friend groups and all of that. He did the 6 years, didn't get into any more trouble where all of his other friends ended up going to jail, getting killed, whatever, right? And I took pride in that. And then, so today, this other young man got off of probation. He did 2 years probation. And I said, he has a good woman. And I was like, if there is a guy that's headed down the wrong path and he has a lady and he keeps getting in trouble, I was like, that lady ain't about shit. He need to get a new lady. But that's the dumbest shit ever, because that's not our fucking responsibility. And like, even just now, I'm realizing that is something that I need to fucking deconstruct.
Yep. You hear that, Christians in chat? Thinker just cooked herself, so come on up, rub it in her face.
Because that's not our fucking responsibility, and that's the shit that we were taught. Like, a man is as good as the woman that's on his arm. Like no, he needs to be good because he's fucking good. Because that's who he is, not because we put a lot into the men that we're with, like the relationships. And then a lot of times we end up raising these men or teaching these men, and they end up and I'm not saying all, like, because I don't want to do that, not all men thing, I don't want to do that, but a lot of times they end up cheating on us or abusing us. And then the shit that we taught them, all of the sacrificing that we did, they go and they use it on another woman, and they treat another woman the way that they should have treated us, right? Like, the whole time. And it's just a never ending cycle. And I even see young women today just repeating the cycle. And it's almost like when we, as older women, we try to teach the young women and say, hey, I've gone through that. I can see that red flag. Here's what happened to me. It's almost like they would rather see, they think that it's going to be different with them. Does that make sense? They think that, like, that is,
Yeah.
I don't know, like, the generation's different. Like, that was your generation. It's like a never ending cycle.
Yeah. Been going on too long.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I definitely think that when we're being told the whole submissive thing and the whole old test trial, I believe I'm starting to see Christianity as a self-deletion cult. At this point, it's another
As
cult,
a
like a Jim
what?
Jones cult. At this point, self-deletion cult.
Oh,
Self-deletion
self-deletion. Yeah.
Oh.
cult. That's what it seems like. It talks about bearing up your cross and, always allowing yourself to go through certain tests and trials for the sake of the Father, telling women to be it puts you, I don't know, I think the Calvinistic or Calvin denomination kind of practice, or is it Methodist? I'm not too sure which denomination, where it's pretty much
I'm sorry,
themselves
just
as
1 second, Trace.
rags.
1 second. And is there a mod in here that can go mod the YouTube comments for me right now? There's a racist in the comments. Do that. Can you go kick that motherfucker out the comments for me? Thank you. Sorry, Trace, go ahead.
That pretty much it feels occultist, and I don't know if many people done their history or researched how the Protestant, particular, how our belief or the things that we're being taught from the Bible and on the Bible, I mean that you can read it for face value, and then you're given its interpretation. A lot of it deals with us just wanting to separate. Well, the early church leaders wanted to separate from the certain mandates from the Catholicism, and just going back and researching scriptures and realizing that, hey, we use faith as the bigger message. The people feel like the power is in their hand and they can get closer to God and not go through the middleman of the church and pay penance and everything and depend on them to read this word for them. And then from there, coming in the Protestants, you have all these different groups of Protestants, different ways they wanted to believe. My thing is this: what did the earlier Christians, the first Christians, the ones who really were being persecuted, how did they believe? Many people don't recognize that the way you are taught about Christ is not at all how last century was taught about Christ, or the century before that was taught about Christ. So while you're boiling everything down as the premise, meaning that everything boils down to faith for the purpose of glory of God, baby, they taught it a different way. That it was another reason, another purpose, and century before. So it changes all the time, the reasoning for this worship of this God. And we get to a point where we're in this new generation after going through different world wars, after seeing certain current events. We start not to take heed to certain teachings that they could have got away with centuries before. So they have to sugarcoat a lot of these things, because the next generation ain't going to tolerate. Just let that man hit on you. No, you got to form in a different way. Let that man provide for you. And as he goes through his struggles, you go into your prayer. And yes, you could come to the counselor of the church and they will talk to you. It has to be formed different ways. But nonetheless, as God hates divorce, he hates it. You don't want to displease him. Nonetheless, watch how he provides for you. It's confusing. They sugarcoat mess for each century. If it fits your generation, you a millennial, we got you millennial. We're gonna give you just what you need. And that's what it seems to be.
So I just had a thought when you said that Christianity is taught differently to each generation. It feels like we are getting closer to them being okay teaching that God is an abstract idea. Do you think that that's their mode of survival? That people will be more,
Yes.
and that to me is a scary thing, because once people who do believe this shit accept that it's an abstract idea, I think it'll be harder for them to deconstruct.
Yep. Because at this point, you're not telling them something they don't already know. It's just how they manifest it. And that's actually, thank you. You know where I'm going. And that's what I feel like I've been noticing. I said this new age, because the thing of it is, I love the fact that I didn't just abruptly leave the church. I actually researched and sought out and said, let me investigate. And I talked to pastors and church leaders and certain things, and I questioned things. The things like you question, I brought up to them, and I could not allow them to deflect. I don't like that running away. You ain't about to pick with me. And I got them to, in so many ways, admit, I understand we don't know everything, and yes, something about that will be an allegory. But guess when that can admit that? When it's one-on-one. If we're in the public and I'm in the church, I can't raise my hand and ask that and I get a direct answer in Bible study, because now I'm messing with their money. Now I'm messing with the people having to question and decide if it's even purposeful to come to this church. A lot of pastors are starting to now, this other division? They're separating Paul from Christ. They're separating that because they're seeing contradictories, but they're trying to, I guess, do apologetics. And one of the things they're doing is we're leaning more towards Christ. There's some questionable things with Paul. Or you might have someone say, hey, we're following Paul is to take it lightly, but the ultimate thing is it's something going on right now with the split between Paul and Christ's teaching when it comes to the overall umbrella of Christianity. Something is going on there.
I think they're realizing that they teach two different things. Some of them are going back to trying to be who the early followers of Jesus, who Jesus's early followers were, the followers of the way. I hear that a lot. There's a whole movement around that. That somebody recommended a book for me to read that explains what the follower of the way is, and this movement that's taken off. But also, I had read an article about Christian criticism, and in this article, they quoted an evangelical saying that there would still be Christianity even without a Jesus, right? Even if there was no historical Jesus, there would still be Christianity, because it is Christianity. Jesus is an abstract idea, and it's the idea of Christianity. It's what Christianity represents, which is what this family it makes so much sense now. And so I feel like they're moving people towards that whole abstract idea, moving people away from the Bible. They literally admitted and said that the Bible cannot stand on its own, and that it has historical inaccuracies, anachronisms, scientific errors. So they're recognizing that people are having access to knowledge and information, and if they fact check the Bible, it's going to fail. And so they're getting ahead in presenting Jesus as like this abstract idea. It's a way to be, not necessarily a human or a person, right? And he said, oh my God, it just Dan Barber said that he was talking to an evangelical preacher, and he said to him that just Adam and Eve isn't historical. Adam and Eve is a parable, just like Jesus would tell parables in the New Testament. He's like, the prodigal son isn't real. Why would you think Adam and Eve is real? Like, it's all parables. It's all abstract ideas. And I was like, damn, they are really moving towards that. And as more Christians accept that, then they would basically be saying yes to this narcissistic, abusive way of life. And there's nothing, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's a rebrand. They're basically rebranding right now. I think that's their survival mode. I think that's their plan of survival.
And I'm noticing it. And you said exactly, when you pull to side, it's like, oh yeah, this is a parable. This is an abstract. Wait a minute. You didn't say that all these years in these sermons. You were telling us to take on, and I go back and I look at the sermon. You were saying mind and the heart the whole time. You're telling, oh my God. And it's like, no matter how much they say, oh, it's real, this really happened, they cry and everything, it is literally, you're speaking to a generation that is now realizing that we need therapy. And so that is how and why the abstract is going to be tolerated with those who still stuck in the faith after realizing it's all fake. Because they realize at the end of the day, this is my therapy. This is how I stay encouraged. And the question is, how are you going to go about living? Are you going to be more accepting to other genres, other people, types of people? Does that mean it's going to be even more leniency than what you claim New Testament has from the Old Testament? That's the question, because at the end of the day, if that's your therapy to keep you encouraged in life, that's all good. But as long as it's not something that's going to be toxic and harmful to the next one, because in that mindset, it teaches, hey, I came to take away, disrupt families, as Christ, because you ain't all going to be in agreement with me, but you got to still stand by me, because that's what the premise of this stands on, that no matter what, you have to follow along with him, even when his ways are in disagreement with everybody else. You have to, and what would that be if you understand it's an abstract way of thinking? Because now the ideal of take up your cross, are you going to now just use as parables? Okay, that means I have to give to the poor, make sure, I give some type of servitude and that I remain humble. Okay, cool. Because other than that, there's no real way that's healthy to manifest that. And so, yeah, it got to be abstract, because at this point, outside of watching TBN, I didn't even hear my public or everyday pastors talk about revelations and details. They talk about spiritual warfare when they bring up anything from Revelations. They don't really talk about it as if it's something to expect. They tell you to expect it. They don't really prepare you in a mindset as if you're going to expect it. Instead, they just tell you that, you have to prepare for the enemy in your everyday life by way of making sure you stay in obedience to God and reading the scripture as well as worship. And so
And that's why it's
Revelations.
dangerous. That's that right there. What you just said. That's why it's dangerous as that abstract idea too, because that's how they, can get people back into that full acceptance of submission, back into the serving the chosen mindset. And when you think about Revelations, New Jerusalem, the new earth, the Christians or the Gentiles are serving the chosen. And that's what is so fucking scary. That's why I said this whole thing is a goddamn plan. It's a fucking guidebook.
No matter which way, it's a self-deletion in some type of way. You're sacrificing yourself for another's discretion. And it's like they love to use so many so many parables and metaphors to try to give the masses an understanding of what they believe and try to convert them over. And I love using what they have against them. Come on, this is another chat. They wanted to use a basketball as example to explain the Trinity. Boy, did that fall flat. I came up there and explained to them what the problem is, that basketball not omnipresent and not perfect and loving like the God you claim. So it completely deflates. So you're trying to explain that the inner tube is the Holy Spirit, the skin of the ball is Christ, and the air is the head of the Father. It's crap.
Was
All
that
the
a
way
real
around.
thing someone did?
I wish I could. On another live, it was a Christian chat, and I just peeked in. I stopped in. None of you guys were up, so I stopped in.
Yeah, I don't
And
go to
I had
Christian
to go.
chats. I'll be right back, Enzo.
Okay. I was just out too for a second, but I came back to hear that. That's so fucking funny. I love it.
And
We
when
always
I
used to
pointed out,
do
they
the
actually
water
gave me
one.
my credit. They said that was a good one. That was good. You're right. Okay, I get it. It was a bad example. But yeah, you said the water one.
Yeah, we always were taught like water can be ice, liquid, and vapor, right? And so there has like three forms, but that's not what we're talking about. Also, like there's plasma too, like there's a fourth form, but also like that's not what the Trinity is. They're saying they're all things at the same time. Water can't be frozen and melted at the same time. That doesn't make sense. So,
Thank you.
like, yeah, I don't know why. Like, when I remember like first hearing that and being like, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I get it. I just like don't question it at all." I bet that when I was 16, the basketball would have worked on me. You know what I mean? I've been like, "Oh yeah."
I was 16 when the water worked on me. My best friend, we both sure she explained it to me. I was like, "Yep, that's how we gonna do it," because we felt like we was gonna be evangelists out at the mall. We was gonna be them milk carton females. I'm glad we did not. Now that was my embarrassing story.
Yeah.
Milk carton standing on. Hey, here's thus says the Lord. And I understand my hurting, but yeah, it does. And that's what, when I was in that chat and I brought that to their attention, they said, okay, we get what you're saying. It wasn't bad questions. I had to let them know the difference is what you proclaim about the God. What makes this a not good example for us to understand it, because you say the God could be everywhere at one time. Well, you just explained something that's not even operational. And then if you say ice, it's not actively being all three at one time, which it distorts it even further. It may seem to say, well, okay, three things, but no, y'all go beyond saying that it's three separate parts, like three separate personalities. You say they're all one at one time actively. So when he say, why is thou forsaking me? Christ on the cross. It was God talking to himself at the same time. So that might be schizophrenia. Y'all teaching us schizophrenia?
That's what I experienced. Like personally, also. I mean, I was never diagnosed with it, but if I had gone to someone, it's very possible that I might have been at least diagnosed with something because I was hearing stuff and talking to stuff when I believed, like Jesus
Yeah.
was, right? And I
That's
think that like
spiritual.
I don't know why they don't say like, well, look, I'm a father and a TikTok live streamer and I'm a husband. Okay, I have three roles and I'm one person. Like, why don't they just do that? It seems like there is a way to kind of explain it, but they make it so hard because it has to be magic too. Like they have to include the magic also, or else it's not like cool enough, you know?
I'm going to tell you why, because this is what I learned, and this is the perspective. The reasoning behind it is you have to simultaneously, at the same dang time, recognize that they are separate for the purpose of understanding Christ in the flesh was necessary, and that he had to take on the sacrifice, and he had to separate himself. At the same time, you have to also simultaneously accept that they are one, because Christ still has the full blown power as the creator. And they don't understand. That's the part that's confusing, because you're trying to make different parts of this Christian story that came throughout the different centuries work. You're trying to make the doctrination and theology work. And you're trying to make it to whereas, okay, well, wait a minute. God, he wasn't really a real sacrifice because he was too perfect and he was God himself. No, you don't get it. You don't get it. Okay, he came in as a substitute lamb, because back in the day, he had to have a perfect lamb. But at the same time, it had to be something of this world. And so that's why he came through Mary. And that's why he separated. It hurted him so bad to have to separate from his son himself. It doesn't make sense. He had to separate from his son, which is himself.
Yeah. No, I never can wrap my head around that still. It's something that, like, just to me seems so obviously made up. But no answer I've ever heard has been like remotely satisfying. It's just kind of like, okay, I guess you said words. It's still confusing.
Mm-hmm.
It still doesn't make sense to me. I also want to read real quick because I was looking for this verse about to go back to the husband and wife submission thing, and I don't think there has something up on there too, but this one is from 1 Corinthians, and I've never seen this before. I'm sure. Sorry, I was like also eating a gummy bear. 1 second. Okay, so I'm sure people in chat have heard this before, but what the fuck is going on in 1 Corinthians? This is also saying, it says, but I want you to understand Christ is the head of every man, and the man is the head of the woman, and God is the head of the Christ. So there's that Trinity thing there that goes like God, Christ, men, women, according to Bible. Any man who prays or prophesies with something on his head shames his head. But any woman who prays or prophesies with her head unveiled shames her head. It is one and the same thing as having her head shaved. Now, this is obviously disgusting, but it's also interesting because of a verse that I'm sure many people are familiar with, where in the Old Testament, the Bible condones grape by saying you can take one of the women, the leftover virgins of war, and take them and make them your wife. And the way you do it is you shave their head. And it says right here that that's just like this terrible, awful thing to do. So that's interesting. I just hadn't like seen this before and thought of it in that context. And it keeps going on and on about how shameful it is. Don't cut your hair. Don't have your hair shaved. You have to wear a veil. Men can't wear veils. So like men are like not allowed to wear hats. And they're also not allowed to have long hair, which I've never seen before. There's this great verse that says, judge for yourselves. Is it proper for a woman to pray to God with her head unveiled? Which you don't see in the Bible that often, where it says judge for yourselves. That's kind of weird. And I would judge, yeah, it is. That's fine. She wants to do that's fine. But then they're saying, no, because it says, does not nature itself tell you that if a man wears long hair, it is dishonoring him? But if a woman has long hair, it is her glory? I never knew this, but men are supposed to have short hair. In every like drawing we see of Jesus, he's got this like long, glorious, beautiful hair. So that's wrong for sure. It's interesting.
Nazarene. Is it Samuel Solomon? Not Solomon. Which one was the one?
But Jesus wasn't a Nazarite. He wasn't a Nazarite. Yeah.
Samson. That's who I was thinking of. Samson with long hair.
Yeah. Were you here, Thinker, about the shaving of the head thing that I was reading?
I heard you say the last part about judge for yourself.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting verse that it says, judge for yourselves. Like, you just don't see that very often in the Bible. And then the judgment obviously is incorrect. Later it says, when we judge, it doesn't work. Only God's judgment does. But up above I'm in 1 Corinthians 11 about the stuff where women have to wear a veil when they pray. And it's terrible, it's disturbing, it's misogynistic, I hate it. And then there's a part that says, Any woman who prays or prophesies with her head unveiled shames her head. It is one and the same thing as having her head shaved, which reminds me of when back in the Old Testament they were saying you can capture the virgin spoils of war and then shave their head and make them your wife.
So I had
pretty
read
much-
something about this before in Rome, and I know the bald head had a lot to do with the Essenes for the men, and then the veiled, the women wearing veils had to do with their status. So poor women didn't have to veil their heads. It was the women of high status that were required to veil their heads. So I wonder if this is what Paul is referring to, because when he says like, hold on, let me pull up. You said Corinthians 11. It's 11:4. Is that what it is?
Let me see. It's 1 Corinthians 11. Yeah, 4 is when it gets into, or 5 is when it gets into the head shaved. It's 4 and 5.
Let me see what he says. I commend you because you remember me in everything and maintain the traditions just as I handed them on to you. But I want you to understand that Christ is the head of every man, and the man is the head of the woman, and God is the head of Christ. Any man who prays or prophesies with something on his head shames his head, but any woman who prays or prophesies with her head unveiled shames her head. It is one and the same thing as having her head shaved. Which is weird, because he has to be talking about women of status, because in the Greco-Roman period only the women of high status covered their heads. It was a sign of status, like a sign that they were married, and that they were married to a man of high status. The lower status women didn't cover their heads, and if they did, it was seen as an offense to the women of high status. For if a woman will not veil herself, then she should cut off her hair. But if it is shameful for a woman to have her hair cut off or to be shaved, she should wear a veil. For a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God, but women is a reflection of man. Like, I wonder if this is for like the women, like the Essenes. Man was not made from woman, but woman. Well, you said it says judge for yourself. Which
That's
which
13.
For just as woman came from man, so man comes through woman, but all things come from God. Judge for yourselves. Is it proper for a woman to pray to God with her head unveiled? Does not nature itself teach you that if a man wears long hair, it is dishonoring to him? But if a woman has long hair, it is her glory, for her hair is given to her for a covering. But if any, like, I don't know what, I don't know if he's saying, I don't know what exactly he's saying here, because how does nature teach that? Because it's like he's saying that men are naturally bald.
The best verse I've ever heard in the Bible is on verse 10 here. For this reason, a woman ought to have authority over her head, because of the angels. And then he just goes on talking, and people are going to be like, I'm sorry, why is it again? Because of the angels. I explained it already. Like, that is exactly such a Christian answer. Like, it did not answer the question at all. Why? Because of the angels. What does that mean?
Paul did a whole lot of babbling sometimes. Like, sometimes his writing seems incoherent, because like I don't know, this doesn't make sense to me for him to say, does nature itself teach you that if a man wears long hair, it is dishonoring to him?
But because of the angels, it makes perfect sense. Thinker, I don't know what you're missing here. But it's worth noting too that right after this is like how to do the Lord's Supper. So if this is for one specific group of, who did you say? Assy women?
I think it was the Essenes.
Okay.
Because I think, the 42 she-bears that end up killing Elisha when they're like, go forth thy bald head.
I was thinking about this, reading this too.
Because I was studying that scripture too, because you don't get a lot of information about it, but they were saying like Elijah was in the scene, his head was bald, so was Elisha, and they were the reason why his head was bald is because he had shaved it as a purity requirement for the Essenes. And when they were saying, go forth, thy bald head, they were telling him to follow his mentor Elijah and die.
Ew.
Yeah, so they were telling him to die, to kill himself. And that's why he called down the curse.
Yeah, they were saying delete your TikTok account, but it's the equivalent of that. Yeah. But I know, all I'm saying is since the Lord's Supper instructions are right after this, then most churches do the Lord's Supper, then it seems like they should follow all of these rules, which sucks.
Or these rules didn't have nothing to do with their asses, like, and it had to do with a specific Jewish sect or like a specific sect of Christians, and they just tried to apply it to everybody, and that's the problem.
I'm going to use this stuff later. This is good dumb Bible stuff.
Oh, Paul has a lot of dumb Bible stuff. So like he has some very incoherent ramblings. Like, hold on, I'm gonna find. Give me just a sec. Y'all keep talking amongst yourselves. Hold on.
I'm just shoving more gummy bears in my mouth. I'm trying not to chew them loudly in my microphone. Oh, I have an idea. We'll do this.
Y'all, can you please get these likes up to 150,000, please? Thinker has a gift goal of blow the bubbles. Don't forget, the Apple Store is now open, so you can recharge your coins. Thank you for supporting.
It's just a little tune I was working on earlier.
But Lala, that was like, you sound like 92Q.
It's 94.7 The Wave here. And it's
Oh,
so
is
cute.
it?
Yeah, and they always do these little jams in between, and it like sounds like a real song starting. You're like, I don't know the song, and then they're like, 94.7 The Wave, and they like really get into it. It's so fun, and my kids all sing it and stuff now. It's hilarious.
Man, I cannot find it. It's one where he's talking about how he got beat up, and how which is it? Hold on.
This guy in chat keeps asking if they're Haribo. I assume you're talking about the gummy bears. I don't fuck with gelatin, so no.
Oh, what kind do you have?
They're Valentine's themed X's and O's from Trader Joe's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and yes. You can also get your nerd badge back. Once again, the Apple Store is now open. You can go directly, click that yellow star.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Click the yellow star on your bottom left-hand corner and subscribe to Thinkers Live. Thank you, Mazo. Also, if you're enjoying the show, there's a link in Thinker's bio. You could tip her by using Cash App. Thank you.
I don't know. I think it's this one. Let me see. He says, I wish you would put up with me in a little foolishness. Yes, do put up with me. I feel like a divine jealousy for you, for I promised you in marriage to one husband to present you as a chaste virgin to Christ. But I'm afraid that as the serpent deceived Eve by its cunning, your thoughts will be led astray from a sincere and pure devotion to Christ. For if someone comes and proclaims another Jesus than the one we proclaimed, or if you receive a different spirit from the one you received, or a different gospel from the one you accepted, you put up with it readily enough. I think that I am not in the least inferior to these super apostles. Even if I am untrained in speech, I certainly am not with respect to knowledge. Certainly in every way and in all things we have made this evident to you. Did I commit sin by humbling myself so that I might be exalted? Because I proclaim God's good news to you free of charge? I robbed the other churches by accepting support from them in order to serve you. And when I was with you and was in need, I did not burden anyone, for my needs were supplied by the brothers who came from Macedonia. So I refrained and will continue to refrain from burdening you in any way. As the truth of Christ is in me, this boast of mine will not be silenced in the regions of Achaia. And why? Because I do not love you? God knows I do. And what I do, I will also continue to do in order to deny an opportunity to those who want an opportunity to be recognized as our equals in what they boast about. For such boasters are false apostles, deceitful workers, disguising them as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, even Satan disguised himself as an angel of light. So it is not strange if his ministers also disguise themselves as ministers of righteousness. Their end will match their deeds. I repeat, let no one think that I am a fool, but if you do, then accept me as a fool, so that I too may boast a little. What am I saying in regard to this boastful undertaking? I am saying not with the Lord's authority, but as a fool. Since many boast according to human standards, I will also boast. For you gladly put up with fools being wise yourself. For you put up with it when someone makes slaves of you, or preys upon you, or takes advantage of you, or puts on airs, or gives you a slap in the face. To my shame, I must say we are too weak for that. But whatever anyone dares to boast of, I am speaking as a fool. I also dare to boast that. Are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they descendants of Abraham? So am I. Are they ministers of Christ? I am talking like a madman. I'm a better one. He said,
Unbelievable. This is so good.
he said, I'm a better one. With far greater labors, far more imprisonments, with countless floggings, and often near death. 5 times I've received from the Jews the 40 lashes minus 1. 3 times I was beaten with rods. Once I received a stoning. 3 times I was shipwrecked. For a night and a day I was adrift at sea, on frequent journeys, and dangers from rivers, danger from bandits, danger from our own people, danger from Gentiles, danger in the city, danger in the wilderness, danger at sea, danger from false brothers and sisters, and toil and hardship, through many a sleepless nights, hungry and thirsty, often without food, cold and naked. And besides other things, I am under daily pressure because of my anxiety for the churches. Who is weak? I'm not weak. Who is made to stumble? And I'm not indignant. If I must boast, I will boast of the things that show my weakness. The God and the Father of the Lord Jesus be blessed he forever, knows that I do not lie. In Damascus, the governor under King Aretas guarded the city of Damascus in order to seize me, but I was let down in a basket through the window in the wall and escaped his hands. Like, Paul just went the fuck off, but he said, y'all let people enslave y'all. Y'all let people talk down to y'all and slap you in the face. I'm too weak for that shit. He's like, I ain't
So unhinged throughout this whole thing. Like, I feel like I've gotten almost this exact same message from people, like, after I finish a live, and you always get like a few, not every live, but fairly commonly you get some like all caps rant from some Christian who's saying all these like facts about the thing, and just like, I'm not reading all this. It just reads exactly like I know he wrote this in capital Greek. It's so like, and then he sent it, and then was like, "Oh fuck, I shouldn't have sent that out. I should not have sent that out. That's gonna get in the Bible. That's gonna end up in the fucking Bible. I should not have sent that out."
Oh my gosh. But yeah, dude is like, Paul has a lot of these fucking rants. Like, he is incoherent. And the crazy thing, like, when he called them super apostles, that's his way of talking shit.
Yeah, I actually looked that up on like some Bible website, because I was like, what, like, while you're reading, I was like, I gotta know what super apostle is right now. But yeah, that's what it said here too, that it's like sarcastic.
Yeah, he's talking shit. He's like, they think they all big and bad super apostles.
It's so good too, because it's exactly what he is. Like, in every way, he faked this vision of Jesus and started doing prophecies and stuff. And then he just sees other people do the same thing, and he's like, look at these idiots. Look at them. Look at them. Now I'm the one true idiot. Like, it's just so obvious what you're doing, dude.
It's like, you think you're a madman? I'm a better one.
I love the term madman.
That shit is crazy. What happened to Treese? She's back in the guest box. Did she drop on accident, or?
I don't know.
Yes, her Wi-Fi went out.
Oh, okay. Teresa, I'm gonna bring you back up so that we can finish, and then we need to bring up another guest.
See, I understand that Wi-Fi's are supposed to be submissive, but I don't know if that's true still.
Oh, that was a good one, Mezzo.
Cool.
That was a good one.
Said cool. Sorry.
Sky Katie said sometimes
But
you
yeah, he
gotta
was in
pop
there
out,
spitting
Paul.
like Hova.
She said sometimes you gotta pop out, Paul. Yeah.
Paul was
What
in
else
there
did you have?
spitting like Hova. Jay-Z.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we
I
bring up
wanted to
another guest?
mention, I just wanted to kind of mention what Mezzo was reading about covering their heads. Women got to cover their heads because of the angels. I think that Christians oftentimes teach that as being related to the Nephilims, when supposedly, like, and it's the whole book of Enoch that has most of the information that's just left out of the Old Testament, where supposedly the Nephilims came down and made it with the women. And that's supposed to be the explanation for why so many people were evil and why God had to flood the earth. It all deals with that type of theology or whatever. Like the women were so attractive to the fallen angels and to the Nephilims that now they're required to cover their heads.
That's interesting.
Oh, nobody heard that? Yes, that is a thing that is oftentimes alluded to.
So because the angels only see women from above, you can't have too sexy of top head. That's interesting.
Like you said, it could be so many other reasons. Like you said, with Rome's dead, for how they kind of get derived to that.
Kind of contradicts with Ruth, doesn't it?
Hey y'all, we have a subwave going. Please click the subscribe button on the bottom left-hand corner. It's the gold star. We have 8 minutes left.
I don't know. But did you have anything else, Treese? We're going to bring up another guest.
Oh, that's all. I'm going to just listen.
All right.
Thank you all.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great night, okay?
Thanks, Trees.
Thank you.
All right. If you are in the guest request box on purpose and you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment? This helps us so that we don't accidentally bring up an account that accidentally requested, and it saves us time. So if you are wanting to be on stage and you're in the guest request, comment and let us know. Truth teller.
Hi guys.
Hey, so there was a pastor in the comments saying, "Let me up. I'm a pastor." They have no patience whatsoever. So if you're in the guest request box, if you come in here, it is one guest on stage at a time. If y'all can help us out, when y'all see those comments, just respond to them and let them know like it's one guest at a time and that we're not just ignoring them. So sometimes they may leave and think that we're ignoring them and we don't want them on stage, or that we're scared because they're a pastor. If y'all see them commenting that, just be like, hold on, it's only one guest on stage at a time. What's up, Truth Teller?
Hey, good evening, all. I did have a comment, which I made on Solovino's live. Something that we've all heard many times when making excuses for some of Jehovah's most heinous acts, like the Amalekites. Oh,
well, I'm sorry. Which topic are you?
It's
discussing?
number one.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
It's really how, because there's something in common with this excuse folks give for Jehovah and any abuser. There's something in common, but with Jehovah, it's an excuse, and this is leverage. That's God, way up there, so powerful, so omniscient, so omnipotent, and we're just mere humans. How can we question the nerve of us? So but just because he has this deity leverage, essentially that's what it is. He has the leverage. He has this deity leverage, but this doesn't make him, pardon my vulgarity, less of a prick. It doesn't make his moral wrongness any less. It doesn't mitigate the vileness of his acts. And if you think about it, you could say this for any abuser. The abusive husband always has leverage over the victim wife, or the rapist over the victim, or an adult abuser over the child. They always have leverage. There's never a case where the victim has leverage over the abuser. This doesn't excuse them. Just because they have leverage, it doesn't make their crime, their guilt any less, or make their actions any less vile, or doesn't mitigate the moral wrongness. But it's the excuse you hear all the time. He has deity leverage over us mere human beings. It's not an excuse. It's never an excuse.
I agree.
The abuser always has leverage.
And I think that is what prepares, people to be more accepting of a human abusing them, because they're accepting of, excusing the abuse of the God or their pastors. Like they're trained to even accept the abuse of their religious leaders too, and so it kind of trains them into society, into allowing other people to abuse.
Yes, and I think in general, that's what Christianity, it's not about morality, it's about obedience. Obedience is the lesson. It's the lesson of the crucifixion. It's a snuff drama, but yet we admire Jesus, although Jesus is God and he's doing it to himself, but we admire this submission to this abuse, to this humiliation and this beating. It says, admire this. This is your role model. It is, yes, it's about obedience. It's not about morality. It's a lesson in obedience.
That's a question that I want to ask the next believer that comes up. Like, what is so admirable about that? About, submitting to that type of abuse. What's admirable about that?
Yes, and what is admirable about that drama? I've said, and I don't know if I've said it here, but let me say it real quick. If I have, just stop me. But if you think about the crucifixion, what does it do to mitigate the harm that I've caused my neighbor? If I'm just careless, not even intentional, but I'm careless, I'm backing out of my driveway one day, I hit my neighbor on his bike, he breaks his leg. How does beating this man 2,000 years ago mitigate the harm? I can tell you what will mitigate the harm I've caused my neighbor. I can pay his hospital bill. I can walk his dog and water his plants until he gets back from the hospital. And I can help him again, help him till he gets on his feet. His leg will never be the same, but I can do things to mitigate the harm that I've caused. And I ought to. But just saying, how does this beating and humiliating 2,000 years ago, the snuff drama, how does that help? How does it mitigate any harm that I might cause?
I think a lot of them believe that they wouldn't be able to, give a damn about the fact that they ran over somebody on a bike with their car and caused them harm if Jesus hadn't died on the cross. I honestly, I think they think that. I think they think had he not died on the cross, they are incapable of giving a damn about another human being.
Yeah. Well, I've heard him say, if you don't have the objective morality, which of course is just Jehovah's opinion, it's Jehovah's subjective opinion on morality. But if you don't have that, I've heard him say, well, why don't you just go around raping and killing folks? Why not? If you don't have God's objective morality. So it kind of goes along with what you just said. Somehow, yeah, they can't be good people unless we go through that snuff drama. When all we need is just essential empathy. All you have to do is care and feel what your neighbor's going through. That's all you need. That is good enough.
Agreed. Did you have anything?
I just wanted to mention that, again, I've heard that so many times. Oh, that's God. That's God. So somehow, because he's got deity leverage, it excuses what he does. It makes his vile actions somehow mitigates them. It doesn't. Every abuser has leverage. And that was my point. I've heard that so many times.
Well, did you have anything else, Mezzo?
No, I just wanted to,
Selena?
I wanted to share and vent. So it's always good to talk to you, Thinker. And so you guys, you have a good evening, panel. We'll talk again.
All right, thank you, Truth Teller. Have a good night. I want to know, like, why do they see that as admirable? Y'all do that and came out what y'all done did in the comments? Dudette is coming on stage. What happened, Dudette? Are we in trouble?
No,
This
nobody
picture
did
is
it.
diabolical, dude. That's hilarious.
What's diabolical?
This picture is Patrick Star chopping the
Oh my God, Dudette.
I knew Oso would appreciate it.
I surely do.
No, I was just coming up to say, y'all, listen, don't forget to visit Thinker's merch store either. Purchase some of her merch. It's a good, she has some really nice t-shirts, mugs, and it's good quality. So please visit her bio, follow her on YouTube at Arc Thinker. Keep tapping the screen, get the likes to 150K. Continue to share the live and help her reach her gift goal. And we can subscribe. We need one more subscriber, a little less than 2 minutes left. And I just want to say, if you're friendly and you're up here, no hard feelings, but I will pay to drop you.
I knew Dudette was coming up to start
nothing personal. But when you up here for too long and after a while, I zone out and it's like, okay, I'm over it. So I will pay to drop you. I don't care who you are. If you're friendly in here and you type in all caps, I don't care if you're a big creator. If you're disrespecting the space, you'll get muted too. So just so you know, no hard feelings, but I will pay to drop you. I will mute you. Thinker gave me the rules over a year ago, and I'm sticking to them. So that's that on that, and I'm going to drop.
Thank you, Dudette. Now y'all see why Dudette got the most power in this space. I appreciate you. But hold on before you go. What is the song that they're telling me to listen to that goes with your PFP? What song?
Oh, I don't know. I just chose a song that I liked. I don't even remember what it was. But
wait, there's a song when you where is the song at?
Oh, it'll come up on my For You page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got it. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, on this back one. So, all right, I'm gonna drop.
Let me see what the username is on here. Oh, okay. No. Stay right there because I'm about to pull it up.
Okay.
Hold on. I gotta check this out because everybody's like, listen to the song. Hold on.
I just got out of a meeting with a bunch of billionaires. TikTok, we mean business. This is my lawyer right here. We have an offer ready for you. We want to buy the
Damn, this
platform.
song lit.
America deserves
Yeah,
TikTok.
what is
Y'all
that?
can hear that?
Yeah.
Let me say
Oh,
Yeah.
that's through my
Yeah.
headphones. Hold on. That's the TikTok FIP. I hate when people say billionaires like a motherfucker gonna be like, ooh. Like, shut the fuck up.
What did I say again?
I just got out of a meeting with a bunch of billionaires.
Oh.
Yeah, like, who gives
There
a
it is.
fucking damn?
Thanks for the gift, y'all.
Yeah, you just gotta get a little ghoulish with it.
Do I have to send it to you, Thinker?
I'm signing to TikTok.
Oh, okay.
I was just talking about Patrick Starr in someone else's live today. Someone named AG who was running a "Why Is It Wrong to Be Lesbian" live, and some guy was up, it's just saying some stuff that didn't make any sense, and we realized, I'm like, this is not anyone's like LGBT or just even L experience, right? Like, he was talking about some lesbian show he saw, and we couldn't quite figure out what it was. And finally, I said something like, "No, I think I know what you're talking about. I saw that show. It's like, Sandy was tired of all the nonsense of the men, so she like pretended to be a lesbian. That's what you're talking about, right?" And like, it took him a minute, but he realized I was just like talking about how Patrick and SpongeBob were all annoying. I mean, what's Sandy's name? Oh, here it is.
Sorry.
I was gonna say that's not it.
Sorry, Mizzo, go ahead.
That's it. It's just funny that you came up with Patrick, because I was just talking about how about him earlier today, and he doesn't come up that often to me in my world.
I don't see a video on your page with a song.
You got to click on the story. Maybe is it like one of
There's
those?
not a story.
I uploaded a new profile thing or something.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay, because I'm on your main page and there's only five videos on your page. Did it delete? Does it delete after a while?
I don't think so.
I'm clicking
Like,
on the
this is my
picture.
backup. This isn't my main one with the
Yeah,
list.
I'm on Miss Diddy.
No.
That's your backup, Miss Diddy, right?
Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
I'll
one
send it
I'm
to
on.
you. I'll send it to you. All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna drop.
All right.
Love y'all. Bye.
All right, love you too. All right, if you're in the guest request box and you're waiting to come on stage to pick a topic to discuss, please comment so that we can bring you up. I appreciate y'all for resubscribing. I see the subs going back up. Hopefully we can get back to our 800 member club. If you are a new sub and you need access to the Discord, don't reach out to a mod so you can get access to the Discord. If you are a second month and beyond member and you still need access, reach out to a mod so that they can get you access to the Discord.
That's so dope that you're getting them back. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Is it true that you guys had 10,000 people blocked?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, right now we're probably at 10,980 because I unblocked 20 so that we could block some more.
You know, I recently hit the 10,000 follower mark. I'm wondering if they're all the same people.
Probably, I don't know. But I would probably say maybe 1,000 of them are the corn bots.
Right. Yeah.
Who's in the guest box on purpose?
Those shouldn't count. Like, TikTok should be able to. It's so obvious. They have to be able to like figure out a way to stop those ones. Just make it so that anytime someone says like, "Hey, check out my pics," it's just like that person's whole account just goes, you know.
I don't think they want to, because when we report it, it comes back no violation found. Yeah, so I don't think they want to block them. I think it's a source of revenue for TikTok.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think they're looking at their nude pictures.
And videos. Don't forget the videos.
And the videos. I don't forget the videos.
Let's see. Mr. T. Lee, Bay Ann, Gi Hun, Keith Longhorns Jr.
Are you reading more of Paul? What is this?
These are the people that's in the guest box.
Oh,
and then 666 Trigger. Y'all are in the guest box. There is a user in the guest box without a name, and I don't bring up accounts without a name. But if you're in the guest box on purpose, please comment and let me know. If I don't see a comment within the next 60 seconds, I'm going to empty out the guest box. Yeah, the names are, I don't know, like, I want to do people, like, just pick TikTok names like the first thing that they think of.
Well, I mean, let's also keep in mind that just because Pinker said that was the names don't mean that was the name.
Good point. That's a good point.
These
Those
are the names.
Perfectly normal human names.
I'm looking through the list here. There's a Jeff, Susan, John,
whatever.
Right.
Whatever. Okay, so I'm cleaning out the box. All right, so if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Y'all keep in mind, we are here to have conversations. And so if we don't get conversations, I'm not going to sit here and wait and beg people to come up. We're going to move on with our night. But also, can you tell me, like, why is your name El Oso Rey? Like, what's the story behind your name?
Yeah, I bought an Xbox with my first job, and I thought really hard about my gamer tag. I was like, I want to be cool, but I want to be different. And I thought, the Bear King. I thought that sounded kind of lame, so I was like, let me do it in Spanish. And I was like, yeah, that shit hit right there. And I just kind of made everything this.
So that means the Bear King. Yeah, you don't have to be a believer. So you could be deconstructing, or you can be an atheist. If you are an atheist and you come up, you still, if you're not a nerd, you still have to pick one of the topics and talk about one of the topics on the post. But friendlies are welcome up. It's not just believers. So I want to make that clear too. But El Oso Rey means the Bear King.
Sure enough, that's why I always got the bears.
Are you
with
lying?
The clowns on them.
No, it does. That's true. Oso is bear.
I don't trust
Reyes.
Oso. I don't know.
No, I'm vouching for that.
I don't trust you either, Mezzo. You and Oso are like two.
We've been friends. What are you
I'm sorry. Nope.
All right, that's fair. I mean, you can learn Hebrew, but you can't look up 3 Spanish
About
words.
to look it up right now.
Nah, don't worry about that. It feels good the way I put it.
Let me see. Bear King in Spanish is Rey Oso.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it backwards.
Okay.
I didn't like El Rey Oso. That didn't feel like that flew.
It's more like King Bear.
Yeah, King Bear, the King Bear.
But they switch their things. You know what I mean? Like they say the car red, right? Instead of the red car.
I don't know. I liked how El Oso Rey sounded more than El Rey Oso. It felt choppy saying it that way.
It's smooth. A cool name, yeah.
I appreciate the longevity too. Like I have changed my username so many times, like over the years, and even honestly, my real name, which I'm not gonna I don't share that publicly, but like I've changed my real name a couple times too. So like the fact that you got an Xbox in, what'd you say? Like it was 1906 or something, and kept it. Like that's pretty amazing.
Jeez, nah, man, that's insane. That had been like 2010.
Damn, that sounds so long ago.
It's 15 years.
Yeah, but it sounds ancient.
I've gone through 6 names in that time.
6 names?
Probably, seriously.
Like legal names or online names?
No, I've not, 210. No, not legal names, not long.
Oh, like your online names?
Yeah.
Well, Maslow's legal name is
I never keep the
Siebert
same online name anywhere though.
Einstein.
What?
That's right. He's an
What?
heir to the Einstein fortune.
That's not true, but I am descended from the Earl of Sandwich, and that is a true thing. I know thinkers not going to believe me, but my mom's side of the family kept really detailed genealogies. And one of the people is like the guy who invented sandwiches is a distant uncle.
Wow. I'm invented to the original Petty Betty. Well, her name is her name is Betty Petty.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so right. Like you can go back either way. You can switch.
Yeah. Yep.
Who's Petty Betty?
She is. She's. I don't know how to explain who she is. She was married to some guy that knew King James. Like I don't fucking know who they are, but yeah, it's in my family tree. I made a post about it a long time ago. I done already forgot about him like that, but I remember in the post I made a joke about I can imagine that she was the first called Petty Betty. Yeah, I don't remember.
Wow.
Skeptic and Scoundrels, how are you?
Hey, good evening.
What topic did you come up to discuss?
Yeah, so I figure I'd come up and talk about is the Christian God an abusive husband? But just as a preamble, I'm a former Christian, agnostic atheist, and I'm also a YouTube content creator. So I like talking about this kind of stuff.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so you guys were talking earlier about Paul. Has anybody ever compiled all of the scriptures that Paul wrote regarding women? Because I don't know, like you see kind of a clear pattern with Paul. Like he speaks of some women specifically by name in a favorable light, but in generals, he's like, they must remain silent, heads must be covered. I believe he made the comment about them being weaker vessels. Just kind of like a general, I don't know, like I won't say animosity, but definitely he sees them as inferior. Of course, back then, I think just about every male did, but I don't know, I like to speculate on where this type of mentality comes from and kind of what drove him to continue to push that. Because, like, for instance, in 1 Corinthians, he said, I prohibit a woman to speak in church. Not God has told me to prohibit it through me, but I prohibit it. Like, he took on that authority, and he's the one that said, I decree this. So if he is indeed, I'll wrap this up here, if he's indeed speaking for God, then, God's that abusive husband. God is basically saying, hey, you must remain silent in these conditions because of your genetics or because of your body parts or just because I said so. And Paul is just simply doing that. But I don't know, like, have we ever compiled all the scriptures that Paul wrote about women? Because I like to see.
So I've never compiled all of the scriptures, but I have looked at the difference in tone towards women with the Pauline writings. Not all 13 letters are actually written by this character Paul. His earlier writings, he's more favorable of women being active in the church and like respecting women. And he talks about women as like they were the ones who actually taught him about Christ. And says that, the women that he worked with were Christians before he was. And then some of them helped him, build the churches and the homes in Rome. And then you get to the pastoral letters, which were not written by Paul. They were written after his death, but they were attributed to Paul. I think that it's those men who I call the institutionalized Jesus, and they're the more so conservative Jesus, far right. I think those men were the ones that had like this misogynistic, patriarchal agenda to make sure that women knew their places. They were subservient to men. They didn't want women telling them that the ideas that they were coming up with were immoral or didn't make any sense. And
Yeah, that sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that actually adds a great layer to the whole question too, because like, okay, yeah, I think about half of the Pauline letters are considered to be, forgeries. So what was Paul's actual opinions that he wrote, and then what are the opinions of other men who latched on to Paul, imitated him, and then wanted to push whatever agendas they had, and like what did they say, and then kind of like weigh those together. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. There is that half of what's written might actually is actually not from Paul. What we have.
yeah, because it's not until you see the hierarchies, like right, the politics being created for the church, like the offices of the bishops and the deacons and all of that. When you see, women be subservient or submissive to your husband as Christ, like you are to Christ, like the Ephesian letters. Like Ephesian isn't one of Paul's letters that was attributed to Paul. And then the one where it says, husbands, love your wives because she's the weaker vessel, or love your wives the same way, or honor your wives because she is the weaker vessel. That's actually Peter.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for the insights. Appreciate it. I won't, be more boring as another atheist up here.
No, that was these are the type of conversations that I enjoy, like exploring these type of thoughts. So don't ever think that that's boring.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no,
appreciate it. Yeah, that was half my reason for popping on here. The other half is I've never actually done a live on TikTok before, so I'm kind of feeling out the technology here because I do everything on YouTube, and I was picking Mezzo's brain and Discord on his sound setup, so I was trying to get that.
I think I've seen you maybe on YouTube also, like your user. What are they called? Picture. Your picture looks familiar too, and I noticed like when I clicked into here, I was like, why do I recognize this person who only has 3 followers? So that was
yeah.
weird. But
what's your YouTube?
Skeptics and Scoundrels. It's a YouTube channel. I've done a few videos on and some streams, but I've trying to get back to doing some content creation over there. But I've mostly been just guesting on other people's channels past like year or so. So yeah, no, I'm around. You can just Google me and you'll find me. So
did you say bugle?
Bugle me. Yeah, bugle.
I like that.
Exactly.
Definitely come back. Like this is what this live is about. It's a research live. Like the discussions that we have is so that people can bring up things that we haven't thought about, regarding the text, regarding the history, regarding the doctrine. So
I think one of my favorite things to actually really consume on YouTube is stuff from like Paulogy and Bart Ehrman. I'm really fascinated with the Gospels and how, because I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. I consider myself a Christian until I was 27. I took the Bible as inerrant, the Gospels as, yes, this was like an actual accurate historical account of Jesus. And I never like questioned, simple things like, how do we know Matthew wrote Matthew, or how do we know Mark wrote Mark? How do we explain, Matthew and Luke obviously copying Mark, or all 3 of them obviously copying some other source that we don't know about or we don't have copies of. And like that's the kind of stuff that really fascinates me. So yeah, if you guys ever have like conversations on gospel, gospel authenticity, tracing its origins, I really dig that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'd love to come back and just
you're in the right place.
Yeah,
awesome.
We talk about that all the time, like discussing how Paul and the apostles didn't get along, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. And the conversation between James and Paul about faith without works being dead, and it's fascinating to me to see, Christians will quote that and not realize that they're quoting 2 conflicting thoughts because they believe that they are saved by grace, right? Like their faith saves them, but then they'll scream faith without works is dead, and I'm like, they don't even know that they're holding 2 conflicting thoughts because they don't understand that Paul and Peter. Paul and James are literally arguing with each other, and James is calling Paul a vain man. He's like, you fucking vain man. Like, it's interesting.
And couple that with I think it's 1 Corinthians 13, where Paul writes this defense of himself because I guess people were accusing him of freeloading or getting wages
I
without
just
working.
read that. He
And
called them super apostles.
yeah, and I was like, you read that and you're like, wow, this guy is really being defensive. It's like I think Thus protests too much.
That's what I was
this type
realizing.
of reading. Yeah, it's like who was like what shit was people saying about Paul back then that compelled him to write this defense that didn't really help him? You know, it's like
He's also like
yeah,
clearly snorted tons of gold. Like he is
yeah,
just out of his like mind during that rant.
yeah. And a lot of people, some of the Christians that I talked to, I had one person a few months ago. They're like, well, why would Paul? Like Paul obviously, why would Paul do this? Paul was on the side of the government. He was persecuting Christians. Why would he turn heel like this and join the Christians? And it's like it must, and this person's claiming it must have been because he actually saw Jesus on the road to Damascus and he actually became a believer. And I'm like, if you read some of the stuff in context, the way Paul is trying to lay down these rules, try to control people, control women, his defense of himself at 1 Corinthians 13. I'm like, no, I think. I'm not saying this is necessarily the case, but like to me, it's more plausible that Paul was an entrepreneur. He he persecuted Christians. He did it for a while. He learned their beliefs. He learned their religion. He knew what they were about. And then I think he just realized, hey, you know what? This movement is growing too fast. We can't stop it. So I'm going to take what I know about them, switch sides and become one of their leaders. And, like what's a better story than I was a doubter, just like, you, until I turned and believed. And, I was the greatest enemy of this group. And now I'm all for them. This is
exactly what I think. Like, I'm
yeah,
fully on board with this. And I think not only did he say like, oh, these people are growing. Although I think that was like probably part of it. I bet he also was like, these people are gullible as fuck. Like they'll believe anything. So
like he literally said, I became a Jew so that I could win over the Jews. I became like one that was not free so that I could win over like he's teaching them how to be manipulative, right? In order, like this is his acquisition strategy. And then there's an Acts 15 where he says, let's go back and check on the churches that we've set up. And he doesn't want to take Mark with him. And Barnabas wants to take him, and he's like, him and Barnabas were like co-founders. If you think about it, like Barnabas brings Paul to James and them and introduces him. He vouches for him. This is the VC, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he vouches for them, and then he's like, let's go back, let's check on the churches that we set up. And he doesn't want to take Mark with him because he's like, that fool, we left him. And the last time we was out, checking on our brand new stores, that motherfucker went off and partied. He's like, I don't want to bring him. And then they end up splitting and going, like the co-founders break up. Yeah. Like Barnabas chooses Mark. Like it's a whole acquisition story.
Yeah, it's like it's like what, like, because I mean these are just humans. These are just people, and people are going to act like people. There's going to be all kinds of drama and motivations and ulterior motivations and all that kind of stuff. And like it's like, and that's the thing. Like I don't think any of us claim that our explanations actually is what happened. But the question is, what's more plausible? Paul actually met God on the road to Damascus, or Paul's doing shitty things like what shitty people do? And it's like, you weigh the two together, and it's like, okay, which one in a vacuum would be more plausible? And obviously, the non-supernatural explanation is more plausible. And Mezzo, I think you made a great observation there that when Paul was dealing with these people, he's like, wow, these people are really gullible. I think he probably pulled like my wife and I just watched Wicked, the movie and the musical, like within the same month. He pulled a Wizard of Oz. He probably just like arrived in this land and he's like, oh, if I pose as this special person to them, they'll accept me. And that's probably just kind of what happened.
That's funny. Yeah.
Paul was the wizard of Christianity, I guess.
And P.T. Barnum a little bit too. Like he was like he just like figured out how to scam people, put on a little show and lights, and a sucker's born every minute kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, well, cool. Well, thanks, guys. I'll catch you guys in Discord. I'm in the deconversion zone Discord now for a couple weeks, but I'll reach out and say hi, and
Sounds
Trying
good.
to do more TikTok content. I think this looks like a pretty fun place to hang out. So thanks
It's
a
the
lot.
best.
Sounds good. Thank you for connecting. Looking forward to having more conversations about Paul's crazy ass.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, have a good night. Catch you
All right,
later.
you too.
Bye.
Yeah, those are the conversations that I like because Paul is like there's sometimes where he has like an entire mental breakdown, and you can tell like he's just rambling about. It reminds me of a co-founder. Like you're dealing with all kind of shit as you build your company, and sometimes you just feel like everything is just going haywire. And there's one time where he's talking about all the shit that he's gone through, and he's like, God is just sitting in heaven with the angels just watching our asses get beat like he's at the Coliseum. But yeah, I feel like if the church, if Christians hadn't put this whole holy shit on it, it would be a really funny story. like these people, like Peter, they treat Peter like he's the I don't know, like the Screech of the bunch. Did y'all used to watch Saved by the Bell?
Screech?
Yes.
That's tough.
Peter is like Screech of the gang.
Wait, you got to do the rest of them now.
Huh?
Do the rest of the characters from Saved by the Bell and connect them to the
Mary is Tiffany. Elizabeth is Jesse.
Who had the dumb name?
God,
Wagner.
what was it Slater?
Slater's one of the dumb ones, but what was her dumb name?
Tiffany is Kelly. I don't know why I said Tiffany Amber Thiessen's real name instead of her character. Who would be Paul? Zach? Would Zach be Paul? Lisa Turtle would be...
That's who I was thinking of, Lisa Turtle. They
Who
really
would
made her
Lisa
last
be?
name Turtle.
I don't know. Who would Lisa be in this biblical story? There's not really a lot of Deborah. No, Lisa was shallow as fuck. Deborah is too she's too much of a
She's Judas.
she's a killer. Who, Lisa?
Yeah.
I don't see her as Judas. She's shallow, little motherfucker. Lisa would be the queen of Judah, like the woman that was the queen of Judah for a while, and then she killed her own son so that she could be queen to keep. Yeah. And then they end up killing her so they can put a man back on the throne.
Damn. All that for nothing.
Yeah.
Her real name, I'm looking at her real name is Lark Voorhees. Like her real name and her stage name were both spectacular and animal related. That's funny.
Yeah, Mary made a good when she said Zach. She said Paul would definitely be Zach because they're both con artists.
Yep.
And Slater would be Peter.
And also on the road to Damascus, Paul kind of like froze time. And that was Zach's thing, right? He would like freeze time and then talk to the camera.
Yeah.
So I can see that.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, like they would treat Paul like he wasn't. Peter like he wasn't shit. And then Peter talked shit to. Paul talked shit to Peter. He called him a fake ass Jew, or a fake ass Gentile. One of them.
I sort of feel like Screech is Jesus.
Oh, you know what that just reminded me of?
Oh my god.
What was it? Zoopy Doo, or what was his
What do you
name
say?
in that series? Youpie Doo, or you know what I'm
I
talking
love
about?
that show.
Jesus.
No, I loved that show, Youpie Doo. It's so good.
What?
You do too? I love you if you do.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I really don't.
We do.
Baker, help me.
I'll wake my kids up.
Humper.
Wait.
You know about Humper dude.
Humphrey.
Oh.
Oh my god. Do you know who Humper Doo is?
Youpie Doo.
Hold on. Oh my god. I gotta show y'all Humper Doo. Oh, the Humperdew is Jesus's great 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 grandson.
Yeah.
Hold on.
He doesn't show up until like later in Preacher. I didn't get far enough into it to see him, but I've seen his picture before. And he's like, his eyes point in different directions and stuff, right?
Yeah. You didn't get far enough to see Humperdew?
Right.
Oh my goodness, you gave up too early, brother.
I know. It wasn't really, it wasn't linking up
It
with
wasn't
me.
your thing.
I also find myself like talking about this all the time here, that when I watch TV, I want to like do something else, you know?
But are you supposed to be obsessed with the God?
That's a good point. You're right.
Okay, y'all, look, here we go.
I'll just start on the one eye. Oh my God.
Herr Starr, what a surprise. The Allfather didn't tell us to expect you.
It's a pleasant surprise.
Yes, sir.
Take us to him
But
now. Is he accepting an audience?
Yes, he just had a bath.
Leave us.
Jesse, this is the Christ child, the holy bloodline, our most precious figurehead, the Messiah. Look upon him.
I don't know what to say. I'm just a humble. This power, I think I've been given it to find your father. God, tell me, am I on the right path? All I ever wanted was to serve you. Please. I don't even know what to call you.
We call him Humperdew.
You call him?
He likes you.
Hello. Nice to meet you. It's so happy to see you. Who the hell is this?
I told you. This is the Messiah. Humperdew.
Humperdew? I Humperdew.
That's right.
I Humperdew.
Good boy.
Pee-pee?
Very good, my lord.
Yes, come say hello.
Shiny.
Yes, it's my head.
Humperdew like shiny.
Messiah, your amusement humbles me.
like shiny.
Now, all right.
Shiny. Humperdew
Let's not become too pleased, shall we?
Yes, now calm yourself. He's in one of his agitated states. We should leave before he discharges.
Where is he?
Where's God?
I know, you're tired. Time for a nap.
That is Jesus's great grandson. And so basically what they're saying is they continued to do Abraham and Sarah over and over and over and over and over and over again to keep the bloodline, to keep the bloodline pure, to have a figurehead for the Messiah. And they're like, in this show, they have the descendant of the Messiah hidden away in some country in a cave.
And is it like Mary and Joseph?
What do you mean?
Like, who started the bloodline?
Yeah, like Mary and Joseph.
Because Jesus didn't have kids, right? But it's like...
No, they're saying he had kids here.
Oh.
Yeah, they're saying he had kids. And they just kept, like, recreating. But what they ended up doing, I don't want to give the show away. You'll find out, like, what they ended up doing to create the Humperdews. Because there's more than one Humperdew.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's a good show. There's one scene where he does this music number standing on a piano. That shit is fucking funny.
Everlasting. Remind me never to tell you a secret.
What? Oh,
They
she
put,
told?
yes.
Everlasting. Yeah, they're cloning. They're cloning to keep Jesus alive.
For the record, more than one Humperdew is a flock of Humperdee.
Also, Humper don't.
Wow, that was Humper lame.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He always got to one up some shit. Oh my god. But yeah,
I would say he even two up some shit.
3 up to you, man. That was good.
Oh my god. But saying that Jesus was Screech and then looking at Humperdew, that shit is hilarious.
Right, I forgot how we got
that is
That's the
hilarious.
first thing that came to mind. Like, remember him being like really, tiny, skinny, like, and having the curly hair. That just really.
He truly was the Yoopy Doo.
And then, do you remember that time we was on
He truly
Christina's
was
live?
the Yoopy
You remember that time we was on Christina's live and that lady was on there and she was she Oso's? She kept talking to Oso or something. I can't remember her name. And what was her name?
I can't remember it either.
I don't think it was Tara. It was another lady. She was saying the most craziest shit. She was a believer, and like I got so frustrated with her, and I just called her Humperdew. And I left.
I was crying. Like, no, she didn't call this lady Humperdew.
Because the shit that she was saying was just fucking like it was ridiculous, and like none of it was coherent. Like it didn't make any sense, but it was all for like her worship of this God. And I just got tired. I was like, you are a fucking Humperdew, and I left. Who the thinker, the one who said Satan made the world? No, this was who said Satan made the world?
That was more recent. I heard someone saying that.
Oh, that was the woman. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that woman.
Yeah, she said that God created the universe, and then when it says he hovered over the void, that was when it was destroyed, and then the devil reformed everything that was in the universe from the dismantled universe parts.
Fun idea.
I swear, this is why this God being an abstract idea, it's going to be a very dangerous thing. Because once they catch on to that, Jesus is going to be some of every motherfucking thing.
All I keep thinking about is how cool all of these ideas are for fantasy novels and stuff. Like it would be so neat to be like, if someone was like, I have this idea where like this like weird spirit being made the universe and then destroyed it, and then this other evil one like made the world. And it's like, that sounds so like, I want to read this book. This is cool. No, I really believe it, and I like vote based off of it. Like, fuck, that sucks. It's so unfortunate because it would be so cool, the mythology of all this stuff.
I don't. Who's in the box on purpose? Because that's the second one I tried to bring up that is timing out.
I should step down too. I got to start getting to bed here. I have a meeting in the morning with billionaires. But Thinker, what's your thing? What's your thing? Can you remind me the thing you're doing tomorrow night?
Oh yeah, so I'll be on Truth Wanted with the Atheist Experience.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube Live, 7 p.m. I gotta check in with them at 6. I'll be there at 6. And then it's for an hour and a half. And
Is
then
that Eastern?
Central.
Oh, Central. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so 5 your time, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. And then after that, they end up doing, I think, a Discord show. I think they asked the audience if they want a Discord show with the host. And depending on what the audience say, there's like an hour till Discord show. And I think it's invite only, like you get a link sent to you. And then that's it.
It's fancy.
Yeah. But yeah, and then I plan on coming and chill with you after that.
I'm not going to be up tomorrow.
You're not? Why?
It's Valentine's Day. I'm going to be
Oh shit, that's right.
wife.
It's Valentine's Day. I forgot. I don't celebrate.
I don't really either, but we're going to do like, something, we're going to hang out. So I'm going to do that, but then I know that Joel's going on Saturday, so I was going to be over with his. You should come over on Saturday.
I can't Saturday.
Yeah.
But I am taking off Wednesday nights since you go live on Wednesdays. That way we're not waiting for for you to end your live. Because this is what I did with Justin Deconstruction, which is why I don't do Fridays. Since Justin is live on Fridays and he goes into the middle of the night, I don't do Fridays, and so I'm gonna take off Wednesdays. That way, we don't have to like split attention. Since we're a community, there's no point in us being live at the same time. Does that make sense?
I was thinking of doing like just such a different topic on Wednesdays. For that kind of reason, because that is
but still people want to support, right? Even if you do a different topic, like we're still a community, and people are still going to want to support, and I want you to get the support. And then I get frustrated as fuck if I'm waiting to have conversations, and I will shut down. And that's just a part of me, and I've always told people that from the beginning of me doing these lives. It's just a part of my my ADHD. Like I can't sit here, and so I actually think that it's a good idea so that I get more rest and then more time to do the other things that I'm doing. And plus I've started writing a book, and so that'll give me more time to get in the book the way that I need to, so that I can get that done.
All right. I mean, I don't want to be like responsible for why you're not going on Wednesdays, but
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. Did you know that I bought your old book, by the way? Did you see when
you flashed it during the live that day I saw it. Mm-hmm.
I thought that would be funny to do that.
Yeah. But remember, I was a Christian when I wrote that book.
I know. That's why there's so many typos.
Damn,
there are no typos. I had a professional editor.
I'm totally kidding.
Yeah. No, I had an editor for that book. But the book that I'm writing right now, I was going to name it Hells Fargo Fire Insurance. I'm not naming it that, but it's about I did not come up with that. Shane came up with that.
That's funny.
But I asked Shane permission to use it. I'm not so let me take this back. So I did write a 20-page ebook of a Hells Fargo fire page, Hells Fargo fire insurance policy. So that's done. I'm going to put the policy in the back of the novel that I'm writing. And so like the policy, let me show y'all right quick. Let's see.
Y'all, let's get these likes up to 200,000. Thinker has a gift goal of blow bubbles, and the App Store is now open, so you can gift Thinker and the panelist of your choosing, as well as subscribe to Thinkers Live.
Thank you, Lala. So the policy is going to be a little bit more like factual information, and then the novel is fiction, but it's based on a woman, 33-year-old woman named Olivia, that she goes through something. I don't want to give it away, but she goes through something that forces her to start questioning her beliefs, and then she gets really, really mad at the pastor. And she's at home, she's going through all her shit, and she comes across this policy, and she remembers that her parents gifted her this policy when she was a kid, and she started taking over the premiums when she became an adult. And she's like contemplating this policy and how taxing it is, and whether she should cancel it. And then she starts talking to different people about canceling it, and they, you go through all the things. So it's about her deconstruction journey. And yeah, so this is how it originally started out. It was just going to be a 20-page ebook. It started out like a joke, like an actual policy for afterlife insurance.
Right. I like that.
Yeah. But it talks about like the fine print that nobody reads, doubt being the same, like how the tactics that they use to keep you in the policy. Then it gives some history on hell. Like the company saying, this is how hell started. You know what I'm saying? Like walking you through that. Why the rapture isn't biblical, and who created the rapture, and why you should believe in it. The vague reward of heaven. It gives scriptures about the titties being sucked in New Jerusalem and all of that. What the cancellation fee is. The sunk cost fallacy. Like a lot of people, when they go through deconstruction, or they choose not to go through deconstruction, it's because they feel like they've already put a lot into this religion and tradition. So you
got some work to do in the chat.
I just blocked them.
Okay.
I didn't even see their fucking username. These motherfuckers are sick.
It's just a like
even come up with something like that.
14-year-old being annoying.
I don't know.
You hope it's a 14-year-old. That's a crazy thing.
But that's not even. But still, they do that too.
That is sick. That is sick. But yeah, like that made me not even want to go through it. Like, and then also I'm introducing my theory of gang belief, and this is my definition of gang believers. As a policyholder in Wells Fargo, hold on, here's my commercial. Well, not a commercial. As a policyholder in Wells Fargo Insurance, you're not just a customer, you're also a brand ambassador. The more uncertain you feel about your own policy, the more aggressively you try to convince others to sign up. After all, if more people believe it, it must be true, right? And then I say, this is what I call gang believing. The collective need to reinforce fragile certainty by ideological mobs. Gang believers, hold on, I got it. This is too big. I can barely read it. Gang believers act like employees of the Wells Fargo Insurance Company, defending the CEO, which is God, protecting the shareholders, which are the pastors, the popes, the religious leaders, ensuring that no policyholder lapse. They rely on intimidation, ad hominem attacks, and gaslighting to silence criticism. If someone questions the policy, gang believers attack their character rather than engage with the argument. You're just arrogant. You hate God. You want to sin. These tactics aren't about finding truth. They're about defending their emotional investment. Like corporate enforcers, gang believers will twist facts, manipulate emotions, and shame defectors, all to keep the insurance policy intact. Their certainty is so fragile that any challenge feels like an existential threat. This isn't faith. It's fear in a mob's clothing. So I'm introducing that. And so there's going to be there's like 3 main characters in the novel that are a part of this gang belief mob that's attacking her as she's questioning her faith while she's going through this thing, and she's recognizing like, hey, I've been praying to God, I've been telling myself these things happen, and here I am in this situation, and I've been living right, doing right, and this is not supposed to be it. Like, why is God's help always this? So yeah,
that's amazing. I like all this. Yeah, I was trying to think. I gotta find out. I wrote a joke down a month or something ago about how God. Yeah, here's something. It was just something about how like God's healthcare plan sucks because like it doesn't work at all. So it's sort of similar. But I also just mentioned that you're on hold forever, which is like the idea that just the prayers are never answered, which is really funny to me. It sounds like this is like a
could be a whole franchise.
Yeah,
he has a lot of insurance.
Yeah, that's funny.
Lainey would like to know if you will record an audiobook.
Yes, I will, Lainey. I'll record the audiobook for
I'm not
Thinker.
talking to
That
you,
would be so
Mezzo.
cool, Mezzo.
I was talking to Thinker.
No, yeah, I plan on doing an audiobook as well. And then Shane, because it was Shane who came up with Wells Fargo insurance, I wrote Shane into the book as well. His character is in the book.
Can I read his voice?
Yeah.
That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah.
I want to do one. I want to do one.
You can be Camille.
Okay.
Yeah, Camille is Olivia's mom. But yeah, it's I'm excited about the book. So Wednesday nights will give me the free time to just like pour myself into that.
Okay, but you're going to just end up in my live, and then when I end, you're
I'm
going
gonna
to start
try
a live.
not to.
You're going to like do your own live and start a live, and everyone's going to be excited to have you. So, like,
I'm gonna try not to. I promise you. Like I want to get it done. I don't want it to take a really long time. I want to be able to get it done, send it to an editor, and like have it out like really, really quick.
I'll also just let you know, my schedule might change in the next few months here as my kids start to approach soccer season, and I don't know what that means for my schedule. It might just make some adjustments and stuff like that, but maybe I'll just like DM you and stuff if it concerns you at all, or maybe it won't. But
that sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, that way we make sure that we're spreading the love and supporting everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, we came to raid you last night. I meant to end earlier, and then we had this a real piece of shit join up at the end, so we had to like stay on for a while longer. And
the energy was off last night. Plus, I had brain fog, and I was trying to fight through the brain fog, and it just wasn't happening.
We all got here, and you guys were like, "Bye!" Right as we showed up, and I was like, "Oh, well, this is just bad."
Yeah, we chucked up them deuces real quick.
Yeah, I don't stay around. Like it felt dry and stagnant, didn't it? Like it just and we stopped, we ended and restarted and tried to reset the energy. It was just off, and like I won't stay around bad energy.
I've been seeing that happen in other people's stuff for a while, and I think that now that the store's back open, the like app store and stuff, that we might see a bit of a shift. Some people, like, didn't you say Dr. B didn't have it and stuff like that? So.
I already done text him. I'm like, hey, the app is back.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
You can come back. I expect to see him
what?
in the morning. I don't know, like he had the do not disturb on, so he'll probably message probably around about 4:00. We'll probably see him this morning.
Yeah, so I think we'll start seeing like another boom and stuff. And I had it too. Like last night, I had a bunch of weird, like just extra weird people and like strange people talking about things that are not related to this. So it's been a little weird, but I think we're kind of swinging back in.
Yeah, they're gonna all download it again and see that God didn't answer their prayers and cry about it. But what I have noticed though, like in the lives, they don't like that we use the book, and they can't necessarily refute the book. So they rather that we talk about things in more of a opinionated. Like they don't like facts. They don't like us to use resources, and so they may be shying away from the lives because we do back it up with their book, and I think they know their book is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. Like it's hard to, refute what their God does when it's very explicit in the book what he does. So it's hard.
Yeah,
Like it's harder to get them to participate in conversations now because we're using the book too much, and they complain about it. They complain about it in the comments.
Yeah, but the Bible contradicts itself. Why can't they contradict it?
Because they think like, even though, right, they know that, like, they refuse to admit it, right, that the book contradicts. They refuse to admit that they don't like the book because they've been taught that the book is holy, that is the absolute truth, and it's inerrant. So although they don't like the book, they don't like us to use the book, they don't read the book themselves, they're not going to talk bad about the book or what's in it because it goes against their loyalty.
They want to talk about free will. That's not in there, right?
Yeah.
They want to talk about like all the things that aren't in it that they disbelieve anyway. Like
miracles, their personal experiences. Like if we put up a live and we, want to refute their personal experiences, they'll come. But for me, I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody they didn't have a vision of, an angel coming to them, because they very well might have had that vision. Illusions happen. Auditory hallucinations happen. It doesn't mean that they are real. But I
was just talking to Joel about this. That's what I do on Atheist Sunday School, and I tell them, like, most people don't do this, but I want to hear it out, and I'll listen to the whole thing. And usually they aren't very good, like that interesting, anyways. But every now and then it's like, yeah, I have no way to say that didn't happen. Except that I don't think that the source of what made it happen is the same thing. And you have no way of proving that the source was that thing. So we're kind of just at an impasse now,
Yeah. They like debating about whether the God exists. If I were to put up God is an idea made by man, they would flock in here because they want to argue that. They want to argue, whether Jesus is actually Jesus, if he's actually the Son of God, like stuff like that. But if you argue about the morality in the book, the teachings, like the actual doctrine of Christianity and how it doesn't match with what the text says, they can't stand up to that.
I think when you had the background that it's still there when you go look at Bible stuff that says like Bible study or something. I don't remember, Deconstruction Bible study maybe. When that one was like the main page, I think you had more people who were just like flipping through and just like saw that one, like, oh, Bible study, I like Bible, and then listen for a second, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I gotta join in and get up on this. So I think that was kind of a nice lure, maybe.
Yeah, it's still there. It's just on my like when I go
that's
to
fun,
yeah. But I just find it very interesting that they don't like their book. And then they're busy hosting lives about us behind our backs. Did anybody message that slime slur person? Whatever what's their name? What's her name?
Slim, I think.
Yeah, did anybody message her?
I forgot to.
Yeah, like they're hosting lives about me behind my back. But and these are people that I've not ever spoken to or even heard of. I've heard of I Wonder Why, but I've never spoken to him. He was in my comments one day and he got blocked for saying some very degrading shit. But I've never spoken to him, and I never spoken to the slime person. But I heard they had a live and they were saying that I spread misinformation and shit like that. So I was like, well, invite them in here. And like I would be interested in having a one-on-one with a Christian who is saying that I'm spreading misinformation, as long as they can stay civil and we can discuss where they see issues and the things that we talk about in here. But I don't think that they can do it without the emotion being in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially, I wonder why he is. Ugh.
I've only seen him on Bash's Live one time. Like, I don't even know this motherfucker like that. but for some reason my name is always in his fucking mouth.
He's the origin of stretching out pop.
Yeah, they told me.
Hmm.
I had a
Yeah.
guy recently tell me, like, after he was kind of just tanking in debate, say something like, you know, other people talk about you, like you're brought up and mentioned in their lives. Like I know you, and I was like, thanks. Like, are you like you're a fan? I don't know what's the point of you? What are you saying this for? And like, I couldn't quite figure out like.
But you've pissed them off, I guess. I don't know. And the crazy thing, like I'm not about bashing Christians. Like that's not the goal of of my life. I do want to understand why they think the shit that they think, and I like a lot of times when I'm going in on a guest, but it seems like I'm going in on the person, I'm attacking their thought, right? Something that they've said or a belief that they hold. I'm attacking that thing, not the person. And I think they think that I just fucking hate Christians. I don't like them. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't not let me not say them, because it's not all Christians. I've met like maybe 5 during this whole year and a couple of months that I could rock with. But the majority of the believers that have been on this stage, I do not like. Their personalities are fucking disgusting to me. And so like, but I don't hate the person. It's the belief that they hold, right? The morals that they hold and the ideas that they perpetuate. Like the other night, that lady that was up here, she was like, what did she say? That's not my problem. Or what did she say? What was the words that she used? Also, I'm not beholden to that or something, or shit.
What a fancy way to say I don't give a fuck about anybody.
Right.
I'm not beholden
What
to
was
that.
it?
Shit, she was so cold with it. Like, she teaches this shit in the Bible, and she teaches that homosexuality is a sin. And
Something about her not being accountable. I can't
yeah,
remember.
she's not accountable for what they do with the belief that she teaches. Because I was like, if they go out and they harm somebody because you're teaching this, not her burden. That's not my burden to bear. That's not my burden to bear. Like, just over and over. And then she victimized herself. But like shit like that, and then I think it's really irresponsible. And I was one of these irresponsible ass Christians. Like, I never taught that homosexuality was a sin because I didn't believe that. I always cringed when that was taught to me. But I think it's irresponsible to have a belief and then go out and teach it to other people when you understand the belief that you're claiming to have.
Yes.
And then be like, it's not my burden to bear if someone takes what I teach them and go out and teach it to other people and cause more harm with it, or cause harm with it. That's irresponsible as fuck. And that makes me not like believers who hold that mentality as well. It's like, I wish more Christians gave a fuck enough to even have these conversations with us, and could actually see, if they actually did want to see society operate in a more peaceful way, they would want to participate in more of these conversations. But all they care about is a win, and they want debate platforms where they can just argue. Like, they're not interested in what they actually say that their belief has them interested in, which is loving their neighbor, or peace on earth, or being there for those that are downtrodden and brokenhearted. And like, I don't see how anybody can look at marginalized people in society and say those people deserve to die because they don't look like me, or they didn't come from where I came from, or they love differently than me. How can you say that you are a part of a God that created all of mankind, that loves all of mankind, and then you think that you have the authority to tell another human who is flawed just like you that they deserve to die because they love differently than you, or they need to be snuffed out of the earth? and the crazy thing about it is that is the message of Jesus and God, because when he's telling them to stone people, he's saying get the evil out from amongst us. This is the only way to cleanse the earth of these bad humans, is to stone them. And then Jesus says the same thing in Matthew 15 when he's telling them, you're supposed to be stoning these kids. You're supposed to be getting the evil from amongst you. And you say you love God? Like how are we going to get to peace on earth if you're letting these so-called evil kids who disrespect their parents live? I guess the same mentality. And I don't see how they can be like, oh, I serve a God who's peaceful and loving, but kill anybody who's not with us. Like, that's fucking nuts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and this was all part of why so many of us left, right? Like, we started to hear this and to think about this kind of stuff. Like, okay, how can this make sense? Like, this doesn't add up. Whatever, like, there's all kinds of things that don't make sense of it, and each one of us kind of glom onto one thing first, and then another thing shows up, and after a while, there's so many things that are like, this doesn't add up. The world we see doesn't look like we expect it to with the God that we believe in, or the way that our people, when I was a Christian, like our Christian people treat each other isn't the way that we should if Jesus was real. Like, it just doesn't line up with reality. And slowly you start to kind of take that apart and realize like how much of it was just handed down. Not from above, but from other people.
Yeah. And like, I think a good topic to run is Jesus operating the way it's supposed to operate? And I think most, and I'm going to say low level Christians, because like common or everyday Christians would say no. But I guarantee you that the higher up Christians, the ones that are successful, the ones that hold power, would say yes.
Right, yeah. Yeah, just is this what was supposed to happen? Like, that's kind of an interesting one.
Yeah.
You said something a little while ago, Thinker, maybe a few weeks ago, and I don't remember if it was a topic you were running or thinking about running, but it was something about like, because, oh man, how did you phrase it? The idea is like, if you have a king, the king is like your government. And although they are ruler over you, they also serve you, right? Like you pay them taxes by force, but they also like build roads and stuff. And so although like kings are a bad idea, generally there is still some back and forth expectations. And you said something about, what do you expect from the Lord? Like, you do this stuff, and then the expectation is he's going to take care of you, or life on earth is still going to suck and heaven's just going to be cool. Like, what's your expectations of him, and are you getting that? It's like, it's such a like modern, like, you know, like
I ran that question.
Work. Okay, yeah, I figured it was something like that, and maybe I just was like a little busy that week and just caught the end of it or something. But it's really interesting.
Yeah, and what we learned is they have no expectations from him, and they said they're not supposed to.
Okay.
Which was really surprising to me, because like if you have no expectations of this God to give you a return on your investment, then why do you even need a God? At this point, what I've learned from the thousands of conversations that I've had with believers is that the only reason to have a God is because like they feel indebted for life, and they are afraid that he could stomp them out at any time, and they want to go to heaven. They don't want to go to hell. Like, those are the only
That's the expectation,
reasons,
I guess, right? Like, I don't want to be stomped out.
Yeah.
I give him every single thing I have, my life, my dedication, and eternity, and I love him more than my family, and he doesn't stomp me out. That's the deal.
Yeah. That's it.
Is that extortion or racketeering? I always mix up which one is the thing where it's like when the mob comes into your restaurant, is like, it's a nice restaurant you got here. Could be a shame if something terrible were to happen to it, and then you like pay them to be your fake bodyguards from them.
Yeah, I think it is racketeer. Like, if you are a part of the so-called family, right? You may not be a chosen one. You may be an ambassador, a gang believer that keeps everybody else in check, keeps people from leaving, and then you get more members, then you have some sort of expectation of protection, but the protection isn't guaranteed.
Yeah.
Is that extortion, or is that racketeering? Extortion.
I always mix those two up, but I also don't know what the other one is, so I can't even say I mix them up. I just don't know which one that is. But yeah, I would trust chat because I'm terrible at that. I don't know a lot.
Well, racketeering includes extortion. So racketeering is extortion, bribery, violence carried out to make money.
Oh.
So, a good one would be God is a racketeer.
Yeah. Yep. I like that.
Yep. I'm going to run that next week.
Yeah, that's fun.
If you are listening, to those of you that be screenshotting the posting here, I don't mind you using my post. You don't even have to give credit, but please don't run a post before I do. Like, if you hear me say I would do a topic, please wait until I do the topic and then do the topic. That's the only thing that would piss me off, is if somebody says, "Ooh, Thinker says she's gonna do such and such," and then they go do it first. Like, that would piss me off. But I don't mind people using the same topics.
God is a racket.
Mez, I'm gonna drop you. Have a good night. No.
Yes, today is the what? It's the 14th of February. So if you use it, just know the date is right here.
Lala's holding
on
up
our
today's
YouTube.
newspaper. All right, I gotta go. Yeah, nice. Thanks for having me up. Thanks for chatting and teaching me everything about Paul's madman ways. I love all that, and I'm gonna bring that up soon, I'm sure.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Bye, everybody. Good night, panel.
Later.
I love all of you.
Love you too.
Nightmare.
Hey y'all, let's get these likes up to 200,000. Thinker has her gift goal. Blow bubbles. The App Store is open, so you can gift the host and panelist of your choosing. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that gold star on the bottom left-hand corner. And don't forget, we also have merch. Link in Thinker's bio.
If you are in the guest request box on purpose, can you please comment? I just tried to bring up somebody and they timed out already. There's 5 people in the guest box. If you're waiting to come on stage, just shoot a comment. Yeah, and happy Valentine's Day to all of the nerds and all of the nerds on YouTube. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. We've been doing this now for 14 months. That's crazy.
Yes.
We've been doing it now for 14 months. On the 14th of February. That's
yes.
Yeah. It's been a long ass road. Man, did y'all see that the preaching grandmama now talking about she about to go to Pakistan?
No.
You know the lady that be on here preaching, talking about she used to be a hoe and now she's a hoe for Jesus.
No, I haven't seen that one.
I put her video in the Discord. Like, she's an older lady.
I gotta watch it.
Man, she's an older lady, and she was like, I used to be a hoe, sleeping with every man, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, but now I'm a whore for Jesus. He changed me. And she's like, I was married to the devil, and I tried to stick in that marriage because the people in the church kept telling me to be a good wife. Like, she tells her life story, but she does it like preaching in videos. And so now she posted a video saying, I want $10,000 in a scratch off, and then she shows the scratch off thing. She said, I'm about to go to Pakistan and I'm gonna find somebody that's gonna treat me right. They're gonna take good care of me. The American sister showed us that we need to go to Pakistan, and then after that I might go to Dubai. And she's got her suitcase, like, and she's like
she
packing
gonna go bye bye.
man, and she's skinny. She's an older black lady, and it looks like she has a wig that's on crooked. But the crazy thing is, like, you think it's a character, and it's not. That's the crazy thing. It's not a character. Like, she's 100% telling her story. Like, she 100% being for real.
Yeah, that's really sad.
But this is what I was telling Lawrence about, because when Lawrence preach, she reminds me of this lady. And I was like, Lawrence, you should create a video and just preach. And I was like, you'll gain a following just like this lady did. But the Pakistan lady, she's in Dubai now because of that Pakistan lady. The American lady that went to Pakistan, they sent her home, but she didn't get on the layover flight. And so now she's in
missing.
Dubai. She's missing?
She's missing. Well, the last we saw, someone said that they took a picture of the police escorting her off the plane in Pakistan.
No, she's in
But
Dubai.
yeah, I mean not Pakistan, Dubai. They
She
were
was walking
escorting her
around
off.
Dubai. They were walking her.
No,
The men were
have you
walking
heard me?
her around in
What I'm
Dubai.
saying is he was supposedly got a flight from Dubai to New York, but the police
Oh.
escorted her off. And I'm not sure if it's because she had threatened a guy saying that she would burn him with a cigarette, or if it was something else.
Oh, you cannot do
But
that
you know,
shit
you
in
can't do
Dubai.
stuff. Oh, you have to. Dubai is real strict. So I'm not sure if that person took the picture prior to her, going to Dubai, or if it was when she actually was supposed to get on a plane to go to New York. But no one has seen her. And then there was another video that said that she was put back on a plane to go to New York, but I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen anything.
When I found out that she was in Dubai and I saw people laughing about it, like, I commented, I was like, this shit is not funny, because Dubai doesn't play. And like, at some point, like, people are so unfucking serious like that. You don't go to Dubai and pull this bullshit like that.
Saying, yeah, you can't do that. They are beyond strict.
And then people in the comments was like, let her live her life. Like, she's showing people that you don't have to play by the rules. What?
You gotta play by their rules.
Exactly.
You can't, like, people don't understand. You can't go to different country to someone else's country and think you could do the same thing you do here. No, you can't even hold hands there. I mean, holding hands, public displays of affection is a big no-no.
I saw a video of a guy. He's a gay guy. He was invited to Dubai by a company, right? Like for a brand deal. And at first he was like, I don't want to go. And he said he prayed and like God told him to go. He said he gets to Dubai and they hold him up at the airport. They put him in this room for like 2 days, took his passport for 2 days. And then they came to him finally after 2 days, gave him his passport back and told him, you're going home. We're sending you home. But when he got back home, he said that he thanked God for letting him go through that, because now he can tell other people not to go to Dubai. And I'm like, so God sent you to Dubai. God told you, yes, go, so you could sit there for 2 days, knowing how Dubai is. And he said he thought that they were going to kill him. He said they were threatening him. They were saying all kind of stuff. And like, God had you go through all of that only to send you back so you can make a TikTok video and tell people how it is and that they shouldn't do it.
When he could have told you from the giddy up not to go, and why.
Yeah. And then why does God need to put you through that so you can tell other people not to go through it? Like, why couldn't he just tell other people not to do it? Like, if God is talking to all these people, why does he need you to be a messenger to talk to people for him,
Have to be God's mouthpiece. If he
which
don't
doesn't
have
make
one of his
sense.
own,
Yeah,
apparently.
like why does God need a mouthpiece? Like why does he need you to talk to other people? If he's talking to you, can't he talk to them?
Right. I don't know. I mean, in the Bible, he talked to everybody. I mean, maybe something happened and he can only communicate telepathically now.
Well,
Hmm.
that's what the new covenant, that's what Jeremiah's new covenant was about, right? So before that, before Moses, this guy talked auditory and through visions. He didn't show up outside of the Adam and Eve story. Like he didn't show up and you know and talk to people. It was through visions and dreams, right? And them hearing voices. Then when Moses comes, Moses sees him. He talks through Moses to Moses, not through him. He talks to Moses, and Moses relays that to the people. And then the people talk to Moses, and Moses relays that to the God. Well, when Jeremiah comes, Jeremiah's like, okay, God is getting ready to do a new thing. Now you don't need a prophet to tell you to know God. You don't need a prophet to speak for you. Now he will speak directly to you. So he goes from talking to Moses to talking through the prophets, through Isaiah and them. And then Jeremiah's like, nope, now he's going to talk directly to your heart. That was the new covenant.
I think they was just moving the goalposts because they knew this guy wasn't doing any of that.
Well, it definitely was moving the goalpost. It was time evolving in how how these gods operated in antiquity.
Mhm.
And so what it really represents is them becoming Hellenized,
Mhm.
right? And then prophecy no longer being about, somebody speaking for the God. Prophecy then turns into, the God's words now needing to be interpreted. Right now, God can talk to everybody, and if He gives a prophecy, it needs to be interpreted. It's not necessarily what it means. So I think
Right.
it represents the Hellenistic period, because now even you see when we get to the Greco-Roman period, it changes again. The covenant is not about the method of communication and how the God is going to communicate. Now the covenant is about faith, like it's about salvation and grace through Jesus
Mhm.
Christ. And then now the
Mhm.
communication is through the Holy Spirit. And the God now through the Holy Spirit, like the God doesn't talk anymore. Now he's hidden, he's quiet. It's Jesus talking through the Holy Spirit, and it's to remind you of all things. It's to teach you what's in the text, right? It's to give you interpretation and to guide you on how to be a faithful servant of God. So it just evolved over time as time evolved and as it moved from one group of people to the next.
Mm. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's all manipulation
Very
and,
much
and
so.
and trying to keep it relevant.
Hmm.
Yeah. Gregory, how are you?
Good morning, Thinker. Good
Good
morning, panel.
morning.
Good morning.
Can I get your age, please, and then let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
I'm proud 50, and no, I'm not a believer, all right?
You said you're 50.
I'm 50.
Are you 50 in your PFP?
I am 15 age.
Fi-
Yes, I'm 50 in that picture.
Goodness gracious, you look good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, I would like to take who did I worship?
Okay, go ahead.
But I wouldn't mind read was I trying to believe?
You said, was you trying to believe?
What was I trying to believe? I just come up to just throw my log on the fire still, Thinker. They have a part in the Bible that they said when Jesus is coming back, it will be like lightning from the east to the west, and the entire world shall see him. That's not possible.
Right.
I'm in Jamaica, and Jamaica is a small place. And if lightning flash where I'm at, you can see it in the next parish. So that's not possible. And if Jesus is the size of an average man, and the airplane is so big, close up, it's massive. And if that's gonna be in the sky, it's gonna be so small you can't see from in America. So this Jesus coming back is just like the Superman comics. This Bible is like the Superman comics of the day, of back in the day. It's just not real.
Exactly. Like Marvel and DC comics mixed
Yeah,
together.
that's it. I was watching on YouTube Tinker, so I just came over to put in my 2 cent worth. So I'm going back to YouTube.
Okay. Thank you,
Have a
Gregory.
great night, my gang.
You too.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
He looks good for 50, don't he? I thought he would probably say he was about 35.
He did look
Tinker,
good
I'm
for
still up
50.
here.
Huh?
I'm still up here. Don't fuck about me like that. You know what I mean? 50 a.m.
You look good for 52 also.
Yeah.
The craziest. I saw you comment. Are you still here? Okay. I guess not.
Maybe you should start doing lives about Deuteronomy 28.
That would be a live that it would be an interesting live, but I think we would just be arguing the whole damn live and calling each other bitches and hoes the whole live.
Yeah, bring Lords with you, but
KGR, are you still here, love? Okay, I think she left. GT. What the hell is going on?
I don't know. It's been a
Okay.
recession.
I haven't seen the Christians this damn scared in a minute. Well, not in a minute. Like, I've never seen them this damn scared. Is it Jorge or George? You're not asleep, George. You're not asleep. That's fake.
Well, this faking really got me.
That's their biggest defense. Big Blue. Is Ivor here? I think I'll do chapter 2 to try to see if we can make it to 4 o'clock and see if we do get some good conversations going. I'll do chapter 2 of Idaba, My Children. I don't know if Ivor is here. K Must, how are you?
Oops, I did not mean to go down there.
That's okay. I'll take you down, okay? All right. Before I go to Indaba, My Children, if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, aka friendly or a nerd, the box is open. You can come up. If not, I'll do chapter 2 of Indaba, My Children, and then we'll wait to see if we get some guests. Don't forget, we're going to be on the Atheist Experience tonight at 7 p.m. Central on YouTube. Go ahead and give them a follow. If you don't already follow them, they have a lot of good content on there as well. And then where y'all chilling tonight since Mezzo's going to be with the wifey? Who's going live tonight? Y'all think we can get Rhea to do a live?
It's possible. I could extend mine back though. I don't know.
You said you can what?
We'll see what Rhea does.
You said you can do what though? What did you say?
I said I could push mine back too, but
Push yours back. What time are you going live today?
I usually go live right after Christina.
Yeah, why don't you push yours back?
Yeah.
Hybrid, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm thinking, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What topic did you come up to discuss?
I would like to do who the F did I worship,
Okay, go ahead.
but thinker. But also, I'm a bit paranoid, so I have to ask you a question. I woke up and you were really going in on somebody, and I was confused because I thought it might have been me. I think I request a lot in my sleep because I just.
Hello,
No, honest, to being honest, I'm sorry.
You thought I was going off on you?
Yeah, I'm a little, yeah, I did think that, and I was getting a little bothered by it. 'Cause I'm like, man, I love thinking, man. Like, I didn't know what I did because I heard you said somebody you met in Bash's live once, and they always got your name in their mouth. Like, dang, did I say something to offend thinker? Like, I love this woman. Like, I'm hoping she's not mad at me for requesting. Oh, I think I do it all the time in my sleep. I'm not sure. So I think I request a lot, and maybe I pissed y'all off or something. I don't know. Like, I just woke up thinking, like, dang, man, I ain't mean to hurt nobody. So that's just me. I was a little paranoid about that. I'm sorry if I was
No, no. Have you talked about me on another live or something?
No, but I jump in your inbox from time to time and ask how you doing, or what happened with your son's school.
No.
You got ill.
No. Like if it's somebody that I know, like I would ask you about it. But no, we're talking about a guy named I Wonder Why.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was man. I'm sorry about that. I just a little paranoid. I've been wanting to get up here for a while and talk to y'all and tell you how much I appreciate you and things of that nature. I just been a little scared, but today I had to come up because I'm just like, man, I really need this community and the people on here I love, the people on here I care about, even though they don't know me. I just been a little bit intimidated, but today I had to come up just to, make sure that I'm not accidentally requesting and pissing off. I think I do it all the time. So
no. Yeah, okay. No, but I do appreciate you for for coming up and making sure everything is kosher. But no, we're familiar with you, and like if there was something, like I'm adult enough, or let me say mature enough to come to you and say, hey, this happened, blah blah blah, because I know you. Does that make sense? And I wouldn't bring it to the community and talk about you to the community. That's just not me.
Okay. I'm sorry for mistaking that. I got things I deal with, and sometimes the stuff kind of gets to me. And I shouldn't let it, but I heard part of the conversation. I was like, dang, man, that sound like me. So, I was just a bit bothered by it. But I always wanted to come up and contribute to the topics and stuff like that. So, I'll be glad to contribute tonight.
Yeah, go ahead and go ahead, Lala.
Hey, Brent, your nerd badge was renewed. Who just sent it? I'm sorry, but W to whoever sent Hybrid a subscription.
Thank you, Gargar.
I pretend I thank you too. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to who the fuck did I worship, I don't know. I think when I was going to church and growing up from the age of 19 up to 34, I was listening to an idea and a persona of God that was not consistent with the scriptures. People taught me that God was full of love, full of mercy, full of grace, that God was a God of blessings, of prosperity, things, and that he loves you and that he forgives you. And I think a lot of times those things perpetuate to the hurt and the broken. And for me, I was a hurt and broken individual. I ended up being diagnosed with a mental illness at the age of 19. I had to drop out of college. I had to quit playing football. I had to give up on my dreams, my aspirations, all because I had a psychosis twice in college, and I was doing pretty good as I was really broken. And on top of that, both times the psychosis occurred, it was due to religiosity or preoccupied with spiritual things. So I don't really understand that. But I know a lot of times, like I always had a natural inclination to go to the Bible and go to scriptures and things of that nature. I was raised in the church from the age of 8 all the way up until 18. And I thought that, God would be able to heal me and bless me and, do all these different things. And 38 years later, I'm almost 39, I'm still not healed. I still struggle with, mental health disorder. I still struggle with everything they said I wasn't going to struggle with. If I serve God, I'd be prosperous. I'm just now become competent enough to consistently work. For years, I had to fight holding down jobs. For years, I struggled with health issues and so many different things, believing in this God, like this God that I was supposed to be worshiping, didn't show himself. And the psychosis that I had of this God were good at first, and then they turned, oh my God, just abusive. And that's really when I had to realize this cannot be God. This has to be some part of my mind that I use as a coping mechanism. And somehow that coping mechanism broke. And the God that I thought that I served was not the God who I used to believe in. And so, I think the God that we serve is an idea and somebody that they teach us that's not realistic with the God of the Bible or the God we personally believe in. So I don't believe that we serve the God of the Bible. I think we serve the God that people say he is, which is not in line with the true scriptures of who he say he is.
I think first off, let me say that I'm sorry that you went through that. And psychosis can be, very, very difficult, and a lot of people don't understand it, so they write it off. As sometimes you're even making up the psychosis, or they, treat it like it's some type of sin. You've turned on God, and that's why you're, experiencing mental health problems. But I think that you're right when you say that the God that most people serve isn't the God in the Bible, because I think they create their own God. Like they have their own idea of who this God is, which is why they say, oh, it's a personal relationship. But I do think even in that, it feels like there's still like that even their individual gods are somehow still tethered to the one that's in the Bible, like to the idea that's in the Bible. Because even in the conversations that I've had with a lot of believers, their personal gods are willing to bow down to the one in the Bible, to the morals or the teachings, to the one in the Bible. But I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I agree with you in that matter. And I really don't understand that. I've heard Christian after Christian get on these lives and say things that were harmful, say things that were disrespectful, say things that I just don't understand they would say. When I was a Christian, I would have never agreed to sacrificing my children. I just wasn't do that. I wouldn't have said, "Oh, God asked me to do that. I would do that." I think that's sick. I think it's ignorant. Why would anybody say that? It's beyond me. But believing in His Bible sometimes creates what I call there's really are delusions, and there are many psychoses that believe that God would even ask you to do that. And one day, I sent the chasing a dream because the guy was on here was so offensive. It was so offensive. He said something about if a person came to him and asked him, told him that God said that He's going to unlife his child, that he wouldn't say nothing, that he wouldn't interfere, that he wouldn't stop him from doing that because God may have asked him to do that, and God's able to bring that child back to life. I was sickened by it. I was thinking about it because even though I've been to the hospital, it's like I've been hospitalized 4 different times, and I've never ever wanted to harm somebody in my psychosis. And if I would ever even consider something like that, I would want somebody to stop me and put an end to it. Don't ever allow me to hurt nobody, especially a child. So I was really sickened by that and hurt by that. I wanted to come up and say much and really speak on that person, but I didn't choose to do so. But it's just really bad, like how Christians take this word literally, and once you look at it from a logical perspective, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. I remember when I started deconstructing, I didn't realize what it was, and I always started back to where the Christians like to go to, and that's Genesis. I don't believe in original sin. I don't believe that a snake talked to Eve and convinced her to eat from her fruit. And even when you look at it, she quoted the exact words of what Adam had told her. And so I don't even see Eve as being deceived. And I remember, like, if there's no original sin, then there's no need for a savior. If I didn't ask to come into this world, and now that I come to this world, I'm considered a sinner, and if I don't serve this God, I go to hell. That just seems unfair to me. It seems illogical. Like, I didn't ask to be here. Now that I'm here, I'm damned to go to hell. But if I don't serve a God, then I automatically go get punished forever, burning in fire. Like, it's not just. It's not sound. It doesn't make sense. All because I don't believe I gotta live 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And when I die, I burn until there's no end. It just doesn't make sense. And so when I started, growing and learning and reading scripture, I realized that, that this God is not what they think He is. He's not a good God. And I remember, like, going to church and, praising God, and God is good all the time, and worshiping and praising and, doing everything I was supposed to be, fasting and studying and prayer. And, I was really devoted to it. And I felt like I was, I guess, a higher level devotee than others. I thought that there had to be a level of discipline in your faith. And I felt like a lot of people lacked discipline. So it cultivated a mindset of arrogance, almost like, I'm better than you. Like, I don't do what you do. I don't go to the clubs. I'm not smoking weed. I'm not drinking. I'm not doing those things. I'm really dedicating myself to God. And so it gave me this superiority mindset that somehow I was better even though I didn't realize it. And it's very harmful in nature because many Christians don't realize they think they're better. When they ask you that, I want you to be saved because I don't want you to die and go to hell. So you telling me you're going to heaven and I'm going to hell, and you know better than me. You're doing some stuff that I don't even do. It creates this hierarchy that somehow that you're in a place where you're superior than the other individual, all because you believe in a God that they don't. And it's very harmful. And I don't think a lot of them realize that.
I agree, and I think they don't realize it, but when we bring it up to them, it's almost like they like that idea of them, being superior, morally superior, and they end up saying, well, that's how God made it, or God has favoritisms and that's okay, or that's the whole purpose of believing. Why can't you just believe? I think they secretly like the feeling of looking down on others for not being a believer in this God, and that's why they fight so hard for it. Like, I really think that there are other, like, arterial all alternative. What is it? Ulterior motives.
Alternative rather.
Also.
I thought you were talking about the spiritual world.
Ulterior motives. Thank you. Why does it sound wrong? For them worshiping the God, and they're more selfish reasons than anything. And it's about, think about it. They always come up here talk about how they've been chosen to do a thing, right? It's about this feeling of chosenness. And some of them will even come up here and say, I have a special relationship with God. God talks to me and tells me things, right? And so I think some of them secretly know, but if they don't see it that way, when we show it to them, they act like they accept it and like they act like it's a good thing.
And that makes sense. I understand that as well. I also think a lot of them do it to make themselves feel justified, because they know they're doing stuff they ain't got no business doing. They know they in the streets. They know they. I know a few people. Know they speaking to sleeping around with different women and they got wives, knowing that they're sleeping with somebody that got a man, and they still go to church every Sunday. They doing stuff they know they ain't got no business doing. They still, doing going to clubs and chasing young women. They still doing all these different things they know that they shouldn't be doing, but they in church every Sunday like they ain't done nothing wrong. I think it's to clear their conscience. One thing, and I do agree that they feel like, it makes them better, and I don't understand that. But if you really look at scriptures, the Israelites were a supremacist group, and Jesus was basically a supremacist. It was all about Israel, and about, like, I've learned a lot of that from y'all as well. Like, he was all about Israel being the top dog, the top gun. Everybody's going to bow down to Israel, and a lot of that mentality has transferred to Christians. They think that they're the top dogs. I remember when I was a Christian, I didn't investigate other religions, because I felt like I've had the true religion. Like, I felt like, that my faith is the true faith, correct faith, and that what anybody else says is ridiculous. The Bible is true, Jesus is real, God is God, and at the end of the day, everybody gonna bow. I remember quoting that scripture that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. I remember believing that wholeheartedly. And now I think Christianity one day is going to be just like the ancient religions, just mythology. But I also remember, like if I would have read the story of Adam and Eve in the Quran, and I would have heard that Eve talked to a snake, I wouldn't have believed it, because I didn't believe any other book was inspired or infallible or authoritative outside of the scriptures. And that conditioning comes day after Sunday after Sunday after Sunday, when you make confessions about the Bible, when they're telling you that this is the word of God, when they're telling you that it is God breathed, and that this is his authoritative word, and you believe that, and you don't challenge that, and you don't go research, well, why is it authoritative? How is it authoritative? We don't even know who wrote several books in the Bible, but we call them inspired. We don't even know the author of them. We don't know their motives. We don't know their intentions. We don't know if they even were legitimate people of that community. So, a lot of that stuff, though some people mean well by it, is deceitful, it's harmful, it's manipulative, and you really have to be careful when you are believing in this book as that you think is the authority which all men should abide by. No book is an authoritative way all men should abide by it or die and perish. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that every knee shall bow thing. To me, when they say it, it's almost as if they're just saying, like, they're putting like a final stamp on it. It doesn't matter what's done or said. It doesn't matter who does it, right? It doesn't matter if you like it. Doesn't matter if you think it's evil. Doesn't matter if you think it's harmful. At the end of the day, every knee shall bow. And sometimes we'll be in here and we'll be talking about some of the most harmful shit done by this organization. And a Christian will type in the comments, every knee shall bow. And that makes me cringe when I see that, because it's like they're saying, who gives a fuck? Like, none of this matters. All that matters is you will one day bow to the beast, or you will one day bow to this God at any means necessary.
Yeah, and I really believe that too at one point. And so, yeah, I do think it's exactly what you stated that it was. That somehow, no matter what you think, that you got about that knee. And it wasn't until, like, within my psychosis, I stopped bowing the knee to that belief that God was talking to me. And started standing there for myself to where I started seeing success. It wasn't until I started looking within myself to find the strength and the power and the courage to press on and to live my life how I see fit, to where I found strength and overcome my mental health and overcome all the setbacks in life that came from it. So yeah, like the Christians and this authority, I think they need to really check it a little bit more to see why they think it's authoritative and why you think your God, I don't know how many gods, is the right one. What makes your book and all other books the right one? And you know, I really believe that if they really were honest with themselves about some of the things written in scriptures, and if they had a heart to understand, they'll realize that some of this stuff is completely wrong. It doesn't make sense, and I shouldn't be co-signing to it. But yeah, I don't want to take up too much of time. You know, as I just woke up in the middle of my sleep, I got to work in the morning. But I appreciate you for talking to me, and you know, I'm sorry if I, you know, kind of judged you the wrong way about that situation. But like I said, like I just get paranoid sometimes. I just wanted to make sure that I hadn't offended anybody, and that you know that we was still on good terms, I guess.
Yeah,
But
no apology necessary. But I do appreciate you for even wanting to, make sure that we're good. And I hope you have a great rest of the day. And thank you so much for coming up.
all right, thank you too.
Have a good
You're
one,
welcome.
Hubert.
Yeah, y'all too. Appreciate y'all.
You're welcome. That is an honest person right there.
Yeah, it's a good conversation too.
Yeah. Look who's in the guest request.
What's up, Quad?
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
The stranger.
Me? Well, I just now got TikTok back on my phone.
You deleted it?
No, Sean.
No, I didn't
Oh.
delete it. My phone randomly crashed. I made up a random conspiracy, like that's the government trying to shut me up about reading these history books. It's not true, but I'll go with it.
How you been?
Oh, all right. I've been still reading over, we've been reading on Fanbase. We're reading Medgar Evers now.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
That's
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
up.
So much information I just never knew much about his life. And then come to find out he lived in the same city that my mom was born in, so I get a little context about the environment when my mother was born, when my mother was a little girl in that city. And now I see why they left. Cuz she never talked about it. That generation don't talk about things like this.
So your
Yeah.
mom lived in the same city that Medgar Evers was. Medgar Evers
Yep.
lived? Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
So have you is your mom still alive?
Yeah.
Have you talked to her about it? Since you started reading the book, have you gone to her and asked her?
No, we are no contact. That
Oh, okay.
the last
Sorry.
time, no, it's fine. Last personal interaction, it's the Jesus. The Jesus kidnapped my family, put him in a white van with no windows, and drove the hell off, right? So, give me
I
my
love that.
mama back! Chasing behind the van. But yeah, our last interaction was it was on the heels of my father passing away. And I just really felt this moment. My mom's not emotional at all. You know, some people, you hug them and they get stiff as a board. She's like that because she's uncomfortable with physical touch. And so she was sitting down, and I just kind of sat down next to her on the floor and laid my head. Well, I was on my knees and laid my head on her lap, right? Because I needed my mommy. And she was like, "Can I pray for you?" And it made this whole big old show in front of everybody at my grandma's house, speaking in tongues all loud. And I was like, "Oh my God, won't she please stop?" Like, they
I
just,
know that feeling.
girl.
Goodness, yes.
But I came up to say, I just downloaded TikTok again, so I'm back on the phone, and you said something a couple of times. I did a little pop up live. You know, if I'm bored, I might do like a happy hour or a deconstruction live, and I did like the relationship with God, right? And what does that look like? And all the responses that I got were outward, like these people putting energy into the guy and not receiving anything back, and looking at what are the aspects of a relationship, like communication, trust, respect, negotiation, like all of those things. They didn't have or show any of that coming from the God, but they're doing all the work. It's all, saying like, that's kind of one sided, don't you think? And they always just refer back to the sacrifice, right?
Yeah. And
I
and
don't think
that's
that they
why
realize how horrible human sacrifice is. Go ahead.
they romanticize it. Like Jesus' sacrifice romanticizes human sacrifice. Like I don't think they realize that it's actual human sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
it takes away, when it says Jesus took away the sting from death, like it literally takes away the sting of that thought. When you are a believer, in this God, you talk about somebody's life being taken away, and sacrificed for your future sins, for your future fuck ups. And you
Yeah.
accept that. You have to be willing to accept this horrific, egregious act in order to save yourself. Like, what the fuck is that? And then if there was a devil that existed, why don't more believers ask themselves why they're willing to accept the thing that, it seems like a devil would want them to accept in order to be a part of his group? And then they have to be in this master servant dominant relationship with this deity, and kind of grovel, right? Like, to me, they seem like people like a not kink shaming dominatrix, but like they're groveling at the feet of this deity for crumbs, and they're okay, they're loving it. They're being beaten, and they're saying, ooh, give me more, and they're saying, yes Lord, like, and he's kicking them in the face, and they're like, you're so worthy, give me more. Like, that's what it seems like to me. And they're saying, oh, he kicked me in my nuts today, he loves me. It's like an abusive relationship. Yeah, because like, think about it, like, when honestly, like, when I was in my abusive marriage, when my husband would get jealous and he would say shit and do shit, I would tell myself, oh, he wouldn't act that way if he didn't really love me. He wouldn't do that if he didn't really love me. Like, it's literally an abusive ass relationship. And they teach you that the more you're suffering, the closer you are to this God. If you're not suffering, that means the devil got you. And they taught us that at a really young age, to the point to where my siblings and I would do suffering checks. Like, if we were happy and things were going good in our lives, we got nervous. It created anxiety. Happiness
Wow.
created anxiety. And like, what the fuck is that?
Oh wow. Mm.
That's ass backwards.
A tool used to control the fear in people. You know.
That's deep. That's deep. My anxiety was like always surrounding like something bad is gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. I just know it, but not discomfort and peace. Oh goodness. Hugs to baby thinker, cause yeah, that's not okay. The last question, I had three questions. So the first one was, what does the relationship look like? The second was, do you have more of a relationship with God than with your family? You, you know, they say yes, so we ain't
Yeah.
even gonna go there. And the last one was, is it reasonable to believe that you have a relationship with a person because you've read their autobiography?
Mm, that's a good one.
Yeah. So I just threw out, like, we recently read like the autobiography of Frederick Douglass. Is it reasonable for me to say that I now have a relationship with Frederick Douglass? And unfortunately, the answer I got was yes.
I would have thought
Oh
they would
my.
have at least said, well, it's not because we read the book. It's because we really do know him because he talks to us. I would have thought that they would have said that. They literally said yes,
Yeah,
but they don't
yeah.
even read the autobiography.
Well, if you say it's all, because I contemplated, like, should I do biography or autobiography? But if they say that it's all inspired by God, then okay, boom, I'll let you have autobiography. But if you go and read the autobiography of Maya Angelou, do you have a relationship with Maya Angelou?
No, I
We're
get
dealing
it.
with people who are not present, right?
No, yeah, I get it. I'm saying like they don't even read the Bible. Like the fact that they're saying that they answered yes to that. I thought that they would try to at least wiggle out of that, but like you don't have to read the autobiography to have a relationship because he really talks to us. Like because a lot of them think that they're really in a relationship with the spirit, right? So they don't
Yeah.
read the book. Because like one of my questions is why don't they have to read the book to know the God? Because I don't think they really know who they're in a relationship with in their heads because they don't read the book. They don't like this book.
No, they don't. They do not like the book. Mm-mm. I was explaining to somebody, well, one of the people who tried to use like, because 1,000 years is like a day, and I was telling them like, that came from Psalms 90, and I think either 4 or 5. And so when it was requoted in Second Peter, they kind of changed the meaning of it, and that it was originally a colloquialism,
Mm-hmm.
meaning like 1,000 years is just like a day when it has passed, adjacent to us saying, hey, those kids, they were just born yesterday. You graduating high school already? You was just in kindergarten yesterday, right? It's not
Yeah.
literal, but because you can build it up to what you want it to be. Sandra likes to say pocket God, right? Yeah, pocket God. You just got a pocket God. You done made it whatever you wanted it to be, and that's where you at with it. And I understand, but don't impose that on other people. You want to make your own thing, keep it to yourself. How about that?
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Y'all, somebody's trying to convert you to Christianity. Yeah, if y'all
Oh,
don't,
that's
if y'all don't follow Quan, now that she has TikTok, now that she has TikTok back, make sure y'all follow Quan. She has a book club where she reads a lot of great books, about Black history. Is it all Black history, Quan?
yes.
Okay. Um, Black history. She does discussion panels about the books. Does Fun still do the vocabulary for the books? Does she still do that
Um,
part?
we just did okay. We're kind of sparse on it. I think I'm gonna this. This is my backup page where I do my little shenanigan lives at. But
She also does
Interesting.
deconstruction lives too, y'all.
Yeah, but we be playing. I be trolling. I just like to troll. It's kind of my thing, you know. But yeah, so we still have GRE vocabulary. Yep.
Yeah, if you want to
So
increase your vocabulary, that's a good one. The some of the words they be having, I have never heard a day in my life. But do you know who be in the comments knowing every damn word? Annika ass. Annika somehow
she is
knows
good.
every damn word. She's
Mhm.
smart.
Mhm. Yep. Gotta give it to her. So yeah, we're also doing Duolingo. Well, I know you
What
all are doing.
language?
Um, I'm doing Haitian Creole, but
Oh
like some
wow,
people are doing Spanish, some people are doing Chinese. We got French. We just doing it.
that's what's
Just
up.
link up on Duolingo, learn some languages. Yeah, cause yeah, the reason why I started doing these education things, right? So the vocabulary, the reading, the languages, just all the conversations. Because when that study came to light about the damage to the prefrontal cortex, right, in conjunction with being indoctrinated with religious fundamentalism, I started looking at how do you heal your prefrontal cortex then, right? Okay, my ability to think critically be hampered. So what can I do? How do we heal that, right? And so I learned by learning new information, having new experiences, trying different foods, talking to different people, learning languages, right? Because you are increasing your neuroplasticity, right? Learning new things, and you can heal your prefrontal cortex. And so that's why.
That's what's up.
And
I
I
love
kind of
that.
backed out of it because I was like, these people are ill. So go learn something. Help yourself. The knowledge being the forbidden fruit from the beginning, you ought to know that's the thing that's going to hold you back. My people perish for the lack of knowledge. I'll use the Bible against you.
That the crazy thing, like we
Go
talked
learn
about
something.
that. I feel like that very specific scripture is not just meant for, hey, go learn something, but also hey, don't allow them to learn something. Like I feel like it's uh, a scripture that those that oppress took and said we got to keep them from knowledge so that we keep them in a place of perishment.
Mm. Double entendre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like when you get into like the book burnings, the uh, blocking of learning actual history, the misinformation campaigns, like it's a tactic.
All for mind
I think
control.
college is expensive because black people started wanting to go to college once they burned down all of our colleges. Not all of them, but once they burned down a lot of our colleges, um, yeah, then they started, because college used to be free, didn't it? They didn't used to charge for college.
Maybe really affordable. I don't know if it used to be free. I'll have to look at that and see.
Yeah, I think
Somebody say
at
yeah.
first
Chiquita say yeah.
yeah, I think it used to be free, and then when black people started wanting to attend, they started charging for it, and then it became like a big business.
Well, here's the great thing. We are in the information age, so we have access to a lot of information. And if you want to learn something, you could just go learn it. Yeah,
Yeah,
we got
like
access now. We're not locked out.
like think about it though, like with the Hillman Talk, they even hacked Hillman Talk and took over their page. Like I don't know who did it, but they stole the Hillman Talk page. Like they know that they can't control the access to knowledge as easily anymore. And when all of these professors these black professors with master's degrees and doctorates started giving away this education for free on TikTok. They was like, nope. Then they shadow banned it. Yeah.
Well, I missed that because I was on hiatus because I was having my tantrum over in the corner. Because you won't take stuff from me and then be like, here, you can have it with limitations. You can have it back. I was like, shove it up your keister. Okay, how about that? But yeah. But I'm going through the ghetto, so my signal's gonna be spotty. I'm listening, I'm riding with y'all. So thanks for having me up. I hope y'all Mighty Warrior Dragon Sage, I see you. Thanks for having me up. I hope you all have a good morning, because it is morning, and
You too.
great conversations for all.
Thank you. Have a good morning and a good drive.
All right. All right.
All right. Yeah. Did you know they shadow banned?
Yeah.
That's
hmm
crazy that they shadow banned it.
Exactly. And if it was the other way around, we would have it would be flooded each and every day.
Yep. Zoda Bewitza. Okay. I updated it, Shanier.
Yeah, I'm gonna update. I'm so scared too.
I updated it. It's good. Is that Sade Praise? Y'all, it's gonna be okay. Like, I think you're gonna have to update it because it's been out of the app store for almost a month, and when they add it back, it's going to require an update. Okay, this person isn't connecting either. What? She said that she's gonna make you cry out to God.
Oh, hell no. Mm-mm.
What the fuck is wrong with her? I would go to HR and tell them that you're in a hostile work environment. She's gonna have you crying for Jesus and repenting. What the fuck?
That's harassment and bullying.
But they'll swear up and down they don't be trying to force it on nobody. They'll swear up and down that they're not a fucking gang and that they don't need other people to believe what they believe. Ty, hey, how are you?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
doing well.
true.
How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
Be care. Yeah, I agree. Be careful with HR. You must have receipts because it can backfire.
That's sad because there's like nowhere that you can go. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like they might cry anti-Christian hate. Like if you don't let the Christian witness to you on your lunch break, and you complain about it, it's anti-Christian bias.
Crazy that just literally happened to me on my job as well.
What happened?
So this guy, I actually thought he was pretty cute. One day he was like, "I got you something," and he was like, "I got you a Bible," and I was like, "That's not what I was looking for. Like
Oh my god.
that's not what I wanted. I don't need a Bible, thanks." And so he came to me like a week or so later, and he was like, "I want to take you to church," and I was like, "I'm not going to church with you. Like that's just not. It's not in the cards. It's not ever going to be the play. We're not going to do that." And he was like, yeah, I just really think that you should go with me. And I was like, look, I grew up in church. I used to sing in the choir at church. I used to be that guy. I used to get up, guide me over that great Jehovah. I'm not going to do that. We're not going. And he was like, yeah, I used to think that I was gay, and I used to do, extracurricular activities to try and get away from his troubles. And he was like, then I found Jesus. And I was like, yeah, see, I've never had that problem. I just knew that I'm gay and I'm okay with that. Outside of the shame, like I'm okay with that now. And I've never felt like I need to do extracurricular activities to get away from that. So if that saves you, I don't need it to save me.
Wow. What's up with Jesus and this eye patch?
It's really just it's really did y'all see the meme, like back in the day, the guy, he would always pop up with the little question marks over his head because he
Yeah.
was confused. It's really a blend of him and Jesus, and that's really how I be looking at people when they try and tell me about Jesus. I be like, this ain't. And I love having it because then when I talk to Christians in the chat, I be like, oh my daddy. But yeah, I just want to say thank you for what you're doing, because I really feel like I've been needing a community for this, simply because my family is like, most of my family are people that believe, and I have some people that go really, really hard for Christ. And I really been needing a place to go and find community, and I just have not been able to really find that in actual life. But I'm so glad that I found you on TikTok.
Well, I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you are finding value in the community.
Oh yes, I've been taking my notes, and I just signed up tonight to be a nerd. I was like,
I saw that.
I was like, I'm not going to take on anything else because I'm doing Security Plus, Network Plus to try and further my career right now. I'm in all types of things. I was like, I don't need to add anything else, but I was like, you know what, do this because you're already in the lives every night taking little notes. Like, you might as well.
Yeah. Well, we're happy to have you here. Get in there, and do you have access to the Discord already?
I do not have access to the Discord yet.
Okay, we'll make sure.
Give me a message.
Yeah, we'll get you in
Will
the Discord, and there's a lot of notes on the Discord too.
And one other thing I wanted to add, yes, I do believe that it's a gang. Like, was that not what Jesus was in? Like, he had a gang. But
yeah.
I also feel like I seen this on TikTok a little while ago. I feel like in this era that we're in with American society, the Christians are like the Judas. Like, y'all thought that y'all were going to go ahead and do this thing and elect this guy and go out here and vote for this guy, and you're not getting what you thought you were going to get. You were like, I voted for the economy because I want to put more money in my pocket. And that's the same thing Judas did. He was like, the church is going to pay me. Let me turn him in. And they're not getting what they thought they were going to get.
Yep. The ones that wanted it to happen, the evangelical, the higher ups, they're getting exactly what they wanted.
That's very much true.
Yeah.
But us on the
Did you watch that series?
Yeah, Dr. Bowen did text back. He said fantastic, and he'll be here. I don't know if he'll be here today, but he said fantastic, and he'll be here. So I saw somebody, Lynn Ray asked about Dr. Bowen. Go ahead, Ty. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. But like, even in my family right now, I have a brother that's like he's been really coming at me about like going to church, getting into Jesus, like, and then come to find out he voted that way. I was just like, yeah, I think you're missing the point. Even if you believe who you think God is, like, you're missing the point because he doesn't represent that at all. And I think that I've just gotten to a place in life, like, I've always trying to be just nice to people, even when I didn't believe. It's just like, I'm gonna be nice, it's okay, whatever. But I've gotten to that space now where it's like, please shut up, because now I have to talk at you because people are about to lose their rights. Like, we're about to go through something we did not have to go through. So I feel like there just needs to be an awakening of people doing what needs to be done, and it's saying the thing that we didn't originally want to say, like, you can have your time, I can have my time. but you don't want me to have my space.
Yeah, they want their space and yours too.
Exactly. So I feel like now it just has to be at a whole nother level. We have to get out here and fight for and give that knowledge of what we don't believe in and why we shouldn't have to believe in that. And then they're always like, well, God, it's all in God's hand. It's all in God's hands. If it was in God's hands, I was like, why did you go vote in the first place? Like, God should have just put him there because that's what God wanted. But, you know, anyways,
It seemed like their God did put him there. Like I think that their God, I think he represents everything that their God talks about, and he's
this is
working
very
on
true.
their God's plan. Yeah, they don't think so, right? Even though like that's the weird thing. Like they'll say that he's not what God represents, but then they'll go and vote for him because they say that that's what God wants. Like I don't know, like their reasoning doesn't make sense. Like in the
But
things they do.
to believe in all of this, your reasoning really just doesn't have to make sense. Because I think that Abraham was like the first thing that got to me when he was like, you're going up the mountain to take care of your son. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's the first thing that when I first read that when I was like 15, I was like, this does not make sense. And I know I went to my mom and I was like, Mom, would you unalive me? I've always been that child that was like, we need to talk about
Hold on
this.
for a second. There is a hater in the comments. Don't block and don't mute. Don't. I'm good. I'm just letting y'all. Yeah, I wanted to catch y'all real quick. That's y'all know who that is. Don't block and don't mute her. Go ahead, Ty.
But yeah, I was just like, would you unalive me for that reason? And she couldn't give me a straightforward. My mother couldn't give me a straightforward answer. And it's just like, how could you not answer this question? And we're supposed to believe in this. And this is what he asked of someone who supposedly follows him.
Like I always wonder why they don't question why Abraham didn't question this God when he asked him to kill his son.
Because I don't have kids, but all of my nieces and nephews, I have a large
Y'all are. Y'all are.
But I have a large family.
YOLO.
Going in.
But they didn't like. They don't. This is what I mean when I say they romanticized human sacrifice, because even with Abraham, like first off, like they're okay with Jesus being sacrificed, and then they're okay with Abraham agreeing to sacrifice his son, no questions asked. And even though they're like, oh, but God was testing him and God wasn't going to let him do it. You still not questioning why this man said okay, like no questions asked. Like they romanticized killing humans for the sake of this God.
And I've literally sat back and thought about that because I don't have kids, don't get me wrong, but I have nieces and nephews. And I sit back and I'm like, if I felt like somebody in my head was telling me, or I heard a voice telling me that this is my next move, like this is what I got to do, somebody help me. Somebody please help me. I'm calling 911 on myself because what is happening here?
Exactly. That's a healthy-minded person.
That is true. I don't have kids yet, but I have reached 30. I'm 31, and I'm just feeling like if this really doesn't happen by the time I'm about 35, it just don't need to happen because there's no way I'm going to graduation almost hitting 60. Y'all see that video of that lady? She was like, I'm pregnant. She was like, I'm pregnant, and I'm gonna go to the graduation. They're gonna be like, your grandma's here, and he's gonna be like, that's my mom. No,
wait, are you talking about the older lady that don't know who her baby daddy is?
Yes, and she was like crying to her best friend.
Yeah.
I swear that's not gonna be me. Your papa's here. That's my dad. No. I'm just gonna be uncle for the rest of my life.
It was so funny because she came home from the doctor's appointment, and after them telling her that she was pregnant, and then like she drives up and there's all kind of older men like just chilling in the neighborhood, and they're like, she's looking at them, and they looking at her. It's like,
Ain't nothing. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with it if you want to be 73 with an 18-year-old. But like I told my sister, y'all had enough kids. So I have 14 siblings, and I have over 30 nieces and nephews. I will run around with my nieces and nephews, thankfully, rather than having a kid and being 60 years old.
yeah. Yeah,
But
I'm glad mine are my youngest is 16 now, and he is self-sufficient, and I'm good with the grandkids. Speaking of which, they finally came back today, since everybody's on the mend. I was so excited to see them. I sent Lala and Dudette a picture of my granddaughter. Like, she's getting so fat and chubby. She looks so cute.
So beautiful.
that's crazy. My sister just moved away from where we are. We're from Texas, and she moved out of state, and it's crazy. She took my 5-year-old nephew with her, and she's like, he's always like, when is Uncle gonna come see us? And I'm like, oh, baby, you definitely live like almost 20 hours away now.
Yeah, that's a long drive, and it sucks though.
Yeah, because that was my baby. I go pick him up, and I'll be like, yeah, let's go get ice cream. Let's go with Uncle. Let's go get something to eat. Like, let's go out. Let's go to Chuck E. Cheese. Not Chuck E. Cheese anymore. It's not that. That's not the one. But whatever. My nephew said he want to do it. Let's go do it. Can't do it no more.
Aw, that sucks.
But yeah. But again, I want to thank you guys for having this space. And I do plan on hosting some live soon, but I really just want to dig in, get my information right, get my understanding a little bit better on what some of the things mean that are in the book. And then I'll go from there.
And that sounds good. Welcome to the community, Ty.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I will be in the comments. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
You too.
To God is Real Deuteronomy 4:29 on YouTube. I'm gonna put a link to the Discord in the chat for you if you are trying to call in, or you can come to TikTok if you want to be on stage. But give me just a second. I'll post the link. We are talking to Christians. It's just that Christians haven't come up. So this is not just a Christian only type of live. I talk to all people of different stages of the Christian belief. So if you are a existing believer, you're welcome to come up and choose a topic. If you are a believer who's kind of trying to figure out your faith, not sure if you want to deconstruct, but you have questions about the topics that we are discussing, you're welcome to come up. If you are deconstructing, you're welcome to come up. And if you are an atheist, you're welcome to come up. But it is about Christianity, unless M's is in here. And when M's is in here, we do deconstruct Islam as well. But that's not every night. But I'm going to put the link in the YouTube chat. I'll pin it to the top and just call in. Hey, Fee.
Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Hey.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Good.
It's been a good night. It's been a night of atheists, and it's been peaceful, funny, engaging.
I think that's a
good
welcome
night.
reprieve. Like, 'cause sometimes, like, after so many of those conversations, you're like, yeah, my brain needs a break.
Yeah.
So I get it. That's good.
Definitely.
Hey, I saw your message in the Discord about the trip.
Yeah, that was my bad, y'all. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Look, let me tell y'all, I cannot rely on my memory. I just need to stop trying to do that. So Sandra and I met last night. We do have the room, the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th. So I'm going to go in today and correct those messages. So it was my bad. I completely read the calendar wrong. So you're right. I'm coming down on the 6th. And Sandra, I think, is coming down on the 6th. We do need to, if anybody is willing to help out with, like, some of the logistics, that would be really appreciated, because a lot of people that originally RSVP, times is rough and tough like leather. So some folks are not able to make it now. So, and my flight doesn't get in on the 6th until 7:30 in the evening. So, but I want, anybody that's getting there earlier to be able to have access to the room and, do all those things. So if anybody is willing to help me and Sandra with the on-site planning and stuff like that, please send me a message. And especially if you're getting there a little bit earlier on the 6th.
Well, I will be there on the 5th.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so just let me know what you need. I think me and Nikita, Selena, I don't know who else. So it was somebody else that said they're getting there on the 5th. I think Rhea is planning to get there on the 5th if possible.
Okay.
So there'll probably be about maybe 6 or 7 of us there a day early.
Okay, so what I'm probably going to do is when I'll make the meeting space payment next Thursday. And what I'll do, because we get the room at 10 o'clock that morning on the 6th. So if y'all are coming in on the 5th, then after I make the payment, I'll just let the people know that I'll, maybe give them your name or whoever's name that wants to get access to the room. So y'all will have the room all day on the 6th like we've paid for. And then, any set. I know my sister's going to bring down like a speaker so we can do like karaoke and stuff like that. So
I told Jeff, like, if there's any like decorations that we need, if we could possibly cash app Jeff the money, he could shop for us. He already volunteered.
Okay.
He could get the stuff for us. That way we don't have to travel with it.
Yeah.
And then I could meet Jeff, and then do the decorating. Like we can decorate on the 5th, or the morning of the 6th. That way everything is done by the time y'all get there and people start arriving on the 6th.
That would be perfect. And my sister says she'll help. She loves doing, she does it at various clubs in Atlanta too, like the decoration and stuff like that. I asked for a layout of the room so we can figure out how we want to set up the tables, because we figured it would have it like networking style so people can, move around the room and talk to different people. And, if we got a game of cards going or any other games going.
I know we better have a space tournament going.
We have to have a space tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll figure out a time. Hopefully we can all connect this weekend and kind of map out those details.
Yeah, and we're going to have, the teams are going to be named Jesus and Judas.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus and Judas, and I'm Team Judas.
And the prize is 30 pieces of silver.
30 pieces of silver.
Yeah, so I apologize for that if I confused anybody. That was absolutely my bad.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going too early, because I know I wanted to get there a day early. I didn't want to be there 2 days early. So I just need to know if I need to change my flight.
Yeah, I looked at the contract because I don't know why I thought we had the meeting space Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but it wouldn't have made sense to have the meeting space on Sunday when that's the day everybody's flying back.
Yeah. I'm leaving really early Sunday morning because I got to be back here by like 8 something.
Me too. I think my flight Sunday morning leaves at like 6 o'clock, so I got to get to the airport crazy early too.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing. When I was thinking about that, I was like, well, Saturday night is probably the night that everything pops off, and I can't get really, really, tore up, because I don't like traveling with a hangover.
I told Sandra, y'all know I go to sleep at night, but I'm like, I'm going to be a big girl Saturday night and hang out with everybody. If I got to go straight to the airport at like 3 o'clock in the morning, I can't, because when I get back Sunday, I got something I got to do, and I cannot travel with a hangover. The last time I traveled with a hangover, we were leaving Vegas, and we went to Snoop Dogg's party, and I was so fucking drunk. Somebody had broken a glass on the dance floor. I stepped on it, so like literally like the movie Hangover. We're running through the airport, but I'm limping because my fucking foot is cut. Like I got the worst headache ever. I was like, I will never ever fucking again do this the night before I have to travel. Yeah, I get, but I'm not a drinker. I can't hang, y'all. I think it's my age. I cannot hang. Like I do my edibles and my other stuff, but I cannot drink. My system cannot tolerate it. I think I'm getting older to the point to where I've learned my limit. But yeah, like getting pissy ass drunk, I can't do that anymore. Yeah, I can puff and sip on a glass of wine all night long and I'm good. But anything stronger than that, I need like 3 to 5 business days to recover.
And I can't do edibles. I can't do. Y'all don't ever want to see me on ganja. That will never
Really?
ever. Mm-mm. Nope. And
Me
I think
either.
it's because like I think a lot already, and when I did try it, when I tell you my thoughts went to 10,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I can't. Like, mm.
I've had a couple of bad highs. One of which I told y'all before. I completely convinced myself I was dead. Like I was laying there thinking about it. Like, bitch, you dead. Like I just knew I was. Because it was like literally the logical part of my brain was like, you're thinking, therefore you can't be. So there was a part of me that realized I was being
Right.
irrational, but no one could convince me. And I was laying there. I was moving from my old house to my new house, and everything had been, my house was a mess. I was sleeping on like an air mattress in my living room because all of my furniture was in storage. It was just a crazy time. And that was such a bad high. And I'm laying there listening to my kid cook in the kitchen. And I'm like, you dead. Like, he's going to come in here and he's going to find you on the air mattress. But I'm like, how would I smell what he's cooking? If so I get what you're
Oh my
saying.
god, my brother did that one time. He was at a stop sign, the whole fucking time, but he kept telling himself, "Man, I already passed this place." He thought he was driving. he said he started to get cotton mouth, and he couldn't move, and he was like, "Man, I'm dead." And he said he kept trying to open his mouth. He was like, "They sewing my lips up." It's like, but the whole time he was stuck at that fucking stop sign.
Yeah, a
At least
bad
y'all
high will
wasn't
make
drowning.
you were
On the
drowning.
Right, he shouldn't
bed.
have been
Yeah.
driving. Exactly.
No, I said at least you weren't drowning in your bed like I
Oh yeah, I
was.
remember you text us that because all you didn't text in your bed. You just like, I'm drowning. You was like, it was like, what?
No, I was in the bed and I thought I was drowning.
Ben Today was like, Lala, are you okay? Like,
Like, what kind of waterproof phone is allowing you to text while you're drowning? Like, your dexterity is amazing.
oh my gosh. And
Yeah.
then that time that a little old lady on the airplane gave me a fucking gummy, like she gave me a piece of candy, and it was edible, and I didn't know it. And the whole time I'm thinking I'm being trafficked on the airplane. I'm like,
But you get so paranoid. Like, you really
Paranoid,
do. You
yes.
think everybody is looking at you crazy. And that's what, like, even
Hmm.
with what I do, like, it's so light, y'all. Like, I'm a lightweight for real, for real. Like, I take 2 puffs and I'm good. And like you, like, my brain starts thinking. So I think I found, like, the right amount to stimulate thought, but not let it get overwhelming. So, yeah,
Yeah,
that's usually what I do.
well, you
yeah,
stick with
that's
that.
it.
I'll stick with the Tito's, and then Bash wants us to try his famous drink. We had some of it. Well, my daughters did. Had some of Bash's drink at his birthday party. I took a sip of it because I was already drinking clear, so I didn't want to mix the brown with it. But it tastes pretty good.
What
And
was it?
so it's Tennessee whiskey and something else. Like he does a whole concoction. But it tastes so good. Like, you cannot taste the whiskey in it.
I love whiskey though.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, if you tell me what the ingredients are, I can get them while we're down there so we can make some.
I think he said he's bringing it. Like
Bash isn't coming.
he's not coming anymore.
No.
When did he? What?
He announced that on his live the other day. He said he has a show, and I texted him yesterday because I asked about the t-shirts. I know he said he was going to get the t-shirts, but since he's with the
Hmm.
album, he's not gonna be able to make it.
Oh my God! This was
Oh
his damn
no.
idea.
I know, right? That's what me and Christina said. But I mean, I know he's got, with the album and everything and the timing. He said he was, Mama Bash is going to be there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's still several people that are still coming, but quite a few people did back out because we had like I think over 120 people originally RSVP. And so far, I think we've got 59 that have paid the meeting space deposit. I think we should be good with paying for the meeting space. If anything, it may be some extra taxes, that takes it over what we have, but I don't mind covering that. But no, I text Bash yesterday. He's like, no, he's not gonna be able to do the t-shirts, but he'll figure out a way to make it up to us. So no, Bash ain't gonna be there.
Oh wow.
I know it.
What was I getting ready to say? Yeah. I'll ask him what the ingredients are, and then
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah. We were supposed to do a live verses and vibes.
I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna and I told me and Sandra met last night to discuss a few more details. But and I told her I was gonna reach out to you because I knew you said you were coming down there earlier. So I'll figure out a time for us to get together and work through those specifics.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm excited.
Me too.
I can't wait to see everybody face to face.
Yeah.
Like we've been mostly everybody that's going. Like we've been chilling together for a year online. So this will be our first time getting to see everybody. So I'm pretty excited. And then we get to meet Jeff.
Right. And I'm hoping it won't be the last too, right? Because I know everybody couldn't make the first one. So if we could do, we could maybe plan another one, have a little bit more time to plan and save, then that way folks can work it into their budget a little bit easier.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to. It's a growing community.
Yeah.
So, let's see who's in the guest request. Oh yeah, I know Dragon Sage has been pitching for Barbados ever since we mentioned this one.
Oh my goodness, that would be so much fun, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. Ooh, I like that idea. Hey y'all, let's get these likes up to 250,000. Thinker has a gift goal of blow bubbles. Remember, the App Store is now open, so you can gift the host and panelists of your choosing, as well as subscribe by hitting that gold button on your bottom left-hand corner. And don't forget, if you are enjoying the live, you can also tip. There's a link in Thinker's bio, as well as we have merch. Thank you for the gift.
Lala has the airplane announcement voice.
I promise you, I was thinking the exact same thing.
Rebecca, how are you?
Thank you.
Hi, thanks so much for letting me up. I'm well. How are you?
You're welcome. I'm doing good. Can I get your age? And then let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist.
I'm 36 and I'm a polytheist, but I'm deconstructing and have been for the past 10 years.
Okay. As a polytheist, do you believe in the God that we are discussing? Or deconstructing from the God that we are discussing?
I don't follow him. I don't like him. But I am not sure about whether or not he exists.
Okay. So when you come on stage, you do have to pick one of the topics from the post. And they all about Christianity, like the Christian God.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's okay. That's my upbringing. That's what I'm deconstructing from. Can I choose?
Okay.
Is the Christian God abusive?
Yes.
An abusive husband?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just feel like the Christian God has all of the earmarkings of an abusive relationship. It's that feeling that I've noticed now that I've detached myself from it, of how I was constantly living in this state of uneasiness, like I'm walking on eggshells, because the rules and the boundaries are so contradictory and so unclear. You don't know what's going to make him mad or what's going to satisfy him. Like in some situations, I'm not sure if you can say I'll say unaliving is okay and then it's not okay. So it's trying to read and think one step ahead, like you would if you were in an abusive relationship. What is the outcome of these words that I speak or my actions, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Can you go a little bit deeper and clarify?
So let me think. It's hard because he's all love, is what we're told, but the actions aren't loving. And so for me, it kind of, you're to submit, you don't question, you're to be led, particularly as a woman, and not speak. But then you're to spread the gospel. So it's it feels like he can come and go as he pleases, and he can be in the moods that he is allowed to be in, but we have to be superhuman. The God is allowed to exhibit human qualities, but we as people need to be perfect.
Oh, that makes like the God is allowed to be flawed.
Yes.
And you have to strive to be superhuman, to be like the God. And it's like the God is trying to trade places with the human, or can trade places with the human at any time, and still be seen as perfect and honorable and worthy. And you being a human, like, you're not allowed to be yourself. And you have to strive to be better than yourself. And if you fail at trying to be better than who you are, which honestly, is there a better than who you are? You know what I'm saying? Like you're striving for something that doesn't exist, and you get punished or talked down to for not reaching that impossible task.
Yes. And I think it's interesting as well, because you are broken down at the beginning of the relationship like you're an abusive one. So, you'll be told that you're worthless, you're a sinner, you're deserving of eternal damnation. But then it's the building up afterwards that kind of has the earmarkings of it. I'm not sure if you can say the CULT word, but it's like, now your purpose is beyond the earthly. You have a superhuman purpose. You have a godly, heavenly purpose. So all of that breaking down of your self-esteem in order to kind of push your ego to a place where you are beyond anything on this planet.
Yeah, and then it's a cycle, right? Because some people end up doing that so well, to where it becomes threatening to the God, and then he breaks you down again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Absolutely.
Love bombing from a narcissistic spouse.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. And the funny thing is, now that I've walked away from it, how I view relationship, well, I've walked away thinking, what was I just in? I'm kind of still in those shell shock years, 10 years later, of trying to undo and unlearn everything that I have learned, and trying to reinstate my boundaries, and trying to learn how to be in relationship with other people, and what to accept, and that I need to stay true to myself and authentic to myself and state my needs without automatically just assuming that makes me a bad person.
Did you experience, as you were, getting ready to walk away from this abusive marriage with this God, did you experience, like from, in the real world, the abusive tactics that a abusive spouse would do to keep their victim there, scared to leave, dependent on them? Did you experience these tactics from the humans around you?
From the humans, absolutely. In fact, about a year ago, my entire family have disowned me because of my newfound beliefs. So they've said that I'm demonic. And I think that's part of the strategy, trying to keep you in, trying to isolate you and make you feel like you're doing something wrong. However, I look at it like my love is so much more expansive now. And my joy and my freedom is so much greater, and I feel sorry for them.
Yeah, you do end up feeling sorry for them to some degree. Some of them you do. Some of them you just don't give a fuck, because they honestly, like the demon that they try to tell you that you are, they tend to always, portray those characteristics, and they just can't see it in themselves. And a lot of times they're just jealous of the peace that you found, right? They're jealous of the freedom that you've been able to find. and you're not living in fear of a God or in subservience to a God, and they're jealous of that, and so they feel like they have to try to tear you down or take it away from you so they can feel better about themselves.
Yes, absolutely. I have a pagan business, and they can't understand why it's doing so well and why it's thriving, because I've heard that they've been asking questions like, why isn't God making it fail? They're so angry
I love that.
They're so angry. I hear little bits here or there about what they're up to and what they're talking about over the dinner table from people who know them, and it actually fills me with joy.
That's what's up.
You know what else I noticed in a conversation the other day is that even their theology and understanding of the devil has changed, because now they believe the devil can bless you. So in an effort to reconcile why they think they're serving the only true and most almighty, powerful God in the universe, and the devil has no power, when the reality shows people who are stepping away from worshiping this God are doing just fine. They're thriving. So now they have to add another layer. Oh, the devil can bless you just like God can bless you. And then the question then becomes, then how do you know who's actually blessing you if that's true? So their theology has to change with the delusion that they refuse to let go of.
I'm letting that sink in. Yeah, they give the devil that so much power, don't they, over their lives?
Yeah, without the devil, there is no God for them. Like, there has to be an enemy or somebody chasing them so that this God, they can believe that this God is saving them from something, right? Or that there is a need for the God. If there was no devil, there would be no need for this God. Like, one time we ran up a discussion just basically saying that the devil belongs to believers. And they were so confused by that topic. And then when they would come up and they would ask, like, what do you mean the devil belongs to believers? And I would say, well, do you believe that the devil exists? And they would go, yeah. And I would say, exactly, you are a believer, I'm not. So that's your character. And they couldn't argue back against it. And so a lot of them realized that this is their character, right? And without it, they don't have a story. Like, there's not a reason.
Yeah. It's like they're operating on a totally different currency, a totally different language. Like, it's like monopoly money and actual money. They're using something to explain something, and it doesn't meet because you don't believe in it in the first place. It's like the basics aren't there, and they can't reach you because they can't understand how to get to your level. Because if you don't believe in hell and if you don't believe in the devil, then they can't affect you. And they get so angry about it because they don't know where to go from there.
Mm-hmm. They try to threaten violence, right? Like, we had one of the community members say tonight that one of their co-workers is trying to convert them to Christianity, and she told her, I'm going to make you cry. I'm going to make you hurt so bad that you're going to cry out to Jesus. So, like, they take it into their own hands and are willing to go as far as, harming somebody physically or emotionally or mentally to break them down, to make them want or need their Jesus. But the crazy thing is, like, who the fuck says that even if, I got down bad, that I'm going to cry out for your Jesus? Like, if I don't believe that your God exists, why the fuck would I reach for something that I already know don't work?
Absolutely. The thing is as well, you've kind of talked about him being an abusive husband, but the thing that confuses me is that he is a husband to us. We're supposedly the bride and the church, but then also he's our father. And I think that, like, the whole interdynamic of relationships, and I don't know, it just all blurs into one. I think it kind of, I don't want to use the I word, but it does feel quite how do I describe it? Do you understand what I
Yeah,
mean?
I totally get what you're saying. And I think that it's wild, right? Like when it gets to the sexual immorality laws in
Yes.
Leviticus, it doesn't mention that a father shouldn't look at his daughter's nakedness. That's the one that it does not mention. It goes through the whole family, even down to the cousins, even down to the sister-in-laws, to the aunties, right? But it
Yeah.
does not mention a father should not uncover the nakedness of his daughter. And so when you put that dynamic together, right, that he is the father as well as the husband, it makes fucking sense.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't see how other people can't understand that or they can't read into it. And it comes back to the boundaries thing for me. Like whenever you're stepping out of an abusive relationship, that relationship has taught you what's acceptable. And so whenever you're told things like honor your mother and your father, and those kinds of verses have been weaponized against you to keep you in relationships where people can disrespect you like your parents, and then you leave that situation, you don't know if people can talk to you like that, or threaten you whenever you wander out into society, because behind closed doors that's what you're used to and that's normal.
Yeah, Treese was talking about that earlier, having the difficulty of recognizing what abuse is, and I was sharing that, you know, when I was in my marriage, I didn't know that verbal abuse was abuse, and so when my husband would say the things that he would say to me, and you know, call me bitch every other word, I didn't recognize that as abuse.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Thinker.
Oh, thank you. I'm okay now, but I think that there's a lot of people out there, men and women, young girls, young boys, who don't know that they're being abused verbally. Like I cannot stand when a parent, you know, calls their child stupid or dumb, or when they be like, that little motherfucker did this, or that, you little motherfucker come here, or you stupid dumb fuck. Like I cannot stand, and like parents will be laughing and think that is funny, but I don't think that's funny. And I think that that's verbal abuse.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like I said, when you're in it, you don't see it, and you think that it's how it should be and how things are. And whenever you detach yourself away from it, you realize that there's a better way, and there are expansive, loving relationships that accept you for who you are at your core, and not what you do, and not how you are with them.
Yeah, I agree. You made me think about a part of Leviticus 18 that I recognized last week, and I'm not sure what this means, but it says, you shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or of your daughter's daughter, for their nakedness is your own nakedness. And I don't like to, like, what does that mean? Because like with everything else, when it says don't uncover such and such nakedness, like don't uncover the nakedness of your father's wife, because that's your father's nakedness, right? Because that's his wife. What the fuck is your son's daughter or your daughter's nakedness is your own nakedness? What the fuck?
What does it say about your daughters? It doesn't say you can't uncover the nakedness of your daughter.
No, you can't. It doesn't say it.
Does it say?
It starts here. Like it doesn't say your daughter. Hold on. It starts right here. None of you shall approach anyone near your kin to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is the nakedness of your father. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter, whether born at home or born abroad. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or of your daughter's daughter, for their nakedness is your own nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, born in your father's house, since she is your sister. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, she is your father's flesh. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's flesh. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother, that is, you shall not approach his wife, she is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law, she is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife, it is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, and you shall not take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. They are your flesh, it is depravity. And you shall not take a woman as a rival to her sister, uncovering her nakedness while her sister is still alive. So it never says that a father should not uncover the nakedness of his daughter. And then this verse 10, like when it says don't uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or of your daughter's daughter, and then it says that's your own nakedness, like what the fuck? That's like saying you can, like the daughter of your son and the daughter of your daughter belongs to you because everything else is possessive.
And we know these laws were written to
Real quick, you
men.
guys.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lola.
Thinker has her gift goal up. She is running out of time, and it is the blow bubbles. Once again, she's running out of time. She has less than 30 minutes left to meet her goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. What were you saying?
What scripture is this, Thinker?
Leviticus 18.
Leviticus, okay. I was saying that it's clearly, I mean, the laws were written to men, but even in the wording, it makes the relationships off. Because the one where it says, you shall not uncover the nakedness of something about your brother. Where's that one?
Let's see, the nakedness of your mother. Let's see, the nakedness of your father's wife, the nakedness of your father's sister, mother's sister. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother, daughter-in-law, your brother's wife.
Yeah, like your brother's wife is not your aunt. Your brother's wife is your sister-in-law.
You see, you should not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness, is what it says. It's like it's your brother's nakedness. Like that's your brother's nakedness to uncover, not yours.
So it's interesting that there's possession on certain relationships, but not on others. And then the possession is not even clear. Because like in verse 9, you shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter, whether born at home or abroad. There's no...
That's the incest. And that's the one that Abraham broke. Like he's not supposed, you can't have sex with your sister, whether it's your father's daughter or your mother's daughter, even if she's born from another clan. So Abraham violates this one. This is the one I bring up all the time. Like, and I asked, did God always have a problem with incest? Because Abraham and Sarah is basically number 9.
Yeah. And it still doesn't speak on uncovering the nakedness of your direct children.
Nope. Which is weird, ain't it? And that makes verse 10 all the more weird, because what do you mean your son's daughter and your daughter's daughter belongs to you? The nakedness of your son's daughter and your daughter's daughter is yours. Like, what do you mean? That's like saying that you can have sex with your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter.
But it's also telling you simultaneously not to uncover their nakedness.
Because it says, like, it's saying you can't, like, say, let's say it's talking to the Israelites, right? You shall not uncover the nakedness. Well, yeah, it is. Let's see. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or of your daughter's daughter, for their nakedness is your own nakedness.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Unless that's how they said it is your flesh. Because down here it says, You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is your father's flesh. And when it says, for their nakedness is your own nakedness, is that the same thing as being saying that she is your flesh? Don't sleep with your granddaughters because she is your flesh.
But it still seems possessive because look at 16. You shall now uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. So it's like his wife's nakedness belongs to him to be able to see.
Yeah.
So if we use that same logic, then your grandchildren's nakedness is for you to be able to see?
Verse 10 is confusing because it is saying don't do it, but their nakedness is your nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or of the daughters of your daughter's daughter, for their nakedness is your own nakedness. I think this one might be trying to say like they're one and the same, like the same gene pool, maybe.
That's a weird way to say that though.
Yeah. The only thing that's making me think that is saying it like that now is because you, like you pointed out, it's saying you shall not uncover, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the you and the your, they're talking to the same person there. So the only thing that makes me think it's got to be saying like y'all are the same gene pool, so don't sleep with your grandchildren. But it doesn't say don't sleep with your daughter anywhere.
But I do think there's a layer of possessiveness because look at 7. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother. So to me, that's saying you can't look at your father because his nakedness belongs to your mother.
Yeah, and that's what Ham did, which is the nakedness of your mother. And that's why Ham got cursed. And then she is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You should not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is the nakedness of your father.
But how?
It's so weird the way the possession, because it's like your mother's nakedness is your father. And then when it gets to her nakedness is the father's too.
And what's the purpose of both 7 and 8? Unless they're talking about the father's, maybe a stepmother. Because it's 7 clearly already talks about the mother. She's your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness.
I think it's saying her nakedness is the father's nakedness. I think it's saying like don't disrespect your mother by uncovering your father's nakedness. Like her nakedness is your father's nakedness. And then verse 8 is saying don't uncover or it's talking about his concubine. Verse 8 might be talking about the concubine.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe a second wife or a stepmom or something like that. Your father's wife. Because it's a distinction between your father's wife and your mother.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah. But like what's tripping me out the most is that it doesn't have don't uncover the nakedness of your daughter, for she is your daughter. Like that one was left all the way the fuck off.
Or your son.
Yeah. But this is talking to men.
Well,
but
yeah.
It's not addressing the women at all. Because it never says don't sleep with your uncle. You know, don't sleep with your brother. This is addressing men.
It says your father's brother.
It's I think it said don't sleep with your father's uncover your father's brother's nakedness.
14, you shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother.
Mm-hmm. That is your shall not approach his wife.
Okay.
Yeah, she is your aunt, which is what Moses's father did. Moses's father's wife is his auntie. So Moses's mama is his great aunt.
Mm-hmm. What in the Game of Thrones were they?
So does that mean that the son is fair game too?
I don't know. I guess because Well, I don't think the son can sleep with his mom. I think they felt like if they addressed the men, there was no need to address the women. Because if the son cannot sleep with his mom, then the mom can't sleep with the son. And that's why, like, looking here, there's no father not sleeping with the daughter. Like, this is strictly to the men of the camp.
I didn't need more reasons to be horrified.
There's so many in here, Rebecca. My
goodness. Bird, it was Noah. It was Noah, but the God honored the curse. Rebecca, did you have anything else before we bring up another guest?
Not really. I'm just so grateful that you had me on. I love listening to you. I've been listening for about a month, and you give me food for thought every day that you're on. So thank you, and thank you to the panel as well. I'm always learning so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. It was a great conversation.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're
Have
welcome.
a good day. Bye.
You too. You too. If you are in the guest request box on purpose, can you please comment? See, there are 8 people in the guest request box.
Miss Charlene.
Hey, Miss Charlene.
Good morning, sweet peas. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm glad you went to the doctor.
Dr. B! Dr. B is back, y'all.
Yay! Welcome back, Dr. B.
Welcome back.
I feel like singing Mr. Carter.
Happy
Welcome
Valentine's
back.
Day.
I know.
Your dreams were your ticket out. Good morning.
Greetings.
Good to be back.
I didn't tell them about the beard. No, I'm joking. I did.
I swear I've never been more surprised at such a reaction from such a large group of people. Yeah. It's almost back. Don't worry.
Auntie, what were you saying?
Oh no, I said I was glad that you went to the doctor, and I'm glad you're feeling better in the family. Everybody's doing better.
Yeah, we're on the mend. This is the first night that I've not felt brain fog. I've not felt nauseous. So I think I'm on the mend. Now I just have to do number, and then I think I'll be okay. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is the first night that I've actually had injury. But I did get a B12 shot today, so that it could be the B12 shot that's making me feel good. So I don't know, but I do feel great. I actually started the live off with I feel good. I mean, I literally feel good. And when I went to Apple Music to look for the song, I typed in I feel good and I couldn't find the damn song. And I'm like, where the fuck is this song at? And it's I look good, not I feel good. But I started the live off with I look good, touch my sweat. Yeah, that's how good I feel.
Well, I'm glad to hear it because I was worried about you. That's what I'm telling you. Get that house. Sometimes you have to, when everybody in the house is sick too, and you have to also, get the sickness out your house. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, good, and I'm glad I was able to up my subscription because I was worried about losing my badges and stuff, making me start all over. I didn't, but it say resubscribe, so I hope it didn't.
Yeah, everybody's
you have it
to come back.
You have your butterfly.
Oh, good. Because
Gargar just got one for Dr. Bowen.
Well, thank you, Gargar. But yeah, I wanted to come up and talk about the who the fuck did I worship.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, when I saw that, I was like, now this right here is a good topic because that is a good question. Because, who I thought I was worshiping, and the God that I had, like Bash always say, we make up our own gods, and that is true because the God in my mind and in my heart that I was worshiping is not who the God really is in the Bible. You know, I think I said that once before, but you don't realize it when you're doing it. A, because you're not reading and studying like you should. You're just doing ritualistic things, but you just don't see it when you in it. You know, you feel like you worshiping God the right way, the right thing. You're doing what you're supposed to do, and God is lovely. And then when you really open up the book and start to read for yourself, it's kind of like you feel like you're being catfished. How about that?
Yeah.
I feel like I was catfished because I felt like I held up my end of the bargain as best as I could as a human, but the God didn't. He didn't at all. So I feel like I was catfished. That's a good way to put it, and it's very it's hurtful, really, because that was this time I just could have done something else with. You know,
Yeah.
I could have just done something else with it. And then,
Catfished by Jesus.
okay, that should be a show.
It really should. And then we should make Humper do the mascot.
I love it. I love it. Speaking of, did you ever finish that show, Thinker?
I did not. I refused to watch the last episode because I had my expectation that I was going to get at least 2 more seasons of it, and then when I found out that wasn't true, I haven't watched the last episode yet. But I'll probably go and watch the last episode now. I think I'm over the fact that that was the end of the series, so I'll probably go back and watch it.
Yeah, I think you'll like the way they since they did end it. I think you'll appreciate the ending. But yeah, Catfish by Jesus. That should be that should be a God make that a good topic because that's exactly how I feel. I feel like I've been bamboozled. I've been what's the other one he said? Bamboozled and something else.
Hoodwinked.
Hoodwink. Thank you. Hoodwinked. All of the above. And I'm just I'm still dealing with where to put that because I still have anger about it. And I don't know if that's productive, but it's just truthful how I feel sometimes.
I mean, it's a process, and just continue to work through it. That's the only thing that you can do.
Yeah. And then my daughter, she's gaga for Jesus, which causes issues here in my home. Because I told you she's autistic, and that her holding on to God is what works for her. So I don't want to try to take it away from her because that's what she needs in her life. But she doesn't understand. I no longer want it in mine. You know what I'm saying? She can't grasp that. She just cannot accept that her mother no longer subscribes to the God, to God. And she just can't accept that. So it causes issues here for me with my boundaries, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we were talking today to a young girl. She was 21 years old on Ria's Live, and her mom don't get along because her mom doesn't believe in this God. She does. And we were talking to her about setting boundaries and letting her know that her mom doesn't have a right into her relationship with, the God that she believes in. And she wasn't receptive to it because she wants a relationship with her mom. But at the same time, she wants her mother to participate in her relationship with her God. And I was like, you can't force your mama to do that. And your mom has already told you that she's not going to do that. So you have to make a decision, right? Can you have a relationship with your God and a relationship with your mom and they be separate? And she left. And so like it's a lot of times when I talk to believers and I ask them, like, why do you need other people to believe in your God with you, right? That the very fact that they can't accept that other people don't believe in their God, like, it just, I don't know, like, it validates for me that they need other people to validate their belief. And if you don't believe in it, then it's like saying that you're telling them to their face that it's not real.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're validating, not even just saying that it's not real. The fact that you don't believe, it feels more like a it's solidifying for them that it's not real, if that makes sense.
It does. And I make a conscious decision not to discuss anything, even if I'm in here listening to you all and she walks in my room, I'll like put my earbuds in quickly or something like that, because I don't want her to hear the conversation that's being had. Because it really, I mean, when I say she's a fanatic, and it's scary sometimes, not in the fact of scary that I'm scared of being injured or anything of that sort. No, it's just scary how hard she goes for God, and she just does not understand. Like, she'll come in here if she get, because we had a rituals, for example, when we would travel, right? I would always do the prayer to cover us over the road. You know what I'm saying? And so she's still like, if she's going somewhere, she's traveling somewhere, she'll come in and say, all right, Mama, I'm finna go on the road. I need you to pray. Stuff like that. And it's not, I know people say, why don't you just tell her you don't do it? It's the situation that I'm living in because of her mental issues. It's not that easy. It's just, I can't explain it to y'all. It's a lot that I deal with, trying to keep her sane, trying to keep me sane in this space that we live in, that we share together. It's just difficult sometimes. And yeah, I really am looking forward to this trip, y'all, because I need a break. I need a mental break because it's weighing on me. It really is. And I can't, like, this time of morning, she's asleep, so I can talk freely about it, but most of the times I can't. So I just kind of keep it to myself, you know. But it's rough. But yeah.
And Auntie Charlene, I'm sorry to hear that that's a struggle for you. I mean, it's not only just the religious deconstruction, but it's the layer, the added layer of, like you said, of her limitations. And then the additional pressure that puts on you to navigate both of those. That's a lot of heavy lifting for you to have to do on both sides. When you were talking about it, I thought about it from the standpoint of, as parents, we do what we have to do to take care of our children, and we work with them with the knowledge of that we have of them. So I'm wondering if maybe thinking about the things that she needs from you, as my sister hates broccoli, but as eating vegetables, like something that we don't necessarily enjoy. We know that it serves a purpose. We know why we have to do it. And it's just, it holds you put it in a different pocket for yourself. Before, you were doing it because you believed it, because you felt like it was protecting both yourself and your daughter. You no longer believe that because of additional information you've learned, but she does.
Right.
And in your effort to respect that for her, it means that, okay, you may have to do some things that no longer mean the same thing to you that it did before. Maybe that's a way of thinking about it, where you kind of wash it completely clean of all the residue that it carried because of what it is, and frame it in a different way. This is something I need to, just like brushing her hair, or just like, any other service or thing that she may need from you. Because like you said, she may not be cognitively able to understand the deconstruction process in its totality. So in order to not drive you crazy and, for it to, you may still internally roll your eyes because of what it no longer is. But maybe that's a way of looking at it to make it a little bit easier for you to bear.
And thank you, because that's what I try to do. You don't know, internally rolling my eyes, my eyes is rolling all around inside my body. You hear me? It's probably down to my big toe right now.
I'm sure.
But I do, because it's easier for me to just go along with it, to keep peace, So I like if she come in and ask me to do it, I do it. But then sometimes I feel guilty about doing it because I know that I know the difference of it's just me saying words now. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to when I was used to do, I really meant and felt what I was saying. Now I just do it just like I'm just reciting something just to make her feel at ease. But it's sometimes it just becomes overwhelming for me. And I like I said, I don't really have a lot of people I can talk to it about, so I kind of internalize it. But yeah, it is what it is, and I'm learning how to surf the waves within, in my reality. I'm just learning how to deal with it.
And I think you're doing it for what it's worth. I think you're doing a beautiful job of it. Like, not only are you figuring it out on your own, but you're making the effort to hold space for other people that are in your same position in your age group to help them deconstruct. And really, that's all any of us can do. We can take this one day at a time, 1 minute at a time, and do the absolute best that we can. And when new resources and tools become available, you'll utilize those. But for right now, you're honestly doing all that you can. And, I'm glad we have the space so that we can get together here or get together on Discord or, on FaceTime or whatever we need to support each other through it. Because that's honestly all that any of us can do.
Yeah, and I so appreciate this space. Uh, you don't, I don't even think I can express how healing and comforting I find, the comfort I find in this space, and the people that I've met on here. Y'all are my family too. I tell my kids all the time, that I have another family, and I can't wait to meet everybody. I'm just, I feel, I just feel special, y'all. I feel special. Oh, but anyway, that's what I wanted to talk about. Who the fuck did I worship?
And Thinker, where are we on the Auntie Charlene's travel collection?
Think that she's already sent 300.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Are you able to go ahead and get the ticket at this point?
Well,
Because I think,
I wanted to go ahead on and pay Mama Bash first. I know I should go ahead and get the flight first. You thinking?
yeah, text me after the live today because I don't want those tickets to go up. So I would say go
Okay.
ahead and get the tickets, and then yeah, text me about the Mama Bash portion of it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because I think we're 3 weeks out, and after today, I think those tickets will likely go up. So I would say definitely get that ASAP.
Okay. I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm just I can't wait. I can't wait. This is a well needed. I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna I don't have a stitch of hair on my head, and I'm gonna let it down. I'm gonna have a ball. I'm gonna have me a ball, y'all.
We are looking forward to it.
But so that was all. I just wanted to put my little 2 cents in on the who the fuck did I worship? Because this right here, this is a good one. This makes you think. Even if I was, even it should make Christians think. Who are you worshiping? Are you sure you know who you're worshiping? Are you sure that the God you're worshiping in your mind and heart is the one that's in that Bible? It's worth looking into, because ain't no sense in us living a lie to the end if you don't have to.
Yep.
You know.
And I think too, like the vast majority of them don't think that. I know I didn't think it. When I was thinking about this yesterday, how so many things that I'm questioning now, I never questioned as a believer. Those questions never popped into my mind to view the Job story through a lens other than what had been presented to me. To ask the questions about all of these Levitical laws about sexual immorality and why the daughter was never mentioned and what does it mean that like we never were taught to do that. We were in I think Dude's live yesterday, and Christine and I were talking to J Rob, And he said that as Christians, you can question God, you just can't challenge him. And that got me to thinking, I'm like, what's the difference? Because if you're asking a question and in that question is not necessarily a challenge, then what are you seeking to gain? Are you seeking to gain a different understanding of what you already know? Or are you pushing back against what you're reading? And if it's only one type of questioning and you're limiting that, then what's the purpose of even asking the question?
Right.
Yeah, so I think this whole process opens up a lot of realizations that most of us don't have. The vast majority of Christians, I don't think, realize how much they gaslight themselves. So it's really hard to identify when you're being gaslit, when you are internally doing it without even realizing that you're doing it because of this relationship with God. Like the previous guest was talking about, relationships in general. Like no other relationship in your life is curated the way this relationship is. And if it is, then you would have an issue with it. If
Yes.
I'm the only one doing any communicating, I'm the only one doing any work, I'm paying for absolutely everything. I am constantly giving. There are constantly withdrawals made from my accounts, but never any tangible deposits made from yours. And who's in this relationship other than me? And they don't allow themselves to think about that when it comes to this guy.
And even in the spaces where you're praying and you're asking for things, right? And whatever it is that you're asking for comes to fruition, you still give that glory to God without saying, wait a minute, I got up, I went to work every day, I worked extra jobs, I cut back on you don't look at it like that. You are just attributed to thank you, Lord. Or for an example, when I was married, me and my husband, we was going through some financial issues, and our phone got turned off, right? And so my mother-in-law found out about it because she had called the house and got the message. And I didn't say anything to anybody about it because I feel like, well, it's a phone. I get it on when I can, you know. And so I was at home, and the phone rang because it was the in the house phone, not our cell phone. And the phone rang, and it scared me because I'm saying to myself, now wait a minute, my phone is off. What the hell is I'm trying to. So I pick up the phone, and I'm like, hello. And it was my mother-in-law calling, right? And I'm like, well, how did you do that? She said, I don't know. She said, I just picked up the phone and said, I'm gonna call and see, and it went through. Well, I was just like, oh Lord, because no one ever at that time told me how the phone was turned back on. So it was a miracle. Oh, God don't work the miracle. I was praying and God don't work the miracle. When all the time, it was my mother-in-law who did it because she said she just did not feel right with her grandchildren being in the house and not being able to call if need be. You know what I'm saying? But she didn't say anything, and I didn't find out about it for years after the fact that it was her who actually had the phone turned back on. But I immediately thanked God. I immediately attributed it to him as opposed to a person. And even if you say the person, somebody say, well, God put it on their heart. You just can't get away from giving him the glory for something that people, like we always talk about, humans do.
Yeah, they start with a conclusion in hand already. They've already concluded that anything that's beneficial to them came from this God. So even if it came to them at the hands of a human,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to plug God in there in some
Some
sort of.
kind of way. Yep.
Mhm.
God done put it on their heart. Why can't they just have that type of heart? Because that's just my mother-in-law, who was my mother in love, because I love that lady. That's just who she was. That was the type of person she was. And instead of me giving her, although I thanked her, don't get me wrong, but I still took away from it by saying God done put it on her heart. No, that's just who she was. And we take a lot from people, a lot of the appreciation from people and human people that are doing things in our life. We take away the appreciation from them by giving it to somebody else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they do it all the time. And I mean, and then they call themselves, or they see themselves as being more holy for doing that because, oh, that's me being humble. It wasn't me, it was the Lord.
Right, right. Yep.
Yeah. But the money I gave came out of my checking account, not the Lord's. So,
Hello.
you
Hello.
know. Yeah, so I think it's just that circular reasoning, that confirmation bias. I think it makes them feel more comforted to think that something stronger than them is working on their behalf. It's kind of like the boldness that you feel talking shit to somebody if you know you got backup.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what it is.
Yeah.
They are their own backup and they don't realize it.
Yeah. It's something else. It really is, and I did not realize it because I was too close to it. But once I kind of took a step back and looked at it from a different angle, it was very easy to see how what's the word I want to say, gullible I had been, because really it's no need for us not to know because it is there. All we got to do is just open it up and read it for ourselves with with just plain old comprehension skills. But we don't, and that's on us, really. Can't blame anybody for that. But I'm just glad that I am no longer there, and I have a community that's helping me along my little journey. So that was all I wanted to say. Out, Marco. Now you gonna wake up and get in my face? Golly, my dog.
It's good talking to you, Auntie. But yeah, text me later on this morning or after the live is over so we can figure out the other portion of it because I definitely don't want you to miss those airline ticket costs.
Okay,
Okay.
I will. I sure will. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one. My sweet peas.
Too, Auntie Charlene. Love you.
Love y'all
Bye,
too. I'll talk to
Auntie.
you later. Bye bye.
Dr. B, can I ask you a question right quick about To'evah and Shakutz?
Sure.
So I see that these are the two words that the Hebrew Bible uses for the concept of abomination, because there isn't a word for like a word for word for abomination in Hebrew, right?
Yeah. I think Toeva normally carries a lot of that weight, but sorry. Yeah.
Okay. And then so like I mean, like, so like it doesn't necessarily just mean like abomination. It's like so is that what it is? So like To'evah is like ritual impurity, right? Or like moral impurity. And then Shakutz is more so like evil, idolatry.
I don't know that I'd be able to uh, parse out without doing some lexicography the nuances of each. Look at some examples first.
Okay.
Um,
I was looking at it and I was trying to see where each was used. I don't know if you'd be willing to kind of help me with that, because I was trying to see. So I know To'evah is used even with like the food impurities, and then like don't have two different weights, like that scripture that says you should have not two different weights in your house. It is To'evah. You know what scripture I'm talking about?
I think there are a couple, but I don't remember where it's
Yeah.
at, but yeah.
So I'm working on an argument for like the man should not lie with man, it is an abomination, and what that word means there, like what did the writer mean. And I saw a video that Dan McClellan did, and Dan was saying that it's more so because sexuality or sex was from the top down, and he said it had more to do with like the status of the man, like the man couldn't be the receiver, like a high status man couldn't be the one receiving. And but like ever since I have been told that abomination is Middle English. It's a Middle English word, and that there wasn't like a 1-to-1 in Hebrew for abomination. I started looking into what word was used there, and I see that like there's two words that I found in Hebrew that is translated into abomination, and that's toeva and shakutz. And shakutz is used with when the God is like getting onto them about idolatrous practice, or when they're talking about child sacrifice or worshiping other gods. And then toeva is used mostly when it's talking about the ritual practices. I think there's one time where toeva is used when it's talking about kamash. But what I wanted to see is if the use of the word there has anything to do with the severity of it, because and why the doctrine is why if toeva was used with not eating shellfish, why then is it, do we not as a society or as a society take the same process with, okay, shellfish back then was toeva, homosexuality today doesn't have to be toeva if shellfish is no longer toeva. Does that make sense? But they still see worshiping other gods as shakutz. And I'm still trying to formulate this argument, but I'm just looking into the Hebrew. You're going in and out. Did we lose you, Dr. B? I think we lost him. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yes.
Oh man, we lost you again.
How about now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, I suspect you know the answer as to why they don't see that, you don't see that kind of consistency. It's funny
think I guess I
because
mean how did they decide that? Fat Jesus put
yeah,
it in
I mean,
Fat Jesus put it in better words. He said, I think the argument stems from how do we pick and choose what's still to'eva and what's not.
I mean, again, I suspect you know the answer to that, and that is that they're utilizing their modern sensibilities, right? What where they are in their current state of uh, morality. It's the same reason that I can have a conversation with a fundamentalist evangelical, and they will say, "Oh my God, no! Like slavery, we should not be doing slavery." And then in the same breath say, but yeah, I mean, like men are superior to women, and men should be running the household, and women should be, submissive to them. Like it's why they're in the same goddamn category in the Hebrew Bible and in the New Testament. But it's why they can do that. They can because they as their morality. See, they're backing into the text, right? They know today, thank God, at least most of them, that slavery is immoral, right? So they start there, but they're not at a place yet, unfortunately, where they think that, you know, headship in a household is immoral. And so they're going to start with what they know to be wrong and back into the data, even though the data would, like, you can make the same argument for slavery in the biblical text that you can for like headship in a marriage, right? I think they fall into roughly the same category. So, but let me when I get to where I'm going, let me look back through my um, Leviticus commentary, because I suspect I've got a section in there where I've done some lexicography already. I've been kind of caught up writing these Hebrew grammars. Um, so I'll have to go back and look.
I think a lot of people are stuck on the word abomination. Like, it seems like people are more willing to cause harm to the LGBTQIA trans community because of that word, like abomination. And it's like, that's the thing that God hates the most. You know what I'm saying? And like the stigma around the word. And it's like, I don't know if there's some effort of saying, hey, shellfish was also to'iva, or also considered an abomination, like comparing it to the things that they eat today. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if there's something that can try to help some people or edge some people towards a different view, to try to save some lives. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this is really, I think what you're hitting on is the real problem with taking texts as divinely inspired, right? Because
Yeah.
we spend so much time nowadays trying to show people that the biblical texts were endorsed. They endorsed the social institution of slavery, but the reason that we can do that is because I think the majority of the population recognizes that that's an immoral practice. And so that's not something we're trying to like work people out of. They're already at that mindset. Whereas if it were, 1855, we might be spending time in the camp of the abolitionists who are, like trying to help them. If we were atheists with the abolitionists, we might be trying to help them with like the image of God argument, right? And saying, yeah, see, like everybody is in the image of God, because from a social standpoint, people are using the text to enslave other people, and I think that's really the crux of the issue here. Is that right now, like it's if 100 years from now, everybody recognized that treating anybody in the LGBTQ plus community is immoral, then I don't think anybody would, like, I think we'd be spending our time trying to say, look, you recognize that this is immoral. Look what they're doing to members of the community in the biblical text, right? But because we're in this place right now where people are actively utilizing the text to harm members of that community, we're more inclined to try to find places where, well, does it actually say that it's bad to be part of this community or something?
Yeah.
Does that make? I don't know if that
Yeah,
makes
because it's
sense.
like meeting them where they're at. Like, we know that they believe in the God, and that's where their loyalty is. And it feels like, I don't know, appealing to that side of their brain,
Yeah.
and kind of, I don't know how to articulate what I'm trying to do. I don't know, but I just feel like there's got to be something in there to give people a better understanding of what this text actually says.
See,
So,
I think that's the problem, right? Because, okay, if it were 1860 or 1855, like I would probably lose no sleep at night arguing that the Hebrew Bible, um, making this Matthew 19 argument. I'd probably lose no sleep at night, even if I knew it wasn't right, even if I knew it wasn't true. I would lose no sleep at night saying, look, the Old Testament is regulating a practice, that that it knows to be immoral. And look, in the New Testament, Jesus is like, look at what he's saying here, and look at what Paul's saying. Look at Philemon. Like, I would probably find myself in making the arguments that the apologists are making today, because my motivation would be very pragmatic. Like, we need to get people out of slavery. So what's going to help do that is me standing up here and showing, yeah, this text that you're using to harm other people, that is what it says. Um, that yeah, like what it would be like. My father always says, um, if you come up to a traffic light and the light is green, but you see that a tractor trailer is coming through the intersection. He has the red light, but his brakes are locked up, and he's not gonna stop. You're perfectly right. You have the right to go out into that intersection, but you're dead wrong, right? Because you're gonna get hit by the truck. And I feel like that's probably an apt analogy here, where I would find myself doing whatever it is that I needed to do to get people out of slavery, um, even if I knew it to be incorrect. And I think, like, even if I knew that that's not actually what, from a historical critical standpoint, the text was doing. And I think probably the same is the case here. How do we get people who are depending upon this ancient Near Eastern text to to drive their moral decisions? And they're utilizing it, they're weaponizing it, uh, right or wrong. How do we get them to stop doing that shit, right? And if that means, leaning into, are we really sure that's what that says? Then I think if it saves people, it keeps them from getting harmed, then I don't lose any sleep over that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I think what you're saying is like the goal is trying to get people to stop making moral decisions using the text altogether. But if we have to use the text to save some lives, then that doesn't hurt the overall goal. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like if we have let's say we have a Supreme Court justice and they're just, not sure which way they're going to go, but boy, they are going to, whatever the Bible says, that's what they're going to do. Um, if that Supreme Court justice is up there saying, "All right, it's I'm the deciding vote here for whether we bring back slavery," I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar that if they ask me, what does the Bible say about it, and I know that that judge is going to vote with whatever he believes or she believes the Bible says about it, you better believe I'm going to be like, oh my God, look, Matthew 19, like that Jesus is clearly trying to like work people out of this. Like it's clearly saying the social institution of slavery is wrong. That's what the Bible says. It's wrong. Definitely don't vote for that. And am I going to lose any sleep at night for that? Nope.
Yeah, because I think there are some that aren't going to budge unless they think that it's what the God says, right, or what the text says. Like some you can appeal to just their human side, right, and reason with them, like like what the fuck does it matter to you what two grown adults do in the comfort of their home, and do they really deserve to lose their life, lose their freedom, lose their rights, right, because you don't live like them or you don't love like them, or but there are some who are very fundamental, who I think the only way of reaching them, some just aren't reachable, right? Like, and I know that we can't reach everybody, but there are some that I think that we might have an opportunity with if they had a better understanding, or if we were able to say, look, this was once To'evah. It's no longer To'evah. Why wouldn't, as time move on and we learn more, why wouldn't this thing also be To'evah? Like, because it's not like it's set in stone. I don't know. I just feel like I get what you're saying. I feel like there is a group of people that we might be able to appeal to with information. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Like, I mean, there's no other way to say this. People should not be utilizing, a 2,500-year-old text
Yep.
to derive their ethical systems, uh, from which to derive their ethical systems. But, like, here we are. And if I have to be strategic about, um, you know, like how I engage with people about this, um, the
Breaking them
nice,
up, helping them evolve, helping their
yeah.
prefrontal cortex evolve.
I mean, it really, I think it falls into this, it's an ethical discussion, right? So, I mean, it's not my field, but I mean, I think it falls into the same category as if, I don't know what we're supposed to say on, but if I have certain people in the 1940s up in my attic, right? Like, under normal circumstances, I'm not going to lie, right? But in this circumstance, I sure as hell am, right? If they're knocking on
Yeah.
the door and saying, "Do you have any of those upstairs?" Nah, fam. Nobody up there. So, no, but that's what's so difficult about this. And then I'm gonna have to jump over here and get some stuff done. But I appreciate you having me up. It's good to be back. But I hate.
Oh, we lost you again, Dr. B. Like, it's a really crazy thing that we even have to have this discussion. That there is this fear that people are going to try to harm people in this community because of this book. Like, it's something that I think about all the time.
I do
I've thought
too.
about it as well.
It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me so upset, because the reality is, if anybody were to do that to the people who are perpetrating these types of atrocities, they would have all kinds of issues with it. But they see themselves as justified because of what this book says. This book that doesn't have anything to do with them, that wasn't written to them, that wasn't even written in a time or a culture that's applicable to today, yet people's lives are at stake because of it, and it's infuriating.
And you would think that what you just said, like, this book wasn't written to y'all, it's not applicable to y'all, it's in a age of time that is very, barbaric and prehistoric. A lot of things about the human body, the nature of the nature of the earth was unknown. It is scientifically incorrect, right? It is historically incorrect. You would think, like, being able to say that about the book, a person would be like, oh, you know what? Maybe I have been wrong all this time about this. And the fact that even that, like, I might be just like, it might not even work, because it might just be a inerrant, and I don't know if inerrant is the right word, like a embedded bigotry that they refuse to let go of too. It might be a personal, they might be choosing to be that way. They're, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are. And it's also usually the only source of elevation that they have in their lives. Like, it's the only source of power that they can point to. It's the only thing that they feel like gives them a high ground of any sort, because they don't see it anywhere else in their lives. People who are content, people who are happy, people who are fair in most regards, don't look for ways to be to punch down. And I do think that it serves a purpose for them that they aren't even willing to admit, because it has nothing to do with a person who's gay. It has nothing to do with a person who's transgender. It has nothing to do with a person who's lesbian or asexual, any of these things, because it's not like these folks are trying to give you a view into their bedroom or a view into what they do or how they live their life. They just want to live their lives. So the fact that another person autonomously, independently, with no impact to me whatsoever is living their life, but I feel like I have to have a say in it, that says so much more about me than it does about them. But I don't think they're willing to admit that.
I think that's why the evangelicals attach children to it and painted the picture and put this in the minds of so many believers that that's who's harming children, right? Or that's what makes them that way, is children being harmed.
Yeah, and the data just doesn't show that. Like, and it's also, we say this all the time, like the idea of negotiating and recognizing and dealing with nuances is really, really problematic for anybody who was raised in these types of belief systems, because everything is presented in a very black and white perspective. It's either good or it's bad. There's no contemplation. There's no critical thought whatsoever. It's just, this is bad. It's hurting the children. When in actuality, like I said, but we were talking about this the other day about how many articles can you pull up, or how many instances can you pull up of children being hurt at a drag show, or, at the hands of someone in the LGBTQIA community, in comparison to the number of children hurt in churches by priests, by pastors, by those who are supposed to be spiritual leaders. Like, the data shows what the data shows, but they don't want to recognize it.
I think too, like when you said no critical thought being used in this at all, like if they were just able to make all these people believe that the LGBTQIA community is harming children, they're responsible for P3DOs, when this whole book is about children being with adults.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? And that was literally ordained by the God, like the rules of the God, and at that time. And if that wasn't the reason for adults being with children at that time, when homosexuality, even though it wasn't called homosexuality, existed, like it's existed since the beginning of time, why is it the reason now? You know what I'm saying? Like, when did it become the reason? When did it become the cause? Because children, young girls were always given to older men. Young boys were given to older men of high status. And it's, like, when did this become the cause? And the reality is that it became the cause when evangelicals said that it was the cause.
I think they had to find a target in order to prop it up and start pursuing what their agenda is, and that's the maintenance of control and the maintenance of dominance in society. And I think I mentioned this the other day. I put a TikTok in the Discord about a guy that's talking about the fact that they know that they're losing their grip. They realize that, millennials, Gen X, honestly, Gen X, Gen Z, millennials, these new generations are not just taking what you guys are saying and thinking, oh yeah, this is the truth. We're seeing a shift. And I think they're seeing that shift, and it's scaring the shit out of them. And unfortunately, the LGBTQIA community is at the forefront of, their targets. And it's so unnecessary, because these folks ain't done nothing to evangelicals or anybody else. And it's ridiculous that they've got to suffer for it.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it just irritates me so bad. And I was telling them, like, I watched the documentary of the family, and I saw the president of Uganda on there, and he was talking, about how they added execution of the LGBTQIA members in the bill. And he was talking about it as if, he has all authority to decide who shall live and die. And he was like, but we don't have to execute them. I think we can rehabilitate these people. And I'm like, the way he's talking about it is as if he is the creator of these humans, and he gets to decide that they are defective and that they don't deserve to be a part of our society. Like, it pisses me all the way off. And there's not even a word that exists in the English language that can even express what I feel right now.
Yeah, I don't even think I can watch that because the way my blood pressure is set up, I will be wanting to windmill on somebody. Because how is it that you, a human of flesh and blood, the same things that will take me out will take you out? How is it that you have positioned yourself in a place that allows you to determine the worthiness of another human being alive, or the need to rehabilitate someone when what they are doing has nothing to do with you, is not harming anyone, and is of no pertinence whatsoever to the person who's trying to decide whether or not they can live? What are we even saying right now? Yeah, I don't understand it at all.
Yeah, and then, like, watching the documentary, when you see the evangelical push around the globe that went into whole entire nations and changed how they felt about this community, like they went into communities, to nations that didn't mind, right, that didn't care, and made them hateful towards, the LGBTQI community. Like, it was a mission of theirs. Like, they took it upon themselves and went from nation to nation and made people that was living in harmony with, people in their community who were LGBTQIA, and turned them into bigots and increased the violence, the hate speech intentionally. The documentary is called The Family on Netflix. Which like, when you see this, if you're not able to look at it and see that what's not natural is the hate. The hate was created and marketed and sold. That's what's not natural. It's the hatred and the bigotry towards these people. And that, like, it, I don't know, like, it just, I don't know. Yeah, I was like cussing the TV out. And then, like, I can't stand to hear their voices. They sound so privileged and entitled. But, yeah. If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please, targeted violence. That's it. Black Pepper Dreams. Thank you. If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please comment? I love the way my son just brings my granddaughter to me like she's mine. He just gets up out of bed and, like, he just brings her to me. He changes her diaper, makes her a bottle, and then he sets her down on my lap like, you're already up. If you're in the guest box, please comment so that we can bring you up. Girl, it got real quiet. Did I bring people down? I know it's infuriating.
No, not at all. I think it's the conversations that need to be had. I think they're uncomfortable for a lot of us, but they need to be said because that's the only way we can protect these communities. Yeah. And I think it's honestly going to take us as accomplices, allies, accomplices, whatever, whatever level that you can participate in, do that. And how we talk about, like, even from the religious perspective, it's going to take those inside the religion to be able to connect with those inside the religion, because they're not going to hear it from us. They're not going to hear from members of the LGBTQIA community, leave me alone, but they will hear. I'm not part of that community, but I'll speak up any day. Leave them the fuck alone. Like, mind your business. Yeah. And it's going to take us being able to stand up for each other. The community that we're trying to build is what it's going to take, because it's way more of us than it is of them. They're just way more vocal and have more power, or they think they have more power. We definitely have the numbers.
I agree. My hands is full because can y'all bring up somebody? There's 6 people in the guest request box. If you are in the guest request box on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up?
She carrying that bottle up.
Ain't she? She grubbing like a he act like the bottle finna go somewhere?
Oh,
Like, it's hard being a baby. All this growing
it
and stuff
is.
and crying
Right?
and pooping. Yeah, I got a full-time
She
job.
works up an appetite. Leave her alone.
Nobody commented. The 6 people in the guest box.
Don't say anybody. Y'all, please get these likes up to 300,000. And Thinker has a gift goal. It's a new gift called Butterflies for You. Um, the App Store is now open. So also you can subscribe, as well as we have merchandise. And if you are enjoying the live, please go to Thinker's bio and click on that Cash App and tip, please. Thank you.
Do people have to be forced to call you whatever you want to be called?
Sorry.
I don't know. Like, if I just decided to call you a dumbass, like, would you like that? Even though your name is Champo Philosophy. If I just said, hey, dumbass, like, would you answer?
And they act like this is a foreign concept. Like, we've been calling people
Right?
what they want to be called forever. I have an aunt who, until I was probably 32 years old, did not know her name was Helen. I thought her name was Tina. But and the only reason I thought her name was Tina is because she's little and everybody, her nickname was Tiny. I thought my entire life this woman's name was Tina. Had no idea it was Helen. People have preferred names all the time. I don't know why they're making such a big deal out of this. It's ridiculous.
Because they don't even know what pronouns are anymore. I don't do pronouns. You just did one in your sentence, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not realize
I don't know. Their God is an evangelical.
Mm.
Well, those are two basic things. That's basic mannerisms. What? You're the one who asked the question.
It's not only pronouns, Corinthians, that they don't do, because that sentence didn't even have a noun. Like, what is he even saying?
Fee, these people make me so mad because of the simple fact of he came in and said, you people are weird. I don't even do pronouns. And I'm like, do you understand what a pronoun is? If you didn't do if you didn't use pronouns, you would say our names every time you refer to us. Or you would say that person every time you refer to someone. You wouldn't use he, she, her, they, him, any of those.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yes,
There was
you got
somebody.
pronouns in your bio. Yes. Because I'm letting people know what to use when they refer to me. Is that a bad thing?
People are tripping.
Oh, bless you, baby.
Bless you, mommy.
Such a cute little stuff.
Chessy vibes. Did you just pass gas on me, girl? Chessy vibes.
She said there's more room on the outside than inside.
It is exactly.
Oh gosh. Oof. That was funky, mama. Let's see. I'm gonna clear the guest box out. I don't know who's in here on purpose. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Now, I know out of 536 people in here, everybody in here are not heathens. Yep, I know that y'all are here. It's okay, Chessie. Um, I guess I'm just wondering why y'all are afraid to talk to us now. Like, what has transpired over the last week?
Because there has been a shift.
Yeah, but they're in here. That's the crazy thing. Like, did somebody tell y'all that something was gonna happen this week, and y'all are here to see if it actually takes place? Did y'all get happy when we weren't on live a couple of days this week because I had the stomach flu? Are y'all mad that I'm back and sound strong as fuck? Up.
Thanks for helping the host reach out a gift goal.
Ooh, good burp, mama. Good burp, Tinky Butt. Say hi, everybody. Say hi. You not gonna say nothing?
No, she say hi. I'm throwing down the phone.
Right.
She just looking at the screen, and she looking like, what the hell is that? Your daddy need to come back. So, nobody? We don't have anybody in the guest box? Should be 3 months next week. Went by quick. Damn, it's quiet.
I do think there's been a change in engagement though, like over the last week. And I don't know if it has anything to do with you being away or you being sick those days. I think they're starting to realize that they don't have a defense for their positions. Because again, I keep saying we threw them all the way off, realizing when they realized that we knew this book. When we were able to talk about scriptures that they didn't even know was in this book, I think they have been shaken. And what they'll do with that stands to be seen. But I think personally, me and Christina were talking about this yesterday. I think that's part of the problem because they aren't equipped. They were prepared for atheists who would say, just hurl insults or, maybe just make baseless claims. But because we are using their shield as the sword, I said this yesterday, I don't think they can deal with that. And I think that's part of the reason they're not coming around. You have the repeat folks who come in, but you'll notice like the conversations are getting a little loopier and loopier, like with Satan created the world, he wrote the Bible, like all of these fringe beliefs, like your core Christians, they're not coming in here too frequently, other than J-Rob, of course. But I think, like I said, he's about 3 nuggets short of a Happy Meal to begin with.
I was about to say something wrong with J-Rob.
I think like I try to formulate the topics around like real world issues. I don't think they're able to critically think about the real world shit because their mind is always in outer space. Like they're always in the spiritual world. And they literally have an attitude of that's not my burden to bear.
Yep. And Bash said it all. Bash has been saying this forever. The questions are gods to the answers. We have the gods because we are willing to ask the questions. They don't have the answers. And there are certain things that you can present to a person who has a modicum of common sense and critical thinking skills. And it's going to give them pause. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that they're going back and kind of licking their wounds. They're probably reading their Bible, which is a good thing. But what are you going to do when you see that your God is okay with slavery? What are you going to do when you see these ridiculous rules about who can see whose nakedness and why? Like, what are you going to do with that? And I think they're going to have to figure that, no pun intended, but that's going to be the cross that they have to bear because they have to determine whether or not they are willing to compromise the morals of any decent human being for their God. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. I think that's why we're seeing lower engagement.
Yeah, other than the field bros, but nobody wants to talk to them.
No, because your philosophical God still can't do shit but help you bore me to death.
and then you gotta wonder, like, why do they want to argue philosophically? Teresa, I usually only bring up a guest once per show. I'm gonna bring you up really quickly. Let me just a second.
Thinker, did you hear the guy that said, or he might have typed it? He said when you're arguing, when you're doing a
Hi.
debate,
Okay, cool.
you
You
Hold
can't
on,
have
Trace.
something.
whoa, whoa,
I'm
whoa,
so
Trace,
sorry.
whoa, whoa,
hold on one
whoa,
second. Hold
Trace. Ooh.
on.
When you're
Sorry, go
doing
ahead.
a debate, facts don't matter. You don't have to bring facts.
Oh yeah, that's why I said I think they rather debate instead of actually
Mm-hmm.
discuss. Like, I feel like debates don't create solutions, right? Or don't create progress. Discussions do. When you're discussing things, you learn from both sides, right? And you're able to kind of like think things through and kind of see, forge a path forward. With debates, you're only focused on who's going to win the debate, so the strategy matters, not the information doesn't matter as much as the strategy, right? Like, you use attacks in debates. You you try to word salad to confuse your opponent, to make it harder for your opponent to respond back. Things like that. So that's why I don't too much give a damn about debating Christians. But I think they like the debates. I think they like to argue. And I think they like to argue because they have some built up frustration that they're not, from the release they're not actually getting from their God. And they want to take that shit out on people who don't believe. Treese, what's up?
Hi. Yep, I'll stay on with you all night, even if me just be in the comments. I did want to quickly, I wanted to address the topic 3 and say some things, what you piggyback off what y'all was saying. But before I do want to kind of tell y'all the truth. I'm not that savvy when it comes to TikTok, and I want to kind of be a part of the membership. I've already been following you, but when it comes to giving special gifts and everything, I'm wondering if maybe someone can message me and give me an understanding of how to actually go about doing any of that.
The gifting, like, I think all you have to do with the gifting is just hit the gift
And the
box.
icons.
Yeah.
I don't know what a lot of these icons and things mean on here. Stuff just be flashing all on the screen.
You just choose whatever gift. Like, it has the amount of coins that each gift costs, and it depends on how much you want to spend, and you just choose the gift that you want to send. They don't necessarily mean anything in particular.
Okay. And actually, I wanted to kind of talk about number 3 and kind of insert in the understanding of how the religion can give anxiety in a lot of areas.
Well, since you already been up once tonight, that there are 2 people waiting in the guest box.
Okay.
Are you able to talk about it? Well, I won't be on tonight. Well, go ahead. Can you do it really, really quickly? Because I'm probably going to change these out on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be really quickly.
Okay.
Well, the thing about the gang mentality is I notice about when it comes to church memberships and the church activity is usually what I never understood is how in a lot of formats is the pastor would give a preach and then he'll leave off really quickly. He might address the crowd, but then leaves off privately. Like, if this is a day of worship and learning and everything else, why is it? It's pretty suspicious that the church leader, aka teacher, go runs and hide, where there's probably a plethora of questions and ideals that we have. I also noticed that when I would go and pray at the altar and ask for specific prayers, the details, if it did not align with what the sermon or what they said, they would not pray for it for me. They would not utter it out their mouth, no matter how healthy it was for me. And it was kind of like the ideal of, okay, well, y'all kind of want to tell people not to have anxiety, to not have fear, and to not worry, but y'all induce that in them. And when the lady was here, Rebecca, I understand what she was saying, where you have this anxiety and feeling like you're walking, on glass, like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Am I going to please him or am I going to displease him? A lot of times I noticed back when I used to feel like I was evangelizing, it was hard trying to get people to totally respect and understand the Bible and take it as truth. Now that I'm deconverted and I go back to them, I'm realizing that as much as y'all like to preach at me, y'all realizing that when I come to y'all and I have that personal talk with y'all, I'm able to get people to see things from a logic way. And they have to tell me, Patrice, I understand where you're coming from. And yes, I've had these thoughts, but what they say is for my sake, let's just leave it alone. And what they saying is for my mental wellness, I don't even want to know if Jesus fake. They've already started deconstructing themselves, but they're holding on to it for type of optimism and just hoping just in case. So one of the things I've noticed is that when they want to argue or debate certain things or question certain things or demand certain things in a religious perspective, I always boil down to, okay, I understand you saying that if God says do it, you're going to do it irregardless. And I'm telling you this and that in the Bible, and you don't really know it to be fact, or whether or not it's fact, you're going to follow along with it. If I double dog you dare this. Would you think slavery and all that was good and submission was all good if you went to your research and you discovered that Jesus was a myth? Yeah, do you know Jesus was a myth? And then I started to explain to them certain evidence that shows that this might be a myth. And that is like, wow, I'm getting a wow response. So it's usually when I have to explain Jesus may not have existed, you have to research that. Is when they start to dissect and open up and say, yeah, maybe this stuff isn't agreeable. In that case, it ain't agreeable. And it changes everything. The gang mentality, trying to persuade people. I thank God when it came to my family and people around me, they didn't try to bully me and
Oh,
outcast me. They
thank you,
said a little
Maury.
bit what they could. I made it there, but thank you very much.
No, I'm sorry. I was telling someone thank you for. They gave a big gift. I was telling them thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the main point. So I wanted to just address how they try to preach against anxiety and fear, but yet they induce it inside of us. The church leaders usually run off real quickly. It kind of gave me an indication that, okay, they're hiding something or they're trying to avoid certain things, as well as understanding that a lot of people who are still in the church have slowly deconverted themselves silently. And when you bring and address to them certain ideals logically, they will start to slowly admit, okay, well, maybe I'm just going to use this and just choose to believe this. Oh, you're choosing to believe this. Are you saying this is imagination? So much talk with so many people. I'm starting to realize is that it's like you said, these millennials, Generation X's and everything, we're in an age of information, so it's easier for us. But like you said, I do have a fear that they're going to start taking this on as, okay, it's allegory. Go. What did you say earlier? That it's abstract and it's going to be harder for them to deconvert. That is something I fear as well.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that the church, like, the expectation to learn isn't for you, but it's to teach you how to be a servant, right? It's not to teach you, like, it's not to actually educate you, for your benefit, but it's to teach you how to be obedient and how to be loyal to the God, how to be a better Christian. So that to me is why they wouldn't do a Q&A format, because they don't want you challenging what they're telling you to do. They want you to accept their authority and accept what they say and not question it. So that's why it's not Q&A style, because they don't have any desire for you to actually learn anything outside of how to be a servant.
I discovered that was the issue. I started presenting it to them and comparing it to universities and other areas in life that we do logically, and tell them that why it's beneficial in this area, why wouldn't it be beneficial there? Therefore, what you're trying to convince me, I'm about to show you, I'm about to use it against you and show you just where you would have to admit that that's not healthy. And I use words like healthy and practical because the churches and the sermons I've always heard during my age was always about is you guys get bountiful. Even you might have to go through tests and trials, but it's all for your good. It's all for your good. It's all for your good. Okay, then let's put focus on this. Is this really good?
I agree. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing that.
Thank you. And
You're
I'm
welcome.
looking into my message to figure out because I want to be a member and everything. Thank you.
Gargar
Okay.
gifted you a sub
Okay.
when you first popped up.
Damn,
All right.
Gargar. Thank you. Gargar damn near got us 50 subs tonight.
Oh wow.
I
Good night. I'm
appreciate you,
going to
Tracy.
clock
Have a good
out.
night. Have a
Bye-bye.
good morning.
You too.
All right. Damn, where did M's go? I brought him up and then he left again. So look, okay, so I'm gonna give a couple of scriptures. that proves that Jesus was building a cult. Hold on. Hold on, tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-go. I see you. Pinto .psi and Lady Jules, please comment and let me know if you are in the guest box on purpose. I'm gonna do this really, really quickly, y'all. So Luke 14:26-27, where he's like, hate your family, hate your mom and sister, brother, whoever. That is divine loyalty, right? Put me first, be willing to do whatever it takes for me and the organization. That matches what I saw in the family. That's Luke 14:26. Also, he Matthew 10:37-39, love me more than you love your family, than you love yourself. Let the dead bury the dead. Matthew 8:21-22, he says, another of his disciples said to him, Lord, first let me go and bury my father. But Jesus said to him, follow me and let the dead bury the dead. That's when the guy said in the family, his girlfriend had got SA'd back home and he wanted to go and be with her, and they told him no. They was like, your brothers come first. And then they started saying, what did she do? Besides, where was she, right, that this happened to her? And they started like demonizing her. Yeah, that's that same mentality. Like when this guy is like, I gotta go bury my father, and Jesus is like, nope. Wild. Yep. Jesus is like, nope, let the dead bury the dead. Stay with us. We come first. I come first. Cult behavior. Like Jesus literally built a cult. He says, the world hates you because you follow me. What does that sound like? Like he's like, the world hates you because you follow me. Like he literally is like isolating them. He sounds like an abusive boyfriend. Like your parents don't like me, so that's why they treat you the way they do, or blah blah blah. Like try to separate the person away from their family so that they have your total, you feel like you have to depend only on them, and I feel like it creates a us versus them mentality. Yeah. And that's John 15:18-19. If anybody's writing these down, let me know. Matthew 12:47-50. Jesus says, someone told him, look, your mother and your brothers are standing outside. This is where he's like, I'm your mother, I'm your son. He says, someone told him, look, your mother and your brothers are standing outside watching to speak to you. I mean, he said, no, you're my mother, you're my brother. But Jesus replied, who is my mother and who are my brother? And pointing to his disciples, he said, here are my mother and my brothers. For whoever does the will of my Father in heaven is my brother and sister and my mother. Like, so he redefines family, right? Like, I don't care if my mother and my, the person that's giving me life, like Mary, is looking for me. Peter is my mama now, right? Like my organization, my crew, these are my family now. That's also gang-like behavior, because when you get jumped into a gang, the members of the gang become your family. The demonization of those on the outside, Matthew 12:30. Whoever is not with me is against me. I pulled this one up the other night, and the Christian left as soon as I pulled it up. He didn't even address it. But like, how you gonna say that it's, because he came up to say that it wasn't a gang mentality, and I pulled this up and I just said it there while he was talking, and he left. He didn't even say anything, because what can you say? Whoever is not with me is against me, and whoever does not gather me scatters. Mm-hmm. That's straight gang mentality.
That's straight mob mentality.
Yeah. Let's see. Those who reject me will be destroyed. Luke 10. But whenever you enter a town and they do not welcome you, go out into its streets and say, even the dust of your town that clings to our feet we will wipe off and protest against you. Yet know this, the kingdom of God has to come near. I tell you, on that day, it will be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah than for that town. So, like, you know how we always be like, didn't your Jesus tell you to shake the dust off your feet? The reason why they don't is because he literally is threatening them. Shaking the dust off their feet is not them respecting your boundaries. It's him saying that even the dust from your city isn't even worthy to be on our feet because we're going to fuck you up for rejecting us. Ain't that fucking diabolical? Like, we never really read the entire verse. He's an abusive ass person. Like, when we reject guys, what do they do? What do they do? It's dangerous sometimes for a woman to reject a guy.
Bitches, fuck you up. Yeah.
That's wild. And
Also,
the fact that they don't even see that parallel.
Yep.
no, and then this isn't every okay. You reading that thinker makes me think about when you tell people, "Yo, God call you Dusty." So
Yeah.
Dusty is his favorite word.
That shit is crazy. And then, like, I wonder, like, when he compares it to, like, Sodom and Gomorrah, he's like, it'll be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah. So he's even saying, like, if a believer thinks that this God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because of homosexuality, then Jesus would be saying here that rejecting him is worse than homosexuality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what he would have to be saying here to compare the harm that he's gonna do to believers to non-believers.
That's crazy.
Ain't it diabolical?
Very much so. And then not even realizing what that actually means and what that says. Like it's might makes right, and complete and utter control. Like it's the playbook for it. But they voluntarily opt into that. That's crazy to me.
And they perpetuate it, and at the same time say that they don't. That's the thing that, like, irritates me. John 8:44, he calls people that don't believe in him or don't join him children of the devil. So, like, that's them calling us demons, devils, witches, Jezebels, heretics, because we don't believe in their God. Jesus did the same damn thing here. It's like, you are from your father the devil, and you choose to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks according to his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. So that's cult behavior.
Also, like, if they're talking about Satan, who did he murder?
Nobody. They got to be talking about the God of the Old Testament. Like, John was kind of Gnostic. So I feel like the writer of John kind of leaned toward the first letters of Paul, that Christ in Paul's letters, like, he had to have been talking about the Hebrew God.
Yeah, I mean that verse right there completely fits the Hebrew God much more than the serpent or the devil.
Yeah. Because remember when we were reading about how they chose scripture and they were not going to use John because it was used amongst the Gnostics.
Yeah, I remember when we talked about that.
Yeah. And you get punished if you leave. Matthew 13:41. 41 to 42. Like, you can't leave. This is straight cult behavior. The Son of Man will send his angels, and they will collect out his kingdom all causes of sin and all evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. That's if you turn back and leave. Yeah, I think that's all of them. So we got absolute loyalty, demonization and separation of the outsiders, punishment for rejecting him, and punishment for leaving. and then they had like communal living and like having to sell all they had.
I wonder if they were asked to pull up scriptures in the Bible where Jesus' instructions about what is required to follow him were outlined, what would they use that will refute everything that you've shown thus far? Because I don't know. They call us cherry picking, but they like to pick opposing cherries to the cherries that we pulled off the tree. But I would be curious to know, like, this idea of the relationship that they have with Jesus and being part of this religion. Where are the scriptures that substantiate what is in their mind? Because we see what the book says. We see the gang mentality of all of these scriptures. But I would be curious to know if they would even be willing to engage in that type of discourse.
They probably wouldn't, because like I don't think I think they would say that we're taking it out of context, because they have their own hermeneutical interpretation of these texts. They don't look at them for what they are. It's like, if you think about it, when Jesus came, when he met his disciples, what did he tell them to do?
To drop everything, leave everything, and follow him.
Yep. And whenever we watch these documentaries about people who had family members that was in a cult, what was one of the first signs that made them start looking into the cult?
Yep, that's what they started to do. They started to pull away from the family, even relocate, like change everything about what they would normally do. Like the similarities, the parallels are clearly there.
Yep. And then we have even the communal living amongst the disciples after Jesus died, like in Acts 4. Like, we remember Jesus told the rich man to sell all he had and like give it to the poor. That same mentality was told to the disciples and their followers. I mean, the apostles and their followers. It says, now the whole group of those who believed were of one heart and soul, and no one claimed private ownership of any possessions, but everything they owned was held in common.
Wow.
They were not allowed to own anything. This is why the Holy Spirit killed Ananias and Sapphira, because the expectation was that they were to sell everything they owned, give it to Peter, and Peter was to divvy it out amongst everybody. Like, they were all to share everybody's riches, like living communal. And Peter, he acts like a mob boss when Ananias brings him half the funds from the land that he sold. And then when his wife comes in, he throws the money on the desk and he's like, is this all y'all got? And he tells them that the Holy Spirit told them that they had lied. So like, you have somebody watching over you all the time. You can't lie to the earthly leaders, because there's, your thoughts are being policed, your actions are policed even when you're not around the earthly leaders. And the earthly leaders have like this in to God and the Holy Spirit that will tell you what's going on. And so King Henry, what he would do is he would have the priest after confession come and tell him everything that the people confessed about, so that he would always know what was going on in the kingdom, and it made him seem divine. But they were using the confessions in that way.
That is fucking diabolical.
Yeah. It's insane. Let's see, it says, with great power the apostles gave their testimony to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and great grace was upon them all. There was not a needy person among them, for as many as owned land or houses sold them and brought the proceeds of what was sold. They laid it at the apostles' feet, and it was distributed to each as any had need. How many times do you think this was told to congregations, like to older saints who are, who have their retirement fund, who live on Social Security, right? and they're pressured into making sure that they pay tithes, or they give pastoral gifts, or they take care of the church.
And that last verse needs to be what folks use when they go to the church for help, and the church says no when they've been given tithes all these years. Like, you're supposed to hold on to it and distribute it to each as they have need.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And Jesus reinforces this. They'll say, this is not Jesus, this is the apostles. But Jesus says, you can't be my disciple unless you give up all of your possessions. So they can back that up with Jesus's words in Luke. Like, it's insane. Like, there's even more. Like, if we go through the list of cult characteristics, Jesus hits all of them. He hits all of them. He built the first cult.
That is wild.
Are you serious, D?
What happened?
He said, research SPAC Nation in the UK, they get uni students to take out loans for the church.
What?
Hey, Thinker. Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm not bad. Just my work break, so I thought I'd pop out quickly to tell you about this SPAC Nation. So yeah, if you research SPAC Nation, BBC did a documentary about them. So basically, it's a Nigerian pastor, and he's like the celebrity pastor. So he has like literally 30, 40 luxury cars. He gets gang members. They wash the money in the church through their gang proceeds, and they get university students to take out loans, unsecured loans, and then they're left with all the debt. And they also get them to open shell companies and again take out loans for the companies, and then the young people are left in loans with a lot of debt. That's what the church people them do. Yeah, it's crazy. There's actually two documentaries about them. One's Panorama, and one is on BBC iPlayer. I'm not sure if you can get it in the States, but I'll find a way if I can actually send it to you, so you can have a watch of it and the people can have a watch of it. It's literally disgusting. I actually know people that actually used to go to that church as well, and the first thing they do is like you said, they sift through all the information, like what trauma you've been through and stuff like that, and then they actually handpick people in the church and say, "Oh, the Holy Spirit told me to tell you X, Y, Z," when they've already done a questionnaire about it and already used people to get the information. So it's very disgusting. It's very dark. It's very awful. Yeah, it's really bad. Really, really bad. But it's not the first church that's done it. They've been doing this for years, Think, as you know. Like, it's all manipulation. Like you said, it's all, if you're not part of the gang, then you're not part of the community. I definitely got excommunicated because when I stopped giving, actually, let me tell you this real story. My pastor at the time was going to Ghana, and they did like a big call, and they literally said, we need you guys to give, we need you guys to give. I put £10 in the offering basket. Do you know, one of my good friends at the time, we're not friends anymore, one of my good friends at the time came back to me, and he was a minister, and he said, D, like, I know that you're in a high paying job. How are you only giving a pastor £10? So what they were doing was watching people's pockets. And then the following Sunday, they did another service about giving and said, the Holy Spirit told the pastor that people are withholding money. So people started giving more money.
He pulled a Ananias and Sapphira?
Yep. Literally.
Wait a minute. My phone cut out, D. What did you say that he did?
Basically, what he did was he had another service the following week and basically said that the Holy Spirit said that people are holding on to their money and they're not giving nothing to the pastor. So basically, they did this big repentance service about how we needed to repent to God for not giving the right amount.
Wow.
What was the right amount? Because then what ended up happening is one of the prophetesses in open air quotes basically was like, some of you are supposed to give £500. There's 5 people in here that's supposed to give £500. And you know, those 5 people gave £500. And the people that actually stood up to give the money were people that I know were broke. So I was saying to myself, how are you going to survive? You're giving the last of your pennies, your last of your earnings for a man that literally, and by the way, this pastor got called out for manipulating some of the LGBTQA young men in the church. He actually was having an affair on the pastor for 2 years with one of the people that was leading worship. So yeah, the church got shut down. And I know if anybody from my community heard this, they'll be the first one to say that I'm lying, but that pastor was nasty. And he moved to Germany. He's doing the same thing in Germany right now.
Like, I think it's irresponsible for an all-knowing, all-powerful deity to even come down here, give this type of example or information, and put it in the hands of infallible humans, and then leave those humans in charge and think that those humans wouldn't abuse it.
Exactly. Because that's all it is abuse of power. And because, like you said, people don't read their book. I like often people say, when you show people the scriptures, they shut down. It's like there's a programming in them that malfunctions. That says, no, this is not part of the programming. And I used to be like that. But the difference is, the reason why I deconstructed was because I began to realize that over time, it's my energy, it's my money, my resources. Why does God need my money? Where is it going? Like you always say, this afterlife insurance. Where is this money going? It's going into the pastor's pocket and the family's pocket, because as you know, pastors now, they use that money to build their own family, give them platforms, use that money for ministering, all these other kind of things. So you're right. It's just, the book is devoid to me. When I read it, I'm just like, did the God not realize that time will go on and it would now become redundant? We don't have horse and carriage anymore. We've got cars, and we don't have, nobody in the Bible saw that there would be flying cars, did they? So their mind was limited. So, you know,
I doubt they thought there would be indoor plumbing or refrigeration, let alone flying cars or airplanes.
Systems, you know. You're right. You're right. But yeah,
like think about the Euphrates River drying up concept. Like they didn't even think that there would be submarines or large enough ships to make those those kind of trips.
Right.
The way that they fought wars, they didn't think that the war would be fought with tanks and missiles and bombs, right? They the way they wrote this, they needed a God to do miraculous things in order to fight other nations. That's not needed anymore.
No. But you would have thought, after someone said that they built an ark that contained every species of every kind and every plant, which would have been thousands, right? That would have been big enough. If that's been big enough to build, why did they not build it? Because it wasn't real. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't real. So that's how we know. And anyone that tries to tell me different, I just say, go and read your fucking book, because at the end of the day, your book could tell you, and the evidence of it is not here. That even the Titanic sank. So that tells you something. So yeah, unfortunately, these people, I just feel every time I hear when they come up on your platform and other platforms, I just think, have you still not learned? Have you still not learned? Like, you're still not reading. Like, something is not connected. Something's not tracking here. But yeah, I thought I'd just come up and share that. I'm going to go back into work now. And I'll be listening and tuning in. As I say all the time, you guys did an amazing job. And Lala, you sounded amazing. On the Mezzo was playing a little worship protocol this morning. So, you need to get into some podcast shit or something like that. Some meditation talking, because, boy, I was floating when you guys speak. So long, I'll say.
Oh, thank you.
And Fee, I love you, Fee. Also, you already know. And Little Cup, all the names that you have, Serena, love you too. And I'm really sorry what happened yesterday with that dickhead on the stage. I hope you never, ever have to experience anything like that again.
Don't forget Oso.
I did. I said Oso. No.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Oso's my Jamaican brother.
Oh, okay.
Big up Oso.
I just wanted to make sure, like, Oso will start crying, and like I don't feel like listening to Oso cry.
I don't want to be trolled by him.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone wants to see the
player
cry, do they?
Yeah.
You're sounding like them when they're trying to speak in tongues. All right, guys, you take care.
Well,
All right.
you
Have a
Thank
good
you.
one,
too.
bro.
I'll speak to y'all soon.
All right.
Take care, guys.
All right.
Have a good day, D.
You too. Thanks for gifting, y'all.
Yeah. So I just changed the topic at the top because that's what I feel. He's irresponsible. For him to,
Agreed.
yeah, he does some irresponsible shit. Like in order, like for him to, if he does exist, him giving this type of power, and when I say power, I mean this type of information and setting this example, like the ability to build cults like this and expecting humans to obey other humans, that's some irresponsible shit. Like did he know his so-called representatives of him was going to abuse this power? If humans are flawed, if all humans are born in sin, why the fuck did he trust a sinful human
Okay.
and left a sinful human or a group of sinful humans in charge? That's some irresponsible ass shit. I would like to know what a believer has to say about that shit.
He's God and he can do whatever he want to do. Who are you to question it?
Even though he could do whatever he wanted to do, it's still he did what he wanted to do, and it was irresponsible. That's what I do. Exactly, Melvin. But the poor that believe in him are happy to allow those that live in extravagant buildings to live on their backs. They'll say they're not, but their unwillingness to challenge and their willingness to continue to perpetuate the same things that's allowing it to happen, they're just as much as responsible as the ones that's doing it, because they're perpetuating it. Nancy, are you in the box on purpose? Rev, are you in the box on purpose? You said it's because God is lying about who and what he is. I think this God is straightforward. I don't think he lies about who he is. Like there's not one time in here, like he's telling them that he's a liar, that he would kill, right? That he will punish out of jealousy. He even says, my name is jealous. Like he tells them who he is, and they are the abusive ass spouse that keeps redefining his character because they want him to be something other than what he is. That's what I think. Yeah, they're lying about who and what he is. They can't accept it, which is why they don't like the book. They don't like the book, and they won't talk to us about it because deep down inside they know that we're telling the truth. What's up, Rev?
Hey, morning, everyone. Still got the flu, but I got some information for you, Tinker, in regard to Spot Nation. The Afro atheist, she has been exposing their leader and them on her channel. Yeah. So anyone who wants to get us some information and understanding what is going on can check her YouTube channel. She has been doing that.
She's been doing that for a while, hasn't she?
Yeah, for a long while, yeah. Definitely. And the things that are going on there, that guy that came up, he's absolutely 100% correct. Because that's what they have been doing. Getting young people from even the gangs, university students to take out loans and then leaving them yeah, with the bill. Or another thing, you might not see nerd attached to my name because I cannot subscribe. From Barbados does not allow me to subscribe. So persons that have been, some people have purchased subscriptions and attach it to my name. I cannot. There's no way. I have tried it on the PC. I've tried it here. It does not allow me to do any subscriptions for anyone. Is I think is something to do with the Barbados agreement or something like that with their foreign exchange thing. So I can send coins, but I cannot subscribe, and that's a problem. Oh, thank you. Who's just yeah, send a subscription. So I'm wondering if there's another way too of like I can send money for a subscription and then someone to attach it because it's frustrating. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to get around that. 'Cause I know Dragon Sage can't subscribe either because of where he
He's
is.
in
Yeah.
Barbados. Yeah.
I thought
So
Canada couldn't
thing.
subscribe, but I know Joel is in Canada. Cash told us that he couldn't subscribe because he was in Canada, but Joel is in Canada and he subscribes.
I think it's certain areas.
Okay. Yeah, I know there's
Okay,
certain
yeah.
areas. Yeah. Did you have anything
So I
else?
am still nerd. Yeah, but I just letting y'all know and that people know so they can go to the Afro Atheist YouTube channel, subscribe there, and she has videos there talking about Spat Nation, and occasionally she does talk about Spat Nation, especially the leader, because they're trying to get him. The government is supposed to what is it? Not exile, what's the name? To send him back to Nigeria because he was there illegally for all those years. Yeah, and he's been lying about a lot of stuff. Yeah, so yeah, that's all. Thanks.
You said he was where in Nigeria illegally?
No, they want to deport him back to Nigeria because he has
Oh.
been in the UK
Oh, okay.
illegally for a very long time. But it's kind of ticklish, and yeah, they've got exposed for fraud too. Spat Nation because of those things, but he has been in bed with previously with other politicians in the UK government, so it is kind of tricky. Yeah, so it's kind of tricky, but they want to deport him. But she has a petition there for people to sign to have him definitely deported because he's causing serious problems.
Oh, wow. A lot of them are causing problems. I'm not shocked that he's causing serious problems, but the fact that he was doing that
Yeah,
shit while he was illegal in a country
illegal.
is
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah. Did you have
that's all I
anything
got to
else?
say. That's all for now. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Tic Tac Go. Hey, how are you?
Hi, how's everyone doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, good. I'm glad. Yeah, so I actually wanted to speak on a different one, but now when I saw you change the topic, the irresponsible leader topic came to mind, and with some stuff going on, I was like, oh, okay, this is a good one. But what comes to mind, right, is that ideally, and it's difficult to obviously say it's probably ultra rare to find the quote unquote real ideal leader, as it were. But the thing is that ideally a leader would know, sort of consider both sides, what is right or wrong, the thing that they need to do to get something done, as well as the leader's people. and how it affects them as well, right? Not just swing the one way or the other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you said say that again. You said he would teach them what's right and what's wrong.
No, no, like, what I mean is that, say, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Ideally, a, let's say, responsible leader, so the opposite of what we are, discussing here, would be a leader that both considers, what they need to do in order to lead, as well as their people and how that would impact their people, right?
Yeah. I guess it depends on what their goal is, right? And where they want to lead them. And I think this guy's goal is that he wants servants or slaves. And so if like let's say it, like if that is his goal, I would say that he was successful at that. And so that would make him a successful leader. If his goal is to, as the Christians say, to love and to create moral humans, to build a moral society of love and peace and joy, then that would, to me, that would make him an irresponsible leader. So I guess it depends on what the goal is of the leader, whether he was successful or a failure.
Okay, that's a good point. The goal thing, because you could argue, yeah, actually not the goal thing, but the distinguishing between what is a responsible leader or an irresponsible one and a successful one, because there are, I mean, you can argue with, all kinds of leaders over history. Like, sure, in a sense, they were successful in what they were trying to achieve, but like, was it really sort of responsible? And I think, one of the things that comes to mind is just, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought here. Actually, I know we usually stick to one topic, but would it be okay to just switch back to the topic that I would have initially spoken about?
Yeah, no, you're a nerd.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I forgot about that. Oh, which I also wanted to say thank you to Gaga if you're still here, because I was really excited about that when I saw the thing pop up.
You said thank you to God.
Yeah, but basically,
Gargar for this.
Oh, God. I thought you said God. TikTok.
I see a poor connection thing popped up, so I'm just moving over to the other side of the
Oh,
room.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, now I was just moving over to the other side of the room because I saw the bars are running low. So basically, the other thing was is the Christian God an abusive husband? So something that comes to mind there is fear. Fear, fear, fear. If you do this, then they say to fear God and God's anger, and and that is that like really? Because of course one would think, okay, you marry your husband because you love them, so that moves into the territory of, okay, love, what is love, and fear, I'm sorry, is not love. It's yeah, truly not. And that also goes into the idea of, loyalty. And I would almost also argue, right, that loyalty, it's more like an undying devotion to God, right? It's not like loyalty is one thing in my mind, and I might be incorrect with the definition, but sort of loyalty sort of comes from within almost, if that makes sense. Whereas the sort of what goes on in Christianity is more external, and it's more of there's a pressure to be loyal to this God, so to speak.
You said there's what's the pressure to be loyal to the God?
Oh, the I'm saying like sort of the difference between loyalty and what I would call in this case sort of like a back to the sort of abusive husband thing, a bit of a coercive sort of uh, dynamic, which in my mind isn't so much as close to loyalty as it is to sort of more coercive and fearful. Back to the fear thing. Sort of you stand by someone, you know, either because you want to or because perhaps there is some reason where you feel you have to. For example, you're going to go to hell, you're going to burn in eternal damnation, such things. And that adds to that sort of thing of, okay, well, I'm scared of that happening, so therefore I have to be loyal to God.
Oh, you're saying the loyalty isn't out of desire, but out of necessity or fear?
Yeah, yes, basically. It's, the part of it, the sort of fear mongering type of thing, does play into the God, sort of the loyalty aspect. Because if you think about like sort of an abusive relationship, you may, for various reasons, it might be sort of physically what might happen to you, or it might be financial abuse, and sort of knowing, okay, if you leave your husband, they already threatened, okay, they are going to withhold your money from you, and that kind of thing. So it's sort of, in my how I see it, it's yeah, it mimics the relationship in that way, the
Yeah, I agree.
the abusive, yeah. And actually, something the other thing that came to mind is, with regards to the fear that comes from that abuse type of scenario, is how, of course, I think it has been mentioned before, sort of the parallels between uh, Christianity and mental illness, and so psychological difficulties in that realm. And something that now bear with me, but something that that kind of fear and anxiety seems to mimic are actual symptoms of obsessive compulsive disorder, or more specifically, I don't know if anyone's sort of heard of this subtype, but pure OCD.
How so?
Which I can explain. I mean, so in that sense, basically what pure OCD is. It's OCD, except it's all to do with it's basically plays out in your head. And one of the actual types or subtypes one might get is religious intrusive thoughts and obsessions around, say, for example, morality, since I think as well uh, Christianity and several other beliefs can tie and play very much into a person's morality and what they see as morality. So fearing, saying the wrong thing or thinking a dirty thought and behaving in a way that is not, what God intends. Basically what God wants you to, how He wants you to behave. So it mimics it in that way, as well as I did actually make notes here because I was thinking all this stuff and I was like, oh yeah, this is good. But basically, also seeking reassurance, right? So prayer and thinking about, okay, did I do this wrong? Was this, was this something that God will be angry at me about? And basically, it's why I say it's because in the similarity, it's very cyclical. So it goes in a cycle around and around, and it's I don't know if I'm making any sense, but basically it's like the mental compulsions of prayer and is this right, is this wrong, is this in alignment with what God wants, fearing damnation, and okay, if I don't pray, if I don't go to church, if I don't avoid saying X, Y, and Z, then I'm bad, I'm dirty, I'm unclean, I'm not in God's good books, let's say.
Yeah, I think that's what created the suffering checks in me and my siblings, like constantly worrying and making sure, that we had enough suffering in our life to please the God and make sure that we were on the God side. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's yeah, yeah, it's that kind of sort of round and around kind of dynamic in your head, which is why I say it's sort of like more like in that sense, more that kind of mental compulsion of basically going into the world thinking it's like it makes me feel bad for some believers in a way, because not everyone, because some are very sort of content going on doing their own thing, but some it must be difficult to go through this thing where you basically constantly, even if it's not right, in the front of your mind, sort of scoping out how you behave, how others behave. Is this right? Is this wrong? Should I say something to this person who's doing something that's against God's will?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just see it as something that's very difficult, and sort of what helped. This also came to mind because I've dealt with this sort of type of anxiety and OCD, which I won't get into, but basically what helps, and I sort of see it as deconstruction in a way, is separating yourself from the Word of God, so the Bible, separating yourself from God and Jesus and looking at it, not rejecting it per se, but looking at it from the outside, because it's easier to look at it, through a window than it is standing in the middle of it and trying to, make sense of it, which I also think why some believers get a bit jumpy and agitated when that's challenged.
Yeah. Um, I don't. I think I see how you're tying it to OCD. I'm not, too familiar with the OCD, but definitely I recognize how it can create that anxiety and that constant need to always worry whether you're, sinning or talking to the God enough or praying enough or reading the Bible enough, because it's tied to your blessings, or it's tied to your punishment. But I think I kind of see what you're saying. Did you have
Yeah, no,
anything else?
exactly. No, not really. I think that's basically it. And thank you guys again. I always say, for what you guys do. It's very. I'm on a break now from work, so that's why I joined in again. But I usually sit with my phone and my headphones on and work while I'm listening.
Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too, and a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks.
Nancy, are you in the box on purpose? Is it QB Snark? It's Cube.
Hello, good
Cube
morning.
Sick Narc. What is it? How do you say?
Yes, Francis QB.
Francis is your name? Is that what you
Yeah,
said, Francis? Hi, how are
from
you?
from Philippines. I'm okay.
It's good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Wait.
Do you believe in the God of the Christian? Do you believe in the Christian God, or are you deconstructing from that God, or are you an atheist?
I believe.
You believe in the God.
Yes.
What topic did you come up to discuss?
Everything that make me
There's 4 topics on the post. Do you
increase
see
my.
that? Do you see 4 topics on the post?
Yeah.
Okay. Which topic on the board did you come up to discuss?
Yes.
Are you
I
there?
think first number 1.
Number 1, go ahead.
Yeah.
I can't do this. I don't even know what the fuck that was.
That was the Lord.
Like, what was that?
No, God's not the author of confusion, and we all feel a lot smarter from hearing that. So
Like, did Nancy respond? I don't know if Nancy's in the box on purpose. Y'all, I might reset. The numbers went down, and so I think it's I don't know. I might do a reset and see if we can hit the algorithm again. We have about 2 hours and a half left in the show. I don't think Nancy's in there on purpose. Before I reset, is there, if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Also, I do want to let those of you know, like if you are if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, you can come up if you disagree with the point, right? Like it doesn't have to. I don't expect all of us to see things the same way, or all of us, to always agree. So it is perfectly okay to be someone deconstructing, or someone who is an atheist that don't agree with, the points on the board, or don't agree with how we see things. And discussing those things is the only way to actually grow, right? Or to hash out things that you might still be holding on to. For example, I realized today that I still have some internal misogyny that I need to deconstruct from. And so deconstructing is a ongoing process. Like we've been indoctrinated with not just the doctrine in the Bible, right? But also shit that's in society. And sometimes we can think that just because we don't believe in the God, that we've completely deconstructed harmful beliefs that we hold ourselves. And so please don't think that just because you are a nerd, or just because you are a non-believer, that I expect you to agree with what I say in here, or with what any of the co-hosts say. It's perfectly okay to disagree with us and come up and talk about that. And I think that those conversations will be more civil. So don't be afraid to do that. We are open to that. I just want to make sure I set that expectation. My word is not infallible, diabiblical. All right, y'all. So I'm going to reset and see if we can get some more people in here. Give me 5 seconds and I'll be right back.
Okay.
You do.
All right. Aaron?
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. First, I want to let you know I'm at work, so if I get distracted, but I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, so I just wanted to know, as long as you're active in the conversation, you can stay on
Okay.
stage, but I only have one guest up at a time, okay? And so if you
Okay.
have to step away, then I'll take you down and bring up another guest. Okay, I
All
don't
right.
I don't do
Perfect.
panels. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
And which topic did you come up to discuss?
So I mean, the very first one, God is an irresponsible leader. I think that's heavy. It's a heavy thought. Uh,
Do you want to know why I say that?
Sir, let me hear it.
Because I think that he set the example for how to create a cult. I think God created the Israelite cult, gave them some very rigid, violent rules, expectations for loyalty to him and loyalty to his earthly representatives. And
I'm here. My bad. I'm
okay,
here.
okay,
So sorry.
um,
That won't happen much. That somebody called me. I don't know why.
okay. He set the expectation for his followers to also be loyal to the earthly representatives and believe that everything that they say, right, that comes from him, which incites a lot of violence and lack of critical thought, the inability to challenge back. And then with Jesus, he goes on and creates a cult as well with the same expectations of, divine loyalty or blind loyalty, fear of leaving, punishment for leaving, punishment for rejection, communal living, expectations of giving up all that you have, putting him and his father first before your own self and your own family members, redefining what family is. And he set this example on earth, gave this information, right, this type of how to create this type of organization, and left it in the hands of humans, infallible humans, flawed humans, who he say are sinners from birth, and like literally humans that needed for him to kill himself or kill his son in order to save them because they were incapable of following rules. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give this type of power and information to humans, and then leave those same infallible humans in control. And to me, that's irresponsible as fuck.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of valid things you're saying there. So I wanna back up to where you said Jesus created a cult. Can
Yeah.
we go back to that?
Mm-hmm.
Did Jesus create a cult, or did Jesus' followers and their followers create a cult?
Well, I mean, who was it that went to the disciples whenever he met them before he made them disciples and said, "Leave all you have and follow me"? Who did that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Um. Okay, I'll bring you one. Sorry.
Y'all
Um.
don't forget to share the live, y'all. We sitting at 7 shares. Let's share the live, do the team bracelets and stuff so that we can get on the FYP. Thank y'all so much.
So what I'm getting at here is I feel like Jesus promoted love and healing,
Wait. Can you answer the
right?
question? Yeah, but
What's the question?
you asked me a question, right?
Yeah, my question was, did Jesus create a cult, or did Jesus' followers
Yeah.
and then their
Did you
followers
hear my
create a cult?
response?
Yeah, I heard you.
Are you going to respond to what my response was?
Yeah, you want to repeat it?
No, I want you to respond to it.
Okay, I already moved on from that
No, you
because
didn't. You
I had
didn't.
a
You
point.
just
Like,
completely ignored it.
Oh,
no,
Skipper.
I didn't
You
completely ignore it.
Yes,
You
you
ignored my
did. You
question. You
asked, and
ignored my question.
I said, what you said? Did
But I had
Jesus
a
create?
question and you
Hold
chose not
on,
to answer it.
but hold on. I answered your question, right?
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You asked me if Jesus created the cult or did his followers create the cult. I said
But,
when Jesus picked his disciples, what did he say to them? I said, was
Jesus'
it
disciples
Jesus?
all
Hold on. I said, was it Jesus that said, leave your family, leave everybody, and come and follow me? And you just completely ignored that. You didn't address it.
You can come off mute, but don't talk over the host. Stop and listen, and then you can respond.
And don't have to mute him. I'll let you know if it gets too much.
Okay. Aaron, do you see your mute button? It's next to the comment bar. Okay, there you go.
was I muted?
Yep, I didn't hear
Okay.
anything you said.
What's your name? thinker.
thinker.
Thinker. So what I see is I think because I go to church constantly, right? And I'm off subject a little here. I go to church every
Aaron,
day.
are you gonna respond? Like,
What do you want me to respond to?
Was it Jesus that told the disciples to leave their family
Yes.
and so then yes, it was Jesus that created the cult. He gave them the example, and then the disciples went on and created a cult,
What
even
what
to this
what told
day.
you what told you Jesus' exact words? The Gospels?
Yeah, the same
Okay,
way,
so are the
the same way,
Gospels fallible? Who wrote the
the
Gospels?
same way that you are about to tell me that Jesus promoted love. Who told you Jesus promoted love? The Gospels.
The Gospel, and then my heart
And
makes me
therefore
believe.
is the God, if you're going to say the gospel is infallible, then you cannot use the gospels to say that he promoted love.
No, but I can. I
No,
believe
you
humans.
can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you
Humans wrote the
can't.
Bible. Humans wrote the
Exactly. So the
Bible.
same way humans wrote the
Okay,
Bible, if
so
you're
you
going to
have to go
say,
off
hold on, you
feeling.
cannot talk at the same time that I'm talking.
Okay, but you can't just talk
No,
over me and I
like
don't get to say
literally, I'm
nothing.
responding to you, and when I respond to you, you talk while I'm talking.
Okay, that's
I
going both
understand.
ways
I
though.
understand that. I understand that you want to defend your Jesus, but I think that we can have a civil conversation and you can listen to
Right?
both parts. And I think that, you might not like what I have to say, right? And you may be ready to defend your
I'm not.
Jesus, but you can wait, right, until I get to the period in my sentence to defend your Jesus. If you're going to say that it's not credible, to say that Jesus built the cult because the Gospels reflect him building a cult because humans wrote it, you cannot then use that same Gospel that humans wrote to prove that your Jesus promoted love and peace.
I'm not using the gospel to prove that. And if you're gonna talk for 7 minutes, but I only get 30
I can talk
seconds to
however
talk,
long I want to talk. I
I
can
know,
talk
but
however
then I
long I
only
want to
get
talk.
30 seconds, but then I only get 30
It's
seconds
my
more talking.
live. It's my
This
live.
is
I can
why we
talk
going
however
back and
long I.
forth because
No,
you won't
no,
let
we're
nobody
going back and
talk
forth
around
because you
you.
want to fucking control my life, and that's not
No,
going
I'm
to
not trying to
happen.
control.
Yes, you are. Number one, you're not going to tell me how long I can talk. Number two, you kept talking while I was talking. Number three, if you get off topic, I'm going to stop you and I'm going to get you back on topic. You don't get to come up here and do whatever you want to do in my space. It's freaking ridiculous trying to have a civil conversation with Christians. And you say that your Jesus promotes love and peace, and you don't even know how to reflect that shit. And then you're going to try to tell me that, oh, it's in my heart. But yet you can't even respect that when you're on someone else's live, you can't even respect that by my name it says host and you are a guest. So even that is fallible. You're on mute.
I don't know.
Why is he fighting with the mute button?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yep. We can't hear you when you leave the app. If you go on Teacup, we can't hear anything you say.
Nah, I don't know why the mute keeps popping up. I'm just sitting here on the phone. Uh okay, no, all right, so my look, I'm not a Christian. I'm a follower of Jesus. I read
That
only the
doesn't matter to
gospels.
me.
So when you talking about my Jesus, excuse me, but you really don't know my relationship with Jesus.
I didn't say anything about your relationship with your Jesus.
Okay, but you don't know who my Jesus is
It's
all I'm
if it
saying.
listen, if it's the Jesus in this Bible, the Jesus in this gospel, that Jesus, that God is an irresponsible leader.
You know what? I will agree with you that the Bible is an irresponsible way to to reflect God. I
Uh,
don't think it's perfect at all.
The character in that book named God and named Jesus is irresponsible.
But the spirit you meet when you read those gospels is not a joke. It's not fake. And it's not what you read just with those words.
I don't have
You'll
anything
meet
to
a
do
spirit of
with the
love.
I don't have anything
You'll
to do with the spirit that's in your head. right? Like the spirit that's in your
The
head
spirit
is
comes
not the
from that
same.
word.
The spirit that's in your head is not the same spirit in the next believer's head. I have nothing to do with that.
I feel I honestly believe that the Bible is inspired, but people take it word for word, and it creates conflict, and it
Yeah,
creates
okay,
lies, and it
that's
creates
fine. The
dogma, and it
topic
creates
is
cults.
That's fine. The topic is God is an irresponsible leader. You can address that. I don't care about your personal relationship with your Jesus. I don't. I didn't ask you about that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to reflect
I
to
didn't
you.
ask you.
I'm
I
a
don't care about that. I did not ask you about that. I do not
jeez.
care. I
How do
don't
you do
care.
you talk? Is this how you conversate with people?
Aaron, you came up to talk about God is an irresponsible leader. I don't care about your personal relationship you have
And I'm
with
no,
this
I'm asking you
spirit.
what makes you say that?
I told
Because
you why.
you started saying all this stuff you're
I
saying
told you why.
Jesus
If
does.
your Jesus isn't the Jesus that we're talking about, then we don't have anything to talk about. You have a
But you're
different
no.
Jesus.
Okay, so do I get to talk in here? Do I
Not
get to
about
call
your
anything
Jesus
out?
if it isn't the Jesus we're
We ain't
talking
talking about my
about.
Jesus. We ain't talking about my Jesus. We're
Okay,
talking
then get
about
back to the
whoever you.
topic.
Okay, the topic is you think God's an irresponsible leader. What
Yes.
makes you say that?
I already gave you that answer.
If you don't even follow him, how do you know him?
I already gave you that answer. I gave you explicit examples as to why I say that. Now either address those or move on.
Okay, tell me what you want me to address.
I'm not doing
Because
that again. I literally told you that I'm not a child, okay? And I'm not
you
gonna play.
acting
I'm
like
not gonna
one.
play these
You're
games
acting
with
like
you.
one.
Either
I'm not trying
have
to
a
play games.
conversation,
I've
either
already tried to
have a
say, let's
civil
talk about the next
conversation,
text.
or get off my stage. The
I'm
fuck?
super civil.
No,
You've been
you're
cussing since
not.
we started.
Listen,
You've been
are you going
cussing.
to address the God being irresponsible or not? Are you going to address the topic or not?
I am definitely addressing the topic.
Address the topic.
God is a loving God. He wants to lead people towards love, not lead people towards whatever you're calling irresponsible. Have you met
Towards
God?
love of
Have you
what?
talked to him?
Towards love of what?
Love of others, love of ourselves, love with him.
What type of love? What what
Love.
what what explain your God's love.
Explain my God's love. My
Yeah.
God's love is, I mean, compassion. Compassion is a huge one to me. I say I get
Compassion.
that. I say I get that out of the Gospels constantly.
Yeah. And so
Compassion towards others.
when he says to stone children for disrespecting their mothers, when he's getting on the Pharisees for allowing the children to pay a tax instead of being killed for disrespecting their parents, is that compassion?
Where is that?
And Matthew 15. You should know this since you know your
He
Jesus.
said
Why are
stone
you talking
children.
while I'm talking? I didn't talk while you were
Because you don't
talking.
stop talking.
It's my
Jeez.
look. I'm fucking done with you. Get the fuck off my live and go be with your compassionate, irresponsible ass God.
I need a moment. He interrupted the first time. He wasn't gonna last.
They are so fucking irritating. It's ridiculous. Day, how are
Hello.
you?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning.
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
Oh yeah, I'm 26. I
And
just turned 26 actually. My
okay? Are you
birthday
a
today.
believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer,
What topic did you come up
but
to discuss? It's okay. I don't need the story. I just need to know if you qualified for the conversation. What topic did you come up to discuss?
I was just gonna respond to like all four of them because
We
I
only
had a
have
quick
time.
answer.
You can only do one. Just
Oh
pick one
well,
topic.
okay. Well, I wouldn't say God is a responsible leader, but I feel like he's one of FIFO for TikTok guidelines. I feel like
I
he's a
don't know what
firm
that means.
believer in five
I don't know what that is.
F around and find out.
Oh, you can say fuck around and find out.
Oh, I didn't know that. But I feel like he's a firm believer in fuck around and find out, and um whatever, he's gonna always give you something over the top and see how I don't know the saying right now. It's early in the morning, but well, I can't really say he'll always give you a test you can't bear, because you always be, I don't know, shoot, speaking on my life, you always be in something. But I wouldn't say he's irresponsible. He's always gonna push you to your limits and see how far you can go and see how much you can take.
Are you saying
But
that you
that
wouldn't
was
say
all I
that
was gonna
he?
say for that.
Are you saying that you wouldn't say he's responsible or he's irresponsible? Which one are you saying? I can't make out what you're saying. Are you saying you wouldn't say he's irresponsible or you wouldn't say he's responsible? Which one are you saying?
I was saying I wouldn't say he was irresponsible.
Okay. And you said that he's a fuck around and find out God. I definitely agree that he's a
Pretty
fuck around and
much.
find out God. Like he presents, these rules, for, people who he expects to have loyalty to him, and
Hmm.
obedience to him. And if you don't, then he will punish you. Right? He
Right.
definitely sets that expectation. He's abusive in nature. But when I say he's irresponsible, this is why I say he's irresponsible. Because if he is an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-intelligent deity, and he created the human race, and he knows that the human race is fallible, sinful, and flawed, he gave them information that he uses for himself, right? Information that he uses to force humans into divine obedience to him.
Hmm.
And he left that information with fallible humans and showed them how to force other humans into submission,
Right.
and then told those humans that they are his representatives on earth, right? And other humans have to
Hmm.
believe that fallible humans represent an infallible God. And so humans are in submission to other humans, thinking that they are in submission to a God, right?
Hmm.
And he set the structure up for creating a cult or a gang, and then he
I
left that
can understand.
information. I'm sorry, let me finish, and then I'll let you go. He left that information with humans and then just fucking left.
Well, I can agree with you on that standpoint, but as a person who is, well, I can't really say I've read parts of the Ethiopian Bible and stuff like that, but based on what version you're going through, the Bible has been retold and deconstructed and reconstructed to a many of person's ways to sway any type of demographic of people, to hold them down either way. So based off of what I would say, based off of what version you're going off of, yes, it can be seen that way also. So I agree with you on that part.
But
Yeah,
what
can you give me an example of like the original version that says something different, that shows that it was changed to oppress people? Like what give me a text that says this is the original and here's how it was changed.
Well, I can simply do that. I don't. My Ethiopian Bible is in the garage right now, packed up. But basically, I can simply do that with history. While we were enslaved,
No, I don't want it with
our
history because we're
slaveholders
talking.
took
I'm sorry.
certain
I'm
parts.
sorry. No, I don't want some theory, right? The Ethiopian Bible. I can pull it up. I have a PDF copy of it. If you tell me which book that
Oh,
I need to go to, and then we can
oh
go
yeah.
to that book in the
It's
King James
oh yeah.
Bible.
Like I said, it's been in the garage. It's been a minute for me, but just based off of what, from my understanding, is um even with that being said, if we're speaking about text, um like you stated earlier, he just gave us this information and then just dropped off of the face of the earth, essentially, from what I'm comprehending what you said earlier. With that message being received by humans, as you were stating, it can be also he gave with the way he left the text, he gave that the power of humans which way they can use it. Either use it for knowledge or either use it for power. And I feel like basically, like I said, he's all fucking around and find out God, but he's also a God based off of choices. If you choose to use the knowledge in succession of other people and to make people to submit to you in a way that is, I guess I would say, deceitful or not benefiting for everybody, benefiting for the good, it can be used in the wrong way. So in that way, I could say he's irresponsible, because with that message being left to us, it can be interpreted and used by other people of power to make it into their way, such as the groups of FLDS and stuff like that. They take certain parts of the Bible and interpret it their way and have, I would say, essentially imprisoned their own type of people, because the message was left, it was interpreted by somebody else, and then they use it in a different type of way. So
And
I
see
could say he's
that you're saying the
irresponsible in
same,
that.
and you're saying the same thing, right? Like they misinterpreted, they reinterpreted, they rewrote it. But when I'm asking you, right, where is the original text that you're saying says a different thing? Because other than that, the only thing I hear is something that you hope and wish or believe was done because you think your God is really not this monster. You think that this came from humans and not what this God actually told the human to write. So I'm going to ask you again to give me an example, right, in this text, because the Ethiopian Bible is not really all that different from the King James, other than the apocryphal text not inside it. So like you could use the King James Bible and say, for example, here in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, God is telling the Israelites to enslave anybody that's not an Israelite. And to keep them for life and pass them down to their children. In the Ethiopian Bible, it says don't enslave anybody. And so but I would like for you to show me that it says that in the Ethiopian Bible. You know, what is it that you've read? I'm sorry. What is it that you have read, right, in the Ethiopian Bible where you were like, oh my gosh, it doesn't say that in the King James Bible. Like the King James Bible, it says something totally different.
Well, like you just stated with the fact of slavery, where it says in the Ethiopian Bible, don't enslave anybody.
No,
And
I
that
didn't
was
say it says
changed.
that. I was giving an example, like if you could show me that the Ethiopian Bible says that. Because the Ethiopian Bible doesn't say don't enslave anybody. The Ethiopian Bible in Leviticus says exactly what it says in King James.
Okay, so like I said, my memory is off. It is rusty. You gonna cause me to go back into a deep dive and read the book all over again.
Well,
But
I don't think that it's fair for believers who don't agree with what their Bible says or with what the King James Bible says to be pushing the narrative that, oh, it was changed or it was misinterpreted or LDS interpreted this text to mean what they wanted it to mean without being able to back that up. So like if y'all haven't gone and read a text that says something completely different, I don't think it's fair for y'all to be going around telling people that this was misinterpreted.
well, I mean, we can obviously see that
No, we
it has
can't.
been misinterpreted, because there's still people who are entrapped in FLDS,
Well, let's pull
and
up the Hebrew.
they're still using the Bible for most of their teachings.
That
So we
doesn't
can
mean that it was
honestly,
misinterpreted though, but we can pull up the Hebrew, right? And we can read the Hebrew and see what it says in the Hebrew text. Let's see. 44 through 46.
And thinking while you're pulling that up, I want to point out that even having to do this to me is indicative of this God being irresponsible, because a responsible leader plans for all possible variables. And when this issue that you're bringing up about a translation error or a mistranslation, which, to Thinker's point, if you don't know the original text, you can't accurately proclaim that. But because God didn't even prepare for all of these variables, for the fact that the medium that he left his directions in could have been misused or misapplied, to me, that is absolutely an indication of being an irresponsible leader. And if not irresponsible, definitely short-sighted.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I feel like he's irresponsible if the message can be revised and interpreted differently for somebody else's evil gain. That was pretty much what I was trying to say. Like at first, before we started talking, I was like in the midline. In some spaces, he could be seen as irresponsible with what she was stating, and with your stating, I can agree
But to
because
but to Thinker's point, like, how many languages do you speak?
I only speak English.
Okay. So say you spoke Spanish as well, and you were reading something in English that was originally in Spanish, you would be able to tell whether or not there was an error in the translation or if something had been misinterpreted. But if you don't know the source language, you have no basis on which to claim that a misinterpretation happened. That's just your opinion. That's just
Right.
maybe your theological framework, but you can't point to where that misinterpretation occurred. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I could state that as well, but I'm just going based off of things that I've seen around the world, and basically I to deep dive on myself, I like to do research on cults. I'm not going to say like a deep dive of research on cults, but I've gotten enough education on cults to where they like to take or misinterpret pieces of the Bible to their own evil gain, just for their gain of their side of structure. And if he didn't, I guess if he didn't prepare for this would make him irresponsible.
But to your point, when you make that claim about a cult, how are you not? How are you sure that your understanding of what the scripture says is not a cult belief as well? Because you don't have access to the original, you don't speak the original language, so
Right,
you could absolutely be guiding your life on what you believe to be the accurate interpretation on just another misinterpretation.
right. And I wouldn't. I mean, like, I wouldn't say I'm a full Christian either, because I'm very spiritual as well. Because there's certain things that I don't agree with in the Bible as well. But I'm not disagreeing with anybody or anything like that. It's just opening to my eyes to some points. That's all I was trying to say.
I think the need to say that these people are misinterpreting the text in order to push this to do this evil thing is your desire to clean your God up, right? Or to separate your God from
No, it's
the
not
history.
that.
I'm sorry, can I finish?
I was
Um
just letting you know that I
hold
wasn't.
on. I get it, and you can respond. Like, I don't interrupt you. Fee doesn't interrupt you. I get that you might not like what I'm saying, but you will have an opportunity to share that you don't like that when I finish speaking. And I give you the same respect unless you get off topic or unless I have to reiterate a question, right? But what I was trying to say is that it feels like this narrative of the text was reinterpreted, the text was mistranslated, or that was added in is your desire to clean your God or separate your God from these egregious acts. Although what they did with the text is literally in the text from your God, and not being able to, as Fee has pointed out, read the original text, because this is Leviticus 25 44 through 46, right? And not being able to read the original text and say, here's where, like, this word here isn't even in the King James, right? This phrase here says something completely different than what King James translated. Or this word here means don't. This says don't enslave people, but King James translated it to enslave people. Like, not being able to do that, right? It just sounds like an excuse that's being made in order to defend the God that you believe in, and keep that God clean, as clean as the God is in your mind and in your heart.
Can I respond now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I wasn't stating that I was trying to keep his actions clean or make the situation purified at all. Like I said, I was agreeing with you, but like I said, the whole Bible, and this is my breakdown of it. The whole Bible, even when it was made in Ethiopia to now, it's all man-made and can be interpreted differently. I'm not trying to give or extend any grace to anybody, but I'm just saying throughout history, it has been misinterpreted for someone else's evil gain. That's all.
But you cannot prove that, right? Because how do you misinterpret? You may also buy them from among the children of alien residents among you, or from their families that are among you, whom they begot in your land. These may become your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property for all time. Such you may treat as slaves. But as for your Israelite kin, no one shall rule ruthlessly over another. How do you misinterpret that when you use that to enslave foreign nations? When it literally says, such male and female slaves as you may have, it is from the nations round about you that you may acquire male and female slaves. And before you ask, yes, I am studying Hebrew, and yes, I have verified that it says what it says.
Okay, I see. It seems like you're getting frustrated. I'm 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 not disagreeing with you, and can you tell your chat to cool off of me
I
because
can't tell the chat what to do. They're grown adults. I'm not frustrated. Well, I'm gonna take that back. I am frustrated with the narrative of it's been changed. When y'all, like, we hear that all the time, and y'all can't prove that. Well,
Dang, your God
um,
didn't give you strength enough to stay on a piano?
yeah,
You
and
got,
like nobody, like, I cannot control grown ass adults and what they type in a chat.
yeah, like, are you serious? That's a new one for me.
I don't know if she recognized her saying, "Oh, I agree with you." He didn't know that people would misinterpret his. Now, if he knew that the people would misinterpret what he said, then that makes him irresponsible. That's not you agreeing with me, because that's not why I said he was irresponsible. That's you cleaning up your God and trying to separate your God from what what you are calling egregious acts, and what you are saying these people did to mistranslate the text so that they could do these egregious acts. And to the person in the comments that said, don't try to wipe away our faith from an app, you are wiping away your own fucking faith on an app by you being in this live. Nobody told you that you had to be here. Hey, Dr. Kip.
Morning, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
That's good. Pretty good. So, how is the Hebrew coming?
It's coming along. I had to take a break this week. I had the stomach bug, so I have to go and kind of brush back up, and
Yeah.
because I'm sure taking a week off, I'm probably rusty as hell.
Nice. Well, yeah. Keep plugging away at it. That sounds good. Hold on a sec. I just gotta put some dogs away.
SMA, I don't. Where is Fluff? Like, does she have a live? Like, I'm sure you can find her in her live.
Oh. I was just listening to the last person on the stage. It's always interesting to me.
Hold on, Dr. Kip. Her
Yeah.
account got taken away? For what?
Hey, yeah, I was on Dugald's live yesterday, and
They said she's
people.
live right now.
She is? I didn't see
Mm-hmm.
her. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
All
I
right.
just didn't see her up there.
Okay.
But it did spur me to go over to Discord and create an account, so I'll see you guys over there too.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Kip. Go ahead.
Oh, that's cool. No, I was thinking about the last person who was on stage there, and how people process this idea of interpretation and misinterpretation without really even thinking through what's going on with the texts. Because it's like, I think for like, I do most all of my work in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, or I should say, when the scrolls were discovered and when scholars started actually working through these very early Hebrew texts, one of the things I think that really got people excited, got scholars excited, was the fact that we were able to see really kind of a snapshot of real time sort of what Jewish people were thinking through when they were reading their texts of scripture, and how much things that we see in the New Testament where it employs Old Testament texts, how much these are, within a broader stream of thought in Judaism, to the point that everyone was just treating the text of the Bible like a collection of coded messages, and you could say practically whatever you wanted about the text, because everyone had this mindset that these are secret messages from God, and all we need is the right code or the right key to access it. The text doesn't actually say what it seems to say on the surface, but there's a deeper meaning that we can mine. And I think for those of us who grew up in the church or steeped in Christian theology, there are New Testament applications and interpretations of Old Testament texts that just feel natural to us. But when you get right down to it, when you start looking at them, you're like, no, I mean, that's not at all what the text says. That actually looks like a misinterpretation.
I don't even think that, like, they're not really considering whether it's misinterpreted. They're just saying the shit. Like, they're not, they barely read the book. And then because they read the Ethiopian Bible or hear that the Ethiopian Bible has these apocryphal books, they make up this narrative in their head that the scriptures in the text that talk about slavery, that talk about genocide, that talk about child sacrifice was added to the text or misinterpreted, because it doesn't match the God that they were taught growing up. It doesn't match the God that they've created for themselves. And when they learn that the book literally in the book, their God is literally the one who told the slave owners to how to be slave owners. They can't handle it, so they make up this narrative like it's got to be misinterpreted. It's got to be that somebody added it. Those slave owners added that to the text to justify what they were doing. They don't care whether the text actually what they don't care what the original text actually says. And I get frustrated because they constantly come with this narrative, but they don't have any other text to present, right? And so I was being facetious when I asked her that, because I know she doesn't have another text to point to say, look, see here, it says this, and I think it's not right for them to be spreading that narrative just because they want to keep this squeaky clean idea about this God that they have, that they want to keep pushing to people with these, like they want to push a God that is about love and peace, but at the same time, fucking kill the spirit and the life of the hope of people who don't think like you, who don't look like you, who don't love like you.
Yeah, no, you're right. So, and like at that point, I think the text just becomes an object, right? It's just something. It's just something you use in order to promote or validate ideas that you already have, that you hold, without even thinking through clearly, without even caring how the text, what it means. You're just making up your own meaning at that point.
I think it's being intellectually lazy as well, because the reality is, to even make the statement it's a mistranslation or a misinterpretation, there's some presuppositions there, and then it gets into just you can say that, and then it just turns into one of those thought terminating cliches where you don't have to think about the fact that I don't know what it said originally. I'm not sure if what my understanding is actually correct. So I think it is a lazy way of holding on to a belief that makes you comfortable or that serves something in your life, whether it's true or not.
Yeah, no, I agreed. And I think also that's part of why I think it's really important just to continue challenging even parts of the text or expressions in the text that we think we know or that we think we understand, because like I think that's part of this too, that I often come back to when I teach courses on the Old Testament, especially. One of the things that I try to make clear at the outset is just how far removed from the world of these texts that we actually are. Not only were they written in a foreign language that's, no longer functional in the same way that it was when the texts were written, but also, thousands of years removed, centuries of cultural development removed. Just there's so many elements about the text that we just still don't really understand. Like I'm thinking about this. We were on Dr. B, Dr. Josh, Dr. B, and I were doing our bi-weekly Hebrew reading stream last night, and we're currently reading through Numbers chapter 23, which is the story of Balaam and Balak. And we got to the part in the story where Balaam actually starts issuing his oracles that he's received from Yahweh, from God. And one of the challenging parts about this is you can see it right away when you start actually learning the languages, when you start actually reading the text, you can see it right away, this switch to these oracles, because the text is this part of the text is actually older, quite a bit older. So it doesn't seem to work quite the same way. And within that first oracle, at least of Balaam, we encounter there's this grammatical feature that Thinker, I'm certain you guys won't learn in your Hebrew classes because it's super annoying. But there's these grammatical features called paragogic hays, the letter hey added to the end of a word, and the reason they're identified this way is because people, lexicographers, linguists, grammarians who work with a language just don't understand what that hey is doing at the end of that word. We just don't know. We can't tell. It doesn't seem to have a consistent function. It seems like it's part of an archaic, like a really, really old feature of the language that is no longer in use. But the point is, we don't know. We just don't know. So it gets marked with a big question mark and we move on. But, it's, I think it's useful for helping us, reminding us, that there's still so much about the text that we don't understand.
I just feel like most of our audience of believers, like on that level, they don't care.
No.
Yeah, they don't care.
You're right.
Yeah, and
You guys, can we get up to 50,000? Just wanted to remind you that you're filling up with guests.
okay.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Let me see. I did see that young lady come back in here. Her name started with a D. That was on here. I don't know what her name was. DeAndre or Daedra, something like that. DeAndrea or something. She said, did she drop on accident?
I asked her because she said she was trying to learn and understand. So I asked her, did she drop on accident? But she didn't respond.
I saw where she came back in here and was like, I was trying to conversate with y'all. Like, if you need to have a conversation where people talk to you really soft, or there's no rebuttal to what you're saying, then like it's hard to have an authentic conversation that way. And this wouldn't be the room for you, simply because like for me, right, the room is set up though to match my personality, right? This is who I am, and this is how I learn, right? By asking challenging questions, and when people challenge back, it forces me to think about things that I've not thought about before. I don't want a echo chamber. I don't want people who need me to be agreeable. I can't. So this, if you need to be in a room where people are agreeable, where they're afraid to challenge your thoughts, this would not be the room for you. And so I'm sorry that you felt I guess attacked or offended, although no one attacked you in here. But I just, if you're still here, I just want to let you know that, so that you know the type of room that you're in. Okay. And for those of you that are in the guest request, I hope you heard that, right? Like, there are going to be people in here that are not going to agree with everything that you say. And we can do that civilly, as long as you are civil. If you get disrespectful, we do match energy. We have no problem matching energy in here. We don't have to. We can agree to disagree civilly, But if you get off the chain, we're going to get off the chain right back. Just so that y'all know where y'all are.
I would also suggest if you come up to have a conversation, just turn the comments off or block them, because the comments are going to do what the comments do, right? It's just the wild, wild west in the comment section. So if you get offended by what people say, or if you're thin skinned, don't look at the comments, just engage in the conversation and it'll go a whole lot easier.
Thank you, Fee. Slow Q said we are savage. Yeah. If you are in the guest request box on purpose, like I tried to bring up 2 people and they're not there. Y'all, we have 2 hours left in the show, maybe 2.5. So if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Nisum, I just tried to bring you up and you timed out. So if you are still here, and you still want to come up, send your request again. Ashley is timing out. Good morning, Gregory. Let's see. Is it Mr. Tack Pants?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Hi,
it
how
is.
are you?
But
How are
I'm
you?
I'm good.
Are you a believer? Well, okay.
Alrighty then.
I only answer questions from nerds. If you come on stage, you have to be addressing one of the topics. So only a nerd can come up and ask a question. What'd you say, P?
I was saying he's back in the box,
Yeah.
in the queue.
Not a tack pants, Louise. Tack pants. That was his name, right? Mr. Tack Pants? Was that right? Tack Pants?
Black pans, no, cotton pans. Yeah.
Mr. Is it Tack Pants or Talk Pants?
No.
Oh,
He's
hey,
back.
can you turn your
No,
camera off? I
no,
don't
no,
allow
Oh, you
cameras
want me
on
to
the...
turn it off?
Yeah, I don't allow cameras on the stage.
bro. Just give up at this point. Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was very confusing.
That's okay. Are you new to TikTok?
No, not really. A little nervous to be in a big group, but not new to TikTok.
Okay.
I see the whole thing of words a little bit different than most people. I don't look at the word God as having the definition that most people have.
Okay. So you are a believer?
I
Are you
am
I'm gonna ask you a quick question. Are you a believer of the God of the Christian Bible? Like, are you a Christian?
okay. No, I'm not. I'm a
Okay,
believer.
so
There's a creator, but I
okay,
can't.
so I don't have discussions with people who have like a different God. Unfortunately, we are discussing the Christian God in here. Okay.
Okay, but I just tell you what I do see,
No,
or
I'm not
because this is
interested.
this is strictly to do
Mr.
with.
Talkman, I'm not interested.
Oh, you don't know? You just said
I'm not
before.
interested. Listen, goodness gracious, y'all. The room is about Christian deconstruction. If you have a different God, good for you. I'm not interested in talking to you about that God. That doesn't mean that your God is not important. Like, that's your God. I'm just not interested in that God. Okay?
We'll drop you. Just know that. She makes herself clear. That's it.
I never said I was open to anything new. I did not say that. I never said that. I don't know where you got that from. You was listening to another live and TikTok threw you up on my stage. You was in the wrong live.
Just be making stuff up. You a Christian.
I never told you I was teaching you anything, psychonaut. Never said that either. Y'all hear what y'all want to hear. This is why y'all out here talking about the Bible was misinterpreted, because y'all hear what you want to hear. I not once said that I was teaching you shit. If you feel like I'm talking right now, if you feel like you're wasting your time, that's fine. I'll just go ahead and scroll out. Swift, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? Like, hold on. Let me say this one thing right quick. All night long, who's been in our room all night long? We had over 500, 600 people in the room. Who's been in the room all night long? Who have we talked to all night long? And it's been peaceful and calm, civil conversation. Like, who has it been?
People deconstructing and stuff like that.
The moment we reset, the moment Christians come in this room and join the conversation, it gets chaotic. Like, y'all claim that you are of love and light and peace and joy, but you bring negativity and chaos every single time. And the crazy thing is that the reason why, I can only speak for myself, the reason why I put myself through this shit is because y'all have some very harmful beliefs. Y'all are harmful with the shit that y'all spread, the things that y'all do, the things that y'all say. And so my goal is to create a space, right, where we can talk about that shit and how it's affecting society. But y'all make that very, 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 very difficult. Mr. Swift, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm fine. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay,
Yahweh.
and all right. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
You know, the 12 tribes of Israel.
There are 4 topics on the post in front of you. Can you pick one of those? Did you come up to talk about one of those topics on the post?
Wait, number 1 is the Christian God an abusive husband?
Okay,
That's
go
one of them?
ahead. Yes.
Wait a minute.
Swift, we need you to speed up. You're being real slow right now,
I
buddy.
don't know. I'm not getting this. I'm not getting the questions.
Did,
Who came up with
hold on.
these questions? Where
Did
did
you
it come
think that
from?
you were in a Bible study? Is that why you requested? You thought you were in a room with Christians?
Not exactly. I heard from what you were talking.
Right. Did you think that we were in here to talk about bringing people to God or something?
No. But what actually is it
Okay.
about? What
Okay,
is
I'm
your
gonna take you
chat
down until
about?
you figure it out. Sit in the comments, right?
I
Listen a
mean,
bit and
you're
figure it
busy on.
out.
Where did he get the 12 tribes from?
Sorry. Cause I was...
Oh my gosh. What's your name?
Pappy boy,
How old are you, please?
45.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in Jesus.
Which topic did you come up to discuss?
If Jesus promotes um, a gang mentality,
Okay, go ahead.
do you think he? I don't think he promotes a gang mentality. I think he's here to set an example.
An example of what?
Maybe throughout the example of who we should be. I think Jesus represents all of us. So,
I
for
agree he
example, I
sets an
believe.
example. I'm sorry, go ahead. I thought you were finished.
No, go ahead.
I agree he does set an example. I think the example that he set was how to create a cult, and how to, you know, force people into this blind loyalty, right? Like he teaches his disciples to leave their family, to love him and his father more than their family, to obey his every word. And then his followers go on to teach that you are to obey the followers, the apostles, because they represent Jesus. He teaches that you are not to question the authority. Through that, he threatens, like, if you leave or if you have doubts, then there is punishment coming, right? He talks down to people who are not a part of the crew. And as a matter of fact, he says, if you're not with me, you are against me. And then he says, and if you are not gathering, that means that you're scattering. So in so many words, he's like, if you're not a part of the crew, right, the cult, then that means you are an enemy. And if you are in the cult and you're not getting more people to join the cult, that means that you are the reason that people are dividing, that people aren't joining the cult. Pappy, are you there?
My mic turned off for a second.
That's because he left the app. Like, if you leave the app, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. So I don't think Jesus was promoting a gang mentality. I think throughout the ages, I think what's happened is people
I'm sorry, did you hear anything that I said?
during Jesus' time, Jesus
Pappy, I'm not here to talk to myself, okay?
Yeah.
So did you hear anything that I just said?
You can't hear me?
Did you hear anything that I said?
I'm gonna try to rebuttal everything.
Are you going to respond to anything that I said?
I keep saying yes.
What did I say, Pappy?
You said that he promotes gang mentality. He said that he promotes people to leave their families to go with him and God. You said that he punished them if he doesn't. You said that his apostles. I don't understand. I came here to talk, and you're talking to me like I'm a child.
Because you just came back and said you didn't address anything that I said. You came back and repeated what you said, right? Like I've already responded.
I barely got 3 or 4 words.
Go ahead, Pappy.
All right. So can I rebuttal what you said?
Yep.
Okay. I don't think he forced people to do anything. I think he had a message and people loved the message. I think that's what happened. I think maybe throughout the ages, governments have used him to force you to believe something and have forced people to give their churches or their governments money through taxation. But I'm under the impression that during Jesus's life, I highly doubt he took 10% of people's money. Right? There's nowhere in the Bible that says that Jesus took 10% like the churches do. Right? I don't think he forced anyone to come out of their homes and leave their families to follow him. I think what he did was, what he said was, do what I do for enlightenment, to increase your vibration. I think Jesus was a highly high vibrating physical soul. And I think he came to this world to set an example of how we should all live. Love thy neighbor. That's not spreading hate. Love thy neighbor. If somebody slaps you, turn the other cheek. That's not love. That's not hate. That's love. He's showing you how to react to things when things go wrong. He's showing you to always look at the bright side. He never, how did he force people to leave their homes to follow him? So you made that comment. So now I think you should back that comment up. That I don't even think they had guns back then.
Stop
So
talking
how would
long
he
enough.
have? So how would he have forced someone out of their homes to follow him?
When he met his disciples, what did he tell his disciples to do?
To follow him. He didn't
Did
force
he
them
tell
though.
them? Did he not say that you cannot be my disciple unless you what? And I'm not even talking about the scripture that I have on the screen. He said, you cannot be my disciple unless you
All right, you're
what?
looking up scriptures. I have nothing to look up, by the way.
That whose fault is that you don't have anything to look up?
So if you want me to quote certain things, I'm not the guy. I don't
I mean,
know the Bible good enough to start
right, like
quoting
so,
Bible
right.
verses.
So the
You can
Jesus,
tell me.
I'm sorry, the Jesus that you have, right? This love and light Jesus, this high vibrational Jesus, because there's nothing in this book that mentions anything about vibrations or high vibrations. I can't speak to the Jesus that you've created. We're talking about the Jesus in the Bible. And so like when you say you're looking up scriptures, I have nothing to look up. Like I don't understand that, right? Because everybody has access to this text. It is digital. On top of that, like Google is a thing. The Bible app is a thing. Bible Gateway is a thing. And then they've been selling Bibles since
Right, if you want me, I can pull it
1000
up right
CE.
now.
And it's not if I want to. Like you came up here to discuss this Jesus and you're not prepared to do that. Like that's not my fault, right? I don't know the Jesus that you've created.
I don't think so. I think you have to back up the
I
fact that you
am, but
said that he
the
forced
Bible,
people out of their homes to
right?
follow.
And I am with the Bible. I don't have any, like, I
But
don't
give me
know
the
the
verse that
Jesus.
says that he
I've
forced
already
people out. I just
done
told you.
that.
I gave you.
Stop talking while I'm talking,
Pappy.
please. Like, I literally gave you the verse. There's one on the screen where he told them to sell all their possessions if they want to
Okay,
be. Stop talking while I'm talking, please.
Dude.
We're not going to tell you again, Patrick. I mean,
What
Pappy,
is
or
wrong
whatever
with
your name
y'all?
is.
Are you talking to
There's
me?
literally a scripture on the screen, right, where he tells them that they have to sell their possessions in order to be his disciple. And I also mentioned where he told them, you cannot be my disciple unless you hate your mother. Like, I can't talk to a teacup. I told y'all they don't like their book. They don't
Different
like
things. All right. Good
like
luck to
the
you guys.
Jesus. Like literally stop. Because you went on teacup while I was talking to you, and that's rude. And then you come back and talk as if I was done. It's very
Go
difficult
ahead,
to
finish.
have conversations with y'all. Like you talk about this high vibrational Jesus, but you come in with this low vibrational ass energy. This is why, like, I don't want y'all to love me the way that you love yourself. I don't want y'all to love me the way Jesus loves y'all or the way you love Jesus. It is disrespectful, and that's not love to me.
Thinker, somebody said they sent you $11 in Cash App.
I'm not dropping anybody. Like we've had a echo chamber all night. I'm not dropping anybody right now, and we only have 2 hours left in the show.
Gotcha.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear anything that I said?
Uh, yeah, you said that I didn't come prepared. You also said that I'm low vibrational, that I came with nasty energy when I'm just responding to you. But I'm looking some of the
What
scriptures
else did
up.
I
So
say, Pappy?
I mean, I'm not a recorder.
So you are not listening,
We're
Pappy.
here to.
I'm going to repeat myself. You are not listening. The most important thing that I said in that whole entire conversation was, I don't want you to love me like you love yourself, as your Jesus told you to, as you said your Jesus told you to, because the way you love your Jesus and the way you love yourself is disgusting to me. It is disrespectful to me. And you have shown that energy since you've been on this stage. That's not love to me.
May I?
How did I know that I was going to be able to count to 5 and that you still would not start talking? You
I
want to
just
know? You
asked
want to
you,
know?
may I
But did
continue?
you need?
I
But
just
that.
asked you.
Pappy, the very fact, right, that you do the same thing that every Christian does when they come in this room, right? Y'all want to talk while there's sound coming out of my mouth, and then when I say don't speak while I'm speaking, and then when I finish speaking, y'all will hear silence, and then you'll say, "Is it my turn?" And then you'll hear silence, and then you still won't speak. And at the moment that I say, how did I know that I was going to be able to count to 5? You start talking while I'm talking. And it's
That's not
almost
true.
as
Maybe
if
there's a delay.
it
Maybe there's
literally
a delay.
is. There's no
You're not,
delay,
listen, you're
Pappy.
not
There's no
intimidating. You're not
delay.
at
I'm
all
not trying to
intimidating.
intimidate you. I'm not trying
So
to.
why would you say that I said that when you said
This right now,
5 seconds?
Pappy, is what you're getting right now is authentic frustration. Is authentic
No,
messaging.
listen, I'm letting you speak.
Pappy,
Every time
I'm talking right now. There are words coming out of my mouth. But when there was no words coming out of my mouth, Pappy, I was allowed to count to 5. And that's ridiculous.
every okay, are you done? You just started, you stopped. Can I go now? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes, I can. What is it about the love that Jesus describes when he says to love me and to love yourself? What is such a bad thing about that message? I don't understand. Do you understand what love is? Do you have any idea what love is? So you're saying
Pat,
you don't want the
hold on.
love
Are
that
you ready for
Jesus
me to answer
describes. So
that?
what is that love?
Pappy, I've already
Go
described
for
that
it.
to you, and I've already told you why I don't like it. The very fact that you are asking me that question again when I answered it,
Oh
when
my
I
God,
told
this
you,
girl is
I'm
done. All right,
talking,
good
I'm
luck to you
talking right
guys.
now, I'm
Holy
talking.
shit.
That's why I don't want your Jesus' love. That's exactly why. The love your neighbor as you love yourself is a fucking cliche that y'all say. Y'all don't mean it. And if you did mean it, you would have listened when I told you that I did not feel love from you. You would have listened and tried to correct it, but you don't give a fuck because your job is to be a fucking gang believer. Your job is to recite the script. You don't even mean the fucking cell script. D how are you?
Great.
Are you a believer?
Yep.
Are you going to act like the other believers that came on my stage?
No.
Are you sure?
Nope. Hmm.
Which topic do you want to discuss?
I don't really get how you think it's disrespectful for
D
somebody to love you.
how there are 4 topics on the board. Which topic do you want to discuss on the board?
There's no proof that God is abusive.
Well, it says, is the Christian God an abusive husband? And so I guess with you saying there's no proof that he's abusive is saying that you disagree with that.
Yeah.
And so when God describes the children of Israel as his wife, what type of language does he use towards them?
I don't know. Can you explain?
So, as a matter of fact, let's do this. Let's read Ezekiel 23 right quick. Or maybe Ezekiel 16. Let me see which one I want to do. Let's see. Now let's do Ezekiel 16.
Oh,
is.
I've got it here.
Is it which one? Yeah, the faith that's bright. Is Ezekiel 16?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Thank y'all for the gifts. So I'm going to read Ezekiel 16. And in this chapter, the God is likening the children of Israel to his wife who has been unfaithful. And after we read this, I want you to tell me what you notice about the language, okay?
I can't see the whole thing. It's
No, I'm going to read it. But
right.
did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay. The word of the Lord came to me, mortal, make known to Jerusalem her abominations, and say, thus says the Lord God to Jerusalem, your origin and your birth were in the land of the Canaanites. Your father was an Amorite, and your mother a Hittite. As for your birth, on the day you were born, your navel cord was not cut, nor were you washed with water to cleanse you, nor rubbed with salt, nor wrapped in cloths. No eye pitied you to do any of the things for you out of compassion for you, but you were thrown out in the open field, for you were abhorred on the day you were born. I passed by you and saw you flaying about in your blood. As you lay in your blood, I said to you, live and grow like a plant of the field. You grew up and became tall and arrived at full womanhood. Your breasts were formed and your hair had grown, yet you were naked and bare. I passed by you again and looked on you. You were at the age for love. I spread the edge of my cloak over you and covered your nakedness, and I pledged myself to you and entered into a covenant with you, says the Lord God, and you became mine. Then I bathed you with water and washed off the blood from you and anointed you with oil. I clothed you in embroidered cloth and with sandals of fine leather. I bound you in fine linen and covered you with rich fabric. I adorned you with ornaments. I put bracelets on your arms, a chain on your neck, a ring on your nose, earrings in your ears, and a beautiful crown upon your head. You were adorned with gold and silver, while your clothing was of fine linen, rich fabric, and embroidered cloth. You had choice flour and honey and oil for food. You grew exceedingly beautiful, fit to be a queen. Your fame spread among the nations on account of your beauty, for it was perfect because of my splendor that I bestowed on you, says the Lord God. But you trusted in your beauty and prostituted yourself because of your fame and lavished your prostitutions on any passerby. You took some of your garments and made for yourself color for high places, and on them prostituted yourself. Nothing like this has ever been or shall ever be. You also took your beautiful jewel. Are you laughing?
No, I just blew my nose.
Oh, can you go on mute and do that?
Yeah.
Thank you. You also took your beautiful jewels of my gold and my silver that I had given you, and made for yourself male images, and with them prostituted yourself, and took your embroidered garments to cover them, and set my oil and my incense before them. Also my bread that I gave you, I fed you with choice flour and oil and honey. You set it before them as a pleasing odor, and so it was, says the Lord God. You took your sons and your daughters, whom you have borne to me, and these you sacrificed to them to be devoured, as if your prostitutions were not enough. You slaughtered my children, and delivered them up as an offering to them. And in all your abominations and your prostitutions you did not remember the days of your youth, when you were naked and bare, flailing about in your blood. After all your wickedness, woe, woe to you, says the Lord God. You built yourself a platform, and made yourself a lofty place in every square. At the head of every street you built your lofty place, and prostituted your beauty, offering yourself to every passerby, and multiplying your prostitution. You prostituted yourself with the Egyptians, your lustful neighbors, multiplying your prostitution to provoke me to anger. Therefore I stretched out my hand against you, reduced your rations, and gave you up to the will of your enemies, the daughters of the Philistines, who were ashamed of your lewd behavior. You prostituted yourself with the Assyrians because you were insatiable. You prostituted yourself with them, and still you were not satisfied. You multiplied your prostitution with Chaldea, the land of merchants, and even with this you were not satisfied. How sick is your heart, says the Lord God, that you did all these things, the deed of a brazen prostitute, building your platform at the head of every street and making your lofty place in every square. Yet you were not like a prostitute, because you scorned payment. Adulterous wife who receives strangers instead of her husband. Gifts are given to all prostitutes, but you gave your gifts to all your lovers, bribing them to come to you from all around from your prostitutions. So you were different from other women's in your prostitutions. No one solicited you to prostitute yourself. You gave payment, while no payment was given to you. You were different. Therefore, O prostitute, hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord God, because your lust was poured out and your nakedness uncovered in your prostitution with your lovers, and because of all your abominable idols, and because of the blood of your children that you gave to them. Therefore, I will gather all your lovers with whom you took pleasure, all those you loved and all those you hated. I will gather them against you from all around and will uncover your nakedness to them, so that they can see your nakedness. I will judge you as women who commit adultery and shed blood are judged, and bring blood upon you in wrath and jealousy. I will deliver you into their hands, and they shall throw down your platform and break down your lofty places. They shall strip you of your clothes and take your beautiful objects and leave you naked and bare. They shall bring up a mob against you, and they shall stone you and cut you to pieces with their swords. They shall burn your houses and execute judgments on you in the sight of many women. I will stop you from prostituting yourself, and you shall also make no more payments. So I will satisfy my fury on you, and my jealousy shall turn away from you. I will be calm, and I will be angry no longer, because you have not remembered the days of your youth, but have enraged me with all these things. Therefore I have returned your deeds upon your head, says the Lord God. Have you not committed lewdness beyond all your abominations? See, everyone who used proverbs will use this proverbs about you, like mother, like daughter. You are the daughter of your mother, who loathed her husband and her children, and you are the sister of your sisters, who loathed their husbands and their children. Your mother was a Hittite, and your father an Amorite. Your big sister is Samaria, who lived with her daughters to the north of you, and your little sister, who lived to the south of you, is Sodom, and with her daughters. You not only followed their ways and acted according to their abominations, within a very little time you were more corrupt than they and all of your ways. As I live, says the Lord God, your sister Sodom and her daughters haven't done half the things that you have done. This was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had pride, access of food, and prosperous ease, but did not aid the poor and needy. They were haughty and did abominable things before me. Therefore I removed them when I saw it. Samaria has not committed half your sins. You have committed more abominations than they, and have made your sisters appear righteous by all the abominations that you have committed. Bear your disgrace. You also, for you have brought about for your sisters a more favorable judgment, because of your sins in which you acted more abominably than they. They are more in the right than you. So be ashamed, you also, and bear your disgrace, for you have made your sisters appear righteous. I will restore their fortunes, the fortunes of Sodom and her daughters, and the fortunes of Samaria and her daughters, and I will restore your fortunes along with theirs, in order that you may bear your disgrace and be ashamed of all that you have done, becoming a consolation to them. As for your sisters, Sodom and her daughters shall return to their former state. Samaria and her daughters shall return to their former state, and you and your daughters shall return to your former state. Was not your sister Sodom a byword in your mouth in the day of your pride, before your wickedness was uncovered? Now you are a mockery to the daughters of Edom and all her neighbors, and to the daughters of the Philistines, those all around who despise you. You must bear your penalty of your lewdness and your abomination, says the Lord. Yes, thus says the Lord God, I will deal with you as you have done, you who have despised the oath, breaking the covenant. Yet I will remember my covenant with you in the days of your youth, and I will establish with you an everlasting covenant. Then you will remember your ways and be ashamed when you receive your older and younger sisters, and I give them to you as daughters, but not on account of my covenant with you. I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall know that I am the Lord, in order that you may remember and be confounded, and never open your mouth again because of your shame, when I forgive all that you have done, says the Lord. Now, what I want to ask you is, what do you recognize about the language used and the pattern used here?
So that's sorry. Wait a second. Excuse me. So basically, that's just his wrath. She done terrible things. She's sacrificed her daughters. Huh?
Hold on. What did I ask? Do you remember the question that I asked?
Say it again, please.
What do you notice about the language used and the patterns used?
The patterns, just you don't like what she's done. He's got to punish her for that because she's done wrong.
Do you remember? I didn't ask you why he did what he did. Right? That's a different question that you're answering, right? You came up and you said there's no proof that he was an abusive husband, right? And you asked me, why do I say that? And I said, I'm going to read Ezekiel 16. I want you to listen to the language used and the patterns in this chapter. What type of language was used here? How did he personify Israel? What were the personifications here? A child at first, an abandoned child, a wife turned a prostitute, right? He personified Israel as an abandoned child that nobody wanted, and then he wifed her when she got up to the age ripe for love, and then he personified her into a prostitute, right?
No, she did that she did that by herself.
So she abandoned herself as a child?
Yeah, she decided she wanted to be lustful.
No.
Before that,
she decided she wanted to cheat. She decided. So yeah,
Hold on. Did you say you were 40?
No.
How old are you?
21. Just turned 21.
How long ago did you turn 21? What year were you born?
What year was I born?
Yeah, what year?
1999.
Wrong. You're lying.
No, I mean,
no, you're lying. You're lying.
No,
goodbye.
listen. Wait. Skibbity toilets.
You can't even do quick math.
You
Motherfucker said 1999.
This is 20. Why not just go with 25? So
I am
a very
so
even number. Like I was born in 2000. I'm 25. Make it.
I read all of that.
1990. You read all of that.
99?
And he said 1999.
But he said he was 40 at birth.
Mm-hmm. And that's also not 1999. Just if you're still listening.
These can't be the children with Houston screwed up. I'm not saying about these children.
I think these are the children of the corn, Corinthians. Because what's the actual fuck?
I swear, the energy that they be bringing be so fucking ill. Fighting Spirit, how are you? Hello, Fighting Spirit? Right oh, no, he
I didn't mean to come up.
That's okay.
Hey y'all.
Hey, Rhea.
Thank you for saving my spot. I appreciate it.
What the fuck? Okay. D, how get out of my box with your young ass. Go to class. Wait, today's Friday, right? It's not Saturday. Go to class.
Go to math
Look,
class.
he said, I mean 2003. You cannot tell us you were born in 1999 and come back and say, I mean 2003.
2003 still wouldn't give
Go,
you 21 pumpkin.
No,
go
it
to
would. My
math
daughter was born
class.
in
Math
03.
class specifically. Attend that class. Go to math class and pay attention there. Okay? If you don't pay attention anywhere else, pay attention in math class.
And take copious notes.
Get out of my box. Somebody please block the fetus. Delete us the fetus.
I endorse that message.
He's in the box. If somebody can please block him.
Crystal J said, I mean 1976.
Goodness gracious. Thank you, do that. But it's also not lost on me that kid couldn't tell. He couldn't come up with a main idea. Like he couldn't recognize a main idea.
Not at all.
And probably should be in class, but instead of him being in class learning how to recognize a main idea, he's on TikTok trying to defend Jesus.
And I bet you he won't take note that like you had to be like, how old are you again? Because of the way he was talking. I bet you he wouldn't even realize. They realize how old I am because of the way I'm talking. He won't catch that.
That's why I say it's a lie when a lot of these men say, well, I couldn't tell that she was 14. She looked 21. You knew.
You know, because the mind, right? Like it doesn't matter what their body looks like. Like their mentality isn't mature enough. Like you fucking know.
Exactly.
What's your name?
Damon.
Damon, how old are you?
25.
Why did that take so long?
You chose 25 because we just talked about that. Don't.
As soon as he's like you could tell he was trying to make his voice deep.
Mm-hmm. Where their mamas at?
Is he muted? Why is he taking so long?
Their daddy's at.
Fetus, get out of my box. Do that. We got another fetus. Nope, it's not summer yet. Did they get out for Valentine's Day?
No.
What the fuck? Maybe they're on the West Coast and it's only like 6:58 in the morning, and the first thing they do when they wake up is get on TikTok.
Yeah. They get out Monday, so we can expect it Monday.
Why Monday?
President's Day.
Oh, goodness. Not gregarious. Are you in the box on purpose?
Sorry, Barack Obama Day. Mother.
I'm finding a job on that day. I'm unemployed, but that day I'm going to work. I don't know where.
I requested to work that day.
Right, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm getting a job that day alone, and then I'm gonna quit the next day.
Yep.
Hey guys.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
I'm 27.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss? Give me just a second. So schools are closed today on the West Coast? That's why. That's why we're getting in. These are West Coast babies.
Why they close?
I guess they get Valentine's Day.
27.
Not you.
I'm not.
I said hold on. I said, can you hold on for a second? I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yes, you are right.
So they are y'all schools are closed on the West Coast
Yeah.
today. So that makes sense. Okay. Midwinter. Y'all get a midwinter break?
Yeah, we get ski week.
What?
Yep.
We used to get one in New York around the same time.
Yeah, they get.
Our kids never got that here in the South. We don't get that.
If I go back to my African mama and tell her that they gave us ski week, she said, "You a damn liar. You're going to school." She was sending my ass to school anyway.
What topic did you come up to discuss from the board?
Number 3.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I'll be really honest. I saw the big prompt. God is an irresponsible leader.
You could have chosen that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a topic.
well, I'm sorry. I was just going 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I'll be really honest. I grew up in a very Christian household. I guess I've always had questions, and when I saw that prompt, I was just it it wasn't about arguing. It was more about wondering. I was just like, I guess I just
Would you like for me to tell you why I put I thought we were going to be able to have a good conversation. I don't know what happened. I guess her internet went out. I don't know.
Thank you.
But I like the fact that she said it made me. Why did you drop her, do that?
She picked the topic, right?
Yeah, she picked a topic.
She was talking about the topic that she picked, huh?
Yeah, no, I like the fact that it made her wonder. I like the fact that it jogged questions that she's been having that she probably hasn't asked anybody.
no. I mean, I'm gonna be really honest. Like, my mom is one of 7, and 2 of my uncles are pastors, and I grew up in the church, and I grew up with faith. I love, I'm one. Like, I can't, but like I've talked to my parents, I've talked to my family, like everybody knows. Like, I just have questions.
Let's
And
see the thing. If you don't hurry up and get to them, Miss Dudette down there in the comments, she's gonna drop you again. So you want to hurry up and get to what you were going to get to, and under the topic of God is an irresponsible leader, and that will make all of this go a lot smoother. Don't bring me
Well,
down
what
here.
I was getting ready to say before she got dropped was, do you want me to tell you what made me put that prompt there?
yes.
So the reason why it was kind of a thought that I had tonight in one of the discussions that we had earlier with another non-believer about how this God came with all this information, right? If he's the God of everybody, he's the supreme intelligence. He gave his intelligence to humans who are flawed, humans who he say are sinners from birth, and then chose people to represent him on earth, to be representatives of him for other humans, right? And in this information that he gave them power to be able to make humans subservient to other humans, blind loyal to other humans for the sake of this God. And it causes oppression, right? It causes genocide. It causes murder. It causes rape. It causes P3DO, right? Abuse of power. And I feel like if a God having all this intelligence should have known better than to give that type of power through information to fallible humans, and left fallible humans in charge of other humans. To me, that makes him an irresponsible ass leader.
Yeah, I get that.
Did you have anything else to say?
It's a bit to process, but
How long have you been in Christianity?
my whole life.
And you said that you grew up in a very religious family. Is your family are they evangelicals?
Protestant.
And do you feel suffocated by them? Forced to also be Christian?
No, it's
So
not.
what's making you question?
The balance.
Huh?
The balance, the good, the bad. There's there's always when I hear about what it is to be a good actual Christian, I guess from my personal view, it's that I don't think that my family grew up in the like in the reality or in the not the reality, I guess. It's like I just feel like it's such a different world and they try to adapt something, the views that can't, and when they try to explain it to me, it doesn't make sense.
Like what you're being taught about this God doesn't match your reality, or it doesn't match the world that you see?
Yeah.
And then when you question it, the answers that they give you for it, they're not satisfactory because they don't make sense. It's kind of like they're placating it or something. Y'all got to remember what this live is about. And like, if there's somebody that's questioning, or if they're, maybe like, or afraid to question and they're processing, that's where patience come in. So like, not everybody's going to be a crash out. So just remember that. Are you there, Lynn?
Yeah, I'm here.
It like when you ask them questions and they give you responses, when you say they don't make sense, what do you mean by that?
I just don't agree with it sometimes. I think that a lot of like I've been through a lot of grief. I've lost a good amount of family members, and I just believe that the family members that I lost, if everything was supposed to be how it was supposed to be, and if you're gonna lead a good life and do everything, like it wouldn't.
It wouldn't
I
have
just
happened that way.
exactly. So that's what makes me question so much. I just, and it's not like I'm hiding my questions. I've asked, I've talked, I've tried, But at the end of it, it's the fact that I just don't get it. And that's why I just don't understand.
I think it's a big expectation, right? For one, we know that death is inevitable. Nobody knows when that day is going to come, not even a baby, which is pretty fucked up. And it's unfortunately, Lynn's, I can't talk to a teacup, and I'm working really hard to keep you up here. Usually the chat controls the stage.
No, I
And
know. I'm sorry. I don't, by the way, chat. I'm sorry if I'm like annoying anybody.
are you here and dedicated to participating?
Yes.
Okay. What I was saying was, like, death is inevitable, and it's not something that any of us want to have to deal with. Unfortunately, it's something that we all have to deal with, and nobody knows when anyone's gonna die, including a baby, which is a pretty fucked up thought, right? And then when it's tied to this expectation of there's this God who watches your every move, who's giving you this promise of protection and blessings, like extra blessings, because your loyalty to it, and then death still happens to you, just like death happens to a non-believer. I would expect for it to make a believer question, right? Because you've been promised this thing. So it does, like, so don't feel bad about questioning. Don't feel bad about dealing with reality and not being one that wants to escape the reality.
It just I get where you're coming from. I feel like the people in the chat want something else, and no, I get. I guess I get what they're coming from. I think they want to hear something different.
Lens, I want to jump in real quick. The chat is going to chat, right? Like that's just what happens. And I think what you're talking to Thinker about is much more important than what people are adding in the chat, right? Because what you're dealing with is what many of us have dealt with, those same feelings of fear and frustration. It's kind of like somebody giving you a puzzle and some of the pieces don't fit, yet you're being told that it's a complete picture already that you just don't see. And then tied to that is the fear of your eternal soul, or the disappointment of family. Like, so there are so many layers there that sometimes can cause us a whole lot of confusion. So however you need to walk through this is perfectly fine. The chat is going to chat. They'll entertain themselves.
Yeah, I get. No, I know. I'll be honest. This is like my second or third time ever going on live, so I've never been used to it. I just see the thing, like the comments on the bottom, and I'm like, oh, okay. But
If you want to, like, try another day, we go live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday. We'll be live again on Sunday if you want to come back and try again then. I'm willing to talk with you. If you are, just let me know. But like, I know when you're at that point of questioning, whether it is that you're like, you're questioning because you don't know if you believe anymore, or whether you're questioning because you just need to fully get a grip on what it is that you believe. That's what we do in here. The goal is, for me, right, there's a lot of deconstruction lives on TikTok. The goal in here is not for me to tell you what to believe, or to tell you that you should not believe in your God, although I make an argument as to why I do not, and why I see the God the way that I see it. But hopefully it helps you think through the things that you're already questioning. So if you want to come back on Sunday and try again, hope the chat will know who you are, and hopefully they'll be more receptive if you want to do that. Right now, I think they're having fun with debates, and I think they just kind of want to get back to debates.
No, it's totally fine. Sorry, chat. I will be back. Sorry for annoying anybody.
You don't have to apologize. This is what this room is for. So I want to let you know that this room is for exactly what you need right now. So please come back on Sunday, okay?
I will.
Okay. It was nice meeting you.
All right. I'll keep hearing, but
Okay.
yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome, Lynn.
My apologies to you, Lynn, in person with my voice.
Y'all are so bad.
Such mean people.
Rhea.
Rhea,
All,
Rhea, you led the
I
pack.
didn't even say nothing. I was laughing. I told y'all she picked the topic. Okay, let me defend myself. Thank you very much. Y'all are mean. Y'all are horrible.
Rhea said, I didn't even say the word weirdo, so I am
Okay,
innocent.
thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Fee. I know you understand me.
Y'all gotta remember, like, we were once in that place. Like, we were not always deconstructed Christians.
I'm
So
trying to tell you, like, when I first started doing this, I could not have uttered a coherent sentence to express what I was feeling. I couldn't. And as much as I run my mouth, that's really saying something. So I know how gripping that fear can be.
That's why I skipped that part. I skipped the argument part. I never really did that as a Christian. I never argued it then because I'm like, if it don't make sense to me, I don't think I should be explaining it to anybody else. And I never really did that.
I didn't either. Eva Panda, I brought you up, but you were not there. Like, you left, so just send another request. But I didn't either. Because like if it didn't make logical sense, like, why the fuck am I gonna, like, what the fuck I look like saying, yeah, but he did flood the earth? Like,
Right.
what the fuck? No.
Because I'm going to start asking myself questions while I'm explaining it.
Exactly. Like, yeah, that's never been me. But too, like,
Okay, go ahead.
we don't know her family. Like, we don't know how deep her family is in it. Like, sometimes it's really scary to question it, because I mean, like, I don't know. And then evangelicals can be Protestants, can't they? Aren't Protestants evangelical?
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't know if she has an evangelical family. And that could be scary, because fundamentalism, that ain't no fucking joke. The teachings are like, they expect what they expect.
All right. I just have a
I'm
question.
sorry,
Like,
I did not introduce you.
yeah, my bad.
And how old are you?
I'm 33.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I don't consider myself religious, but I do believe in the God of the Bible. I don't know
Okay.
if that makes
Okay.
any sense.
Yeah. What topic on the board did you come up to discuss?
Oh yeah. On how is God an irresponsible leader?
Because he gave information to fallible, sinful humans, left them in control of other humans, knowing that they would do sinful shit to humans and harmful shit to humans, and then just walk the fuck off.
Wait, what do you mean?
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you something right quick, okay? I'm gonna tell you something really, really quickly. And I've been dealing with this all morning, so I'm just gonna go ahead and let you know. I don't like when people cut me off while I'm talking. I promise you, I try my best to get to the periods really, really quickly. I'm going to respect you, right? I'm gonna let you say what you need to say. The only time that I will interrupt you is if I ask a question and you don't answer my question. I'm going to interrupt you and I'm going to reiterate my question. Or if you get off topic and I need to interrupt you and get you back on topic. Other than that, I'm going to listen to you, and I would expect you to listen to me too. Okay? You're on mute.
Yeah, my bad. Keep going though. I'm sorry.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to understand is how did he give wisdom to humans that
So,
my bad, God.
nope, go ahead.
Yeah, like how did he give wisdom to the humans that messed up other humans and so on.
So I didn't say the word wisdom. I said information, right?
All right. Well, I could agree with that. It's kind of like same difference.
Nope, wisdom and information are not the same thing.
All right. So can you elaborate on your topic?
Yeah, so well, it's the same thing that I just said. He gave them information that taught them how to oppress other humans, put other humans in charge of humans, and then just walked off.
Wait, according to you, God did this?
Yes, with his Bible.
According to you or according to scripture?
According to me, you asked me, why am I saying he is an irresponsible leader?
Yeah, all right. That's perfect. I'm kind of glad that you agree that it was your perspective. Because when we talk about God, we must look into the scriptures as they revealed him.
Wait, are you asking me to show you how he did it? Because of course it would be my perspective, because that's my stance. You asked me, why do I think he is an irresponsible leader? So I'm going to give you my perspective. Now, if you would like me to validate that perspective with scripture and tell you why I think that, I can do that.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Sure. So, first off, is the Bible the Word of God?
According to scripture, yeah.
And that means what to you? That it's the Word of God?
It is where God reveals himself.
No, I mean, when it says it's the Word of God, are these God's words?
Some of them, yeah. It is, as it is written, that certain passages say God said this, and so on.
Okay. And so if it is the Word of God and he gave this to humans, is that correct?
Well, I believe it was written about for us to get to know him or have some type of
I didn't
understanding.
ask why he gave it.
Okay.
What I asked was, this Word of God, he
Yeah.
gave this word to humans? Who did he give it to? Who?
I wouldn't say he gave it to. It's more like
Who did he
poured
send
it.
it? Who did he send it through? Let me use that. Was it humans? Was it animals? Was it rocks? Who did he send his word to?
Well, in different stories, like Moses, he sent
Is
his word
Moses a
to Moses.
human? Is Moses a human?
Moses was a human, yeah.
Yeah. So he gave his word to humans. Correct?
Hmm.
And when these humans got this word, it came with a sense of authority, right?
You can say that, yeah.
And this authority was exercised over other humans.
Well, unfortunately, those humans didn't like
I'm
fully
not, no, don't
follow the
focus on
word.
trying to justify it.
I'm not. I'm not trying
You
to
are. So
justify.
did
I'm
this
trying to explain.
authority, I'm sorry, was this authority exercised or executed over other humans? That's the question. Was it executed over other humans?
What do you mean by executed?
So was Moses the authority for the Israelites?
The authority. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Well, the Israelites did tell Moses to have Moses talk to them directly instead of God talking to them. So I
Was
guess you can
Moses
say
the
that.
authority for the
Yeah.
Israelites?
Yeah. I guess you can say that in a way. Yeah.
Was Moses God's prophet?
Yeah.
And was there expectation that the Israelites was to obey what Moses said because he was speaking for the God?
Hmm.
So then Moses was an authority for the Israelites. There's no, I guess you can say that, right?
You can say that. Yeah. I
There's
guess.
not a you can say that. It is, right? Moses spoke for your God.
Yeah, according to
And
scripture, yeah.
and when Moses spoke for the God, the Israelites were expected to obey what Moses said because he spoke for the God.
Mhm.
Therefore, Moses was an authority for the Israelites.
Right.
Okay, and that's your God giving information to humans, right, and giving authority of that human over other humans, and expecting obedience to a human. Correct.
God expected
Hold on,
obedience
hold on,
from a
hold on.
human.
Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Because you're getting ready to try to justify in your head. Right
No,
now, we're
I'm
just
not.
talking structure. Right now, we're just talking foundation. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. So your God gave information to a human, and that human was given authority over other humans, and those humans were expected to obey that human. Correct?
So I wouldn't say
We've
let's
already
go
done
from
this. You've already
Moses.
said yes to this.
Yeah,
You're
but
about you're about to try
you're
to
like
back you're about to back
rephrasing it
you've already said yes to this, and now you're about to backtrack for what? What reason are you backtracking now?
because you've rephrasing it and like
What did I rephrase?
that this human had authority over other humans.
So was Moses the authority for the Israelites?
In a way, you can say that, yeah.
Did Moses make the laws for the Israelites?
No, the laws were given to Moses. He didn't make them.
So when Jesus said Moses allowed them to divorce for the sake of their hardened hearts, Moses did not create laws for the Israelites.
Wait, you said Moses? Can you give me a scripture that says this? Hello.
Yep, I'm pulling it up.
On it. While we're doing this, please tap the screen, get these likes up, share the live, please. Oh, and Thinker, reset your gift goal if you have a
I'm
chance.
good on the gifts. We
Okay.
did like almost 30,000 tonight. I'm cool.
Oh, I forgot we reset.
Yeah.
um, Yeah, and go to YouTube and subscribe to Arc Thinker on YouTube. It's ARCHTHINKER. Also, Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. And also, Ria has a podcast called Heinous Beliefs. It's amazing. Should be episode 4 this week. If you haven't started listening to it, search for it on your listening platforms and start today. It's really, really, really interesting.
Okay. It was also said who. Hold on. I think it's up a little bit further. Hold on. Let me see.
I thought you were talking about Moses the other
Yes, I
one time.
said Jesus said that Moses said. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe it's in Mark. Oh, it's 19. Chapter 19. So they said to him, "Why then did Moses command us to give a certificate of dismissal and to divorce her?" He said to them, "It was because you were so hard-hearted that Moses allowed you to divorce your wives, but from the beginning it was not so." So Jesus is saying here, Moses allowed you to divorce your wives because y'all were complaining, y'all were uh, taking on other wives or doing whatever the fuck they were doing. And he says, but from the beginning, that wasn't the case. You were allowed to do that because of Moses.
Yeah. What scripture is this?
Matthew 19, 7 through 9.
Also, stay out the comments and pay attention to what's going on stage. We don't need you conversing with them. You're having a conversation with Thinker.
Oh, they had tagged me on it, so I just had to respond. I felt like it,
You didn't have
but
to. You could have chosen not to. You have free will, according to most Christians. Thank you.
I mean, I believe everybody has a free will because you have the choice to.
Let's get back to the conversation, please.
I don't know how I was muted, and I'm muted, but
Can't
okay.
help it. They
Yeah, back
can't
to the
help it.
conversation.
They hear free will and it's like, what? Free? Oh, I have to reply to that.
I don't get the joke, but you guys do have free will.
Can you
But back to the
address what we're
conversation.
talking
Okay,
about, please?
yeah, I guess you're right in that sense. Can we move on from that? I mean, can we
Yep.
can we
So
keep going?
Moses created laws for the humans, correct?
According to this passage, yeah.
And therefore Moses had authority over the humans, because we're like, this is going to be the third time that I'm doing this, and for some reason you were backtracking. Moses was given authority over the humans, and the humans were expected to obey, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So your God gave information to a human. That human passed that information to other humans, and then those other humans were expected to obey the human.
Wait, that human expected us to obey a human? Is that what you said? You kind of lost me right
All
there.
right, number 4, fourth time.
No,
Fourth time.
just repeat the last sentence you said. You kind of
Moses.
lost me.
Okay, like sometimes I think y'all think Moses is like superhuman, and when I say human, and after talking about Moses, y'all lose it. Y'all lose the plot. Moses is not superhuman. Moses is not a god. Moses wasn't an angel. Moses
No,
was
he
a
was just a
human.
prophet.
I'm sorry. Moses was a human just like you. A prophet means he's human. He was a human just like you. You're on mute.
Right.
Okay. Your God gave information to a human, right? That human gave that information to other humans. Those humans were expected to obey that human through that information, correct?
Yeah. Okay, I got it now. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm kind of slow sometimes, but yeah.
Don't call yourself slow, at least not in here. That's a bad thing, okay? So you asked me to show you biblically why I say that your God is an irresponsible leader. So one thing that Moses did was told the Israelites that a God told him to have them go into other lands and genocide an entire group of people. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm just trying to study on this passage while
It's gonna be very difficult for me to talk to you if I have to like keep repeating myself.
No, I'm listening, and I don't know about the whole genocide thing. Are you referring to what passage?
Continue what you're gonna say. You don't know about the whole genocide thing. What?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what passage is this from, because they did they did get instructed to go to another land, but I don't know if they got instructed to commit that word.
When they were instructed to go into the other land, what were they told to do?
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not sure.
So, how are you asking me to use the Bible to prove that your God is an irresponsible leader if you barely know the Bible?
No, I'm aware of the Bible. Like I'm
Not are
aware.
you aware of it? I didn't say aware. So I'm gonna tell you another thing in here. Words are like I try my best to be intentional with the words that I say, right? And so I try to say what I mean. what I'm asking, like, how are you asking me to prove my stance with the Bible if you barely know the Bible?
No, I know the Bible. Like, just I don't have it memorized.
Neither do I.
How did you read the part where it says to go into another land, but then you skip? Like, how did you skip over what they were supposed to do in that land? If you've read it, like no one is asking you to quote it. How did you skip over that in the story?
Because I do remember them being instructed to go to another land.
And do what?
What I don't remember was
And do what?
um to worship God. I'm trying to I'm trying to answer genuinely. Like I'm trying to
No, you're not being genuine. You've never read it. Just say that. What are you
And it,
talking about to worship God?
and let me say this, Evil Panda, I saw you on, I think, African Atheists Live yesterday.
mhm.
So I know you're not green.
Wait, what?
You're not green. I
What
saw
does
you.
that mean?
I saw you on African Atheists Live yesterday. All right. Like, I watched from the hallway. Right. You're not green. You're not innocent.
Oh, I never claimed to be innocent. I'm just trying to be as genuine as possible.
But you're not being genuine. Right. You know that your God commanded the Israelites to genocide people.
Give me a second to look this up. Hold on.
Y'all always conveniently skip the bad part.
But he knows this because he's in atheist lives a lot.
Yeah, it's the same way they lie and say, oh no, it's indentured servitude. And they know they've read that part where it talks about chattel slavery, but all of a sudden they don't remember it anymore.
I don't see any be kind to him comments. Let him talk, thinker.
You said what?
I said, I don't see any. Let him talk, thinker.
Y'all, let's get these likes up to 100,000.
All right. So look, I stand corrected. You were right. They were commanded to that word with the analytes. I think I don't even know how to pronounce that, but yeah. I
But you
guess.
don't, you, if you have to go to the Amalekites, right? And I'm talking about Moses, like the
Right.
Amalekites is Samuel. I'm talking about Moses. Ooh, like, do not promote yourself in my live, and you're not a nerd. That will fucking get you blocked, and it just got you blocked.
So according to scripture, they were commanded this so they wouldn't go into idolatry.
Why?
I'm not
Like,
justify anything. I'm
like
just
you are justifying it, and who was commanded that because of that? Yeah, we've reached 10,000 blocks again. Somehow we've gotten to 10,000 blocks again because I couldn't block the person that was in my live promoting herself.
I muted her.
Thank you. But we've reached 10,000 blocks again already.
Yeah. You want me to go through some?
Yeah, can you please?
Yeah.
And then we just got to remind ourselves. I know we be getting trigger happy, but we got to remind ourselves that the blocks are for bad people. And then we just got to, like, mute people entire lives. But 10,000 blocks. Evil Panda.
yeah. I'm here. What was your question again?
Man, I do not like repeating myself. What did you go off the app to look for?
To look up when the Israelites got commanded to do that word where yeah, that's what I looked up.
So you asked me to prove. Come back, cause I hate talking to the teacup.
Oh, I'm listening though. I'm listening.
I don't talk to teacups.
All right.
You asked me to prove my stance with the Bible, and I gave you the example of Moses, right? Also with your Jesus. Your Jesus was an example for y'all. Yes.
I like to believe that he lived a perfect life.
But his
Uh,
stories are the way that you get to that conclusion that he lived a perfect life. The stories in the Bible.
in the Gospels, yeah.
And the things that he did in the gospel is information that was written by humans, right? That was inspired by your God. And as they tell the story of your Jesus, he is going to disciples, people that he's making disciples, and telling them to leave their families and follow him. Drop everything, their jobs, and follow him, right?
Yeah, what was so bad about that?
And then he tells them that you can't be my disciple unless you hate your mama, hate your dad, hate your sister, your brother, your son and daughter, or even yourself. The strict
All right.
love. Hold on. You must love me more than your family. Correct.
The context here is those who try to separate them from God. You must not like, you can say, I guess.
Love me more than you love your family and love yourself. Is that correct?
That's not what the text says.
The text says hate. I tried to beautify it up.
About to say you made it better.
Do you want to go with what the text says?
Yeah, but if we could read a few scriptures behind that, that would be great. Because he tells them
Hold on.
one
Evil
one.
Panda, does your Jesus expect you to love him more than you love your family or yourself? Yes or no?
He says that one cannot be his disciple unless they
Evil
hate.
Panda, do you love Jesus more than you love your mama?
I don't want to be a liar, so I don't know.
You don't know?
Hmm.
So you don't, there's no loyalty to Jesus? You don't have loyalty to him?
Oh no, I completely like love him, but I don't want
I
to
said
say
loyalty. Listen,
I.
words mean words, Evil
Yeah,
Panda.
well, in
Do you have loyalty to Jesus? Are you loyal to Jesus?
I would like to think so. Yeah.
So if your mom told you not to worship Jesus, would
I
you?
can't obey her. I must dislike her.
So you love Jesus more than you love your mom.
In that sense, I guess you can say that. Yeah.
I mean, why is it in that sense and not just it is what it is?
Because you said if my mom told me to not worship Jesus, um, that's what I mean by in that sense. But if
What
my
other
mom,
sense would there be? What other sense? Give me the other sense where it would be different.
where my mom will agree to follow Christ and worship Him,
So then
then
your mother then if your mother followed Christ and worshiped him, then your mother would come before Christ.
well, there is a commandment that says honor your father and your mother.
Answer the
So
question, Eva Panda. If
I
your
was getting
mother,
there.
Eva Panda, if your mother followed Jesus and worshipped him, then she would come before Christ. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm
So then
saying.
you do love Jesus more than your mom. in any sense.
That's a good thing, I guess.
So then why can't you just say yes?
Because I don't fully keep God's commandments, and Jesus said that.
No. It ain't about you keeping his commandments. You just told me that you love Jesus more than your mom in these two situations.
Yeah,
But for some odd reason, when I ask that question, you can't just say yes. Now, either you don't want to say yes because you are dishonest and you think that it's going to help me prove my point and you don't want to help me do that, or you know how fucked up that sounds and you couldn't allow yourself to say it. Which one is it?
oh no, it is neither one of those. The reason
Why
why
couldn't you just say yes?
yeah, I'm trying to get to that. Because Jesus says that if someone says they love him,
I'm not asking
and
you what Jesus says. I'm talking about you, evil panda.
yeah,
You. I'm talking about you right now. You.
I'm trying to get
I'm
there.
talking about you right now. I don't want to hear what Jesus said right now. We'll go back to Jesus in a minute. Evil panda, don't talk while I'm talking. I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm asking you if you love Jesus more than your mom, and you refuse to say yes. But both situations, you chose Jesus over your mom. And then when it boiled down to, I asked again, and you say, in that sense. And so it is what it is that you do love Jesus more than your mom, but for some reason you can't bring yourself to say it.
Yeah, so like I said before, I don't want to be a liar, like in God's eyes, and this
So
is what
you're
I
saying you don't love Jesus more than your mom?
I would like to say I do, but like I'm saying, I don't want to be a liar in God's eyes.
Well, I mean, you've already said that if your mom told you not to worship Jesus and that you would get excommunicated from her, that you would
Yeah,
choose Jesus.
totally.
All right. And I asked, in what sense would your mom come before Jesus? And there was no sense. In the second situation, Jesus came before your mom again. So for some odd reason, you're saying that I don't want to be a liar. I would like to think that I love Jesus more than my mom. But you've already chosen Jesus twice over your mother.
Okay.
And I feel like the reason why you can't bring yourself to say, yes, I love Jesus more than my mom, because you know how fucked up that sounds.
Oh no, the reason why I can't say that is because here I go one more time. Um, he says that those that say that love him and not keep his commandments, they are a liar. So this goes back to me saying that I don't want to be a liar.
You are,
And
like, right now, what you're doing is you are being a liar and you're being dishonest. Even if you don't keep his commandments, evil panda. The very fact, right, like you're telling me right now, that you don't keep all of his commandments, right? You knew that when I asked you question number 1, didn't you?
wait, what?
You knew that you didn't keep all of Jesus's commandments when I asked you the first time.
I'm a
If your
sinner.
mom, when I asked you the first time, if your mom told you not to worship Jesus, would you? And you said no. You would choose Jesus. You knew then when you made that decision that you were not following all the commandments then, didn't you?
How? I don't see how.
You just now realize that you don't follow all the commandments during this
No.
conversation?
No, it's something I've been on.
So you knew when I asked the question that you don't follow all the commandments?
Not to the teeth, no.
And so you not following all of the
Why
commandments
are you laughing?
had no bearing whatsoever on you saying that you would choose Jesus over your mom?
Well, if my mom was to try to like discourage me from my faith, then yeah, I wouldn't be talking to my mom in that sense. So I
So
guess
you've chosen
correct.
Jesus over
Yeah,
your mom.
yeah, I
And
guess you're
like, exactly. And you're struggling with this whole entire thought and you're needing it to make sense to you because you know how fucked up it sounds that this Jesus is telling you to choose him over your mom. And the text says you must hate your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your son, your daughter, and even yourself to be his disciple. Now, I know Christians like to say hate doesn't mean hate. It means love less, which is why I phrased it the way that I did. But even with me phrasing it the way of saying that he's saying love him more, you still struggle with that.
Yeah, the reason why I struggle with it is because you asked me if I love Jesus more than my mom,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, you did ask me that.
I said, uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I thought you said, "Huh?" Like what? Like, but so yeah, that's what I struggled with because I don't want to be a liar, basically, and for me to say that I love Jesus and yet not keep His commandments, that will make me a liar.
And so you as a liar would not talk to your mom for the sake of Jesus, even though you are lying, saying that you love Jesus. If your
That makes no
mom,
sense to me. I'm sorry.
this is why what you are saying right now makes no fucking sense.
Why?
Because you, at today, right? If your mother told you not to worship Jesus, would you?
Would I worship Jesus
Would
or
you stop worshiping Jesus today if your mother told you to?
no? Not at all.
And even though you do not keep all his commandments, and that means that you don't really love him, you still would not obey your mother, and you would still choose Jesus even though you are not keeping all of his commandments, which means you don't really love him.
Yeah, not at all. I was still I believe. Well, I
So
was
you
still
would choose
have
Jesus over
faith.
your mother even though you don't really love Jesus.
Well, I do love him. I just don't.
Oh, bam. So
Oh
that
man,
commandment bullshit is bullshit.
no, it's
Okay,
not.
and it is, and the only reason why you brought that up is because you are struggling with what the way that it sounds, that you love Jesus more than your mom. It's
I'm not struggling
bullshit.
with that at all. If
You
somebody told me
are,
that, then that's
you
perfect.
are. That's why. Like, even if you today can say that you would not worship this God if your mom asked him to, even while you are so-called lying and saying that you love him because you don't keep all his commandments, then either you would choose this Jesus over your mother even though you don't really love him because you don't keep his commandments. Which is it?
The point is that I try. I try to keep his
You are
commandments.
full of shit. You are a gaslighting, manipulating
I am not
liar. You are.
lying.
You are,
Okay.
and you know how diabolical it sounds. But I'm about to move along. So just like your Jesus tells people to put him first, right? Leave your family, follow me, sell all that you have, give it to the poor, obey me, obey my Father. Do not reject me, or else divine punishment. Those that reject me will have it worse than those in Sodom and Gomorrah. Those that reject me, bring them before me and stab them in front of me.
I
That's what
don't
he
think they
says.
ever said that.
You don't know your Bible.
But look, I gotta run. I thank you for having this discussion. No,
You can't fire me. I quit.
I'm about to move on. Well, I actually have to run.
I always get them in the middle of that shit too.
He's full of shit. I saw him on African Atheist Live yesterday. He was getting on my fucking nerves. Rhea, you want to do this next one?
No, sorry, no, I'm in transit. So
Oh. What the fuck does traffic got to do? You can't concentrate while you're in
sorry, I'm
traffic.
sorry about that. Sorry about that. I apologize. I can't help you right now.
Traffic ain't never been an excuse, but real made that shit an excuse.
Sorry about that. I apologize. I can't.
Fingy, you want to do this next one?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Jet. How are you?
Hi, is that me?
Yeah. Oh, is
How
it
are
Jeff? Is it Jeff or Jet? I'm sorry, I can't see.
It's Jeff. How are you?
I'm doing well, Jeff. How are you?
Good, 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 good. I was just listening and got interested, just curious.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you in the God of the Christian Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. Which
I
topic would you
love
like to chat?
the question. I'm not sure. Just ask me something. I'm curious.
So the way this works is there are 4 topics on the board.
Uh-huh.
God is an irresponsible leader.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Y'all, today is Afro Atheist's birthday. Happy birthday, Afro
Happy
Atheist!
Birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday!
birthday.
all these February birthdays.
I know.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I saw the question. You had a passage pulled up about divorce. What was that about?
Thinker, that was the one that I think you were reading that long ass chapter to the dude that wasn't listening. Is that the
No,
one?
that was the thing about Moses. But Jeff, can you pick a topic on the board? We don't carry over from
Hold on, let
previous
me grab my
discussions.
glasses. I'm sorry, I'm holding you guys up.
No, that's okay. We can read them to you if you like, and you can tell us which one you want to discuss.
To remember the gang mentality is the Christian God an abusive husband? Wow, that's interesting. Let's try that.
Okay, so the scripture that Thinker read a little while ago was the one where God was talking about Israel as his wife and things that he would do. Were you in the live for that?
I wasn't at all.
Ezekiel 16.
Ezekiel 16. Okay,
Are you familiar with that scripture?
I'm going to grab it real quick while you're talking.
Yeah, so just by way of summary, it's definitely referring to a husband and wife relationship, and a lot of the language that is used when talking about the wife and the relationship and what he's going to do and allow to happen to her is very abusive. And that imagery and that language is really indicative of the type of relationship that God has with his followers. And for those of us who are skeptical and critical thinkers, that's very problematic.
Yeah. I can agree to that. Yeah, I can agree to that. Anything in specific in Ezekiel 16?
Well, did you pull it up?
Yeah, I have it right now.
I'll pull it up. Yeah, are you in the juke joint, Jet?
No, that's my jazz playing. Hold on, I'll turn it down. Hey, don't call my house no juke joint. What is wrong with
No,
y'all?
look, I got a juke joint in my garage. That's what I call it. That is
Oh,
where I
is it?
chill.
Yeah, okay, then you
It's a good
gotta.
thing.
And if you don't officially have Quincy Jones's juke joint in your collection, then you got to change that name.
It is a necessity. It is
Yes,
required. I agree with
ma'am.
you.
Yes, see, you all right with me? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so in Ezekiel 16, like the heading, just in the NIV is Jerusalem as an adulterous wife.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a relatively long chapter, and it
Right.
uses a lot of descriptive language, and a lot of it is very troubling. So, knowing that this is what the overall arching theme is of this particular scripture, how is it that you can look at this God who describes his relationship with his people in this way and still walk away thinking that this is a good God?
You know, the struggle I have with that is on the opposite side of what you're saying. It talks about a wife, but this is Hosea when as an example of the relationship between God and his people, he had Hosea marry a prostitute and have children by her and name the children, reflections as to how God felt about his people. I always had trouble with that. I understand the metaphor in that, God has made you my people and I am married to you. And I ask you not to serve other gods and to do the other things that the people in Canaan were doing, because that's why I took the land from them and gave it to you. And here you are doing the same thing. You're being unfaithful. And because of your unfaithfulness, you will go into captivity. And most of those words that you're talking about are the things that are going to happen, how people are going to be abusive to you while you're in captivity because of your adulterous nature. I get that. It's harsh, but I get it. And then by the same token, that was, some of the language is metaphoric, even though it sounds disastrous, it's metaphoric. I'd like to reflect on what you said to the gentleman about loving and hating. In ancient Hebrew, love and hate were not emotions, they were choices. They were words of choice. So to love one and to hate the other is to choose one and not choose the other. The
What's your
translation
basis for that definition?
the translation there is horrible. Translating and transliteration of Hebrew into English. I
Which
wish I
specific words?
I wish love and hate. They were
What are the Hebrew
emotions.
words?
Yeah, huh?
What are the Hebrew words?
I don't know the Hebrew words. I wish I did. I don't have my notes because I don't know where they are. And it's just, some of the things that I look at in the language because it bothers me. I want to know what is happening. So love and hate were
Right.
choices. And then the verse that
So where
says, the verse that says that love the Lord your God with all
Hold
your
on, hold on,
heart,
Jeff.
mind.
Hold on, Jeff. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
so
I'm ranting. I apologize.
I'm just interested to know how you arrived at that. At
Because
your view that on what these words actually mean, especially if you don't read the language.
well,
Hello?
He's in a teacup. Maybe he got a call.
This is what I'm talking about. They be coming up with all kind of stuff and just like,
I
This
feel
is a
like
new
that's
one.
what the word must mean,
yeah.
because it
What do you say,
can't mean
Fee?
the other thing.
Yeah, because I was saying, that the verbiage is pretty clear. Like, you must hate them and choose me. Like, I must come first. Like, yeah, you have to make
Also,
a choice to do that, but that doesn't equate to the meanings of those words being different.
or choices either.
Hmm? What'd you say, Dr. Kip?
No, I was just thinking. I mean, I guess especially too because you know it's Greek, but because he's talking about the New
The
Testament passage there, right, where Jesus talks about hating one and loving the other.
If
well,
you're gonna time out,
that's what we're talking about. But he took it back to ancient Israel.
Yeah,
So yeah, he's trying to say in the Hebrew, love
these words
and
mean different things.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
He's been a teacup for a minute. I don't know what
yeah. We
happened.
might have to move on.
Matt, are you there? Jeff Brown, come back.
can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
when
here.
you leave, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My Wi-Fi gets a little freaky. Sorry. And I'm
Okay.
new to this, and scholarship is what I have. Is I'm a nerd like that. It's what I have,
Okay.
and because like everybody else, I want it to make sense because it can be a little dramatic, bombastic. So, but I wanted to make sense. These were people that were here on earth. So the way I see it is they had to speak a different way. I'm a black man, if you can't tell. And
But
we have
Jeff,
our own AAVE language. So why wouldn't other cultures have a cultural language that they spoke in?
even if they did, you don't have access to it. And to Dr.
Right.
Kip's
Well,
point,
the best we
hang
can
on, Jeff,
do.
Oh,
hang on.
Jeff, don't
I want to
interrupt
Oh,
him.
I'm
talk.
sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. And so to Dr. Kip's point is if you could identify those words and tell us how they equate to a choice and not the words that they actually mean, then maybe we can have that conversation. But I don't think it's fair to equate AAVE or any other vernacular that's specific to a certain region or an area when you were not part of that region or an area. And I agree with you. Like, there are certain words that we use in the South that maybe folks in the North don't use. Yeah. So I agree with you 100%. But being part of Southern culture, I can tell you what those words mean. Having, people that live in the North and folks who speak those languages and use that particular jargon, I can tell you what that means, but you can't make that assumption to completely alter.
Yeah, even
Fee, I'll be hold on. Fee, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
You said there
like
was
even
a
coming
doctor,
from the
there was a
outside,
doctor
there's
there.
resources.
Yeah, Dr. Kip is speaking right now, Jeff.
Hey, Dr. Kemp, what about the words were ahava and sane or sane?
Yes. So what do those words mean?
Well, they can have a connotation of rejection or acceptance in variations of the meaning is what I'm getting at.
Okay. So what is your source for this?
Oh my gosh, what
Like
gosh,
where if you don't,
I've got a Strong's, I've got Old Testament, New Testament commentaries by Matthew Henry. Those are my sources.
right?
The Beale and Carson commentary as well.
Right. So just so you understand, those are quite old.
Mm-hmm.
And we have come to learn an awful lot more about the language since those resources were published. And the way we come to understand things about ancient languages, which are effectively no longer functional, is through just uncovering more and more examples of how how the languages are used through new texts that are discovered. So,
what would you recommend?
Well, I use a dictionary or a lexicon called the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament.
Hold on, I'm gonna write that down. If you give me a second.
Yeah. And even like that one might be it's a scholarly text, so it might be less accessible.
I've got a couple of degrees, so I think I can handle it. Say what it is again.
The Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. I'll pull up another one here for you.
Lexicon.
I'm just trying to get the name here because I don't know it offhand. Hold on. So I think so there's another one which is a lot cheaper and not nearly as big, but is still really good. It's by William Holiday, Holladay. And that's a concise Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. Now, these resources too, right, will require that you at least are able to recognize Hebrew letters. And
I'm better with the Greek letters than I am with the Hebrew, but I'll get there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. But I think, and here's the thing, right? Like words, and this just works. This is a linguistic fact. This is a fact of language. Words will develop semantic ranges of meaning. And those are always, dependent on the contexts in which they're used.
Of course.
So while I agree with you that in the text that was being promoted or that was the text term, I think it's Matthew, about hating your mother and father and loving Jesus. I think that's in Matthew. And while I would agree that that's promoting an active sort of choice,
Hmm.
I don't think you can appeal to the Hebrew words for a precise sense of that as being distinct from uh, other feelings of love and loyalty and hate and yeah, do you know what I mean? So it
Yeah,
just like
I get it. I get
yeah.
it. Because
So
where I got caught up in that is, when they, some of the other words, when, the right arm being, being a metaphor for strength, and
mhm.
the eye being wisdom, those sort of the way they meant those words when they use the way they use those words. So that's how I was running along the same line in my study, because some of those other things that come up, I was wondering, well, are they doing that with this as well? And then I was going down that rabbit hole.
And I mean, oh, I'll let Dr. Kip respond.
No, I'm no, you go ahead. I think that's fine.
Okay.
But we do have to be really, really carefully, closely attuned to what the writers of the text are actually trying to communicate. And sometimes I worry that in some of these outdated resources,
Mm-hmm.
such as Strong's or Matthew Henry, my concern is often that there is a predetermined starting point that prevents some of these resources from seeing the texts as they were actually written.
Okay. Got one last question for you. Do you use a Septuagint? What Bible do you use?
I mean, I read both the Hebrew Masoretic text as well as the Greek Septuagint, and I draw from other forms and versions of the Hebrew text that we know from the Dead Sea Scrolls when
Okay.
I'm reading the Bible.
I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate it. I just recently got the new Oxford annotated, um,
Bible,
new revised standard. I
it's
kind
a
of
good
like
one.
it too.
It's a good one.
And
All righty.
I think
Thank
Jeff.
you. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to monopolize I just wanted to learn a few things.
No, you're good. I
It's
just
good.
wanted to add that language aside, the sentiment is still problematic for me, right? So even
Well,
if even if it did mean choice, even if it did mean whatever word that you're saying that it means or whatever
mhm.
connotation that it carried, is still problematic for me because if you think about it from the standpoint of a relationship, anybody that's going to be that dogmatic about a person choosing to be in relationship with someone else. And I know that this was symbolic for worshiping other gods or whatever. That's
Mhm.
still problematic for me because
Okay.
it's controlling and it's manipulative and it's unkind. I mean, think about it from I'm used to that you are an older gentleman. I don't know if you have grown children, but if your daughter came home and she told you she was in a relationship or ending a relationship, and someone responded in the way that this God of the Bible responds, I'm pretty sure that would be something that would raise your hackles. So when we're looking at this and we're looking at it from a perspective of setting a precedence of what is expected behavior in a relationship or even in a master servant boss subordinate position, it's still problematic because it lacks respect. So, Greek, Hebrew aside, the connection and the dynamic of control is still problematic for me.
Okay, I can understand that. And correct me if I'm wrong, Doc. I part of what I perceive that helps explain what I'm saying is when the in the instance where Jesus the friends lowered the crippled man into the place where he was preaching, and they said, "Your mother and your brother are outside," and he said, "Who is my mother and my brother except him that serves God?" You see what I'm saying? So even the choice was made there that your choice for, eternal life or salvation is more important than anyone that stands against that.
Yeah.
Is that, am I good there, or am I offbeat?
Are you asking me or Dr. Kip?
Dr. Kemp? Oh, he might not be there.
I
Yeah.
But
think
y'all,
I
hey,
think Dr.
I
Kip might be
appreciate
one that
y'all.
kind of stays away from the New Testament, like Dr. B. I'm not sure, but
Okay.
yeah. But I
I
think that kind
appreciate
of.
y'all
I'm
though. I
sorry. Hello.
do. I really appreciate.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I appreciate y'all. It's
Thank
it's
you.
been it's been it's been informative, and I appreciate y'all being here.
And I think what you just said, Jeff, ties in with point number 3.
Yeah, that's
Number
what I was getting
three.
ready to say.
Yeah.
So I think the scripture that you're talking about is when Jesus was acting like a madman, and it was like your mom and your brothers and all of them are looking for you, and he was like, "Who is my mom? Who is my brother? Like, this is my mom, this is my brother." Like, that's the scripture that I used earlier to point out that Jesus redefines what family is, and like it just goes to prove what Fee's point is, right?
Yeah, I feel in that sense. Well, he had just finished healing a man. He wasn't acting madly in that case. He had just finished healing a man, and so this is just from Jeff Brown. There, with choices of jobs and especially relationships, we have to love one and forsake all the others. And I think that's the marriage metaphor that Jesus is speaking of. You don't want your boyfriend or your girlfriend or whoever it might be, with anyone else but you. And even in this life, sometimes when you get cheated on, there are consequences. So I see it
But
in that
but
light.
Jeff, those consequences aren't me torturing them or me hurting them.
I got
Be,
one name for you, Lorena Bobbitt.
well, I'm not Lorena because I feel
No,
like
no, I'm
you get
just,
what I'm saying.
I'm just
Like
saying.
I get what you're saying, but I think
Yeah.
that we're making light of a situation that doesn't need to be made light of because the
No.
reality is if someone behaves in a certain way, I don't get to tell them how to behave. I get to decide if I want to participate. I don't get to control what they do. And that is what we're seeing under the zeitgeist of Christianity and through the
Mm-hmm.
lens of Abrahamic faiths across the board. It's not a here's an offer, choose what you want. It's a choose me or die and suffer forever if you don't choose me. So when we're talking about these parables and these metaphors, specifically when we're using relationships to demonstrate them, I think it can be very dangerous because people can then read this book and they can see, oh, a man is head of a woman. Oh, if a woman does this, I get to do these things to her. And that's not okay. And I think that in this regard, the God of this book, the God in this Bible, set that example for people, and that it was highly irresponsible.
And I can respect your point.
Let's see. I think it's Matthew 12 where he says that. Um, and they say that Jesus was healing by Beelzebub in that same chapter.
Yeah, they accused him of being a devil, and his
Yeah,
response was, devils can't cast out devils.
yeah, that, like because of the manner of of how he was casting the devil out, right? That's why they accused him of being Beelzebub,
Mm-hmm.
being a madman. And later on in that chapter, it says,
Mm-hmm.
while he was still speaking to the crowds, his mother and his brothers were standing outside wanting to speak to him. Someone
Mm-hmm.
told him, "Look, your mother and your brothers are standing outside wanting to speak to you." But to the one who had told him, Jesus replied, "Who is my mother and who are my brothers?" And pointing to his disciples, he said, "Here are my mother and my brothers. For whoever does the will of my Father in heaven is my brother and my sister and mother."
Mm-hmm.
I think the one that you're talking about is Mark chapter 2, where they lower the people down. They lower the man down, and Jesus
Yeah,
heals
yeah,
him.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a different
Forgive me for
chapter.
that. I was
No, that's
off.
okay.
Forgive me for that.
That's okay. It's but it's Mark. Just so you know, in the future, it's Matthew 12.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty, y'all. I've got a blast, but it's been great. Y'all keep doing great work,
All
and
right,
we'll talk
Jeff.
soon. I'll catch you next time.
Enjoy your Mo Better Blues.
Thank
All righty. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I want to give you another one. I feel like that one was kind of like all over. Like he was nice, but I don't think,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Marcus? Right. I still thank you, KK. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Yeah, I feel that. Okay.
And he put us on hold to get freaky with his wife.
Huh?
Y'all didn't hear him? He said something about his wife got freaky.
He says Wi-Fi.
Yeah, his wife.
Oh,
I was like, what? I was like, what happened when I left?
Lalo stood on there like, you nasty motherfucker. He said his
I was
Wi-Fi,
because I was
Lalo.
like,
I also felt like there was some undertone of misogyny, like in over speaking when Fee would speak, and
Yep.
yeah,
And
so
refer to Dr. Kip. I
yeah,
caught that a couple of times, and I'm like,
yeah, mm-hmm. And sometimes like the over niceness can be compensating for,
yes,
mm-hmm.
yes.
Yeah, yep. Tony Holmes. I was just so glad to see you comment, KK, because I wasn't gonna say nothing because I'm like, because he did come up nice, and I'm like it just didn't feel authentic to me. Let's see, Saeed. Oh yeah, Oscar. Right, KK said, "Oh, I'm gonna say it." Okay, Saeed is not connected. The original facts.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you? You'll be talking with Fee.
The original, how's it going?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Doing well. Are you over 21 for TikTok purposes?
Yes.
Okay.
I was
And are
just
you
here.
a Christian,
Go ahead.
deconstructing, or an atheist?
Uh, None of the above.
Do you believe in the God in the Christian Bible?
I believe in the one true creator.
Is it the God in the Christian Bible? And the reason we're asking is because these conversations are centered around the God in the Christian Bible. And if you believe in a different version of the God, then it's just not going to go well. And we're just trying to qualify you for the conversation.
I mean, most of my readings came from the Christian Bible, yes.
Okay. So if you want to pick a topic, and that's on the board here.
Is the Christian God an abusive? Wait a minute. Oh, is he an irresponsible leader? Let's start with that one.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
What have you guys been discussing? Because I'm late to the conversation, but I thought it was interesting that you had that there.
Yeah, well, a lot of the topics that we've talked about under that particular subject have been around the way the God set precedents for his people, right? Like the rules that were given, the way he allows for, some of the guests have talked about the way scripture has been misinterpreted and misapplied, and all the things that have been done in this God's name. Um, Additionally, just not allowing or not setting a standard that couldn't be misused to the detriment of people. It's really irresponsible. Um, some people talked about not knowing the God, not realizing that people would misuse his word in different ways. And the point was made that responsible leaders prepare for all variables, specifically, or if we're talking about one that is all powerful and omniscient. So the fact that we see the word of God, quote unquote, being used in ways that are hurtful to a lot of people in the society that we live in, it's very irresponsible. That was just one or two of the ways that we've talked about this morning.
Okay. In part, I can kind of agree, but for myself, I had to read the Bible 4 times before I kind of grasped an understanding. And the reason I say that is because you have to allow a little bit of mental thinking when you're reading the Bible, because the Bible kind of makes no sense because there's no timelines, without the timelines, you don't understand at what period and point in time everything happened.
I'm not sure that a timeline would make certain things in the Bible make sense to me. For example, in Leviticus, when God tells his people where to buy their slaves, I don't know of a timeline that could reconcile that. I think it's also in Leviticus where the God tells a man who rapes a woman that his punishment is to marry her and never be able to divorce her after he pays the father 50 shekels. I don't know of a timeline that can make that okay either.
Understandable. And I'm not here to disagree with anybody's beliefs and standards. Whatever you need in your day to go forward, please do it, because I don't think the one true creator is here to judge us like that. I think a part of it is when we go to church, we kind of get indoctrinated, but we don't go to church to think. We hear somebody else's decipher and we try to put it together. Like I said, one of the reasons I read the Bible, when I read the Bible, anytime that I turned back to the Bible, I would not go to church, because normally church is for messages. And when I did go to church, I wanted to see what the message was for me. You understand?
I agree with you on that. I mean, I think the vast majority of us on this panel are non-believers because we read the Bible outside of a church. Like, I knew for the first 30 plus years of my life what the brand of Christianity I was brought up in told me about this book. I read the passages that were covered in this book when I went to church or to the meetings or whatever, but I didn't read the book. I didn't read the book out without the lenses of faith and without the lens of belief. And when I did that personally, there were so many things in it that I found problematic that I couldn't reconcile that with an all loving, all knowing, or even an all powerful anything, because everything that's in there screams human. It screams limitation. It does not scream supernatural.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
Everything in this book sounds human.
Okay.
Everything.
That's a great point right there. Okay. So you have to understand, you have to do more reading besides the Bible.
Hold on. Fee, are you okay with him interrupting, or did you need to finish, or?
Oh, that's pretty much all. Yeah, I was good. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. We're not trying to be rude. The thing about it is, my dad said something to me when I was a young man. He said, God is in you. He said, look in the mirror. You can't lie to yourself, can you? And I said to myself, I really can't. But if I say it enough and try to believe it enough, I really can't. So when I started reading the Bible, I started reading other things that's missing from the Bible to try to understand the purpose of the Bible. And a lot of people miss the purpose of the Bible.
Well, I think. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was saying the first thing you do when you go into the Bible is normally get into Genesis, correct?
I mean, it's the first book, so that's where most people start.
Right. But as I heard Genesis being described, when I finally read and got better understanding, I understood this was about birth. Not necessarily just the world, but my birth, your birth.
So, Original, I think that's great for you. And if that, reading things outside of the Bible, I think it's important to be able to reconcile a lot of the stories that reference historical incidents or happenings or even historical places, that's perfectly fine. But we're not talking about the God that's in you. We're talking about the God that's in the Bible. And if there's nothing that I think I can read extra biblically that would make a lot of the things that I've read in this Bible okay. And going back to what I said earlier, when you talk about a purpose, the person reading a book determines its purpose. Like I have a pen in my hand right now. I know that this pen was designed with a purpose in mind, but I determine how I use it. So when you say the purpose of Genesis, that's the purpose that you have superimposed on it, and that's perfectly fine for you. But the words in Genesis say what the words in Genesis say. There may be metaphors and parables and things of that nature and symbolic language, and that's great. But when we talk about the application that is used specifically in the United States for Christian theology, Christian nationalism, how it's seeping into our laws and in our everyday life, and the vast majority of people that are pushing for this haven't even read this book. So you may have a very esoteric understanding of this book and its application. That's perfectly fine for you. That's why we try to qualify people for these conversations to ensure that we're talking about the same thing and not comparing apples to oranges.
I got you. And I definitely understand that. But I think part of it is that Bible itself has bits and pieces of stories that happened before the Bible was actually written. And so that kind of throws a lot of people off. And
What are you basing that on?
The story of Noah, which is in Gilgamesh. And basically, let me give you my quick synopsis of the Bible, and we'll take it from there. Basically, Genesis welcomes us to the earth. We are a starseed on earth. Past that, it gives us parables, letting us know there's going to be conflict in this life. We're all going to suffer. To live is to struggle. Whether it be mentally, physically, something will happen during this lifetime. Another thing it tells you within the Bible is when Jesus is walking on water, you can do it as well because it is in you. But our faith in ourselves is weak. And if we are weak in faith within ourselves, we're weak with faith with the one true creator.
So again, I think that your synopsis of the Bible is your understanding. That's the message that you get from it. Like I said this the other day when we were talking. There's since the Super Bowl, everybody's been talking about the symbolism in Kendrick Lamar's performance. There were some people who were clearly not like us talking about how, oh my goodness, this is, there wasn't any satanic symbols. It was, so pure. It was about America. It was about connection. Completely missed what his message actually was, right? So no one can tell the woman that made that TikTok about what she understood Kendrick Lamar's performance to be that she's not right. No one can tell those of us who are like us what we understand Kendrick Lamar's performance to be symbolic of. So when you talk about the Bible and that Genesis is about us being star seeds on earth, and and you see all of these things in the various stories in the books of the Bible, that's fine. That's a absolutely perfectly fine for you to hold that personal truth, but that doesn't make it a universal truth. And it also doesn't speak to the real life effects of how this book is being used by people who do not share your view of what this Bible is. So again, these conversations in this particular live are about the real life implications of how this book is used, not about the way that individuals have crafted their own personal interpretation of what this book means.
I can agree to some standard that it is used to hold people down. And like I said, that sometimes comes down to understanding.
I promise
And
it
like I
sounds
said,
like
whatever.
Optimus Prime is in right behind you. Like, what's that noise?
Oh, that's my phone beeping. I apologize.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't knock anyone's belief, how they understand it. I wish more churches would explain this to people. You know, I can't
Explain what to people?
give them a real understanding of the Bible.
Is that real understanding the one that you hold?
It has been true for me. And like you said, it's my point of view. It has been true to me. It has given me the ability to find faith not only in the one true creator, but myself as well.
Well,
Because
I mean, I think that kind of points to the topic you chose. I think that's very irresponsible of God. It's extremely irresponsible because if I'm a parent, right, and I have children and I need those children to do something very particular for their benefit, but the instructions that I leave are so nebulous or vague that they can be interpreted in a way that those children can do the exact opposite of what I intended, I am an irresponsible parent. So in that regard, it's interesting that you say that the church leaders aren't teaching it correctly. Where is the responsibility on the God to have left those instructions clearly enough so that the church leaders would not be able to teach it incorrectly? Like, I just feel like we don't moonwalk back far enough to the point of accountability. We like to stop at humans. We like to stop at church leaders. We like to stop at, the church fathers or the pastors of depending on the denomination you're affiliated with. But I think ultimately the person who holds the power also holds the responsibility. And I think in this regard, God has demonstrated himself to be an extremely irresponsible leader.
but would you agree that in some passages in the Bible that you have found that God has put the strength inside of you,
No, God doesn't put
free
anything
will
inside of
on
me.
this earth?
No, God doesn't put anything inside of me. I just don't allow that. That's weird. There are things in the Bible that I agree with. I think that we should treat each other kindly. I don't know that that's an overarching message of this book. I think that the do unto others as you would have them do unto you, I think that's sage advice. I don't think that there's anything revolutionary in this book. I don't think that there's any advice or guidance, definitely no moral standards whatsoever. I think, if anything, this book requires that you abandon your morals completely and totally for the purpose of following this God, i.e., bullet point number 3 about this gang mentality. I don't see it's kind of, we've talked about this before, like, if you've got a bowl of Cheerios and it's only got 2 roaches in it, are you still going to be willing to eat that bowl of Cheerios? I think there's way more than 2 roaches in the Bible, and the 2 floating Cheerios of beneficial information is just not going to be enough for me to balance that out. I don't see this book in the way that you do.
In the original facts, I muted you because of the chime from your phone. But you can respond now.
And like I said, I don't mind anyone else's opinion of how they feel. And I too felt abandoned. I mean, I've cussed God out, my God anyway. I too have felt the same way. So I don't have any arguments with you. But, one of the things I turned around and said to myself, as far as me teaching myself and moving along in life, I said, God, you've been probably the greatest absentee father I've ever had, you know? So, like I said, whatever you need to get through your day, I don't knock it. And I don't argue the points about it, but I wish people had more of a clear understanding about themselves and the relationship with their God.
Well, I think that that's an important point that you made. I do have a clear understanding about myself, and I think it was when I put this God down that I was able to get that clear understanding. I don't know that, and again, deconstruction, it looks very different for every single person that does it. And where we land at the end of deconstruction is going to be different. I think you landed at a place where you have a version of God and an understanding of this Bible that's very unique to you. I have landed where the thing that gets me through life and the connections that I have are tangible and physical. So there's no need for this God, specifically the one in this Bible, because the one in this Bible has done much more net harm than net good. Even the impacts of, in my opinion, this Christian belief as a whole has done more net harm than net good. I don't think that there's anything wrong at all with anybody using whatever tool or resource that they need in order to deal with the unpredictability of life and the cruelty of this world as we see it on display almost on a daily basis. So whatever gets you through that, that's perfectly fine. But I do think we have a responsibility to look at the entailments that those beliefs hold. And a lot of times Christians are not willing to do that. And I think that's where the danger comes in, because they don't, one, read the book. They don't, two, care about the harm that it's done as long as it's been beneficial to them. And I think that just creates this continued perpetuation of a selfish society that doesn't benefit everybody as a whole, when at the same time espousing Christian ideals that say, let's, hold hands and kumbaya like Jesus want us to do. And he never said that. So I think that it seems like you created your own version and created your own relationship that works for you in your life, and that's perfectly fine. And that's why these conversations are typically geared around those that follow a more traditional view of the Christian belief system as a whole.
Right, and I appreciate y'all for having this panel, because a lot of us have to understand that our moral standings are sometimes learned behavior. So get
I
into
think our
sorry about
I think our morals are always learned behavior, because they align with the cultures that we're born in. Most Christians think that their morals come from this book, but most, well, I can't say most, because if you stick around here, you'll hear some of the people we talk to, but I would like to believe that most of them have morals that are better than what have been exemplified in this book, especially by this God.
I truly agree with you. And like I said, the world would be a better place if people did have a better understanding, not only of the Bible, but of themselves. Like I said, we tend to start judging things as we get old enough and we've learned enough behavior from our parents, our community, and things of that nature. So I think we have to more or less come to our own moral understanding of this life instead of just passing down judgment. Because one of my most hated phrases is "I'm a good Christian," because it either was preceded by something bad or be followed by something bad.
Yeah, and I would probably flip what you just said. I think this world would be a better place if people understood themselves, and they would realize that understanding this Bible is irrelevant. Because if I understand myself and I have a moral compass and I have character and I have integrity, then what's in a book is not going to cause me to abandon any of that. And oftentimes when following the directives in this book, you do have to unplug from your humanity. And when you have an understanding of yourself, and your value in who and what you are is tied to representing the integrity that you have decided to uphold because you see how your actions impact other people, then what this book tells you about hating your mom or hating your father, or stoning this person or bashing babies' heads against rocks, you can look at that as the abhorrent action that it actually is, as opposed to trying to justify it or reinterpret it to mean something that it actually doesn't.
True statement. And everybody needs to understand that they have both positive and negative energy. That means we have the ability to be the devil, or we have the ability to be a saint to people. So everybody needs to understand that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I may use different language to express it, because it's just being a good person or being a bad person, and a lot of cultures talk about that. I think it's one of the native indigenous cultures that talk about, the wolf, which everyone has a good and a bad wolf inside them. And the one that is the strongest is the one that you feed. Harry Potter, there's a line in there about, having good and bad in you. And ultimately who you are is determined by what choices you decide to act on. So we don't need a book for that. We've been told that we do. We don't need a metaphorical Genesis to tell us that we're star seed. Like, we don't need that. We just need to look at our actions, look at the culture and the time that we're living in, look at how we've impacted the people around us, and do better. I don't know why we're making this a whole lot more layered and complex than it really needs to be.
I think part of the problem is, and forgive me if my phone beeps again, I run a business, so I apologize. I think part of the problem is a lot of us try to reach the masses instead of reaching those who are willing and ready at their time to be reached. You know,
I think that may be part of the problem, but I think the other part of the problem is that you can be ready to be reached, but if you haven't been taught how to think, you've only been taught what to think, you're not going to know what to do with that information. And the vast majority of our education system here tells us what to think. We are indoctrinated in a way that tells us what to think. It doesn't teach us how to think, especially critically. It
right.
actually,
Our education system is built to make workers,
absolutely.
laborers. So again, you said the magic words, to be able to think, because sometimes we're clouded with our own judgment because there's so many people inside our universal canvas trying to paint. And we didn't give them authorization, but they're there. And that's clouding our judgments, you know, making us second guess ourselves and putting a moral standard on you that you may not actually have. Because a lot of people don't think about, you know, when I was a kid, I used to just say and do what I wanted to do until somebody chastised me or something like that. Then I had to learn to be more sociable, you know. But some people call me an asshole. Some people tell me I'm patient, you know. And I had one cat ask me one time, excuse me, I say cat, so y'all know how old I am. Why do you have so much patience with people? Or why do you believe in people like that? I said, well, just in case everything in that Bible is real, if it's easy for me to judge the next man, how easy will it be for God to really come and judge us all?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't know that I followed the last part of it, but when we're talking about judgment, that's such a trigger word, I think, for a lot of believers. But to claim something or determine that something is good is just as much as a judgment as it is to determine that something is bad. So I think they only look at one side of the coin. So usually judgment has this connotation of a negative thing or something that you don't like. But if you approve of something, you've judged it just as much. So we need to start, in my opinion, and this is just not worth much of anything, but I think we need to start thinking about the words that we say. We need to start thinking about them on a deeper level, because saying just talking about the judgment of others is not about, I don't judge anybody because I don't want God to judge me. That doesn't necessarily get us anywhere, because you don't know that a judgment from God is coming anyway. You believe that it is, but you don't know that it is.
Forgive me for stepping in right there on that point. It's not necessarily that I'm judging people, but I give people an opportunity with me to build a rapport. And if I feel the slightest thing or catch a lie, I got to cut you off.
Well, I mean, I think that's just moving in wisdom. Like, we don't get to tell people how to behave. We get to observe how they behave and decide if we want to participate. And backing out is not judgment. It's just setting a boundary. I just think, again, we overly complicate things unnecessarily.
Can you say again what you just said? I want to make sure. I think I heard you wrong.
Who, me or?
No, him. Wait, what did you say?
You heard it. You heard it right.
Yeah, say that again, right quick.
Me, as far as
As
giving people a chance.
as to why you cut her off?
Oh, if I normally accept anybody into my circle. I keep my circle small, but if I find just cause not to trust you or I find a flaw in your character, I don't want you close to me.
You specifically said the word find.
Yeah, I
We're
think I
trying to figure out
misunderstood
why.
you. Yeah, I got it. I got it now.
That
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah, no, I misheard you, but yeah, that makes sense.
Well, anyway, I mean, basically, I just move with discernment. I give you an opportunity, to come to me, or I'll come to you. Just I still use discernment within all my interactions with people.
Yep, I think that's wise. That's something we should all strive to do. Do you have
I
anything
think I
else?
think it's also important to note, like, the discernment that you're using is based on your criteria, right? Like, what is okay for you and the boundaries that you've set for yourself. Right? It's not necessarily saying that you're judging what's right and wrong, for that person. It's the discernment is for you, right?
Well, it's whether or not to let you close to me. You
Yes.
know, it's not necessarily a judgment. It's just like I can watch people hang themselves on words. Like you'll say one thing, and then you'll say something different pertaining to the same situation. I'm like, wait a minute, you just told me a lie.
Right.
Yeah.
It's discernment for you, right? Well, a lot of times when believers talk about, like, having the spirit of discernment, usually it's we like red flags that we see in people, or like you said, catching people in a lie. And sometimes you might not call out the lie, but you use that situation silently for yourself to decide whether you want to fuck with that person or not.
Correct.
Yeah. That's why the other day, Fee, when that girl was on Christina's live talking about her knee,
Mm-hmm.
and she was like, her in her video, the whole reason why she broke her knee was because her fiance slept with her best friend, and she's talking about how she got this relationship with this God. And I wanted to ask, like, why didn't the God tell you that to say no to the man when he asked to marry you?
Exactly.
And give you that spirit of discernment to let you know that he wasn't a good he wouldn't be a good pick for a spouse, or your best friend wasn't a good pick for a best friend. But a lot of times we see these signs, and we lie to ourselves and tell ourselves that we don't see what we see, or what we see means something else.
Yeah, and I feel like reactive discernment isn't really discernment. Like, if it was true discernment, shouldn't it guide you before you make that step, as opposed to telling you that you made a wrong step? So if your God is not going to step in before I make the mistake, and he's only going to step in to tell you how to recover after I've made the mistake, or after I've been duped, or after I've been lied to, can you really label that as discernment?
No. That's reactionary at that point. That's not discernment.
That's
You're directing that toward me.
like
Yeah, I think she was.
For me, it's just like you're going through this life. You have a timeline, and in this life, you start to learn things, and you start to learn more and more about people and how you're interacting with the world, what you have to offer, and you kind of begin to say, "Hey, I feel like they suck in my energy. Something don't feel right with this relationship. It's sucking my energy." And me, at this point, I feel like I'm at this point in time in my life. I don't have a lot of time to waste on BS. So I can try to fish everything out in the first conversation with a person.
But I don't know. I don't necessarily know that that's what we're talking about, like, when we say discernment. Like, for example, there was a guest on the panel a few minutes ago, before you came up, and, like, it's like recognizing signs of yeah, come here. Recognizing signs of harm, like, you know, a harmful person. Like, they don't necessarily have to do anything, but you can kind of look at their mannerisms, right? And listen to the things that they say, and see that they don't necessarily line up with who they're portraying to be, and be able to make a judgment call for yourself on whether this is somebody that you want to get involved with, or whether you want to believe what this person is saying to you. I think that would be discernment, because it's preventing you from, you know, it's preventing you from, like, being harmed any further. But if you allow yourself to get harmed and then you say, oh, that's not a good person, I don't think that's discernment. I think at that point, like Fee said, it's reactionary, and it's more so learning, I guess, like using wisdom at that point, using experience to learn and get away from that harmful thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but let me ask you this question. Have you ever just met somebody and immediately you just said, I don't like them. I don't like this person. You felt their energy. You understand what I'm saying? Immediately you said, hey.
No, not really. Like, I might not, like, take to a person immediately, but I don't, like, I've not ever just, you know, made a quick judgment and said, I don't like this person.
I'm going to interject real quick. Thinker, Christina just posted she's live.
Okay, thank you. I've not, like, I've not made a like a snap judgment immediate, like, nope, I don't like you. I might not warm up to a person as quickly as I have some other people. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, let me use another reference then. Have you ever walked in a room and felt the energy off and felt like you didn't belong there?
Yeah.
Same thing sometimes.
Yeah, that could be like an example of discernment. But I don't think that's what it didn't sound like. That's what you were explaining a minute ago. That's why I needed to get it like a better understanding of what you were meaning when you said discernment. But because, like, it was something that you said earlier in the conversation, that your father told you that you can't lie to yourself, and, like, your father told you to stand in the mirror and try to lie to yourself, and you, like, it's impossible. Like, people lie to themselves all the time, especially when they're in an abusive or a toxic relationship, whether that's with a significant other, with a parent, with a friend. We lie to ourselves all the time, and we convince ourselves that what we are experiencing or the information that we're getting is not, it doesn't mean what we, you know, what it means. Like, I like, it's hard to see that a person can't lie to themselves, because we do it all the time.
Right, and don't eat me up for this statement here. Most people are afraid to be alone. We stick out bad relationships.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
I was just going back to the relationship point, why people stick in bad relationships.
Yeah, I don't think that was the point of what I said.
No, I was just saying, don't hate me for the statement, but I'm saying most people.
I know I don't hate you for the statement. I'm just wondering why that is the thing that you chose to talk about when that wasn't the point.
I've seen a lot of people stick around relationships that were not beneficial to them. Period.
Yeah, but what's the point in that?
A lot of people are afraid to be alone.
No. What's the point in you bringing that into the conversation?
Oh, no, because you were mentioning how people stay in bad relationships.
No, I said the point of me mentioning that is that people lie to themselves, and that was an example, right? People, when they are in a toxic relationship, whether that is their parents, a spouse, a friend, they lie to themselves about the information that they're receiving from the other party because they don't want to accept it, right? Or because they see the potential in that person, like for whatever reason. The point that I was trying to make is that you said your dad told you that it's impossible to lie to yourself, and I'm saying, like, I don't agree with that, because people do it all the time. Even if it's like, somebody has a business venture, a business idea, and it's not working, right? They can lie to themselves and convince themselves that it is working, or that there's a reason to.
And sense of everything, especially in business, will make you realize the truth.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
People go bankrupt daily because they refuse to realize the truth. You have people lying to themselves daily that a God is talking to them or leading them. Like, people lie to themselves all the time. I think it's very problematic. We say in here all the time, the most dangerous person and the most destructive person you can lie to is yourself, because you can't get away from you. But I think people do it with respect to religion on a daily basis.
I think right now, like, you're focused more so on explaining the reason they lie to themselves, and not the point that I'm bringing up, is that you can, in fact, lie to yourself.
Well, I'm gonna agree to disagree with you on that one, because, like I said, for me personally, I've had failed businesses, and I felt every bit of it.
I never said that you don't feel it. I never said you
No,
don't feel it. But I think the fact that you're trying to find a justification for
no, I
why
mean, for
people.
me,
I'm sorry. Hold on.
right.
I think the fact that you're trying to find a justification for why people lie to themselves means that they can lie to themselves, because there is a reason why they did it, right? And so the point that I'm making is that you said your father taught you that it's impossible to lie to yourself, and that's just not true. And you saying, well, the reason they do it is because they're afraid to be alone, that is irrelevant, because they did it. Does that make sense?
Sorry, they got me again. Um, I, I, I right now I just can't see it, because as I was going to explain to you, I had one business I had to get out so bad, and I knew I had to get out this business, but there were just bits and pieces, like breadcrumbs, I had to clean up first. And I knew as soon as I could get these breadcrumbs cleaned up, I'm dropping this like a bad habit. You understand?
Yeah.
And
Can you explain to me?
it took
Can
a
you explain
while.
to me? Hold on. Can you explain to me what that has to do with a lie? What does it have to do? Like, did
I
you
couldn't
lie?
lie. I couldn't lie.
Did you try to lie to
I couldn't
yourself?
lie
Is
to
that what you're saying?
myself. No, I knew it was failing, but everybody around me was like, just hold on, just hold on. I'm like, no, I see the market. I see everything that's happening here. It's time for me to get away from this before
Okay.
it ruins everything.
And do you have a successful business now?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I,
you've
I
tried.
changed some things.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And you
Go
tried
ahead.
multiple things before that.
A few, some
And
successful,
every
some.
time they failed, like every time you had like a